Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A blue light appeared in the high room, a dungeon. At the moment when the energy of deception and failure accumulates to the limit, an underground labyrinth begins to form. Regardless of the location, it feeds itself with the energy of the dead and creates sweet bait to lure more food. Sinister monsters grinned. There was always an abundance of monsters around him, because in the heart of the dungeon lies an artifact. Various weapons and decorations appeared. The older and more dangerous the dungeon, the stronger and more expensive its artifact. Perhaps that is why in recent years, instead of caring for the population, many kingdoms focus on controlling dungeons and searching for artifacts. Dungeons capture the hearts of people. Words were heard among the trees. Do not lower your shields. Do not lag behind the back row. The man reached for a pink flower, hearing that he must be careful. As soon as he touches this plant, it will sting him and inject poison. The knight was surprised and apologized. Glancing back, the knight told them not to take an extra step without orders, especially when they were approaching a dungeon. Researcher Stretch held a round object in his hands. The fair-haired guy in armor asked, "Is this the place?" There was a stone platform in front of them. The hero answered that yes, this is a dungeon, one of the oldest dungeons in this kingdom. The blonde man sitting on a horse told Ballstock to unpack the luggage and line up the soldiers. They will enter as soon as they are ready. The brunette was surprised and asked, "Does he mean already?" Looking ahead, the nobleman said that it took them a whole week to get here. The round trip is also 2 weeks long, more than enough for the brothers to try all their tricks. They do not have extra time. The guy standing behind thought how cool he is, since he has so many soldiers. Touching his chin, the hero thought that he was also able to hire an A-rank investigator, Mr. Stretch. There was no reason for him to refuse the offer. After all, he would get his share from it. Black smoke was spreading from the entrance. Stretch thought that this dungeon was as dangerous as an A-rank dungeon. He couldn't even imagine what could be inside. A squad of warriors passed by him. He thought that with such power it was possible. No, it was more than possible. Turning around, the guy told the investigator to move. Stretch closed his eyes. He used the active ability Pathfinding Level 7, which finds the shortest route to the destination. Light appeared on the hero's palm. He thought that the ability to find the shortest path and safely follow it was a quality of an A-rank investigator. The system reported a Level 6 animal instinct, which increases the sensitivity of the fingers and toes and gives the ability to echolocation. Stretch had blue circles flying around. He thought that the ability beyond human senses, ultrasonic detection and vibration detection, the ability of the explorer is like the clairvoyance of a magician. This is what he does for a living. He saw the outline of the dungeon, thinking that of course, because others cannot see it. The warrior was surprised, saying that this explorer does not look reliable. They can definitely trust and follow him. The second said that he does not think that Mr. Gerald hired him for nothing. They will just follow him. Stretch raised his hand, stopping the group, and said that he will go through this place first. Pointing his finger upward, he said that when they walk, they should carefully watch their feet, but also beware of the ceiling. The warriors looked up. Sharp spikes hung from the ceiling. The soldier asked how he knew about this. Introducing the device, Stretch said that every time he takes a step, he hears the creak of a spring behind the wall. He thinks the traps have been here since the formation of the dungeon and have long since rusted. Waving his hand, he went forward, saying that the floor could still be connected to the trap, so let the walls hold on when they move. They were surprised. One asked how he heard it, and the second said how it was even possible. The hero touched the wall. He held his fingers. He looked down. He cut the thread with a knife. He glanced at the gray object. He broke it with a stone. They stopped in a wide room. He said that now it would be more difficult, and thought that the greatest happiness of the dungeon is the protector who guards the artifact, the heart of the dungeon. As an explorer, not a mage or a warrior, this is the last stage. Dissatisfied, he continued through which he cannot break through himself. He looked at the warrior with the torch, who asked, "Are they there?" Ballstock said with a determined look that before they headed to their target, the shield bearers would move to the front of the line, passing the defensive formation. The warriors lined up, and he asked how they would awaken the dungeon's defender. He threw a stone, and Stretch said that it was very simple. You just need to give him a sign. The stone bounced off the floor. A wind burst out of the entrance. The defenders tensed. Stretch was surprised. A monster's paw appeared. The beast's eyes glowed red. The soldier with the shield exclaimed that it was a Tarrasque. The beast standing next to him roared. Frowning, the brunette ordered not to panic, and the first rode to the front. Fire burst out of the Tarrasque's mouth. Flames hit the shields. Ballstock waved his hand, shouting, "Do not let it break through and activate the wall of accounts." A blue glow appeared around the warriors. Abilities that form a wall of accounts, with the help of 2 or more people, give resistance to physical and magical attacks. Some warriors held crossbows. An order was heard to aim at the monster's mouth. Holding a crossbow, the shooter shouted that the fire was too strong. Due to poor visibility and wind pressure, it was difficult to shoot accurately. Ballstock looked scared, thinking that he was much stronger than he thought. He could not see anything. They could aim at the mouth, or use their senses now. Stretch was surprised when he was called. Glancing at him, the warrior asked if he could use some ability to aim at the monster's mouth, and heard that he had never used anything like that. to which he repeated that he asked if he could aim. The boy gritted his teeth, thinking that he did not expect this to happen, but he was an A-class researcher. Stretch. Taking the crossbow in his hands, he said that he would try. Taking aim, the hero thought that before the fire spreads further, just aim for the center and used animal instinct. The wind flew forward. The arrow flew straight into the mouth of the beast. The boy was surprised at what happened. The monster raised its muzzle. Looking at him resolutely, Ballstock shouted, "Do not lose focus, it is just beginning." The hero's eyes opened wide. He barely jumped back from the monster's attack, thinking that the fire was not the problem. The warrior's shield was crushed. Looking sideways at it, Stretch thought that it was incredible where so much strength came from. How is this possible? And asked to do something with it. Arrows jumped out of the monster's body. The frightened warriors screamed that none of their attacks penetrated his armor. Tarast hit the warrior with his paw. Opening his mouth, Ballstock shouted for them to use a shield strike and knock him down. Since his back is hard, it will be difficult for him to get up. The monster swung at the fallen hero. He closed his eyes, squinting. However, the soldiers used a shield strike, which strengthens the shield and pushes the enemy away with a push. There is a chance to confuse with physical damage. The monster flew back a little. Ballstock appeared behind. He attacked the beast's eye, and frowning, he shouted that now again. The flash knocked the Tarrasque off its feet. It fell on its back. Gerald held the sword, hearing that now was the right moment. Jumping up, he flew from above. The blonde screamed. The beast with the wounded eye roared. The guy attacked, leaving a mark. Stretch opened his mouth in surprise, realizing that he hit him. Ballstock was also surprised. Gerald put out his hand with the sword. There was a bloody monster lying on the ground. Shouts were heard that they had killed it. Stretch thought that they had really killed the dungeon's defender. Would he finally see the artifact with his own eyes? The guy looked delighted. He turned to the side, hearing his name being called. The party followed the prince, who said that he had heard that even though he was an A-class explorer, he had never managed to clear even one dungeon. Stretch silently lowered his gaze. Looking ahead, the blonde said that he had bypassed all the traps without any problems, but since he had not managed to reach the heart of the dungeon, he suspected that the defender was to blame. There was a shining ring in the shape of a skull on the pedestal. The blonde continued that if he was right, it turned out that this was the first artifact he had seen in real life. The warriors looked at him in surprise. Ballstock peered intently. Stretch, mesmerized, confirmed. The man took a step. The ring hovered above Gerald's palm, who offered to touch it. There was a green flame on the skull. The boy asked if they thought he could take it and run away, and heard that yes, he had thought about it. They stood on the steps. The nobleman answered that he would of course pay with his life if he was caught. Stretch looked down, thinking that as they had agreed, everything in the dungeon besides the artifacts would be his, and then without the artifact it would be a great profit. But nothing would happen if he just took a look. He reached his fingers towards the ring. Gerald had a sly smile on his lips. Stretch looked surprised. And then green lightning pierced his body. The soldiers were surprised. The brunette frowned. The blonde watched calmly. The skin was peeling off the guy's face. His body was wounded. Blood came out of his mouth. Stretch fell to his knees. He lay on the ground, hearing Gerald apologize for it. Raising his eyebrows, the blonde explained that the artifact and sources of all types of negative energy are not just given into the hands of people. Tears flowed from the burnt guy's face. The man stepped on the hand that was clutching the ring. The fingers unclenched from the blow, and words were heard that they would not forget his help. Ballstock sat down next to him, saying that the curse seemed to have been lifted. The guy reached for the ring in his severed hand, saying that they were leaving here now. Something reached for the artifact, and he asked, "Veins?" The skull on the ring glowed brightly, as if absorbed into the palm. Ballstock covered his face with his hand. Gerald looked ahead in shock. The guy flew up surrounded by a green glow. The information said that high risk detected, active ability unknown and unknown automatically restored. Unknown active abilities become unknown. Holding onto the blade, Ballstock ordered a retreat. He swung his sword at the glow, and thought that it just passed through. Turning, he shouted to the crossbowmen to shoot. An arrow flew out of the crossbow. They flew through the glow. Words were heard that it was useless, it does not work. He frowned, thinking, is this guy really a Sino-Eco type? The silhouette was hidden in the green flame. The boy watched in surprise as it rose. A crack appeared on the ground. The blonde turned around in alarm, thinking that the artifact had already reacted. A servant shouted at him that the dungeon was collapsing too quickly. The knights were falling, and Ballstock shouted that they needed to run. He clutched the scroll, thinking that he needed to hurry up and use it. Gerald stood next to the green whirlwind, thinking that so much effort had been put in to come here and get it. Frowning, he thought that he had just taken it and ruined everything. The boy swung his sword. However, someone stopped his hand. Ballstock dragged him to the exit, while the boy thought that the artifact was right in front of his eyes. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted the hero's name. Stretch was falling down. The Memento Mori artifact recognized Stretch as its partner. The boy was emerging from the shining water. His eyes opened slightly. There was something clenched in his fist. The boy tried to get up, shaking. He spat out the water. He spread his arms, wondering what kind of place this was. It was too dark. He winced, thinking that his body was being torn apart, and then he looked to the side. There was a skull-shaped ring shining on his hand. He asked why it was on his finger. Looking at his hand, he said that after the hero tricked him, he touched the ring without a doubt. He remembered the flames devouring him and continued, he should have died. He remembered his natural body, wondering how to return now. A shining green skull appeared next to him, saying that it was true, he had died. The boy was surprised. The skull was calling him his incompetent partner. The blonde looked ahead in surprise, saying that they were able to escape. Were they the only ones who survived? He fell to his knees, cursing loudly. Balstock came up and asked him to calm down. Turning to him with displeasure, the boy asked, does he think he can calm down? Why did he use that scroll? He was very surprised, saying that things were really bad, they wouldn't have gotten out otherwise. The boy's face was worried. The man called him Lord, and then corrected himself to His Majesty. The boy hit the armor. Then he covered his face with his hand, saying that his brothers already probably knew that he led the soldiers, so he shouldn't have allowed a loss, and what was that anyway? Remembering the screaming Stretch, he said, he also saw a corpse come back to life, not a single normal artifact, even a parasitic type. He remembered the torn-off palm and continued, he can't move like that when his master is dead. Looking ahead tensely, Balstock said that, frankly speaking, this is the first time he encountered such a thing. If it is not a parasitic type, then because it is an independent artifact? Lowering his head, the prince said that neither one nor the other, it is an artifact of the symbiotic type. The man was surprised, saying he had never heard of such a thing. The guy sitting in the forest said that existing artifacts are usually divided into two types. The most common type is independent. A sword was lying on the ground. He said that most of the artifacts exist of this type, which obey the will of the owner, so they are easy to use as a tool. Red mushrooms were growing on the stump. He said that the other type is parasitic, although it can be stronger. But when the owner dies, the artifact also self-destructs. The sword was lying next to the stump. The guy said that these are two well-known types. Looking to the side, Gerald continued that there is another exceptional, symbiotic type. Such artifacts can revive dead hosts on their own. Looking at him in surprise, Balstock said that this was the resurrection that they saw with their own eyes. But it does not matter how strong the artifact was. Remembering the falling guy, he said that it was hard to believe that he could survive in the middle of a collapsing dungeon. He was sure that death had overtaken him. Lowering his head, Gerald said that it would be great if it were true, but for now they would return to the capital. This is a wanted poster for Stretch. If the reward is too high, it will attract attention, so let him make it smaller. The water was greenish. A question was heard, what should he do? Stretch examined the ring, thinking what kind of place it was, and used animal instinct, but the voice answered that he refused. Lightning pierced the guy's body. Squinting, the hero thought, he refuses, what does he want? A huge skull appeared next to him, calling his name. Opening its mouth, the artifact said that it did not let him die with the passive ability to save the soul, and also tweak something, lowered all his characteristics. Looking at it in surprise, the guy asked again. The burning skull said that it was easy to say, that he had lost some of his energy because of it, and called him inept. Looking at the flame on his hand in surprise, Stretch asked what it was, why he heard its voice in his head, and heard that memento mori. The skull, opening its mouth, said that was his name. There were growths on the ceiling of the cave. Stepping forward, Stretch asked, he says that he is this artifact, and are there other artifacts that have consciousness? Mortem answered that of course not. There was a green flame next to him. The hero said that he was glad that they could communicate. He touched the ledge and asked what else he could do with it. How many unique abilities did it have? Diligently climbing forward, the guy thought that usually each artifact has one unique ability attached, but he can sell them for a good price, and if the ability is useful, it will cost more. Mortem said that if it functions normally, then it is possible for him. The guy opened his eyes in surprise. He fell off the wall, hearing, get no less than 40. Looking up in shock, he mentally answered that this can't be, because a person can have more than 10 abilities in his entire life. Even with effort the limit does not exceed 20. There was a shining ring on his finger. He said that with one artifact he can control so many abilities. The skull appeared next to him, and the hero said that this is even too much, and is it possible to use any now, and heard that it is possible, but he has already spent all the mana on its restoration. Let them talk better, and he will recover in the meantime. Gathering up, the guy got tired and asked what is mana? Opening his mouth, the skull answered that he almost forgot. He only had 12 hours left. The guy asked until what? Opening his mouth in shock, he heard that until death, and asked what he was talking about. Turning to the artifact, he screamed that he thought he resurrected it, so why would he die again? Mortem replied that until he died, he would live, and vice versa. While his heart was beating, the artifact would not disappear. Green flames came out of his mouth. Mortem continued that if he did not have mana, then it would be the end of them. The guy looked ahead in surprise. The spirit asked, he thought he had returned to life. Thank you. If you want to live, let him know how to get out of it. A wind blew through the trees. Stretch quickly ran forward, asking if he could not warn him earlier that they would both die if he ran out of mana. On his hand was a ring with a skull, which replied that he was not a mere mortal. Life did not interest him. He slept peacefully until he came and woke him up. Green flames engulfed his hand. He continued that if it was hard for him to survive, he would share his power with him, but let him remember. Squeezing the hero's fist, Mortem reminded him that the fact that he awakened him does not make him the master. Let him remember well that he is clinging to life here. Stretch, saying that everything is clear to him, let him now tell him how to restore his mana. He presented a system window describing the curse-eating skill, an ability that absorbs the source of curses and demons. The artifact said that he needed to use it against weak monsters or cursed tools. Looking ahead in surprise, Stretch said that he didn't know about cursors, that is, he just needed to catch a couple of monsters. The spirit answered that yes, and he had 11 hours and 56 minutes left. He quickly ran forward when the voice said that there were 11 hours, 55 minutes, 58 seconds left. The hero put his palm out, thinking that there should be many monsters near the dungeon. He wanted to use animal instinct, but cursed at the decrease in characteristics. Looking to the side, he thought that he would have to look for them himself. The wind carried leaves. Traces appeared on the ground. The hero thought that he was sure they were monsters. There were scratches on the trunk of a tree. He thinks that the furrows on the trunks are from them. The guy sniffed, thinking that it stunk. There was a beast eating meat in front of him, and he thought it was a great wolf. Stretch smiled a little, saying that he found it, and asked how long the stat reduction would last. The ring on his hand glowed, and he heard the answer, 1 minute, 30 seconds. Looking down, the guy said that it was surprisingly little, and heard that the stat reduction was applied when there was no mana. It was a kind of reset. A whirlwind flew by, saying that the stronger the ability, the longer the reduction. The hero said that there was still time. Looking forward, he continued that only one wolf would be more difficult. There would be several, and he was lucky. A green glow surrounded the guy. He asked if he had any offensive abilities, and he heard that he had one. He saw an information window, which said that the airfield shoots a charge of compressed air at high speed and increases damage and attack speed. The guy said that this is a basic ability used by battle mages. How many bullets can he shoot? And he heard that only one. Touching his forehead, the hero replied that of course, he needed to concentrate. After the wolf was stained with blood, the hero thought that he would try to aim for the heart or lungs. If they hit where they needed to, he would pass out. Looking ahead, Stitch thought that they could finish him off, and then restore his mana. Extending his fist with the ring, he said that they only had a chance. Aiming with the ring, he asked not to shoot until he said so. However, the skull got angry, burning brighter, and used an air bullet. A bright glow pierced the wolf's body and a couple of trees. Stretch looked at it in shock. In front of the guy was a torn wolf. He said that he was sure that this was just basic magic. Looking ahead in surprise, Stretch asked what kind of power was this, and didn't he ask to shoot when he was ready? From the green ring on his finger came the words that he was not a simple magical ornament. There was no need for these abilities, and why be afraid and stand? Let him take and shoot. Standing by the scorched earth, he asked not to talk about it. The hero looked away. He directed his palm at the wolf's body and used Curse Devouring. The large castle, meanwhile, in the presence of the royal army of Venetia. The man looked forward. The king has 3 sons. He introduced 3 young men, the first Raptors, the second Alfred and the third Gerald. Since Raptors is the eldest, naturally, the first contender for the throne. The heir smiled, so the middle and youngest are trying to prove their superiority in every possible way. The guy clenched his teeth, thinking that getting an artifact is a great way to declare himself. But now they will look at him as a carefree libertine who tried to take the kingdom's dungeon. Ballstock, who was riding next to him, asked what he was thinking about and heard that he was talking about that fortune teller. He introduced the hooded man and asked if he was talking about Alfred's henchman. His name was Conrad. Gerald frowned and said that he trusted the information provided by the so-called alliance too much. Even though the artifact was cursed, it turned out to be true. The servant said that it meant that they hid the most important thing. Raising his hand to his face, the prince said that they did not know whether they did it on purpose or not. He could not do anything about it. Looking at him, Ballstock asked not to worry about it. He had enough experience on the battlefield. He would definitely overcome everything. The heroes galloped towards the castle. Words were heard that he could not believe that politics was harder than the battlefield. How much time had passed, he still had not gotten used to it. Dawn was visible between the trees. Green flashes flew around Stretch. He asked, "Is that enough?" The skull hovering nearby said that it was not quite, but it would do for now. The hero clarified that the charge for killing the great wolf was only 15%. Wouldn't he run out of abilities if he used it 3 times? Touching his chin, the hero thought that they were probably looking for him now. After all, he took the artifact with him. He was more concerned about where to hide now before entering the dungeon and needed to pick up his things. A small settlement with a mill. The guys were holding spears. He thought that 2 guards would catch him if he just walked past. What should he do? The guy was surprised to notice something below and thought it was cat grass. There was a pink plant in front of him, and he thought that should work. Striking a spark, the hero thought that he would first start a fire. He sprinkled powder from a small bag, saying that if you enhance the effect with Flemin's powder. Stretch's nose was plugged. He thought it would make a great sleeping pill, although it would only work on people. The guys looked back. One asked what it was, and the other asked to see where it came from. One of the guys' eyes closed when he said it smelled funny. Then the guard fell face down. Skull looked at the guy and said he was smart. He walked confidently down the street, saying that he had only entered so much space and had already become an experienced explorer. Suddenly Stretch noticed something in surprise. It was a wanted paper. The hero read thief, reward 400 crowns, they hung all the sins on him. The guy angrily crumpled the notice, while Mortem laughed. Dressed in normal clothes, Stretch thought that he had more serious problems now. He could not believe that he was wanted. He did not know how many leaflets had been posted around the area, but even a fool could understand that he would not see a normal life in this village. Looking at the paper, he thought that it was okay. There was a ring on his finger, and he thought that while he had it, he would somehow survive. It would be easier, of course, to leave the kingdom. Clutching the paper, Stretch finished that it was not in his nature to just run away. Mortem asked, did he thirst for revenge? The guy threw the paper into the river and said that anyone did. The artifact laughed, saying that this was already interesting. In the form of a skull, he appeared next to him and said that if he wanted, he would help, but he should take into account that he was extremely lucky, because while he was helping him, he was invulnerable. Stretch asked what he was saying, because now he could only use 4 abilities. He presented a system window with Curse Devouring, an ability that helps get rid of sources of evil, and heard that Curse Devouring was an ability that he had not gotten for nothing. Green fire burned around the skull. He said that his strength and abilities depended on the amount of mana absorbed. Let him think about what the point was. The guy remembered standing surrounded by whirlwinds and thought that the more he absorbed, the stronger he became. Remembering the wolf's body, he thought that if he absorbed something with a lot of mana, he would become much stronger. Turning to the skull, the hero asked if he could also absorb artifacts. Green flames surrounded the hero. Mortem said that he could transfer his power to him. He presented a variety of weapons and said that he should help him get hold of the artifacts, then his revenge would be complete. Stretch was surprised to hear that he would gain power. Remembering the grinning blonde, Stretch thought that one blow would be enough for this weakling Gerald. He slightly bowed his head and asked if he was serious. If he did that, he would be able to finish him off with his own hands. The flames around him grew stronger. Mortem said that of course, he would let him feel what it was like to smear opponents on the wall. People were sitting in the tavern. The man waved his hand and asked Dalton where he could get a decent price here. The big guy was wiping a glass and said that he could ask on the black market, to which he heard that they were trying to sell it to him for crazy money. Holding the mug with displeasure, the guy continued that on average they asked for no less than 500 crowns. The man offered to recommend a good researcher. He reached for the flyer and asked if it was, like, a wanted poster, and heard that it could be hung on the wall. Dalton frowned. Looking at the photo, he asked what Stretch had done. The man held out a wooden sign and asked not to lose it. It had to be provided when making a deal. Without a sign, some of your things could be taken away at the exit, or they could even start searching you. Stretch peered out from behind the trees, saying that in such small villages there was always a secret passage. An artifact appeared nearby, and the hero said that good goods only come through the black market. Mortem asked what he forgot in this village. He thought that he listened to him and was heading to the dungeon. Standing by the wall, the guy replied that going to the dungeon without an escape scroll was suicide. Somehow he didn't want to die prematurely. Remembering the prince with his servant, the spirit asked if he was talking about a scroll like those guys had, and heard that yes, it was convenient, of course, that there were many offers on the market. He remembered how the blonde screamed and continued that the transactions were controlled so that it was not abused. The spirit asked what he was going to do. Stretch smiled and said that he found it. In front of him was a small wooden door. He said that he knew this secret passage very well. The hero knocked and said that goblins eat freshwater base. He squatted by the wall. From behind the wooden door came the answer that such a password was 3 months ago. Who is he? Awkwardly scratching his cheek, Stretch apologized, saying that he had not looked in for a long time. There was no business in these parts. Dalton hugged the guy and asked that if someone else was here, the password should be memorized properly. Breathing heavily, Stretch answered that everything worked out. He had urgent business. He could not think of anything else. The man laughed and reminded that he said that the back door was not for him, but he was still glad to have him. The guy entered the tavern and heard an offer of a drink as a greeting, but he said that a little later, will he allow him to settle here? Bones, claws and vials fell out of the bag. A question was heard. What kind of wanted poster is this? He stole something. The hero answered that rumors spread quickly. It just happened. Nothing special. Leaning his palms on the table, he said that he got the energy-increasing claws from a great wolf, and high-quality leather. Let them hurry while they still have stock. Buyers surrounded him, and the hero asked how much the scrolls were now. Dalton answered that they were 600 crowns here, and the guy asked to borrow some. Crossing his arms, the man heard that it wouldn't sell quickly anyway, and he really needed the money, and he answered that he wouldn't give it to him. Looking at his friend's upset face, he asked how much was needed. Stretch held out the coins, saying that at least 4 scrolls, he would give them back the day after tomorrow. His friend answered that it wasn't that he couldn't lend them, he was just curious about what he had stolen. He could pay 400 crowns himself and clear his name. Closing his eyes, Stretch replied that one of the local king's sons had behaved too impudently, so he wanted to teach him a lesson. He did have pride, after all, could he really just give the money away? Dalton laughed, saying that it was not very wise to talk about pride for 400 crowns either. He had a friend who understood scrolls, he could get them from him cheaper. Holding paper and a quill, he said that if he needed a new weapon, he should ask Clyde, and the payment would be written down in his name. Turning around, the guy asked to get him some provisions and thanked him. He slammed his fist on the table and called Clyde. The disgruntled dwarf asked what he needed, and why he was banging on the table. Stretch shielded himself with his hands and asked what he was doing. It was not evening yet, he was already so drunk. There were goods lying next to the crying man. He said that he was already selling them for half price, and still no one was buying. The guy crossed his arms, hearing the suggestion that maybe he was a loser. Stretch raised a finger, saying that after his words he wanted to make a good offer. Looking at the items, he asked what the best weapon here was. Clyde looked at him in surprise and asked if he was going to buy it, to which he heard that he certainly didn't have much money. Taking one of the pistols, the guy asked to sell it cheaper, and he would test it. Closing one eye, Stretch continued that he needed a decent weapon for the dungeon. The dwarf looked down, saying that you need to choose a weapon that fits in your hand, then it will be useful. He looks like a strong guy, and he has muscles. Stretch was holding a hammer. Hearing the question of how he liked it, Mortem replied that it was bad. He hovered nearby and said that the dungeons were mostly narrow passages. How would he swing that thing there? Stretch looked at him in shock, saying that if he behaved like that, but heard that only he knew about it. The man looked at his goods. The artifact said that this dwarf definitely did not have magical powers, but the weapon was a different story. Amazing. Holding the handle, Stretch said that he was talkative today. Does he really know how it works? That he is an artifact. He sees everything, otherwise he can see the essence of objects, its potential and features. Looking down, Mortem said that if he were to take something, it would be better to take that sword, the one on the far right. Holding the item, the guy asked if it was worth it. Stretch picked up the blade and heard that if used correctly, he would not even look at the side of a normal weapon, and replied that it did not look unusual, to which the artifact asked to believe him. A scream was heard from the gray building of the dungeon. Horned monsters ran forward. Stretch asked where they had just crawled out from. The monster flew back. And from the darkness, many red eyes appeared. Aiming with the ring, Stretch heard the order to cut them down. A bright glow flew out. The green skull closed its teeth on one of the monsters, using curse Devouring. Looking at the ring in surprise, Stretch said that it seemed to use excess energy for growth. He held the handle, and throwing the pickaxe over his shoulder, the guy suggested trying to mine lapis lazuli. The guy worked with the pickaxe, collecting crystals, and asked if he could take it all away. Looking at the device, he wondered why there were traps at every step. He used them for spare parts. Looking to the side, the guy heard a scream. It was dark in the cave with crystals. Raising his hand with the ring, the guy asked to shine a light there. His gaze became tense. A monster was crawling out of the cave, which he called a mineral lizard. The lizard opened its mouth and screamed. The guy stood tensely opposite the lizard and said that such a monster could really be a mineral lizard. The beast's cheeks puffed out. The guy looked at it tensely. He jumped back, saving himself from the flames. He closed his eyes when he was hit. The face was burned, but Mortem ordered to pull himself together. The wound on the body healed. Words were heard that possessing the ability to resurrect did not mean that you need to die constantly. The active recovery skill automatically restored strength, healed wounds. The guy frowned and thought that he had come across a boring monster. Mineral lizards use poisonous substances and absorb minerals. The monster raised its paw. The hero thought that its body was stronger than steel. With the strength of an average level, it could not even be scratched, let alone killed. So, we are in class, he took aim. The lizard spat poison, and Mortem said that he had gone too far. An air bullet in such a narrow space would cause a collapse. Stretch crouched down, hearing the artifact say excellent. He asked what was excellent here, hearing that this was a great chance to test Clyde's weapon. Glancing at him, the guy asked, "Is he sure right now?" A voice came from the ring on his finger, saying that he was going to save it until he met the dungeon keeper. That would be a good time to try it on a mid-level monster. The guy pulled out his sword, asking if it would work. He inserted the capsule at the base. The hero swung at the approaching lizard. It raised its paw. The opponents were approaching each other. The monster's eye narrowed. A mark was left next to it. Stretch jumped, squeezing the sword. He clenched his teeth from the effort. The monster looked at him. The blade dug into the crystal a little. The guy squeezed the weapon out with effort. The monster pushed him away with its paw. The voice said that now. His finger touched the button. The crystal on the monster's head shattered. Stretch jumped off the falling body. Stretching his shoulder, he said that his hand was numb. He generally wanted to cut it. Stepping on the monster, he continued that he only managed to stick it in and used curse Devouring. A green glow appeared behind him. The guy thought that it was even a bit of a pity, even though he bought it to test it. There were several vials in the bag. He said that this gas is not so easy to get, and there are only 4 capsules left. Clyde tried on the inner lining, but if you shake it hard. Stretch turned around, hearing that something was wrong here, and asked what exactly. Skull chewed the monster's paw and said that he could not say specifically. It felt that something was wrong. Looking at the turned-away artifact, Stretch said that sometimes it was difficult to understand. Looking at the ring, he heard a request not to relax. Too short a fight can also be a weapon. Suddenly, another lizard jumped out. Taking out his sword, Stretch exclaimed that is why he said that in such a place you can't spend all the capsules you need to save. The monster raised his paw. Stretch attacked him with his sword. Looking at the exposed neck, he thought that this was a good moment. He looked ahead carefully. The blade was moving towards the monster. It waved its tail. Stretch closed his eyes, holding back the attack. However, he was thrown aside. Frowning, the hero thought that he was much stronger than the previous one. The lizard's body had blue crystals. The hero thought that the tail alone was worth something. It was starting to get on his nerves. He remembered the beast from the dungeon and thought that compared to the Tarrasque. Decisively waving his sword, he continued that it was just an ordinary lizard. The monster covered its head with its paw. The blade did not pierce the skin. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought that he was much harder. The mineral lizard hit with its tail again. The guy hit his back. A voice was heard from the ring on his finger that he was a fool. It said not to relax. Something was wrong with him too. Sitting on the floor, Stretch said that it was immediately obvious that he was strong, but even he should have weak points. A paw approached the surprised face. The monster grabbed the hero by the head. The skull opened its mouth, angrily saying that even goblin cubs know that you can't get distracted during a battle. Let him concentrate. The hero replied that he was angry in vain. Everything was going according to plan. There was something in the clenched fingers. The leg was holding the guy's head. In the palm of his hand was a glowing object. The hero asked what he thought. If you mix the Flemin's powder from his left hand and the fireflies from his right, what will happen? Putting his palms together, the hero answered, right, and attack on his weak points. He slapped his fist with his palm and continued with a flash-bang ammunition. A glow appeared near the muzzle. The blade was approaching the open mouth. Looking there carefully, Stretch thought about what happened. If you pierce his mouth with a sword, he will win. The system warned about the detection of 95% of abnormal body tissues. Stretch jumped to the monster while the artifact was trying to stop it. There was an explosion. A green haze swirled around the hero's body. Touching his head, the guy heard him say to wait, and replied that he should have said that before he touched him. Touching his temple, Stretch asked what happened, and heard that his magic began to control him. Something was glowing in the crack. Mortem explained that the one who made his body abnormal was inside the dungeon. Squeezing his fist with a ring, Stretch heard that he did not yet know what he used for this, and said that he should be afraid that the next monsters would explode. A skull flew out of the ring and said that they denied it. Is that scary? Stretch grinned and said that no, such nonsense would not scare him. He touched the floor with his shining palm and used pathfinding. Blue rays rushed across the ground. Looking ahead, the guy asked what it was. He used animal instinct. There was no hint. He was surprised. There was a skull lying near the crystals. Looking down, the guy asked, is this a monster? Mortem exhaled, saying that yes. In the bone hand was a sword. The hero said that it does not react if you do not approach it. Or maybe it just lay there for a long time, so it froze in this pose. The skull was tilted to the side. Mortem said that too. Let him not even think about poking at them, otherwise they will detonate. The guy passed by, answering that he was speaking correctly. Then he turned around, noticing something. The crystals on the skeleton's body were shining brightly, and he asked what it was. A powerful explosion threw the guy down under a scream with an order to run. Trying to get up, Stretch said that he did not even touch him. Suddenly his gaze became surprised. He looked at the shining crystals and asked, are these minerals? Touching one of the crystals, the guy asked, and how much money can he get for them? Lightning appeared from the touch. Stretch jerked his hand and asked what it was. Mortem said that he was now convinced that this was what was bothering him so much. There were flickering sparks ahead. The artifact said that it simply did not feel this strange magical force that filled the entire dungeon. Skull rubbed his missing nose and said that the deeper they went, the stronger it was. It even irritated him. He imagined a lizard and a shining skeleton, and said that the further they went into the dungeon, the monsters that they had already met earlier began to react faster to irritants and explode. Stretch looked in his direction, saying that apparently due to the continuous exposure to this strange magical force, they began to feel their surroundings better. The shining green skull answered that this was exactly so, and judging by what happened, this applies not only to monsters. He looked at the colored crystals, saying that it seemed that this force affects all objects. Standing in the mineral cave, the guy said that this passage was a real minefield, and heard that this was not all. There was more bad news. Surrounded by a green glow, Mortem heard that it could not get any worse, and replied that because of this strong magic, he could not even use a simple recovery skill. The guy looked at his wounded hands and confirmed. The bag contained scrolls and crystals. The artifact suggested that in this non-standard situation, the escape scroll would not work either. Looking ahead tensely, Stretch heard that if this magic continued to affect the scroll, which in theory should find safe places and help when leaving the dungeon, then on the contrary, it could lead them even deeper, and said that escape was impossible. He stood in a cave full of crystals, hearing the artifact say that it didn't mean they were trapped. He had no idea who had released this magic, but killing this creature could help them get out. The hero said that it turned out he would have to go even further. It was good that there was at least some hope. Blue light illuminated the roof of the cave. Stretch looked up, saying that in the end he still couldn't find the source of this magic. He stopped at the large door, saying that they only had to check there. Touching it with his palm, he said that there was nothing to think about, they would just go in. He saw a shining blue ball among the stones. Opening his mouth in surprise, the guy asked what it was, and heard that a genie. What was the spirit doing here? A blue glow was swirling around the stone. Mortem asked to take a good look at its core. He felt nothing, it was an artifact. Stretch opened his mouth in surprise. He imagined the colored swirls, thinking that the spirit was born from the fusion of power and magic. It was just a collection of elements without self-awareness that sought to destroy everything in its path. Turning tensely to the side, the hero thought that this was somehow reminiscent of a spontaneous action. Could it be that his body contained an artifact? The rising energy threw the hero back. Opening its mouth, the skull said that this guardian was the cause of their troubles. His body merged with the artifact and scattered magic in all directions. Looking at the shining core, he said that this is why the dungeon turned into a minefield. Resolutely looking forward, Stretch shouted that then everything could not be simpler. If he destroyed it, he would be able to get out. Shining stones flew towards him. The monster waved his hand. The stones flew towards the hero. He swung his sword. There was a yellow glow inside one of the stones. The guy looked at them tensely. The explosion threw him back, and Mortem told him to be careful. This place contains the most of that strange magic. Because of him it became even more powerful. The hero closed his eyes, hearing that it was time to run. Soon the lizard would explode now, and clarified, couldn't you tell earlier? The monster hit with stone fists. The glow became brighter. The red-haired one looked in surprise, asking, what is that there? He was looking at the blue ball. The guy gritted his teeth, hearing that if he wants to stay alive, he should run. Sparks flew from the shining ball. Stretch looked at him in shock, hearing the order to the side. A blinding beam flew at him. The guy covered himself with his hands. There was smoke coming from the ball. The hero gritted his teeth, thinking that now. He jumped, rushing to attack. Looking forward with determination, the hero thought that even a body made entirely of stone would probably have weak spots in the joints. The jump left a mark. The hero swung his sword. He swung his sword sharply. One of the small stones flew off. Stretch looked at it in surprise, asking what was just hanging in the air. The stone hit him on the chin. The hero fell, and he returned back. Mortem, looking into his eyes, told Stretch how he could do any damage, let alone a full-fledged attack, and advised him to aim for the middle, where the artifact was. There was a blue ball shining there. It was heard that the creature was created by merging with the artifact. If you absorb magic with the help of the Curse Eater, it will weaken. Stretch held the wrist, saying that it was easy to say until he got close to it. It was disadvantageous. Aiming with the ring, he said that then. Whirlwinds swirled around the core. An attack beam flew forward. The hero used an air bullet. A flash flew from the fist. Gritting his teeth, the guy asked, I wonder if it can go through. The artifact on his finger screamed, dodging to the side. The hero jumped back from the attack. Beams flew to the sides. The stone fist was approaching. Seeing it, Stretch cursed. He jumped back. Holding a sword in his hand, he said that neither from close range nor from afar anything works. Everything is useless. Swinging the sword, he said that he will see if he can reflect this. The stones closed around the core. The hero looked at it questioningly. The blade hit the stone. Looking down, the guy thought that it was a pity, at such a distance. He squeezed the handle tightly. Energy flew in all directions. The guy was breathing heavily. The blade entered the stone a little. The fist flew towards the guy. He fell to the ground, bouncing along the way. Blood flew from his mouth. Holding his wounded eye, Stretch asked why the air bullet did not work. It should have destroyed it. Looking at the capsules, the guy heard that the artifact said that it was impossible to use magic skills against it to the full extent due to the influence of its magic. Shining stones flew towards the hero. He stopped one of them with his sword. A bright flash appeared. The stone monster was surrounded by smoke. Stretch lowered his head, hearing the question if he was alive, and asked. He could not tell by him anymore. It felt like he was hitting ice. The stone was approaching from the left, and the guy said that even if in such a situation he was useless. Frowning, he continued, did he even have the right to take revenge? The hero abruptly moved forward, thinking that there was no choice, since none of his attacks did damage to him, then he could only hope for Clyde's weapon. While fixing the capsule, he thought that if he hit one place deliberately, sooner or later a crack would form in the protective layer, after a small one, but he had a chance to win. The stone paw was approaching. Stretch put out his sword. A flash came from the blow. The stones around the ball opened up. He thought that if he used it now, there would only be one capsule left in reserve. If he missed, he would be finished. There was a crack in the center of the unknown artifact, and the guy thought that he needed to aim at it. Then he was surprised, asking what he was doing. A whirlwind swirled around the monster. Looking at it, the red hair asked, such a colossus was going to turn. Mortem ordered to dodge. The guy's eyes opened wide. He felt instinct. A huge stone knocked him down. Blood splashed from his mouth. Dust rose from the blow. The wounded guy lay on the ground. There was a skull ring on his finger, which asked if he was dead yet. It would be out of place to say. There was a shining crack on his hand. The hero said that a reaction was starting to appear in his body. it was changing. Stretch exhaled, asking, "Can I know how much was left until it completely changed?" The green skull opened his mouth and answered that a maximum of 3 minutes, but depending on his condition, it could be less than a minute. A green fire lit up in the guy's eyes. He said that this would be enough with a reserve for the final blow. The hero with the sword said that the body and weapon had only enough strength for one blow, which should be decisive. In such situations, 1 or 2 minutes were enough. He looked ahead carefully. In the center of the vortex was a shining artifact. A trace remained from the jump. Stretch jumped up, raising his sword. Mortem asked what he was planning. Did he want to destroy himself? The guy approached the monster, saying that it was not funny. Forward, he ordered not to joke like that, used an air bullet. He swung his leg. A blue ball was shining between the stones. Stretch smiled, thinking that while he was trying so hard to protect the core, he slowed down. Having stuck the sword into the stone, the hero continued that he left the top unprotected. The blade went much deeper than before. The guy thought, great, went in half, that's enough. The guy looked down. His hands grabbed the handle. A beam of power rose up. The red-haired man looked down. The blade was stuck in the stone. Boulders were floating around Stretch, and the artifact hurried him. The hero clenched his teeth and cursed mentally. He remembered the explosions, thinking, he tried so hard, almost defeated him alone. This is stupid, he will die. Where has anyone seen such a thing? He remembered the flying stones, thinking that this could not be. The guy's eyes widened. Holding the blue crystal, he thought it was lapis lazuli. Stretch swung the mineral, hearing the request to do at least something, and thought that he would grind it into powder. He struck the crystal down. A bright explosion hid his silhouette. Smoke rose above the dungeon. The wounded Stretch lay on the floor. He looked down. There was a crack in the bright crystal, and the guy thought, finally. Raising his palm to it, he used Curse Devour. The force swirled in spirals. Holding the threads in his mouth, the guy ordered to run. The hero lay on the ground, thinking that he had escaped. He raised his palm and, examining it, thought that the restoration worked, now at least without abrasions and bruises, and no longer changes. A system window appeared under the palm. Stretch thought that his arms and legs were in place. Clothes always look like this after a fight. Leave the condition check for the morning. The system reported that the animal instinct increased to level 7. The curse-eating skill has increased from the 2nd to the 4th level. Stretch was surprised to see this, thinking that okay, curse-eating, but what he didn't expect was that he could improve the animal instinct. He looked at the ring and thought that he should have already left. Why so quietly? What? Why is he silent? Did he fall asleep or something? The guy was frightened and saw a window in front of him. The information said that the limit of the magical power of the mortem artifact has been increased from 100 to 150. The active skill of the air bullet turns into an air blast. 2 new skills have been unlocked, including a crossword. After reading this, the guy thought, an air blast, a crossword, did he really grow thanks to the artifact? Why so much? The next window said that the process of opening additional abilities of the mortem artifact is in progress. Unlocking is possible if the conditions are met. Currently, the number of absorbed artifacts is 1. The amount of stored magic is 8,305. There was a list of blocked abilities: Aura of a Curse Eater, a Synchronizer, a Locksmith, an Avatar, and Unknown. Clyde wiped away tears, saying that it can be repaired. He will even try to strengthen it. Smiling, Stretch said that since the master himself says so, then he should help a little. He laid out the items on the table and said that there are spare parts for traps from the dungeon. There is also loot from monsters. Gold coins fell out of the bag. He said that this is in advance. There are about 3,000 crowns. The man looked with wide eyes from surprise and heard that she hoped that this would be enough to repair and strengthen the weapon, as well as a couple of capsules. Stretch waved his hand and said that he worked. In the evening, he approached the Dalton Tavern. The man smiled, asking that he was back already? Touching the back of his head, Stretch asked what was the matter. Wasn't he the one who scolded him recently for destroying the dungeon? Or did someone just like his loot? He heard that the black market had already spat. Was he interested? He waved his hand, saying no, later sometime. He wanted to rest a little upstairs. The man said that if he needed anything, let him say. Grinning, Dalton said that he really didn't think that he would destroy the dungeon alone. The door slammed shut. The guy fell onto the bed. Looking at the ring, he ordered to wake up. The shining artifact responded. It flew out in the form of a skull and said that his head seemed to be in a daze. Lying on the bed, Stretch wonders that until he activates his abilities, he won't be able to find out anything. Mortem answers with a serious look that this is true. A green skull pierces his hand. It says that when he collided with it, the artifact rebooted, due to which most of the skills and abilities were sealed, and something else happened after he swallowed the artifact. The system talks about the active skill of an air bullet and explosion. He states that the bullet is the simplest basic skill that does not evolve in any way. Icons of abilities are visible. It is explained that it not only adapted to him, but also evolved into a new form of an air explosion. In general, it was optimized and became a special skill. The protagonist with a tired look says that since he can't tell anything new, there's no need to repeat the same thing. The skull, blazing with green fire, says that when he masters it, he will be able to use it freely. It's hard for him to explain in words, but it feels like he's remembering something long forgotten. Bright rays create a vortex. A question sounds about what kind of curse or a skill he chose. Mortem with a serious look says that he will tell about it when they clear the next dungeon, specifying when they are leaving. The guy is lying on the bed and says that not until they take the gun from Clyde. The house is in the middle of the night. The protagonist says that first they need to sleep because their strength is already running out. Stretch is lying on the pillow. There is a loud knock on the door, shouting that they have problems. MC asks Dalton what happened. The big guy with the beard shouts about Clyde. Various items are on display in the store. The question is heard where he is. The protagonist goes with his partner and asks about the old man. Stretch opens his eyes in shock. A beaten man is lying on the floor. He asks what is the matter and what happened. Dalton turns around asking if the guy brought what he asked for, specifying that one of the visitors found him lying in the alley and brought him to them. He opens a red potion. The protagonist shoves the man who is pouring the mixture, declaring that he needs to stop because he is too wounded. The potion begins to work. He notes that it is good, asking how much it costs. They look at the victim carefully. Dalton asks that it is not cheap, but when else to use it if not in such cases. MC notices that he is coming to his senses. Clyde gets up asking where he is. The guy asks how he feels. Clutching his head, he claims that he doesn't remember exactly, but it seems to be connected with Derek. He saw one of the attackers among his comrades. Everyone around unanimously asks if it's really him again. Stretch is interested in who he is. Dalton, gritting his teeth, explains that he is one idiot. He has a disgusting character, but he turned a blind eye to everything, because although he caused trouble, he never crossed the line. The big guy is sitting next to the beaten Derek. It is said that once the runt caused a riot in front of everyone, so he taught him a lesson. Apparently he was watching the old man. The old man is holding an empty bottle and says that this is not all, because those guys took the money that the main character gave him and said something. The scoundrel holds a coin. The guy understands that until he puts this freak behind bars, he will not calm down. Shocked MC looks forward. He puts his hand on the old man's face, telling him not to worry because they'll deal with the hooligan. While clarifying what's wrong with the spare parts, he replies that there are no problems because he paid in advance, and when he was returning, they attacked him. Stretch shows his finger and shouts to the big guy that they need to send someone to the workshop just in case, and he'll borrow his cloak for a while. In the middle of the dark sky above the forest, a question sounds that the protagonist is nervous. The protagonist, holding his hand, claims that he just wants to stretch his bones for once. He asks if he'll deal with them. Closing his eyes, he replies that if he kills everyone he doesn't like, he'll turn into an animal, but they won't get off with a simple fight. He notes that this is a reasonable idea. He stretches out his hand and uses magic in the form of an animal instinct. Guards guard the entrance through the arch. The guy stands in front of them and assures them that this is true because he saw everything with his own eyes. They ask to be quiet. A soldier in a helmet stands next to his partner and tells Derek that Dalton is a respectable citizen, and it is inconvenient to barge in on him because of a complaint at such a late hour. The angry guy can barely contain himself, hearing the question whether he thinks otherwise. The hooligan stands next to the others. They ask him what they said. He replies that it didn't work, he needs to come in the morning. The long-haired guy asks why he is trying so hard for some 400 crowns. Now he has something to live on. He needs to quickly break out into people. Gritting his teeth, Derek explains that it's not about the money, because he doesn't know who this Stretch is and what he does, but first he needs to catch him, and then he can teach Dalton a lesson. The protagonist walks behind the interlocutor, who says that if so, then. He calmly looks at them until he recognizes him. The hooligans stand in front of him, exclaiming that this is the same guy he just talked about. The other one claims that they were racking their brains on how to find him, and he came himself. MC with a serious face assures that he should thank them, because he hasn't beaten people for a long time, and now God himself ordered it. The scoundrel takes hold of his clothes, calling him impudent. He deftly intercepts it. The hooligan is shocked, trying to understand what is happening. With a deft movement, Stretch throws him to the side. Looking at his hand, he clenches it into a fist. The scoundrel takes out a knife, insulting his opponent. He breaks away. The protagonist delivers a hard knee strike right to his face. The hooligan flies to the side, splashing blood. Derek swings his fist, shouting that he is just a piece of meat for 400 crowns. The protagonist deftly dodges his attack. With one movement, he hits his jaw. Swinging with a serious face, he asks what's wrong with him, specifying that until he puts him behind bars, he will not calm down. Masterfully makes a sweep. At this time his ring shines green. Derek flies down, wondering what is happening now and whether this is really the goal for which they give 400 crowns. With a serious look, Stretch says that it is too early, specifying who allowed him to lie on the ground. Opens the potion and says that he is in this village. Pours red liquid on the victim, claiming that he dared to touch a person who should not be touched at all. Mortem notes that the owner is quite brave. Delicious pancakes and soup are on the table. A question sounds whether the hero heard what they say in the village. The bully wipes the glass and says that this morning Derek walked the streets like a bum, while specifying what the protagonist did yesterday. He stretches and explains that it's nothing special, he just warmed up a bit. Suddenly someone calls him. The old man waves his hand. They ask him what he finally fixed. He replies that he not only fixed it, but also improved it. In the box lies a luxurious sword. It is said that he made a wedge-shaped process on the end, and attached a wire to the inside, which the guy brought from the dungeon. Now the sword will hit harder, since it now has destructive power and without capsules. Stretch and his friend look at this. MC asks if this can really be called a sword. The other notices that it is different from those worn by swordsmen. Clyde scratches his head and explains that to use the capsules, a special gas is needed, and the gnomes who know how to handle it can be counted on the fingers, so in the village they managed to get only 4 pieces. The protagonist extends his hand and hears that he said that he will soon set off on a journey, so they made a table of ingredients for him and wrote an explanation, and now if you show it to a specialist, they can create new ones. Dalton smilingly declares that at the same time he will ask traders from other black markets, so there will be no problems with this. The old man notes that this weapon suits him perfectly. The protagonist standing with the blade thanks them both, noting that the sword will be very useful to him. Clyde with a serious look says that since he has a good weapon, he needs to call it something. There is no other like it in the world, so he needs to come up with a unique name. The guy thought about it. The voice from the ring tells him about the penetrator. He smirks. Looking at the blade, he declares that they will call him that. A tall castle stands in the middle of the blue sky. It is said that His Majesty has returned and it is necessary to open the gates. Knights on horses walk through the courtyard. The events take place in the Kingdom of Venetia in the castle of Brendan. The guy buttons his shirt. Gerald sits down on a chair. There is a knock on the door. With a displeased face he asks who came. Alfred, the king's second son, states that it is he. The other notes that they have not seen each other for a long time, but the guy asks to hold off on honors, asking if there are any successes. The interlocutor, closing his eyes, claims that everything was quite good. The guy in the monocle, smiling, notes that he does not think so. Gerald sits on a horse. They talk about an unauthorized departure from the northern front. Soldiers in armor go forward. They talk about the unauthorized exit of one company, an invasion of the dungeon of rank A without the permission of the king. Alfred, folding his fingers, declares that if his father finds out about this, he will not seem enough. Gerald, with annoyance lowering his head, hears the question of what happened to the artifact. His brother, standing opposite, says that when they get an audience with the king, there is no need to tell anything. He asks again. Alfred explains that he will come up with an alibi, because problems may arise if he continues to mumble incoherently. There is a bloody bag on the table. The brother advises the blonde to take it with him when he goes to the audience hall, and there is one more thing that should not be forgotten. Gerald goes inside. He is introduced as the king's third son and a loyal servant. Kneeling, he declares that he has come to an audience with His Majesty. The king notes that they have not seen each other for a long time. The ruler of Sinchero, sitting on the throne, says that he heard that his son has been very busy for the past 2 weeks. Alfred, standing nearby, tells the king that immediately after Gerald heard about the elves' uprising and the resistance of people in the southwest, he immediately rushed to suppress the rebellion, so there was no opportunity to report. So you cannot blame him for this. Henrietta, the assistant of the first prince, a general, asks again about the uprising, noting that even she hears about it for the first time, but at the same time she is the commander of the Western Front, clarifying why the prince from the northern border needs to suppress the uprising on the opposite side of the front. Servant Conrad stands next to them while Alfred states that it is simply a matter of efficiency, and his ward has a fortune-telling ball artifact. He holds a purple sphere in his hand, explaining that with its help they discovered the location of the uprising and passed this information on to Gerald, who arrived at the castle for a regular report. The ruins are smoking. It is said that they did not rebel for no reason. Their goal was to penetrate the A-rank dungeon to seize the artifacts. The prince bows while they talk about how if it were not for the immediate reaction, everything would have turned out differently. The girl in shock asks about the artifacts. The guy in the monocle calmly explains that this is the only reason he broke the rules, asking if they want to say that everything was in vain. The king, sitting surrounded by assistants, wonders how it ended. Gerald, guiltily lowering his head, explains that he lost an entire company with the exception of Lieutenant Ballstock, but he managed to destroy the artifact. The ruler asks about the destruction with a serious look. The prince, kneeling, declares that he was infected and he decided that it was better to destroy him, since he had fallen into the hands of the enemy. The brother in the monocle claims that he brought the head of their leader as proof of completing this mission. The blonde holds the head of the enemy in his hand. The lord on the throne claims that it is definitely an elf, noting that it is good that he returned safely, recommending that they return to their place and rest. The king's son gets up from his knees and obeys. Alfred thinks with a grin that there is one more thing that should not be forgotten. Gerald leaves with a dissatisfied face, while his brother thinks that he is now in his debt. A river with clear water flows in the middle of the forest. A voice from the ring says that it looks like some kind of frog legs. Cooked fish is cooling on a branch. The guy asks what other legs, because this one is very well fried. Stretch eats with pleasure, while Mortem says that he cannot shake the feeling that the further they go, the fewer traces of human presence, specifying maybe this is somehow connected with the destination. MC replies that it is because of the elves. Silhouettes of elves are visible in the middle of a dark forest. It is explained that not far from the southwest there is a forest in which the last and largest settlement is located. They cannot stand people and therefore try not to let strangers in. The green skull blazing says that at least you can use your abilities without publicity, and no one will notice. An excellent place for passing the dungeon. Lowering the flask into the water, the main character claims that he is too early to rejoice. Closing it, he says that there are rumors that the elves there are very dangerous. Someone is running along a forest path. A man with a mustache is frightened and realizes that he needs to run away, otherwise he will die if he is caught. Something quickly flies nearby. The hero deftly dodges a fast arrow. The elves are standing in the trees and watching the fallen guy. The long-haired hero lies in shock while enemies land near him. The elves frantically hold on to their weapons. They are ordered to stop. The elf in the hood declares that they will take him alive. Beautiful trees are visible. The action takes place in the southwestern forest of the Kingdom of Venezia, in a dark forest. The protagonist walks along it, thinking what is so mysterious about it. He can't find the road. Touching the tree trunks, he thinks that there is no data about this place. Even the search engine does not work. Walking along the forest path, he thinks that because of the thickets you can't see the sky, and the map is useless because you can't determine the direction of the world. It's not for nothing that it's called a dark forest. The surprised guy asks how it can be that the wanderer got lost. Mortem says that he found something to admire. The poor guy hangs tied up on a pole. The protagonist wonders if this is really a person. He pours water from a flask on him, demanding that he wake up. The protagonist tries to bring him to his senses, saying that he can't be left like this. A voice from the ring asks the owner to leave. He asks why. Monsters are formed from water. It is said that if Stretch wants to splash in the river with wild spirits, then they will not interfere. Frowning, the guy wonders if these corpses were going to save the poor guy. Limbs float in the water. The protagonist thinks that if he does not think of anything, then they will get to him. Squeezing his fist with the ring, the protagonist uses an explosion. A stream of air attacks the wild spirits. Water flies apart. The protagonist grabs the man and runs away. Bizarre water monsters appear again. Stretch holding the man says that since they are made of water, then an air attack is nothing to them. A green ring glows on his finger. He asks how they can do that. The system window says about the active arc skill, in which lightning strikes the target. With a low probability, the stunning effect is activated. The chain reaction spreads to a maximum of 5 enemies. Bright lightning rages around his hand. Electric discharges scatter water to the sides. The protagonist with the green palm looks ahead and uses curse eating. He sits next to an unconscious guy and says that he wandered into a deep thicket and they won't be able to find him there. Suddenly, the man wakes up and asks in shock what kind of place this is and if it's a pond. Asking if he was really saved, he notes that he is too excited. Stretch turns around and asks him to calm down first, and then tell what happened, asking why he was tied up. The frightened interlocutor asks not to tell him that he really doesn't know, because in the dark forest there are creatures that can't just pass by people. Sitting opposite him, the protagonist asks what these elves mean and why he then came to such a dangerous place. He was riding a cart with barrels, explaining that they were heading to the capital. It was necessary to deliver the goods on time and therefore there was nothing left but to go a shortcut through the dark forest. But on the way they came across elves. Stretch thinks about the limbs in the water and says that the torn-off body parts were once his companions. Covering his face with his palms, the interlocutor says that he just stood and watched all this when the elves tied him up, and they were dragged into the damn pond, and those who came to help were also killed. The protagonist with the green ring says that he will then take him to the road that will lead out of the forest, and then he will return to the village on his own. The joyful man exclaims that he will be grateful to him for this for the rest of his life. Closing his eyes, MC uses animal instinct. A small beam of light furrows through the darkness. The protagonist thinks that he felt something was wrong as soon as he entered the forest, and the further, the less often the sounds of animals are heard, but they are there, so the exit is where the sounds are louder. Opening his eyes, Stretch says that they need to move forward. He walks along the forest path and turns to Mr. Patterson. Standing on the edge of the cliff with him, he suggests following the road that will lead him further. He in turn thanks him for this. He looks at his companion who exclaims that he will finally be able to get out. Mortem wonders if the guy noticed this. The shocked man looks at the protagonist's sword and asks why he needs a weapon. Gritting his teeth, he loudly shouts what's the matter. The protagonist deftly cuts the arrow into pieces while the poor guy lies on the ground and covers himself with his hands. Frowning, he demands that he come out. The elf in the hood is silent. Suddenly, an enemy appears in front of the two heroes. The elf, surrounded by 2 comrades, demands that he give it to them. Stretch frowns and asks what will happen if he refuses this. The serious elves watch closely. The girl pulls the bowstring and declares that she is not going to repeat it twice. The protagonist holds a sword in front of him and says that apparently he was not understood, stating that there is no need to think that he is trying to be brave here, because if they want to fight, then let them stop talking and attack. Mortem, blazing with fire, says that if he were not there, he would not even resist. Stretch asks him to shut up. The elf in the hood stands in front of the warrior and asks what he should do, whether to kill. Lowering her eyes, she answers that talking will work better than violence. The surprised protagonist, holding the sword, asks again. The shocked comrades look at Elena, She says that they are not some kind of monsters who just harm others. She is tired of them being constantly misunderstood. The lady looks at them and asks them to behave quietly. She turns to the man. With a serious look, she asks if he knows why they demand that the man be handed over. Stretch, looking at her, says that he does not know, offering her to explain. Patterson holds his shoulder and asks if he is really going to listen to the elves' nonsense. They ask him not to interrupt. Elena calmly explains that before she starts talking, she would like to hear what he told him. Laughter sounds throughout the forest, while calling it nonsense. The man holds on to the protagonist in horror. They ask if such a story was really made up. The lady goes forward, offering them to follow her, because she will show the man something interesting. Elena leads them to the barrels. The protagonist looks at this in surprise. The elf is standing nearby and declares that this is the same cart, clarifying whether he is not embarrassed by anything. The guy replies that this is a completely different direction. The protagonist examines the place where the cart fell and claims that if they were trying to hide in the dark forest from the attack, the tracks would lead into the depths, but these are directed outward. The lady with a serious look says that this is the first. The man in horror hears that there is something else. The girl goes down and says that she was there recently. The protagonist sees her near the water and says that if she goes down, she replies that this is their territory. Surprised Stretch hears that there will be no problems. A human corpse is seen. Elena says that this is the second one, asking if Patterson really called them his companions. The girl with red marks on her face says that all the people who were in this forest had the same labels. If he knows, then let him say what it means. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, claims that he was cleverly deceived. He holds the hand of the scoundrel with the bracelet, saying that he has no excuse since this is the sign of a slave trader. He asks with a crazy look what's wrong with that, because that man believed the pointy-eared ones back then, and didn't stand up for him. Stretch hits him hard in the face. With a serious look, he suggests that he better shut up. Clenching his fist, he says that since he's so smart, there was no need to hide the truth. What's the point of doing something you're ashamed of yourself for? The man with the knocked-out tooth is shocked to hear the question that he's still babbling about not standing up for him. Elena stands behind and wonders what he'll do and what he'll say now. The hero clenches his fist. The girl looks at him. The man gets up in a rage. Suddenly starts running away. An arrow pierces his chest after he says, "I myself." The lady pulls the bowstring, aiming at him. He falls down and screams in pain. The protagonist looks at her and thinks that she's cleverly hit a moving target. The villain begs him to forgive her. Stretch realizes that he hit her in the most painful place. He raises his hands in fear and screams that if she spares him, he promises to never catch her eye again, assuring her that he will improve. The protagonist closes his eyes and hears that they are asking the wanderer to save him, because they are just people and he will do whatever they ask. Elena aims her bow straight at Patterson's head while he begs her to save him. The arrow dips into the water. The girl wipes it with a rag, saying that this is unexpected because they are still the same race, and she thought that he would at least try to protect him. The protagonist with a serious face declares that he is one of those who cannot restrain his anger, so blocking his attack would be pretense or stupidity. Suddenly, the elf points her bow at him and asks what he means. Does he understand why she should destroy everyone who comes to them? He replies that he also knows that the people of Venezia consider them very dangerous. The girl releases the bowstring. The protagonist sees an arrow in front of him and says that he did not come here to count crows and is not going to wait for a knife in the back. He clenches his fist. The arrow lies to the side. The girl lands in shock, wondering what it was, because the guy did not even move. Elena looks at him in amazement. The protagonist with the green ring looks at her. She wonders if he is a magician, because you can't tell by looking at him. The system windows say about the active skills of recovery and crosswind, in which it pushes away from the body and neutralizes the trajectory of the projectile. The elf frowns and thinks that this ring is a magic item. The lady stands near her comrades and orders them in her language. Two fighters break away. They pull the bowstring. The system says about the skill of explosive shot of the 5th level, in which if you fight against 2 or more opponents, the fire hits one target and adds efficiency to the projectile. The protagonist with a serious face clenches his fist, seeing arrows in front of him. Closing his eyes, he begins to use crosswind. They go off course. The archers are shocked to see this. Stretch calmly asks that if they were counting on such an outcome anyway, then why did they devote him to the details? The girl shoots again, saying that she wanted to show that they do not kill anyone without reason. The protagonist takes up the sword. The voice from the ring asks not to waste magic power, because even if the limit has increased, he can already use 125 out of 150. He replies that he knows without it. The protagonist holds a fighting stance with a blade, thinking that it is easy to block because he always aims at the head. The elf stands opposite with a bow. The guy thinks that it is also stupid to defend herself all the time, and she will at least lose an arm or a leg if he attacks. Mortem says that there will be no wet spot left of her. MC absorbs green energy with the ring, using an explosion. Everything in front of him flies apart. The guy uses an air blast. The voice from the ring calls him a strong guy. The archer is frightened to see his partner being attacked. He screams in horror in Elvish. Suddenly Stretch appears and swings his leg, hits him right in the jaw. Elena sees their fight and understands that with an ordinary magic item you can't use several types at once. Frowning, she asks about the fact that the ring can be an artifact. The protagonist with the green ring replies that he got it himself. The elf opens her eyes in shock. The protagonist deftly dodges 2 arrows that stick into the ground. The girl pulls the arrows in anger and speaks in her own language. The worried guy looks at the skull and asks what she is muttering there. He replies that it would be a sin not to throw a curse at such a face. Suddenly he takes off. The girl ends up behind Stretch, using a bow. Gritting her teeth, she sees this. The arrow leaves a mark in the air. It is stuck right into the chest of the protagonist, who asks why him. The protagonist is kneeling opposite his rival. He frowns in pain as blood flows out of his wound. The system says it is recovering. The elf is shocked to see this and thinks about this skill. The wound glows green and gradually heals. The lady releases another arrow. The protagonist tries to close himself off from them, but they pierce his body, realizing that she is looking down on him. Stretch looks at her with a serious expression. Pulling out the arrow, he realizes that he thought he could resist them. Elena notes that this is a very useful skill. The protagonist absorbs energy into the ring, realizing that even if he aims and shoots, he still risks missing. He uses an air blast. The girl is shocked to see this. He shoots from a bow. MC dodges while a voice from the ring asks how this is even possible. He looks at the arrow in surprise and thinks that it interfered with his attack. The green skull explains that the air blast skill is a magical power that forms a projectile, and if you hit an unformed projectile, then with the help of the magical power dispersion skill you can destroy it. But only theoretically. The guy is going to attack again. While Mortem says that the core looks like dust and has no color, it is almost impossible to understand the situation in 2 seconds with one movement, shoot and hit. The lady aims at him. He understands that she is not so simple. Stretch holds a sword in front of him, declaring that he does not think so. He swings the blade at his opponent. The girl skillfully jumps back from the blow. The hero holds the hilt of the sword. An explosion occurs in front of him. The elf looks closely and realizes that he has an unusual weapon. She did not think that he still had something left. Suddenly, the main character rushes towards her. Elena aims her bow and shoots again. The guy dodges the arrow, using the crosswind. The elf frowns and thinks that the enemy has changed his trajectory with the help of the wind. Then she will cut off his head, getting closer. Stretch swings his fist with a ring. A green skull burns on his finger. The lady pulls the bowstring, thinking that at such a distance she will repel his skill as soon as he shoots his ring. Mortem is burning with fire. The warrior is going to aim for the head. With a serious look, she understands that she needs to act now. In shock, she sees the enemy's fist flying in front of her. Dexterously jumps away from his attack. The main character grins, realizing that no matter how maneuverable the elves are, he rushes at his rival, thinking that they are not able to move in the air. He grabs her clothes. He pulls her up, saying that even overly developed feelings. Frowning, he looks at the elf, realizing that they can become a problem. The protagonist is sitting near a girl who is trying to come to her senses. He says that for the first time since fencing lessons he meets such a strong opponent. The elf is shocked and asks what is going on. The protagonist looks at her in surprise. She is tied up with her comrades, wondering why he came to this forest, whether he was going to kill his own kind. He replies that he did not come for the sake of the elves. He did not even think of fighting anyone. Stretch looks at her with a serious face and says that she will pay for wanting to deal with him. The rival sadly hears that she needs to get ready. Food and gold are dumped out of the bags. The protagonist is sitting next to this and says that he treated them kindly. At first he thought that he would not get out of this battle alive. Elena says while in surprise, he asks why she is so surprised. The protagonist sits near the map and warns that he only needs a dungeon in this forest, realizing that now he will not lose his way. He puts it in his bag and says that he will lend it to him for a while, and if they meet again, he will return it. The girl clenches her teeth and asks him to wait. The guy walks away and says that he has already left. The elf begs him to wait. Stretch looks at the map in surprise and says here's the thing. He sees an entrance in the tree in front of him, saying that without the map he wounds so many circles and did not think that the entrance would be there. Mortem says that it is strange to hear this from a person who wanders and makes a living from this. Entering inside, he says that if this were a simple dungeon, then because of the magic, the tree would not have grown in this place. He looks away in surprise and says how unusual this is. Standing among the roots, the voice from the ring asks why he is so surprised. He replies that it is the first time he sees a plant grow right in the dungeon. He puts his hand on the wall, forming blue signs, uses pathfinding. The system says a warning. His qualifications are not enough to use the skill. He understands that as he thought. He has no experience in exploring such dungeons, so his skill will not work here. He takes up the sword and thinks about what if so, while using animal instinct. He closes his eyes, waves form near his ear. Everything around is illuminated. Mortem says that he is looking for a path by the echoes of the sword strike, something like sound visualization. The skull, blazing with green fire, asks when he started walking through the dungeons. He replies that since he was 12. The protagonist leads his blade, declaring that if he wants to do what he loves and not die of hunger, then he needs to be selective. Stretch walks through the cave, stating that they have already descended so deep Something should have appeared by now, but it is suspiciously quiet. Passing by the roots, he says that they would have definitely heard the heartbeat of the monster if it were there. Mortem flying behind says that the problem is always in the language of people. He agrees. In front of them appears a monster grown into the roots. The skull asks who said that excess is also a problem. The discouraged guy wonders if it is a monster. A green skull twisted nearby talks about the root of Legos. Amazed Stretch wonders what it means that all the roots nearby perceive him as an enemy. The voice from the ring advises not to touch them. The protagonist with the sword deftly moves forward, realizing that there are only plants around. There is no heart in them, so it is problematic to detect an enemy. But he is one of the few who hunted exactly such creatures. The roots move towards him. The protagonist deftly dodges. They stick into the ground. The guy looks at them. The protagonist frowns, realizing that there are quite a lot of them. Stretch deftly cuts them with his sword. They fly to him again, while MC is sure that their level is SOSO. Roots entangle his body. Mortem suggests that now is not the time to engage in empty chatter. Small branches pierce his body. He asks what it is. The voice from the ring says that he warned him not to touch them. Frightened Stretch screams that he will lecture him later, because they really suck his blood. Tree roots lift MC above the ground. He realizes that he just wanted to know that the monster sucks blood from living creatures with them, and due to this it grows. They squeeze his neck. He understands that they are getting closer. Gritting his teeth, he begins to use crosswind. Whirlwinds of air hover around his hand. Dexterously frees himself from these bonds. The voice from the ring is surprised. The protagonist looks at his wounded hand. Mortem declares that this skill is not intended for this. A little more and the beef would have been dried. Holds his forearm and asks what he is calling him, saying that he will improve the moment, and when he is distracted and hits. Moves his hand with the ring and says that now they will try something more serious. A fireball forms in his palm. He says that the tree will definitely not stand up to this. The system talks about the fireball skill, which launches a spherical fire projectile that sets everything on fire in its path, allows you to accumulate energy and shoot harder. Stretch releases fire from his hand. He sees this in shock and says that no matter what anyone says, the fire burned a path for him among the roots. He claims that the effect is simply amazing. The voice from the ring advises to absorb all the magical power. The guy with a grin says that now he will eat him. An explosion occurs inside the tree. Dust flies out. The protagonist jumps up in fear, lands and looking back says that it is clean there. The notification says that the artifact's magical powers have increased to 250. It gets 2 new skills including an active one, reactive skin. The protagonist sees this and says that now it would be necessary to sort out the abilities. The system says about the absorbed artifact and the amount of stored magical power in 4564. The window says about closed abilities. The protagonist asks what he lacks magical power. Someone lands behind him, while he declares that nothing can be done. A quick blow occurs. The frightened guy holds the sword to the elf's neck and asks what he needs. Elena with a serious face says that she did not come to fight. Stretch puts away the sword and says that he almost hit her, clarifying why she came. Because of the map, because he said that he would return it when he finished his business. Kneeling down, the girl says that it is not because of this, while asking to return only one thing. The protagonist looks at her in shock and asks which one. She declares about the medallion. The protagonist holds it and clarifies if this is what the conversation was about. The happy elf agrees. Suddenly someone calls the mistress. Her companions surround her saying that she is lucky to be alive, because they asked her not to go alone. Stretch holds the attribute with a displeased face. The archer gets hit before he can ask where he got it from. Another elf gets hit in the stomach. Elena stands in front of them. They say her name. The surprised girl looks. The protagonist sees this in amazement. Mortem, blazing with fire, declares that finally. The protagonist covers his face with his hand while the elf kneels again, begging him to return it, claiming that she will do whatever he wants. The protagonist, crossing his arms, asks what she is even thinking when she says such a thing. How does she know what he will order to do? Because he may turn out to be a villain. The girl sadly states that since he expressed himself like that, she doubts that he can be called bad. In the memories, the elf stands in front of the man. She explains that the guy left him alive after he found out that he did evil, and most likely he is far from a scoundrel. The protagonist holds the medallion and says that let's say so, specifying what kind of object it is and whether it is really so important. With a serious look, he says that if she does not want to, then let her not say, because if he needs it so much, he will return it. Pointing his finger, he says that he has only one condition. The girl, closing her eyes, asks to say, because she promised to do anything. The protagonist calmly declares that he is going to destroy all the dungeons in this forest. The discouraged elf asks again. He looks closely and asks to help him, and when they reach the end, he will return the medallion. The purple attribute hangs on a chain. She agrees. The protagonist with a serious face asks to help avoid meeting the elves while he is looking for dungeons, and if they do get in the way, then he will have to cover. She can say whatever comes to mind, that he is a slave or accompanies a criminal. The shocked elf hears that she just needs to help avoid collisions with elves that may be encountered along the way. There is a paper in the person's hand. She agrees. Inside there is an inscription that she will be gone for several days. If the elder asks, Then Elena went on reconnaissance. The little elf looks at the trees. It is said that the forest has been her home since birth. They stroke her head. She thinks about her grandmother who raised her, told her many different stories, including about people. People with a grin are shown near gold. It is said that, according to her, they are greedy for other people's goods, ready to commit any crime for their own benefit. In reality, among all who came to the forest, there was not a single selfless person. The girl with red marks realizes that this guy is the first. She walks with a lamp behind the hero, thinking about who, in addition to evil deeds, showed their good sides. The frightened guy thinks about the fact that he has difficulty breathing. Mortem says that two warring races have forcibly united into a team. It is somehow strange that they are trying to play at friendship. With a grin, turning around, he apologizes for forcing her to go with him. She replies that she does not know whether he is good or bad, but she would definitely not call him good. The girl looks at him and asks why he wants to conquer dungeons. If it is all about items and artifacts, then why did he choose this particular forest? The protagonist scratches his head while he is told that there are many other dungeons outside the territory of the elves. The guy takes his face and says that it takes a long time to explain. Maybe he could tell someone else. The elf holds a lamp in her hand, declaring that she understands. The events take place 4 days later. The protagonist goes down on a rope, saying that it is not difficult to get there, although the passage is located deep. It was hidden so that all sorts of scoundrels do not stick their noses. The abyss is too deep. Holding the rope, he declares that there are all kinds of dungeons. Suddenly turns his head and notices something. Descending, he sees insects in front of him. Holding the blade, he realizes that insect monsters are easy to defeat. He pierces the monster's body, thinking that it is enough to simply break their joints. He fights the monster, asking if everything is okay. The elf with a serious face asks him to be careful. A giant ant appears in front of her. It roars furiously, opening its mouth. Elena deftly jumps from the blows of the claws. She runs her sickle over the enemy, cuts the mutant's body, bouncing off it, looks at something in surprise. A giant monster growls at her. She realizes that another enemy has appeared. The protagonist kicks the enemy. The huge insect clenches its fangs in pain. In rage, it opens its mouth and screams. Several more of its kind crawl out of the darkness. Stretch, gritting his teeth, asks the elf to stay behind. The monster clicks its teeth. The protagonist generates a fireball in his hand. The voice from the ring wishes them all to burn. Releases flames at the enemies. The insect screams in severe pain. They are swept away by fire. Shocked Elena sees this and notes that, apparently, the attacks when he fought her were still funny. The protagonist, holding his hand, notices an unusual smell. Everything around is on fire. The girl asks how many skills can be used with this one artifact. He answers that at least 10. The insects' bodies burn out. The elf asks what the point of them dying is, saying that they throw themselves into the fire so that it doesn't spread deeper into the dungeon. Stretch swings his leg and claims that if monsters go for that. The girl stands behind and says that the dungeon is called Small Bing. Mostly insects live, in particular ants, and most of them have strong armor. MC replies that it is noticeable. The protagonist puts out his hand with a ring. Using Curse Devouring, she asks that all artifacts basically have such properties. Turning around, he says that perhaps she will not believe it, clarifying whether it really looks so strange that she cannot take her eyes off it. The elf sadly states that magic control is different from energy control. Opposite his hand is a green clot. She explains that it extracts a deeper essence. Clenching his fist, he says that this artifact is a monster capable of manifesting magic. Besides, it is a dead man, that is, it cannot harm a person. The blonde with red marks is silent, then repeats that he cannot harm. Elena goes further and calls him with her. Mortem asks what the guy thinks about the same thing as she. He answers that it is not the case. Stretch goes into the darkness, clarifying that it is too late to ask but can she be trusted. The voice from the ring asks if he has a choice. The guys are at a crossroads. The girl says that they have already gone deep and that is why even the elves do not poke their noses into this dungeon again. He asks to wait a minute, he will clean it out. The guy runs his blade, using animal instinct. Sound waves return to his ear. He opens his eyes in shock, not understanding what is happening. A horde of insects comes out of the darkness. MC thinks why there are so many of them. A diagram of the dungeon labyrinths is shown. The main character thinks about what he will try to determine by the sounds. But there is a complex structure that he encounters for the first time and apparently all the passages are jammed to capacity. He hears everything with his instinct, realizing that he feels too much movement. They prevent him from accurately constructing a diagram. The elf stands behind and says that this is a complex dungeon that no one has yet managed to complete. It is impossible to track down the guard using conventional means. They turn around in shock. Elena asks him to hide. She grabs his neck while he assures that there is nowhere to hide. Squeezes his throat, demanding that he not breathe and behave quietly. The insect's claws knock on the ground. A giant insect stands in front of them. The guy asks if they really can't see them. The system says to use the cloak skill of level 5, when everything merges with nearby objects and hides from the enemy's sight. A green skull glows nearby, saying that such a simple way can be tracked, and it seems they saw ashes and went out to check whether it is worth moving their dolls. The guy asks again. The ant with eggs goes further. Mortem says that the caterpillars appear from the ant queen, and if this cave is a dungeon, then it is the queen that will be in the most guarded place, and those who are near her are the guards. The protagonist, turning around, says that his head is working again, specifying that the voice from the ring offers him to find the location of the queen with the help of ants that are moving eggs. The flaming skull replies that if he understands, then let him use it immediately after the ants appear. The cave is visible. The guys are sitting opposite each other. The girl says that the idea is good, but this dungeon did not appear yesterday, and it is unlikely that anyone has tried to do this before. If this method works, the elves would have cleared it out long ago. Mortem, hovering near the owner, says that the narrow passages leading to the guard are clogged with ants, and how can a dozen elves cope with them? With a serious look, he assures that he has thoughts on this matter. You just need to act, and that's it. There is an explosion in the middle of the cave. The protagonist calmly uses a fireball. Opposite him, there is another explosion. He uses a camouflage cloak. The guys take cover under it. MC asks if this is the method Mortem was talking about. He replies that it is still far and they need to go forward. Stretch holds the blade near his face. He cuts the ant into pieces. The elf takes aim with her bow. Arrows pierce the limbs of the insect. Fire rages near them. The bodies of the insects burn. The protagonist watches this closely. Using magic, he burns the enemies, while his partner fights the ant. MC looks at his ring and says that there are too many of them, realizing that with the help of the girl's skill to create a commotion, and then look for a quieter place. What kind of method is this? The protagonist again uses animal instinct. Mortem asks what he is unhappy with. Looking into the cave, he thinks that he seems to feel something nearby, like someone's admiration. The protagonist stands next to the girl and says that they have almost reached the end. There is very little left. Suddenly asks what it is. Elena holds a bracelet in her hand that emits dark energy. She drops it abruptly, feeling pain. The item lies on the ground. She explains that it was made by the hands of elves. Most likely these things belong to those who died in this dungeon, and then their bodies were eaten by larvae. But even if she picks them up, she still cannot give them to the families of the deceased. Mortem hovers near the owner saying that if no one needs it, then you can take it for yourself. They will be useful for the aura of curses. Closing his eyes, Stretch thinks that cursed items are needed for such a strong skill. But will an elf allow a person to take their items? Standing opposite the lady, he asks if he can take it for himself, since no one needs it. The elf, perplexed, asks if he is in his right mind, because these are cursed objects, and if you are unlucky, you can die. The protagonist, smiling, replies that he is guarded by an artifact, so there is no need to worry. She states that she does not know what exactly he is up to. The girl stands behind and says that if there are no problems, then let him do what he wants. The voice from the ring exclaims that these trinkets will be very useful to them. Stretch puts on the bracelet with a grin, suggesting that they move on. The surprised guys go forward. He asks that the monster in the middle is probably the guardian. A giant purple ant stands in the middle of its relatives. It growls angrily at them. The warrior pulls the bowstring, asking that they probably shouldn't hesitate. The arrows hit the ant's shell. It growls loudly. The shocked heroes stand surrounded by eggs. They turn around in amazement. The protagonist lands near them. The guys look at what is happening with serious faces. Claws hatch from the eggs. He exclaims that it really does look very disgusting. The elf turns around in amazement, declaring that another whole flock is approaching. The eyes of the ants are visible in the darkness. Gritting his teeth, the hero realizes that they are surrounded on all sides. Splashing tongues of flame at the enemies, he realizes that he needs to stop talking and finish off the queen already. He burns the guard and his comrades. Frowning, Stretch thinks about how they have already grown up and are now guarding the queen. The protagonist stands among the mutants. Mortem laughs and asks if the owner knows what they can do. He thinks about solving all the problems, then casts an aura of curses. The guy gritted his teeth, thinking about the ants in front, as well as on all sides. A fireball burst out of his hand when he decided to finish off their queen, but another ant appeared in front of her. Frowning, the hero was surprised that they had already managed to raise the one who was now guarding the queen. The elf looked at him, saying that she could deal with those behind her. Stretch put his hand forward, saying that this was not necessary, and asked to step aside. Several stones fell from the ceiling when using an air blast. The stones fell, and he said that they dealt with the soldier ants. The guy took a few steps. Many ants stood in front of him. Stretch smiled, telling them that he would sacrifice them for a new ability. The sword was surrounded by a purple glow. It was one of the cursed items. This is equipment that lies in an abandoned dungeon for a long time and is exposed to cursed energy. Imagining a person taking this sword, the guy noted that such an item ultimately harms its users, for example, by reducing physical capabilities and creating an anomaly, so no one except researchers touch them. Clenching his fists, Stretch thought about the power of the Mortem artifact suppressing cursed items. They can be safely carried with you. Imagining green energy, he noted that the aura curse skill cancels this suppression, which hangs debuffs on enemies nearby. Standing in front of the ants, he decided that this was indeed an ambiguous situation. Elena looked at him questioningly, hearing that she should stand behind and not interfere. In his palm lay several items. The hero clenched his fist. Aura curse spread around him. This power overtook the ants. They began to tremble, feeling it. The monsters fell to the ground. The hero breathed heavily, surprised by the power it had unleashed, and wondered if he had done it right. Mortem glowed brightly, saying that that was how the curse aura worked, and the elf could do the rest. The girl looked up, confused. Still breathing heavily, Stretch told her to finish the queen, as he couldn't hold her back for long. Elena pulled back her bowstring, saying that this was the price they paid for eating her brethren. The arrows shot forward. They pierced through an ant. The others took notice. The monsters pounced on them. The boy grabbed the elf, telling her to cover her ears and stand still. Lightning spread around them as he used electric arc. Smiling, he also used Curse Devour. Adjusting her quiver, Elena said that it was the first time she saw such a reckless and at the same time strange person like him. He looked at his hand, answering that he could not say anything in his defense. Mortem glowed brightly. Messages appeared on his finger that the limit of the artifact's magical powers had increased, and the level of the Curse Eater skill had also increased. Taking the scroll in his hand, Stretch noted that the second dungeon had been cleared, and used escape. The two of them walked through the forest. 3 days later he asked that the last dungeon was called Red Tree. His companion answered that it was, and that it was the oldest and most brutal dungeon in the forest. Stretch looked at Mortem, saying that he had become much stronger than he was in Small Bing. Well, the fact called him a chatterbox. Turning around, Elena asked to listen to the end and explained that the danger was posed by elves. Following her, he heard that the Red Tree dungeon was not far from where the elves lived, and it would be difficult to pass by them without being noticed, as they had done so far. Now he must listen to her and do as she said. The girl stopped him with a gesture, and he asked what happened. The elf pointed to a track on the ground, saying that it was old. Asking if he knew who left it, the hero assumed that it was a deer. Elena knelt down, saying that although it looked like him, it was in its own way, like the boots of the striders. Several such tracks were visible ahead. She said that in the dark forest there are elf scouts, among whom only the most elite can receive a special position, and thanks to the divine skill they have no equal in pursuit, and even the shadows, many who know about them, tremble with fear. Looking at his companion, Stretch replied that he had never even heard such a word, although if they were such outstanding people, then they should know. Frowning, Elena said that these guys do not leave alive those who knew about their existence. The hero visibly tensed up. The elf looked around, saying that if they attacked openly, the guy could gain the upper hand, but if they sneaked up from behind, when you least expect it, they would send you to your forefathers before you could figure out where they attacked from, and if he understood everything, then you need to hit the road faster. A little later she stopped again, and he asked what this time? Raising her head, Elena noticed that she did not hear the sounds of animals. Looking away, the hero did not understand what was strange about this, because the animals in the dark forest are quiet by themselves, and use the animal instinct. Instinct spread around in circles, and he thought that he didn't feel anything around him at all. Elena frowned slightly, realizing that someone was hunting them, but she would try to determine the location, thinking that they were being hunted openly, but they weren't trying to get closer. The elf closed her eyes. A message about the active skill Detect Hostility appeared. Suddenly, she opened them wide in surprise, realizing that it wasn't hostility. Feeling the aura around Stretch, the girl realized that it was killing intent. Elena opened her mouth wide, wanting to warn of danger. Stretch was injured at that moment. He looked at his wound with fear. Then he fell to the ground. The two were watching them. The elf turned to him, calling his name. An arrow landed next to her, and she heard someone's greeting. The two elves approached, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Frowning, Elena, calling one of them Jester, asked what he was up to. Another elf, looking at her intently, replied that she was in no position to ask questions. The elf added that she should relax. But Elena pursed her lips, hearing the question of how she dared to bring a man into their territory. Ida prepared an arrow, calling her fearless. But she was surprised by what she saw. Elena covered the hero with her body when she clarified whether she understood what she was doing now, and answered that they did not know. Looking into the eyes of the interlocutor, she said that this man simply needed to get to the Red Tree, and there was a task that they must complete together. Jester took the amulet in his hand, saying that perhaps this was so, but that perhaps the keeper was robbed of her relic, and also threatened, noting that this man was not simple. Elena turned to him in surprise when he said that she too was once a strider. Ida bowed her head and said that they would hear her justification for the relic at the meeting. The elves in the settlement looked at them in surprise. Jester carried Stretch on his shoulder, telling the elf to smile since she had returned after so long, but she only told him to be quiet. Looking at the human, he asked who it was since he had lost a lot of blood but was still not dead. Elena turned around, saying that if he knew how valuable the man was, he would not treat him like that. Jester became visibly angry, suggesting that she talk to her grandmother, the elder, like that. Ida told them to be quiet, since she was already here. The blonde elf folded her arms, saying that they had worked hard. All three bowed to her, and noticing Elena, she said that they had not seen each other for a long time. She silently closed her eyes. Seeing the man on the ground, the elder asked who he was. Jester, looking at him, replied that it was not enough for him to steal the keeper's relic, but he also dared to threaten her, and they caught him near the village, so it was necessary to determine his identity. Bellanora looked at the man, clarifying that he was not dead yet. The elf saw a wound on his body, answering that they themselves did not know, because the torn flesh had healed, and he had lost a lot of blood, so usually a man would have died from shock long ago. But his heart was still beating. Leaving, the elder told them to stop the bleeding and put him in the dungeon. They would discuss the punishment later, and also for Elena to follow her. Looking down, the elf replied that she obeyed her. Many candles illuminated the room. Elena followed the elder, hearing that the Red Tree dungeon had reached a level where it was difficult to contain, and they were already at the limit of their capabilities. She inquired about how much it had grown. Imagining the elf being grabbed by the monster, Bellanora replied that the spirit would soon go beyond the boundaries of the dungeon, and just a few days ago, several villagers were kidnapped by the dungeon. Remembering the red roots of the tree, she said that it was more like a living creature that seeks to expand its territory at every opportunity, and they are no longer able to suppress this aggressive nature with the help of soldiers. They have less and less time to protect the village. Closing her eyes, the elder said that despite such a difficult situation, Elena not only allowed the man to take the relic, but also became his guide. She lowered her head guiltily, hearing that the interlocutor and other elders were not going to close their eyes to what happened and leave this matter unpunished, so another elder would also give her consent. Stretch lay on the ground, hearing a voice that he should get up. The guy raised his hand to his head. Looking around, he saw the stands, hearing cries of "kill him," arranging a bloody trial. Mortem appeared next to him, saying that he could heal, but he was not able to wake him up, and that the guy should listen carefully, and he would briefly explain everything. The artifact remembered his injury, saying that an arrow from the elves hit him, and he was about to leave for another world, but he managed to save him, and he lay unconscious for 3 days. The hero sat in the middle of the arena, hearing that he was now in a place that served as both a courtroom and a public execution site, where he was being tried. Bellanora lowered her head, telling everyone to be quiet, and noted that after they entered the dark forest, the relic was stolen from the keeper Elena. Stretch looked up, hearing the question of whether this was true, and wondered what had happened to his companion. He noticed her lowered head, thinking that she was being treated the same way as him, perhaps because she was also an elf. Mortem said that if he knew the whole situation, he would not feel that way. Looking serious, the boy thought about the relic and replied that it was. Indignant voices were heard around him. He frowned, surprised that this was important not only to Elena. Looking at him, the elder said that after that, he used the relic as an excuse and threatened Elena so that she would lead him through the dark forest and ask if it was true. Looking down, the hero answered that it was. The elder looked at him intently, asking for what purpose he entered the dark forest and did this, and did he really want to enslave his brothers, to which he answered that it was not so. Looking at her again, Stretch explained that his goal was to destroy all the dungeons that were in the forest. Ida and Jester looked at him in surprise. Elena closed her eyes. Frowning slightly, Bellanora said that in that case, he should report the number of troops that participated in the search for the dungeon artifacts, and their current location. The guy was completely confused, listening to him tell the expedition's supply plans and the level of military forces. Frowning, he and Mortem asked in surprise where all this came from. The elder looked at him with incomprehension, hearing that all people are the same, and turned to Jester. He went down. He smiled, saying that lying also needs to be done depending on the situation. His eyes turned white. Stretch tried to raise his hands, hearing that elves do not do that. He struck him, adding that people must be treated according to their rules, and only in this way can the truth be achieved, if, of course, he can stand firm to the end. The guy put his hand on the place of the blow. The elder watched what was happening. Looking at Elena, she decided that now she would begin interrogating her accomplice, and also listen to her version, asking why she did not ask for help when the relic was taken from her. Seeing the elf strike again, she also wondered why the girl followed this man without question. Elena lowered her head and thought that if it became known that the relic was taken from the keeper, then her entire tribe would be held accountable for what happened, and said that she thought that his goal of destroying all the dungeons would help the elves. Remembering how the hero fought, she said that she did not know whether he was bluffing or not, but that he managed to defeat Dry Roots and Small Bing was true. Then Bellanora turned to her, saying that they all knew very well that in order to destroy a dungeon, one must have at least military-level training. Seeing how Jester beat the man, she said that if Elena was telling the truth, then she probably followed him everywhere, which means she can tell about the troops and supplies he prepared. A gleam appeared in the hero's eyes. The elf frowned and replied that he had no troops or supplies and they did everything together. The elder looked down, replying that she couldn't understand what had happened to her, and why she was covering for this man. Elena spread her hands, noting that she had no reason to cover for him and was simply telling it like it was. Something caught her attention. Ida was looking down, addressing the elder. The elves watching were shocked. Stretch was surrounded by a green glow as a message appeared that the passive skill reactive skin had been activated, and he asked everyone if they wanted him to show the human method. The boy smiled ominously, saying that they could try fighting for 2 days nonstop and he would see who would break faster. Jester was flexing his arm, surprised by these words. Elena stood behind Bellanora, recalling the elder's words about this being the limit, calling a human away to solve the problem. The hero moved his leg to the side when she said that she brought someone who could absorb the monster and the fighting spirit of the dungeon. He looked at Mortem, who told him that no matter what skills the elves had, the guy was taking too many hits, although he could have used an explosion in the air a long time ago and finished the fight with less magic. Looking forward, the guy replied that if he were to cause trouble here, it would cause trouble for everyone. Bellinora looked at Elena, asking if she knew what she was talking about, because the fact that he could use magic sounded like she had brewed tea and was now asking him to separate it from the water, and was now saying something that was against the laws of this world. Ida, who had been watching everything, suggested releasing the monster. The elves in cloaks looked at each other. Elena turned around, hearing that if she was telling the truth, they could check her words right there, and asked how she liked that idea, to which she replied that it was great. Jester raised his hands, calling on the hero to calm down, because he surrendered. The elf untied his hands and, hearing the question about a new test, answered that he was leaving. Stretch rubbed his hand, hearing something. The gates began to open. An armored bear appeared in front of him. Saliva flowed from the beast's mouth. The guy thought that he had never heard that someone managed to tame it, wondering how the elves managed to do it. The elder was visibly worried, asking if this was too much, to which Ida replied that if Elena was telling the truth, then, on the contrary, it would not be enough. Frowning, Bellinora told the man to demonstrate his abilities. He looked at his hand, answering that they all wanted to make him fight, but was surprised that they released such a monster and did not give him any weapons. Looking at his fingers, he asked the artifact how it spoke, because it was not on his hand, assuming that the elves took it too. Mortem appeared and replied that he hid to avoid being seen by others and offered to come up with a strategy. A fireball appeared in his palm as he replied that the best method of fighting an armored bear was to run away. That's what he was taught. The ball rushed forward. The beast raised its paw, dodging the attack. Seeing how angry it was, the guy thought that he was worth his name, and the artifact was glad that he understood this. Then Stretch clenched his fist. A stream of air rushed forward when he used his blast. The bear gritted his teeth, watching it approach. He felt this stream. The beast rested its paws on the ground. The elves covered their faces with their hands, not understanding what the guy fired. The bear shook its head. Stretch looked in shock, seeing how he withstood it. The bear raised its paw above its head. He delivered a powerful blow. The hero managed to dodge, jumping up. Lightning appeared near his hand. These lightnings struck the bear when using the arc. Ida and Jester watched closely. The girl asked what was happening and whether the guy gave him magic items. The elf replied that everything he had was taken from him. There were many wounds on the beast's body. Bellinora was noticeably nervous. Elena smiled, seeing this. Lightnings were still running through the beast's body. Stretch landed on the ground, hearing from Mortem that he had spent almost everything on healing and his magic power was running out, so if he continued to spend it like this, it could end badly. To which he replied that he knew and that it seemed that lightning was affecting the enemy. He rushed forward, saying that if this was so, he could destroy him. The bear raised its paw at him, but the hero managed to get behind it. Streams of wind remained from his jump. The guy found himself above the beast. He put his hand forward, using a fireball. The ball hit the bear. He opened his mouth wide and growled. Stretch grabbed his tongue. The hero began to pull it. Smiling widely, the guy decided to see how healthy he was from the inside and used an arc. Then he put his hand towards him, using Curse Devour. Ida and Jester were shocked, saying that this could not be. The watching elves opened their mouths in surprise. The hooded elf looked confused, calling the hero a monster, and saying that he violated all the laws of the natural world. Frowning, Bellinora told him to stop talking nonsense. Stretch raised his hand when she said that they had no choice, and if they missed their chance again, there might not be a second try. The elder covered her face with her hand, apologizing for not believing Elena. She looked at her, asking what she was going to do now. Looking down, the elf answered that the only thing left to do was to trust him. The hero looked up when he heard the question about his name and said it. Bellinora looked at him seriously, saying that he risked his life to fulfill their request and prove that he had the ability. And so she wondered why he took the relic from Elena? Frowning, the boy replied that he didn't even know it was a relic, and so he had no intention of appropriating it. Looking him in the eye, the elf said that if he really intended to destroy the red tree, then they had no reason to refuse him, but all they could help with was basic equipment. Having planted himself next to him, Mortem noticed that they really didn't like the hero. Bellinora turned around, hearing that Elena wanted to go with him, but forbade her, to which she said that the red tree dungeon was definitely not his level. Clenching her fist, the elf added that he shouldn't be sent there alone, no matter how strong he was. Hearing in response that although she said that the boy's goal could benefit the tribe, she, as the keeper of the relic, would have to be punished and pay for her mistake. The artifact looked down tiredly, hearing that they couldn't help the guy now, and said that they couldn't send their precious elf into a dangerous dungeon, to which Stretch noted that they could understand. Elena was noticeably scared, hearing that the interlocutor this time wouldn't just stand and watch from the side, and when she wanted to guess what it meant, she heard words about her just staying here. Looking at the hero, the elf asked him about what he said, and he reminded her of what happens every time they clear the dungeon. Pointing at her, Stretch said that his artifact was getting stronger, so she shouldn't worry, because it wasn't as weak as they thought it was. Looking at him, Bellanora told him to give him his things and asked if the guy would need anything else. Looking seriously at the interlocutor, he replied that he wouldn't refuse a couple of vials of potions, and heard him leave right now. The elves attacked the monster, telling it not to go beyond the fence. The elf aimed his bow and ordered to block. Several arrows hit the enemy. One elf turned around, asking where the reinforcements were. Another called out to the general to be careful. The roots fettered him. They dug into his face. The fireball saved him. The others rejoiced, saying that reinforcements had arrived. They saw a man with fire in his hand, surprised by him. Nazir turned around, not understanding what the man was doing in the dark forest, and in such a deep thicket. Ida stepped forward, warning the others that she would personally cut off the arms and legs of anyone who touched him. Jester helped the general stand up. He asked about the Striders now guarding people and what kind of magic it was. The general replied that he didn't know either. Looking at his comrade, he added that, according to the elder, this guy was their last hope. Entering inside, Stretch waved to the others. Candles brightly lit the house. Elena thawed to her interlocutor from behind, asking why she was stopped. She put her head in her hands, answering that she was not crazy to send her to such a dangerous dungeon, because it was absurd. The elf remembered the deaths of elves, telling that her daughter-in-law, who was like a daughter to her, died because of monsters, and her son perished in the red tree, and therefore she had only one granddaughter left, to which she replied that she agreed with her, but still their tribe was dying there. Imagining how her brothers were fighting, she said that if the monsters destroyed those who were on guard at the entrance to the dungeon around the clock, then not only would everyone be killed, but the forest would be turned into a solid dungeon. Looking at her interlocutor, she added that since they wanted to use force to the maximum, it would be better to send reinforcements, to which her grandmother clarified that the girl thought she was suitable for this role. Covering her face with her hand, she added that Elena should stop deluding herself and that even if she went to the red tree right now, her father would not return. The girl opened her mouth in confusion, calling it an obsession, and heard demands to stop. Frowning, Bellanora said that now was not the time for arguing, and they should always be prepared for the worst, and this included the current situation. Introducing the man in the cloak, she said that no matter what unique abilities he had, if he failed, they would all be in danger, and therefore they needed to prepare a backup plan. The elves looked at the elder in confusion. She replied that this time she would go personally. Bellanora, looking depressed, said that although she did not have the same skills, she would at least bring peace and tranquility to the elves for a while. The crunch of bones was heard underfoot, saying that right from the entrance it was felt that the dungeon was very strong. Stretch looked ahead, noting that there was a strong smell. He looked at the SBN flowers. They were beautiful. Did the artifact know anything about them? He replied that in his memory there were none. Surrounded by green flames, Mortem said that perhaps this was a unique plant that only grows in the red tree, but it was still better not to touch them, and it was better to look for a way to get through this place. The guy went on, also hearing that if any strange thing started here and he fell unconscious, then they would never get out of this dungeon. Covering his nose with his hand, the hero agreed and said that he himself did not want to stay here for long. They both raised their heads. The artifact was surprised that they had already arrived, although it assumed that they would have to overcome a lot to go so far, clarifying with the hero that the pathfinding skill did not work in the first dungeon. Both of them looked ahead. The hero said that after passing the plant dungeon, the conditions of use changed and they came to the right place, and he would not risk climbing here without preparation. Grabbing the sword, he said that if the roots grew so deep, it means there is water underground. Thrusting the blade, Stretch said that if there are underground springs in such a place, something like this can arise. A loud sound was heard around him. Having fallen, the hero landed on the lower level. Looking ahead, the guy said that they had not reached it yet. Seeing the buds in front of him, he thought that he had seen such plants somewhere before, but he covered his nose with his hand, feeling their stench. Seeing the elf in the flower, Stretch noticed that all the moisture was sucked out of him. Mortem noted that he did not feel the presence of life. Several roots appeared behind him as he spoke about the smell from the buds. The system notified about the passive skill conditioned reflex. The hero cut the roots with his blade. Frowning, he assumed that the enemy would not allow him to interfere with his absorption of nutrients, but he did not care. Roots appeared behind him again. Later, he took out the elves, trying to bring them to their senses. Looking down, he noticed that one had come to his senses, and asked if he knew what this place was. He burst into tears, answering that they would all die. Stretch slapped him on the cheek. Gritting his teeth, he told him to pull himself together, not understanding why he was so afraid, because he was not even dead yet. The elf looked at the scroll in his hand, hearing that it was an escape scroll and that when the others woke up, he had to use it to get out of here, and he had a lot to do, so he would move on. He grabbed him, asking him to wait and saying that he needed to save someone. Stretch pulled his cloak down, answering that he had already pulled everyone out, but heard that there was one more. Frowning, the elf said that thanks to him they were still alive and he definitely had to get out with them, and that his name was Cain. The roots dug into his face. Looking at them, the elf thought that they were unbearable and that they had absorbed a lot of magic, but were still trying to suck it all out. The same roots dug into his body, and he understood that he was already at his limit and had nothing left. A loud sound was heard. Stretch burst into the room with Cain. The elf on his back exclaimed when he saw him. He opened his mouth in shock, and the hero noted that it probably hurt, and asked him to get off. Coming closer, he told Cain to clench his teeth harder, because it would hurt a little. But putting his hands in front of him, the elf asked to be more polite. He put Cain on his back, hearing that there was no need to teach the hero politeness, but it was better to leave here, and that when they get out, it was necessary to heal with magic, not a potion, also that those who were unconscious, most likely, have already woken up. Running away, he waved his hand, thanking him for everything. Mortem appeared next to him. When he clarified that this was the same Cain, he replied that there were no others. Seeing how the elf ran with him behind his back, the artifact asked if it was possible to let him go alone, to which the guy replied that perhaps no one would attack him until he got to the rest of the survivors. Pointing behind him, Stretch said that he felt that the dungeon master was behind this wall, and he was staring at him, and drooling. A blast of air blew away part of the wall. The hero looked out into the passage and, noticing shades of red everywhere, understood why it was called the red tree. Seeing the red trunk in front of him, he noted that it was not a smell similar to blood, and it actually fed on blood and grew due to it, and this was the first time he had seen such a disgusting plant. A silhouette resembling a man appeared among the branches. Frowning, Stretch asked if there was any information about this guardian, and was told that it was a subspecies of the world tree, or a similar species to a huge tree that grows above a dungeon like this. He had to dodge the attack. Mortem was surrounded by green flames, and he said that it was so mired in magic that it was difficult to guess what it originally was. It just looked disgusting. Rushing forward, the boy decided that his name was an abomination. A stream of air burst out when the explosion was used. Part of the leaf was torn off. Looking at the monster, the hero thought that it defended itself with the help of stems, which meant that it had intelligence. He jumped back, landing on the ground. A fireball appeared in his hand. The ball slammed into the wall of blood. Drops flew apart, pouring onto the monster's face. Stretch looked at this indignantly, saying that this was too much. Because no attack in the country worked on him, the artifact asked if he noticed anything suspicious. Seeing the monster's face, Mortem said that the guy was trying to confront someone who had dominated this forest for several years, and it was not so easy to deal with him. He remembered Cain as a hostage, saying that it grabbed such a capable mage and sucked out his magical powers, most likely more than once, which meant that it was necessary to inflict many blows, then something would work out. Rushing into battle, Stretch was surprised that the man was a mage. Blocking the attack with a weapon, he said that due to the fact that the enemy had absorbed a lot of magical powers, his tentacles were incredibly powerful. Several more appeared behind him. They managed to hit him, but he noted that he could not do it even with the help of passive skills. Turning away, the hero thought that this was dangerous. At that moment, the tentacles pierced him. The monster grabbed him with its tentacles. He thought that until now he had only fought plants, but he had never managed to absorb normal magic power. After drinking the potion, the guy decided that he would have to save his strength for recovery. The empty flask hit the monster on the head. Stretch looked at him with a smile, calling him cunning. But suddenly he was surprised by what he saw. The monster was smiling widely. Remembering everything he had seen before, the hero thought that if this was the dungeon keeper, then first of all he would have passed through the guards, crawled out, and since there were no other monsters here except plants, he would have saved his victims to eat them later. Now, looking at the creepy smile, he assumed that perhaps he had consciousness and feelings, noting that the wound was very nasty. Having torn the shackles with the crosswind, the guy was outraged that some monster dared to mock a man. He landed on the ground, saying that it could pierce him, but he would still remove it. The monster gritted its teeth. Stretch dodged the attacks, using the cross-wind and conditioned reflex. Bringing his hands together, he noticed that it was unable to control its emotions, and if he undermined these huge stems, there would be an excellent chance to take a good position in this narrow gap. He smiled, adding that then he would have to crush his own stems to get to it, and this was not very pleasant. The monster was shaking with anger. Putting his hands in front of himself, the hero said that he wanted to try something back in the battle with the armored bear, but there were too many people then, and he did not risk it, but here it would definitely work. The system notified about the combination of the air burst and fireball skills. A bright beam of magic rushed towards the enemy. The fire approached the monster's face. The guy covered himself with his hand, saying that it was very hot. The artifact told him that while there was a chance, everything here needed to be smashed. Stretch rushed forward. Lightning destroyed everything around, but Mortem noted that the arc could not completely neutralize him. Pushing off the ground, he replied that he knew this, but he just needed to paralyze him for a short time. In a jump, he raised his hands above his head, hearing that he was so self-confident that it was immediately clear that he had something in mind, and replied that the entire body was rough at the base and entwined with thick stems, except for one unobvious place. The hero raised his hand behind his back. Frowning, he asked if she was smiling. His hand fell into the monster's mouth. Stretch held it inside, not understanding why he needed a face and everything else. Dark waves spread around when using the curse aura. And he was hard, and he heard that this aura would be small. When asked if he could hold out, he answered that he would try. Stretch imagined Gerald's face. Looking down, he said that he would not let him laugh in his face for the second time. A dark aura surrounded his hand when using the curse. A new message notified about the active skill rain post. Pink fire spread throughout the trunk when using Inferno. Bellinora stood with the rest of the elves, wondering what was happening in the dungeon now and whether that person was alive. Many elves stood around her, answering that they could not find out at the moment. He went there alone. There was no news from him for a long time, to which she replied that she thought so. She closed her eyes and demanded to move away, saying that this was the limit for the red tree too, and this time she would have to go inside and suppress it. Nazir looked at her in fear, saying that this was madness. Several elves appeared next to them. The general raised his hand, ordering them not to shoot and to put away the arrows. Jester, wincing, said that these were the missing ones. The elders looked surprised. Elena was also surprised. Jester opened his mouth in shock, seeing that he was alive. Cain was lying unconscious on the ground. Elena rushed to him. The guy turned to the elder, saying that this was the merit of that man. She thought that he really could. Cain opened his eyes. Seeing their tear-stained faces, he was glad that they were alive. One of the higher ones frowned, turning to the general, said that they knew about what was going beyond all limits, but asked to send troops into the dungeon. Nazir looked at him questioningly. Remembering his escape, the elf spoke of a man saving them all by himself. A loud sound was heard behind him as he spoke of the man giving them a scroll, but no matter how strong he was, it was impossible for a man to escape the red tree alive alone, so he needed help. Both of them looked towards the dungeon. A cloud of dust rose from the entrance. Bellinora opened her mouth wide, telling Nazir that the man needed help. Ida and Jester approached the general, hearing that they were entering the dungeon right now. Footsteps were heard, asking about the fact that his left leg had not yet recovered. Stretch was surrounded by a bright aura. The artifact was surprised at what state it must be in for it to take so long to recover. Both of them looked ahead. In front of them, they saw many elves, saying that he was the savior and that the red tree was broken, and they were free. Training dummies were visible in the courtyard. Someone said that the northern borders had been unattended for too long, and as soon as the troops arrived, they would immediately move out. Gerald stroked his horse, asking Balstock to wait a little, because he wanted him to stay and sort things out here, asking if he remembered what he was talking about. The guy looked at him questioningly. His comrade handed him a letter, asking him to look at it. Balstock opened the envelope, hearing that a scout in the kingdom of Zeldia accidentally discovered a new dungeon and reported it. Looking at it, Gerald asked to choose the best warriors from his guard and go for the artifact as soon as possible, saying that in fact this dungeon is located in that territory and they need to be careful, otherwise an international scandal may break out. Still looking at the letter, Balstock agreed with this. Gerald finally sat down, saying that he was heading to the northern borders, and that his comrade should return immediately after finishing. Stretch walked with Elena through the forest. The guy glanced in her direction, saying that he did not support racial discrimination, but they were still going to a human village. The girl was surprised to hear the question of whether she could calmly walk like this, and answered that others would see her as an ordinary person, but this did not apply to those who already knew her essence. Frowning, he thought that this was perhaps some special magic of the elves, although this was not surprising, because they even sensed dungeons. He remembered Cain, his words about how among the elves there are those like their kind, who are sensitive to magic, and they can see visualized magical flows. Imagining a red aura, he noted that there are such cases that make your head spin, when the power in the atmosphere is concentrated in one point. Stretch raised his head, hearing that at that very moment the dungeon was being created, and realized that right now somewhere nearby it was being created. Together with Mortem, he looked at the map, which he said that no one would interfere, and answered that it would not be for long, so they should quickly capture it before the others came running. Elena smiled, asking when he was leaving, because she wanted to go with him. Now the elf looked at him questioningly. When he thought about the fact that no one was responding to gratitude anymore, the artifact suggested that her ability would be very useful. Remembering how the girl fights, he thought about how she has no equal in battle, and she has the dexterity of movements inherent in elves, as well as powerful attacks from a bow, and plus to everything, the ability to explore dungeons. Elena looked at him, asking about what lies ahead. Turning to her, the hero answered that soon there would be a small village where they would rest, and then another week of travel. A view of the city opened up before them, and he asked her to try not to interfere in anything, saying that although she looked like a person, any strangeness in behavior could arouse suspicion. Stretch and Mortem exchanged glances when he said that the guy would do better to think about himself, because he was the one being wanted, and replied that he was wearing completely different clothes now. The artifact remembered the wanted poster, thinking that the human ability to copy appearance was still impressive. The guard looked at the paper, asking what the guy's name was, and he said someone else's name. Elena looked away warily, hearing the question of whether she was with him, and what her name was, and also said someone else's name. The man looked at her strangely, saying that they should not lose the tablet. Handing it over, he wished her a good rest. Looking at his companion, the hero praised her, but she replied that she had one question. He was confused, hearing why they should hide their names. Mortem appeared next to him, reminding him that he did not tell that he was wanted. The bright sun was shining on the walls of the houses when he suggested that they first go somewhere and talk there. Sitting at the table, they heard loud conversations. Both were noticeably tense, noting that it was noisy here compared to the forest, but the hero still said that the elf would soon get used to it. Moving a mug towards her, he added that this would continue every day. Elena looked at him. She took a sip. Seeing how the elf spat out the contents, Stretch heard that it was bitter and burned her throat, and that she felt like she was drinking water in which a rag had been rinsed. He sighed heavily when the artifact agreed that human tastes were incomprehensible, and suggested that they just talk. Some bread was lying on the plate when he finished his story with the words that this was why he was here. The elf looked down, clarifying that because of revenge, he was now wanted. The guy also looked down, adding that this was a personal revenge, and if she wanted to return to the forest, she could do so at any time. The interlocutor remembered his look and words about him being one of those who could not restrain their anger, no matter what race they were, noting that she understood where this thirst for revenge came from, and thinking that now she understood what those words meant during their first meeting. Remembering how he stood in front of the other elves, she said that he saved an entire nation and therefore she decided to repay him in full for his help. Stretch frowned, hearing that his father and grandmother approved of this decision, thinking that he could not refuse her. Elena looked down, saying that this was not an easy matter, because it was connected with the king himself, although someone like him could easily cope with him, and asked what kind of ring he had, but the interlocutor asked her to wait. Stretch put his finger to his mouth, asking her to be quiet. One of the customers sat behind him, saying that there were troops stationed on all the roads into the country. Pointing to his comrade, the man replied that too many people had suffered, so they had been stationed, to which the comrade replied that the people involved were only selling personal belongings. Imagining the overturned cart, the man did not understand how elusive he had to be, and that he had to be careful. Sitting next to the hero, Elena said that things had become more complicated, because there were troops stationed on all the roads, and unknown individuals were operating in the forest. Stretch took a sip, hearing the question of what he would do. White clouds floated across the sky, and words were heard about those who wanted to go to the feeding trough should gather. Frowning, the soldier explained that the feeding trough was a road along which merchants traveled, and there was unrest there. People gathered around him, hearing that they were planning to station troops there, but it would take time, so those who did not have escorts should join with others and move together, so they should create groups of merchants with similar movement schedules. The guy looked at this with a smile, thinking that they would not give up so easily, and began to think about who would suit them. One of the merchants looked away in surprise and, hearing the question of where he was going, answered that he was going to go along this road and then turn towards the kingdom of Zeldia. Stretch and Elena looked at him, offering to go together. The interlocutor smiled confusedly, saying that he found himself a company, and suggested asking another. A gold chain glittered on the man's waist, and he explained that he was a rather famous merchant. The guy looked at him tiredly, thinking that he reeked of luxury. Frowning, the merchant repeated that he would only take him as a companion. The others passed by them when he said that there were already too many extra eyes around and he did not want to attract attention, to which the merchant clarified whether they were adventurers, and heard that they were. The man showed a thumbs up, hearing that they would certainly be able to protect themselves, and the demands not to cause him problems on the road. The hero thought that everything was easily resolved. Seeing the green leaf, he heard a question about what exactly he does. Together with the elf, the hero sat in the cart, said that he was an explorer of dungeons, went into them, getting trophies there, to which the interlocutor said that he used to want to become an adventurer too. Elena looked away when he added that as a child, goblins shot him in the knee, so he could not. Stretch raised a finger, telling her that she was the only one among them who would sense danger, and let them think that something bad would happen on the first day, but still asked her to look around and be on guard. Nodding to him, the girl replied that she would take it upon herself. Meat was roasting on the fire. Sitting by the fire, she said that for now everything was quiet in the area, and hoped that it would be like this all the way. The man fell to the ground. The hero convulsively opened his mouth, not understanding what had happened. He leaned forward. Gritting his teeth, the elf realized that this was a piece of magic and they had already managed to spread. Jumping away from them, she understood that this way they would all fall under their influence. Elena noticed dark silhouettes, thinking that these were those strange creatures. A group of people stood over those who had lost consciousness, surprised by so many soldiers. Others noticed trinkets in their hands that could be sold for a lot. One of them had a mask on his face and asked if they should search everyone, to which they said no. Seeing the merchant asleep, he said that they were only after him. The man took the meat in his hand, adding that the others needed to be robbed a little so as not to look suspicious. Taking a bite, he also said that he always says that military equipment needs to be taken, even if it is heavy, but they cannot just leave it like that. Noticing movement in front of him, the bandits said that they have a problem. Seeing Stretch getting to his feet, they did not understand why he was moving. Their boss said to put him back on the ground. The bandits rushed towards him. The guy gritted his teeth and cursed at them. Having parried a blow from one of them, He said that in addition to using magic to rob, they also attack in a crowd. He struck him in the face. Another bandit pounced on him from the side. The guy looked in his direction. He managed to hit him in the nose with his fist. Blood splattered everywhere. The bandits fell to the ground, and he asked the others if they had given up on fighting. They looked at him in confusion, not understanding what was going on, since the magic was still active. Stretch frowned when the message about the passive skill magic resistance appeared, and said that after the red tree, information about new skills and abilities began to appear in his head, suggesting that this was an upgrade function. Mortem appeared next to him, saying that it was more likely not a function, but simply that the connection had become stronger, to which he replied that his mood had deteriorated after these words. The bandit leader looked scared when they asked him to do something with him, and he himself was surprised that he was holding on, although he could not imagine such a thing. The mage diligently spread magic, saying that there were no deviations in the skill, and this guy was somehow special. The leader, clutching the bone in his hand, asked the hero who he was, and said that they had planned to rob people and leave, but he had ruined everything. Looking at him sternly, the guy replied that there were robbers right under his nose. The mage was trying to cast a spell on him when he asked the interlocutor if he would just stand and watch in his place. Closing his eyes, the leader suggested that they finish this matter quietly. Only a silhouette remained in his place. It appeared behind Stretch. The hero fell to the ground from the blow he received. Gritting his teeth, the boy raised his head. Seeing the enemy disappear again, he was surprised by this. When his foot approached the hero's face, he wanted to know who he was. The bandit struck again. Looking at him, he noted that Stretch really had something, because he was able to not only withstand magic, but also steadfastly endure attacks. The mage, looking irritated, told him to help him rather than talk off topic. Looking at him, the leader apologized, saying that he did not know that the opponent would be so strong, and noted that they needed to take something else. Seeing the hero unconscious, he offered to take him with them. Elena watched them, hearing that the bandit was worried about the location of their lair, so they needed to hurry, and thought about how they disappeared in a second. She looked closely at their leader. Frowning, the girl was surprised that they were ordinary bandits, and did not understand why they took Stretch. Sitting on a tree branch, she decided that she could only watch them. The moonlight was visible through the leaves. Surrounded by green flames, Mortem noted that the hero lost consciousness too often lately, and even though his opponent was only a human, for some reason he relaxed. Lowering his head, the guy replied that he did not understand what he was supposed to do if he just disappeared, and especially since they use magic, so nothing can be done about it. Stretch folded his arms over his chest, hearing that the artifact was watching him, and it seems that he has not heard about what it means to fight together, to which he replied that it would be better if he did not grumble, but intervened during the battle and helped him. Putting the mug on the table, someone asked him about what he was talking about. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the hero specified that this was Koladov, to which the interlocutor did not understand why he was so nervous. The man extended his hand, saying that this was not what he wanted to hear from him, and that they were late in introducing themselves. Smiling, the bandit said that his name was Garrett and offered to join them. Frowning, the hero replied that he was not crazy enough to join a gang of robbers. His interlocutor became noticeably angry when he heard the guy call them forest robbers, and repeated that they were noble robbers, especially since they did not rob every merchant, but only those who were really guilty of something, in order to then pass it on to the poor, to which the hero said that it was fashionable to be a noble robber now. A man in a mask approached them, saying that their offer did not particularly inspire him, and asked why he was needed at all, to which Garrett replied that he was almost deceiving him. Bernard looked at the boss, hearing that he was once a homeless person, and now became a member of their precious intelligence. The magician looked out from under the cloak, that he himself mastered magic. Garrett hit the table, asking thanks to whom all this, and heard that it was him. Something flashed past him when he added that he had a sense for real diamonds. A small wound remained on his ear. Arrows extinguished the torches. The bandit turned around, saying that they were attacked. Everyone grabbed their weapons. Their leader was outraged by what the guards were doing. Others shouted that arrows were flying out of nowhere. Stretch smiled, noting that this was a great moment. Garrett got up from the table, ordering to check the wounded first. Turning to the hero, he asked if he had partners. The guy ran along the forest, and the elf told him that she was here. Having caught up with him, she heard that there were probably many bandits in the area, and the question that she killed them, she answered that she dealt with them in moderation, so as not to raise a panic. Noticing the unconscious people, the hero heard that they had to tie them up, so they would not bother them for some time. Garrett appeared in front of them, surprised at their speed. Both looked at him. The hero answered that he should have stayed far behind, because they got here by the shortest route. Breathing heavily, the leader of the bandits said that although he could not persuade the hero, he did not allow him to leave. Angry, the guy replied that he was annoying. The opponent pushed off the ground. Garrett rushed towards them. Together they tried to strike. Frowning, Stretch realized that this time he also dodged. The girl looked up, not understanding if it worked. Mortem, surrounded by green flames, warned that he was aiming for the stomach. Garrett tried to kick. The hero jumped back, and the bandit was surprised that he dodged. Staring at him, he noted that the hero saw something. Mortem recalled their meeting at the merchant camp, saying that he had an artifact on his shoulder that allowed him to freely move between the spiritual and material worlds, so for Stretch he looked like a ghost. He asked what these worlds were. Frowning, the artifact explained that it was difficult for the human eye to detect, so he must act as he was told. A mage appeared nearby, saying that he found them. Stretch looked to the right, hearing this. He dodged a blow using crosswind, and heard it open from the side. The hero struck. The bandit clenched his teeth. Opening his mouth wide, the guy called out to Elena. The elf threw the daggers. Garrett noticed them approaching. His accomplices were surprised how the hero noticed the boss's movement, and blocked them. Watching their fight, they assumed that he had the ability to see it. The enemy dodged the attack with his hand. Watching him closely, the mage thought that it seemed like the guy was not lagging behind the boss in skills. His hand began to glow brightly when he decided that no matter how strong he was, he needed help. A stone appeared in the air. It hit the mage in the face. Elena threw another one, saying that she could not stay away from such a fight. Several bandits rushed towards her. A message appeared about the active skill of Gust of Wind. The elf crossed her arms. The bandits covered themselves with their hands, surprised that she also had magical skills. Garrett looked behind her. The man frowned and said that this was the same gang of forest bandits that had attacked them. Stretch smiled, thinking that they were allies. The warriors rushed into battle, hearing the order to destroy everyone who was here. The hero was confused when he heard this. Several people attacked him when he tried to say that he was their fellow traveler, but he realized that they were blindly following orders. The people had different weapons in their hands. Seeing how the merchant clenched his teeth, the hero thought that it was too dark here, and he had misunderstood everything. But if he ran now, they would start looking for him and possibly tracking him. Grabbing his sword, Stretch knew that there was only one thing left. He took it out of its sheath and went on the counterattack. Sighs were heard in the darkness. A frightened guy sits on the ground, asking what happened. Another asks if he is okay. The fighters are fighting. It is said that he himself understands everything, but they were found by the guys they robbed during the day and brought reinforcements with them. The warrior in the helmet hits another in the face. It is explained that the guy is clearly neutral to regular physical attacks. They have tried everything except magic. The hero frowns and asks how he can suppress him. The little magician puts out his hands and says that he will try. The system talks about the drag skill, which slows down all enemy movements. The skill activation depends on the enemy's abilities. Magic hands grab him from all sides. Suddenly they disintegrate into pieces. The magician exclaims in shock about the shockproof coating. The other thinks who they are taken for since they came with such high-class equipment. Taking the dagger, he says that at least only one has equipment with a coating. He will have to intervene too. Garrett calmly tells Shale to stand and support the others with magic. He asks him to wait. The enemy in the helmet turns around in shock. A warrior with a dagger pounces on an enemy, swinging his weapon. He hits the helmet. Gritting his teeth, he realizes that the protection on his face got in the way and he needs to hit again. Huge fists fly into the hero's face. A big guy in armor throws him to the ground. He swings a giant fist. Someone shouts for him to lower his head. The protagonist burns the enemy with his fire. Shocked, Garrett thinks about what's going on and what kind of magic this is. The warrior screams in pain, declaring that he's hot. Mortem burns near his owner and claims that it's just nonsense to think that a helmet will save him from his skills. The protagonist clarifies what made him laugh. The warrior holding a giant sword sighs from the damage. He swings it at Stretch, who is amazed at its size, noting that it looks too heavy for an ordinary person. The guy deftly dodges, the blade cuts the ground. The protagonist calmly asks if he really thinks that he is facing the thugs for the first time, stating that he now understands his techniques. He kicks the enemy, claiming that it is only necessary to kick him in the joint, as he already falls off his feet. Elena flies down from the tree. She holds the enemy by the neck. In shock, he sees what is happening. The elf knocks him off his feet. The big guy with a broken helmet lies on the ground. They shout that he was attacked. The fighter with a grin asks MC that he was just jumping there. He replies that he was mistaken for one of them, and he could not even escape calmly. The protagonist puts out his hand and declares that the Venetian royals have had enough of him, and that he could at least teach them a lesson with their help. The guys are electrified after using the arc skill. They freeze in shock. They stand and watch what is happening, and they are shouted at to tie them up quickly. A purple glow is visible in the middle of the forest, and someone is talking about damn adventurers. The tied man claims that he would have been in league with the bandits, and there is nothing surprising about that. The protagonist points at him and demands that he tell the truth, asking who started all this. A guy nearby asks how he knew where they were, since they covered up all their tracks. The hostage by the tree is silent, and Shale suggests something. The warrior puts his hand in his pocket. He holds a gold attribute, and declares that it turns out that there are still people using tags for surveillance, an expensive item, and also difficult to use. Shale, holding out his magic hand, says that they should have been left alone so that they could take what they needed and disappear, and he feels sorry to part with the trinkets, so he paid. The other declares that no one knew that he was such a hysteric. Surprised Stretch, holding a flask, hears that he is also a good boy. He drinks water, hearing the question that got him, and it seems that he also depends on the royal family. The main character, sighing, declares that he cannot say that he is wrong, specifying what their goal is, to overthrow the king. The fighters tie up the enemies. It is said that the royal family of the country is already rotten. They are accumulating untold wealth for themselves, oppressing not only neighboring states, but also their own people under the pretext of containing the empire and maintaining the northern front. The guy with a grin asks if it is possible to calmly watch the country go down. The bearded man sleeps with his eyes closed, while the other claims that he is a lobbyist for Venezia, of which there are only a few, one of those merchants who support the front and in return are exempt from taxes in the country. Stretch thought about it, saying that although their goals intersect, it will take much more time. Turning around, he asks if he can go, or if he is going to continue to hold him. The interlocutor smiles and asks if he will tell anyone. The other replies that he has enough worries. The other laughingly claims that in this case he can let him go. All those who are against the kingdom are his allies. He points his finger at the others and shouts that they came here in vain. They need to go somewhere else. Gives an hour to pack. They answer that they thought they would stay there for a long time. The warrior grins and stretches out his hand, saying that they will see each other again. The protagonist with a nervous smile understands that he personally would not want to contact him again. They shake hands, saying that if it is destined, they will meet again. In the middle of the green trees, a question is heard about how much longer it is to go. Another one answers that it is just a little bit more. Elena walks next to the protagonist and says that it is there. He notes that it is still much more convenient with the dungeon search skill. Purple energy hovers at the entrance, says that the cave looks untouched. You can go inside right away. The protagonist puts out his hand and uses pathfinding. The surprised elf talks about a monster. The guys see a goblin's leg. Turning around, MC says that it is suitable for the newly appeared dungeon. Clarifying whether she has ever fought a goblin, she answers that she has, because sometimes whole packs enter the forest. Stretch looks ahead and says that she does not know about those she met in the forest, but with those that live in dungeons you need to be careful. The blonde looks at his hand in surprise. Standing next to the guy, he says that they are terrible scum and set traps everywhere that can be deadly, while wondering if it is true that goblins did this. Running her hand along the blade, Stretch claims that this is true, because as she sees it, goblins are good at such things. Without removing her hand from the sword, she hears that if they fall into their traps, the monsters attack the guy, who says that they will do so. The furious goblins fiercely go on the attack. The protagonist with a grin forms a fireball. The monsters are engulfed in flames, they roar in pain. The protagonist with a green ring claims that the dungeon goblins are very dangerous. The girl smiles silently. The pendant moves from side to side. It begins to glow blue, claims that they are in that direction. Millie from the Ballstock squad looks at the pendant, and says that there are few monsters in the recently created dungeon and the guard is quite low level. It's time to use the artifact. Emmerich walks next to Raymond and claims that the time is right, but no one in their squad knows how to use the pathfinding skill. He asks if he really thinks that it is easy to find someone who has it. Besides, they do not need a simple guide. The heroes walk along the corridor. The big guy answers that this is true. The girl asks to wait because something is wrong. He touches the thread near the stone and says that the tripwire is torn. The comrade suggests that maybe a monster with intelligence tore it. Millie examines the thread and says that they would have torn it, but it is neatly cut. Raymond with a serious face says that he also finds it suspicious, because so far not a single monster has come across on the way. The warrior in armor asks to wait because there is something there. Opposite them is a mountain of goblin corpses. Emmerich thinks maybe a troll came. She answers that this is excluded because everyone is burned. The girl calmly states that in the new dungeon it is unlikely that a monster with an igniting skill would have appeared from the very beginning. This only means that there is someone else. Elena walks next to Stretch, saying that they need to hurry so that this someone does not reach the goal earlier. Touching the wall with her hand, she says that they have arrived. The surprised elf says that this is the dungeon keeper, who notes that the monster is called a sea devil. A large monster with many eyes stands opposite. Mortem claims that if you do not hit all 9 eyes, it will not be easy to defeat him. Frowning, MC says that it is visible. The monster goes on the attack. The protagonist deftly jumps and lands on his hand. Green lightning sparkles on the enemy's flesh. The fighter uses the arc skill. The monster roars from the electric shock. Millie looks forward in shock. Raymond turns around with an excited look. They are shouting that they need to go faster. Emmerich, closing her eyes, hears that apparently the dungeon keeper has already been activated. A battle is taking place nearby. She shouts that someone is there. Frowning, the girl thinks that these are the ones. The elf pulls the bowstring. The redhead realizes that she does not know who she is. The warrior jumps. Millie thinks that with such skills the goblins are not a problem. Only the artifact must be seized at all costs. The ward stands next to her and hears the order to prepare to shoot. He asks again. A bow is visible in the bag. He asks about the target. Stretch fights. The red-haired girl offers to shoot him once in the back of the head, and after that they will finish off the keeper with their own hands. Raymond pulls the arrow. The system says to use the penetrating shot skill of the 4th level and the shooting assistant of the 3rd, increasing the chances of hitting the target. With a serious look, he thinks about not knowing the enemy. The head of the protagonist is visible. He wishes him a safe journey. MC, wide-eyed, dodges the arrow. The enemy in horror wonders how he was able to do this. The protagonist looks towards the enemy. Emmerich saves him from the fire. They fall to the ground. Raymond asks if his partner is okay. Stretch with a flaming hand asks who they are. Standing next to the green skull, he asks that he allegedly did not know that they were people and therefore attacked and understands that he will not fall for this. Mortem claims that the arrow was fired with the purpose of killing. Shocked, Raymond realizes that the guy used magic. A mountain of goblins lies on the floor. He understands that all those burnt monsters are his doing. Putting out his hand, MC asks if he will answer. The opponent realizes that it is dangerous. Emmerich, gritting his teeth, feels green lightning on himself. He closes himself with a shield from the fighter's attacks. A voice from the ring claims that the shield is a magical item. The protagonist, using magic, asks what kind of ability it is. The skull replies that it is a form of accumulative shield that absorbs and sends magical energy. He is interested in that his attack does not work on him. The enemy grimaces in pain from the electric shock. Mortem says that his attack has exceeded the absorption limits and now works as it should. The enemy realizes that the guy is not a simple magician. The giant monster roars with arrows stuck in it. The fighter breaks away from his place. They ask what he is doing. The elf looks at her partner and asks who these people are. He replies that he does not know who they are, but clearly not allies. Elena with a serious look says that then we need to deal with them first, she will help. The main character in a fighting stance says that this is great. He hits the enemy's shield with all his might. The elf pulls the bowstring, hearing a request to shoot. Arrows fly out towards the enemy. Millie deftly cuts them, shouting that there is no need to be afraid, because they will destroy them separately. Elena sees this in shock. The protagonist seriously thinks about the sword whip of the rival. The red-haired warrior swings again, intending to attack. The sword entangles the protagonist, who does not understand what is happening, while calling Emmerich. The big guy hits with all his might with his shield. Raymond shoots from about and understands that this time they are definitely finished and cannot miss. MC, gritting his teeth, thinks about the cross. In one movement, he breaks the chains, using the cross wind. The shocked archer wonders if this is also magic. A bunch of arrows falls next to him. He realizes that all attempts have failed. Surprised, he turns around, thinking that the enemy is stopping everything. Stretch, standing next to his partner, asks who they are and why they are hunting him. Three opponents stand opposite. Mortem is interested in that they will not give even a small hint. The skull hovers near the owner, claiming that they are specially trained guys. The protagonist replies that he does not know about this, because even if their target is him, he does not know who it could be. Stretch thinks excitedly about Gerald, realizing that he has been carefully hiding until now, and even with the help of magic it is unlikely to be found in such a place, or they are hunting for an artifact, or want to destroy the guard and take trophies for themselves. Millie excitedly says that the plans have changed and two guys need to take on the protagonist, and she will kill the girl. The fighters calmly claim that they understood the order. The giant monster growls in rage. The guys understand that he has recovered again, and they need to act. The red-haired warrior fights with concentration. The elf deftly blocks. At the same time, the huge monster swings his fist. A blue ball forms in his mouth. The protagonist fights with the big guy and shouts Elena. He claims that there is no time to be distracted by others. Emmerich strikes with his sword, suggesting to focus on the one in front of him. Stretch clenches his teeth and looks forward. The warrior holds a fighting stance. The protagonist, absorbing the energy of the ring, advises the enemy to take better care of himself. Emmerich closes his shield while he uses an air blast. Gritting his teeth, he mentally asks Raymond to act faster. He concentrates on pulling the arrow. It flies past the protagonist's head. He does not understand because the cross wind is activated. The big guy with the shield stands in front of his partner. Stretch thinks that they are gradually getting used to its effect, which means they are annoying. The fighter frowns and realizes that first he needs to deal with these two, and then think about the elf. Elena exhales tiredly. The red-haired girl watches her rival excitedly. Behind her is a giant monster. A gust of wind appears in front of the monster with a blue ball in its mouth. A strong explosion occurs. Millie, closing herself off, realizes that there is fire due to the wind, and it seems that the enemy wants to increase the distance between them to open fire. Suddenly, Elena lands next to her. She does not notice. The elf deftly kicks her body. The blonde cautiously says that if she has a bow in her hands, this does not mean that she cannot do anything in close combat. The red-haired opponent claims that this is logical. She breaks away from her place, saying that she is also not one of those who lose. She swings her fist, shouting about close combat. He hits the elf in the face. Millie also gets hit in the jaw. They fly apart. The sword and whip hits the wall. Elena sees her attacking opponent. She deftly dodges her blow. Gritting her teeth, she prepares to counterattack. The opponent fights off her attacks. The red-haired girl, gritting her teeth, watches the enemy. She releases a whip at the monster. The elf frowns and sees this. Millie jumps on the giant, turns around. The protagonist in the cloak is standing nearby. She thinks about the electric charge, noticing that the magic power is much higher than before. The girl loudly calls Emmerich. declaring that the guy is up to something and it needs to be blocked. The wounded big guy lies on the ground. The enemy controls the monster with a whip. The protagonist realizes that he needs to stop it by any means. An energy ball forms in the mutant's mouth. The protagonist thinks where she is climbing again, clenches her teeth. A bright explosion occurs around. He uses cross-wind and air explosion. The enemies are trying to survive this attack. Stretch excitedly shouts to Elena that they need to act now. An arrow appeared in front of Raymond's face. A bloody arrow falls to the ground. His name is called. With a wound on his forehead, a fighter asks to save the commander. A warrior with a shield asks her to come to her senses. Frowning, he is silent. The protagonist turns around to look at them, takes the sword and says that he has been waiting for them for a long time, experience points, breaks away from the spot to attack, jumps into the mouth of the monster. The mouth flies apart after using the explosion, puts out his hand and begins to cast a spell, using the curse Devouring. Concentratedly flies down with the sword, lands near the elf and calls her. The wounded rivals are lying nearby. He asks her to go to the room with the artifacts and wait there, because he will deal with them himself. The blonde looks at him and says that this is not necessary, anyway. After the extraction they will bury them along with the dungeon. The protagonist stands with his back and asks if she heard the story of how he survived. MC falls into the abyss. It is said that Gerald was too negligent. That's why he stayed alive. He does not want to do the same and then suffer. He swings his sword, declaring that there is no need to be offended because they themselves are to blame. Emmerich frowns, squeezes 2 spheres in his palm. Smoke flutters around. The protagonist with a serious look understands that this is a smoke screen. The wounded Raymond asks his partner to run, not to let him get there first. The big guy runs forward. The protagonist sees this and shouts to Elena that they need to protect the artifact. The archer pulls the arrow thinking that this is a chance. The protagonist shouts nearby. He realizes that he is not in the best condition, but at such a distance he can handle it. The arrow flies into the head after the wish to die. The frightened guy looks ahead and thinks about what is in this smoke screen. The elf sees this in shock. The protagonist shouts to his partner to run, wondering that for the sake of the goal, even the life of her partner is worth nothing. Elena runs after Emmerich. With a serious look, she realizes that she will not let them take their prey. The system talks about the active skill Strider, which increases the stride length and allows you to quickly move over long distances. Flies past him. The big guy looks at her in shock. The girl turns around and throws daggers. Stretch runs next to the guy who is trying to fight them off. He asks to grab the artifact. The golden bracelet shines in the air. He shouts that they are leaving right away. The rival with an angry look thinks that he will not give up so easily, desperately tries to grab MC, deciding that he will not let him go so easily. The protagonist turns around and asks what is that again, suggesting that he stop already. A fireball forms in his palm. He shoots at the enemy. The big guy is burning and screams in pain. The elf grabs the artifact. Emmerich mentally apologizes to Ballstock and everyone. His face is burned. He realizes that he could not complete it. Stones fall on him from above. He thinks about the uncompleted task. The night sky is visible. The tired guys are standing near the ruins. Stretch turns around and asks who it was, who they are and why they attacked right away. The elf thinks about Raymond and wonders if he remembers the archer, noting that they were originally hunting for artifacts, which is why they went for rapprochement. The guy holds a bracelet in his hand, declaring that artifacts were their goal after all. Mortem flies near the owner, who asks what kind of thing it is. He replies that how good can an item from a newly made dungeon be? It is better to eat it and be done with it. The protagonist, looking at him, thinks. He puts it on his hand. A voice from the ring asks what he is doing. He replies that nothing special. With a serious look, he thinks about the heart and the glow, saying that all the artifacts that he has mined so far, he simply could not even see. He just absorbed them right away. A golden glow envelopes his hand. He opens his eyes in surprise. He looks at the item in amazement, declaring that as soon as he put it on, information immediately began to pop up in his head. It is called Barak. Mortem insults him with an evil look, saying that he has completely lost his fear because in his presence he dares to look at others. MC has a bracelet on his hand. It says that if he subjugates the magic and spirit of the artifacts, the skull will no longer be able to absorb him. Stretch smiles and says that he just wants to consider all the options, because it is too dangerous to always rely only on him, asking if he understands what they are talking about. The system says about the artifact, which became the property of the protagonist. The elf stands nearby and asks what he decided not to absorb this time. He replies that he wanted to keep it for himself. The guy holds the stone and applies enchantment. Suddenly it began to glow. He is amazed to see this. Small sparks are visible around the stone. Elena asks if it is true that he can enchant. He replies that yes, it would be a pity to just absorb it, noting that she understands a little about the skills. The girl introduces blades and charms, stating that she knows that this ability can temporarily grant magical energy, and turn even a simple sword into a magical item, and heard that this is an unusual skill, but he did it so easily. MC smiles, holds onto the bracelet, and says that it is useful. If he can become stronger and collect even more artifacts, he will be better. Mortem, blazing with green fire, hears that, moreover, the most powerful artifact that he has is him, and he is not going to change anything, so there is no need to be offended. A river flows in the middle of the forest. A mustachioed man happily greets them, clarifying whether there are only two of them. The protagonist stands next to Elena and claims that they are asking for his help. She asks who he is. He replies that he is a guide. The guys look at the map. Stretch says that if they go north from here, there will be Mount Raksha. Next to it is one of the few mining towns called Sentigma. They go there. Turning around, he hears that the mining town he is talking about is on the other side. The guy asks to wait because he needs to find something first. The protagonist, smiling, says that the city has very strict border control, so it is not so easy to get there and another way is needed. They put gold in bags in the box. She asks why MC put it. He replies that it is a fair. The conductor, smiling, pulls the rope and says that they were just lucky. Lately there have been fewer visitors and it is not easy to go along this path. The protagonist and his partner see a cart. He says that it is too crowded. He laughingly replies that there is definitely enough room for two more. The embarrassed protagonist thinks about how he will need to somehow make new equipment for himself. The carriage goes on. The question sounds what they are carrying. They answer that there is a list of goods: explosives for mines, a stick for lighting tunnels, a pickaxe. Then they say that they need to fill out documents and go on. Stretch hides with Elena under the blanket. She says that apparently it worked. He suggests going faster. They see a city in the dungeon in front of them. The guide claims that this is Sentigma, advising to stop at some tavern first. In a cozy establishment there are various drinks. Someone says that this is the same Stretch, because Dalton has heard a lot about him. Balthazar, with a smoking pipe and a mug of beer, introduces himself and says that if they came on a normal day, he would throw a feast, but now are not the best times. The surprised protagonist stands next to his partner, asking again. There are corpses lying near the rails. It is said that in the vicinity of the mine there have been more frequent cases of monster attacks, and it is good that the troops from the settlements and those who were in the city began to gather for raids. A man with a pipe looks at the wanted poster of MC, stating that if he has a head, he will not appear on the surface or interfere with this matter. He asks not to worry because he was not going to be late. The guy drinks from a mug and asks to tell when approximately the black market blacksmiths or alchemists will appear. He smirks and states that the protagonist apparently did not understand the situation. People are sitting and relaxing in the tavern. It is said that with the appearance of monsters, all blacksmiths and alchemists are now having a hard time because of orders for repairing equipment and making potions, and the troops are also spinning around, so no one can handle his order. The indignant protagonist asks what he can buy here at all, what all those who go here sell, telling him about equipment for exploring caves or stolen potions. Smoking a pipe, Balthazar claims that blacksmiths also want to deal with equipment than to accept mass orders, but now such times that it is better to sit quietly and do what you said. The main character bangs on the table in a rage and says that he understands everything, but he also has circumstances. He will pay any amount, just let them tell him the right people. He notices his stubbornness. Near the bag lies a sword. The man says that he will try to find it, but it is not worth waiting for much, and it is quite possible that in such a situation they will demand not only money. The events take place several days later. Stretch tearfully declares that there is money, but no people, asking about his expedition and revenge. Is there any news? The elf in a black t-shirt hears that it seems that the clothes suit her. She claims that human outfits are uncomfortable, but she will wear them with gratitude. Balthazar points his finger and says he has good news. He asks again. The amazed protagonist sees strangers, telling him that despite being busy, two promise to help him. He is advised to treat them to beer. He asks about the blacksmith and the alchemist. The stranger took off his hood and asked why the hero was so surprised, as if he was seeing a dwarf for the first time, although people really think that they are only good for blacksmiths. In front of the researcher stood two people, the alchemist Casper and a tall female blacksmith named Letty. The hero stood up and shook the dwarf's hand, introducing himself, and the interlocutor said that the situation was not the best right now, and many were working day and night, trying to fulfill orders, and because of the military, the situation on the black market was difficult. Balthazar gave the guy a thumbs up, while the alchemist said that someone had to take on the rest. That's how the market economy works. Casper frowned and asked to tell what the hero needed, and the rest would be decided along the way. The interlocutor took out a weapon and asked to look at the sword made by his friend. The interlocutor stared at him in surprise, muttering that they were seeing such a structure for the first time. The dwarf squeezed the handle and noted that such a weapon should not be touched without reason. The brown-haired man closed his eyes, sitting at the table, and thought about the monster's skin. Letty looked at the blade in amazement, surprised that despite such a finish, the guy was able to use it for so long, and also wanted to add the explosive power of gas to it. With ordinary experience points for such a weapon, she would not dare to take it. The girl remembered the instructions on paper that Clyde had given her, and noted that such a gas formula was not easy to obtain, and she would like to give advice on this. The dwarf picked up the bottle and offered to change the fuel that would be used in this weapon to gunpowder. Casper unfolded the note and explained that it was more powerful than the gas originally there. It would be easier to reload, and safer to move, only the cost would be appropriate. The hero shook a bag of money and assured that he would pay as much as necessary, and would also like to order armor from this skin. The alchemist looked at him in surprise and muttered that leather armor was unusual in the current market conditions. He turned to the girl and asked if they could afford it, and she replied that if it wasn't standard equipment, it would be even easier. But there was one condition. Letty smiled and said that the customer had to personally obtain the leather material, and then she would even sacrifice sleep to make the equipment. The guy leaned over the bar, asking where he could get this leather when there were only mines here, and Balthazar replied that if there were monsters in the area, they were all of mountain breed. Stretch stared at him and asked if the monster near that gang yesterday was also of mountain breed. The owner remembered the scars on the man's body and said that judging by how they barely escaped, it felt like they were attacked by a monster beast. Their entire body was covered in stripes, although he himself had not seen it, so he could not say for sure. The man looked at the cunning face of his interlocutor and asked if he was going to catch him, because the enemy may not even have skin, and the problem is that you can't defeat monsters with ordinary weapons. It is not for nothing that soldiers are being recruited in other areas now. The main character smiled and asked not to worry, because he was going to make himself cool equipment in order to survive, so he would not do anything stupid. Besides, the effectiveness of chain mail depends on its quality, but the dwarf himself probably knows this. The owner frowned and advised him to turn to someone else. A drunk man was dozing at the table, and Balthazar said that he was a Centigma guard and a very important link in the black market, knew everything about what was happening in the city, especially since he was the first to talk about monsters. The man shuddered and woke up when the guy offered to buy him a drink. The hero put a mug in front of him and answered the man's question that he was interested in the incident with the monster near the mine. The interlocutor frowned with displeasure and exclaimed that this was not just some topic for empty talk, and everyone who was here constantly asked about him. Stretch looked at him carefully and explained that he was not doing this out of idle curiosity, then asked if he personally saw when the workers were attacked. The dwarf clenched his teeth. He suddenly slammed his fist on the table and shouted that he stood and watched as unarmed workers were torn to pieces, and did not fight, but simply ran away like the last coward. The bar owner came up to him and slapped him, saying that he naturally couldn't die as a valuable informant. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and imagined a silhouette when the man said that it was a manticore, and the young man was surprised that it was the same one that can only be seen in the Kadelt Desert, but not on Mount Raksha. The dwarf remembered the incident in the mine and said that while he was dealing with the bandits, one of the walls collapsed, and suddenly a monster with a torn wing appeared from there. The man then squinted, and the soldier standing in front of him was torn apart, as were the rest of the guards, who did not have time to react. Red eyes flashed in the dungeon. The guy's eyes widened in shock and he thought that the manticore was a huge monster beast with bat wings and a poisonous scorpion tail, and that this would be perfect as material. The interlocutor caught the bag thrown to him as payment, and asked if the young man was really going to catch him. Stretch scratched the back of his head and replied that he needed the monster's skin. The dwarf sighed and advised him to abandon this idea, because some incompetent adventurer or any army rabble would not cope with him. The enemy was capable of tearing apart even steel chain mail in one fell swoop. The brown-haired man looked in surprise as the man put the bag on the table, after which he asked to take the money back, because it was not for their sake that he was telling how others were torn to pieces before his eyes. The hero smiled awkwardly and objected that he was stronger than he thought, and would not have just said that he would go after the manticore. He raised a finger with green energy on the end, while the dwarf grumbled that the youth only knew how to wag their tongues. The next moment, the guy clicked, sending mana. The men turned around in surprise and shuddered when a candle lit on the next table. The gnome stared at the guy in shock, asking if he was a magician, and the hero replied that he wasn't, but he could stand up for himself, and now he needed to figure out how to move around without being attacked by bandits. The gnome narrowed his eyes and said that he would arrange everything if he fulfilled his request. After a while, the companions walked through the mud, discussing that the smell was not the most pleasant. Stretch and Elena found themselves inside the mine, and the guy explained that the drain was a secret path, thanks to which they managed to avoid a clash with the troops. A corridor with remains opened in front of them, and Mortem told his partner that this was a monster's trail, and the young man thought that since there was such devastation at the entrance, it turned out that it galloped here properly. The brown-haired man extended his hand and activated the animal instinct. The protagonist pinched his nose with his hand, feeling the smell of rotten flesh and entrails, and the artifact demanded to endure. The rails were broken, and the explorer noticed hardened soil with footprints, all pointing in one direction. The elf looked at the hand sticking out of the ground and called out to her companion, while he muttered that it was probably safe here. There was a ring on the severed limb. The young man squinted and assumed that this was the same comrade. He remembered the dwarf who raised his finger and asked to bring the things of his deceased friends. The girl put the trophy in her bag and was glad that at least one thing was found, and the interlocutor agreed, deciding that they should find something else and then go up. They moved deeper. In the darkness, a manticore was already waiting for them. Mortem squinted and asked again when the hero asked if he knew anything about this monster. The guy turned to the artifact and said that he had heard about it, but he didn't know what this monster was, so maybe it could suggest some attack tactics. The skull frowned and replied that the manticore's skin was strong and elastic, so regular cutting weapons were useless. There was resistance to magic, although not complete, to which the brown-haired man asked if it was possible to defeat it at all, since physical techniques and magic did not work. The artifact presented an image of the monster and said that everyone had weaknesses. For example, the wings of this creature had a leathery membrane. Compared to other parts, this place was the most vulnerable to physical attacks. Remains and broken tools appeared in front of the companions again, and the elf muttered that some kind of disorder began from here. Mortem hovered next to the hero, reporting that there were no other monsters nearby that could arrange such a thing, and the guy raised a shovel and asked why it was necessary to create such chaos. Stretch and Elena turned around at the roar. The brown-haired man sweated and muttered that he was worried, and his partner noted that the enemy had guessed and was waiting for him to enter his domain, and although it was not a dragon, it was still a strong enough monster, so it was no wonder that the guy was scared before the battle. The elf frowned and said that there was no need to worry, and even when her grandmother made her live through 8 hours of horror, she did not feel this way. Stretch and Mortem looked at the girl with distrust, wondering what she was being forced to do. The protagonist slapped himself on the cheeks and exclaimed that he couldn't retreat from a battle for an entire kingdom, to which the artifact supported the mood, adding that even if the enemy tore off his arms and legs, he would still be saved, so what was there to be afraid of? The researcher pulled the fishing line and said that he didn't plan to die here. The blonde looked at the guy with the shovel and asked what he was planning then, since it wouldn't be possible to destroy the monster with this, to which the companion explained that it was steel wire. It would be possible to at least tie his legs with it, and he needed to prepare everything he had the strength and time for. After all, his life depended on it. Stretch turned to the girl and said that he would get as close to the monster as possible and lure it here, and the elf should be nearby and cover him, after which the blonde squeezed the staff and asked him to be careful. The researcher grinned and decided to see what the enemy was. He squeezed the handle of the blade and used enchantment. The hero stopped after a while, muttering that the monster should have appeared by now, when Mortem noticed something ahead. There was an egg on the dais, and the artifact noted that the manticore should be at least 50 years old to be able to lay it, and they were lucky to see it in real life. The researcher narrowed his eyes and assumed that if he took it for himself, he would not have to worry about money for a long time, but such thoughts were simply an occupational disease. The manticore's eyes flashed above his head. The guy's eyes widened when the monster roared right above him. The brown-haired man immediately jumped back, thanks to the conditioned reflex of the artifact. Stretch clenched his teeth, and the skull immediately reported that the threat was from behind. The hero barely managed to stick out his blade to protect himself from the tail. Acid was dripping from the blade. The guy shook off the liquid and guessed that the enemy used the egg as bait to lure them, and Mortem said that their shell is strong, and the monster itself knows that it is difficult to even scratch it with ordinary weapons. The manticore was approaching menacingly. Stretch frowned, realizing that he had problems in the form of a poisonous tail, acid, mouth and deadly claws, so it would be too difficult to cope with everything at once. He immediately turned around and ran down the corridor. The enemy spread its wings and growled. Red eyes glowed, and a clawed paw reached for the victim. The guy turned around and simultaneously used arc and fireball. Powerful energy attacked the monster. The protagonist's eyes widened, and the skull warned of danger. The young man dodged the shots from the tail. The tip pierced the floor, surprising the researcher with the fact that the sting also shoots. Stretch extended his hand, concentrating his power, and the artifact noted that magic would be more effective than a knife attack, so he needed to keep pouring it out, and eventually the accumulated damage would make itself known. Flames engulfed the manticore. Blades flew out of the sting again. The guy gritted his teeth and dodged, while his partner warned that if the projectile touched parts of the body that were not enchanted, he could simply melt. The brown-haired man frowned and shouted at the elf to shoot. Elena resolutely drew her eyebrows together. The monster noticed the arrow flying at him. It only bounced off the beast, who closed his eyes. The blonde tensed up, and the hero thought that he knew that it had unusual skin. Arrows continued to bounce off the wings and body. The manticore closed its eyes, but moved forward. Suddenly, a wire trap lifted her off the ground, and the guy asked his partner to step aside. Stretch extended his hand and activated Fireball. There was an explosion. The elf pulled the bowstring. Her companion narrowed his eyes and asked to continue shooting. Their enemy covered himself with his wings from the attacks. The monster clenched his teeth and tensed up. Then he straightened up abruptly and growled. The girl stared at him, dumbfounded. The main character frowned and said that he would take on the close combat, and let Elena stay a little further away. The interlocutor obediently stepped back, and the researcher rushed to attack. The manticore covered her eyes with her paw, and the guy decided that this was his chance. He thrust the dagger hard into the place where the wings connected to the body. The enemy opened his mouth and roared in pain. The monster's eyes flashed. It abruptly slammed the young man into the wall. The hero coughed up blood from the blow. The elf looked at him with alarm and called out, and Mortem used restoration. The researcher sat up and assured him that he was still alive. Skull frowned and asked him not to rely too much on restoration, because this skill does not heal, but only helps to restore strength, and if suddenly there is a rupture of internal organs or internal bleeding, he is finished. Brown-haired sweated and replied that it was okay, because they broke through, but for now they need to look there. The sword was sticking out of the monster's body, entering right under the wing. The protagonist grinned and said that now they need to aim at this place, and the artifact reasonably noted that it was good, of course, that he stuck it there. But what should he fight with now? The researcher put out his hand and exclaimed that it was not the first time he used a critical moment as a chance to win. Green lightning flashed in the air when he used arc. Energy engulfed the monster, and it roared. The young man smiled happily, realizing that it worked. Mortem squinted and noticed that the attack force was penetrating through the sword, and finally managed to strike him. The manticore was being hit by discharges, and it roared furiously. The brown-haired man gritted his teeth and thought that he had not counted on an easy victory, but there was no point in dragging out the fight, so it would be better for the enemy to die already. The beast closed its eyes and growled. Then, unexpectedly, it spread its wings and let out a deafening roar, forcing its partners to cover their ears. A poison tip appeared from its sting. It swung and fired. Mortem and Stretch teamed up, simultaneously using cross-wind and air blast. The guy managed to protect himself from the projectiles. The hero clenched his fist and used cross-wind again to get rid of the acid around. The manticore swung its paw, hanging over the enemy. The elf hurried to pull the bowstring. The beast did not pay attention to this at that moment. The monster immediately missed, getting shot in the eye. The monster turned to the blonde standing by the wall. Elena lowered her head to look at the arrows, and at that moment a tail appeared above her head. The protagonist frowned and sweated. He barely managed to grab his partner and jump to the side. The comrades landed, and the researcher thought that this tail had already gotten to him. Elena looked at her companion, and he asked her to try to move towards the shelter, and now they were just lucky that they were able to dodge. The guy frowned and cursed mentally. The manticore was approaching, and he wondered why it was still alive, because damage was probably accumulating. Mortem appeared next to his partner and said that there simply had not been a fatal blow yet, and the young man muttered in annoyance that he did not take penetrator with him, which would have easily pierced the enemy. The hero remembered one of the battles, but the skull advised him to stop chatting and look ahead. At that moment, the enemy's paw was approaching the researcher. Stretch put out his hand and decided to try to hold out this time. Lightning engulfed the beast after activating the arc of maximum power. The guy squinted and sweated from the strain. The enemy shook his head, throwing off the spell. The protagonist's eyes widened and he cursed. The monster froze for a moment, then it swayed to the side. The young man crouched when the enemy fell to the ground. The researcher jumped up and rushed to attack, deciding to take advantage of this chance, and the artifact warned that there was a tail behind. An arrow hit the wall above the guy, preventing him from being wounded. Elena frowned and said that not this time, and Mortem praised the elf, although she did not hear him. The protagonist picked up the shovel he found earlier and swung, saying that he would have to use improvised means. He forcefully stuck the blade next to the blade. Then he grabbed the wing and tore it out. The manticore jerked and howled in pain. The brown-haired man covered his ears and squeezed his eyes shut. The researcher began to sweat and thought that this was not the end. The guy abruptly thrust his hand into the enemy's torso. Mortem and Elena watched him in surprise. The protagonist frowned and used fireball. Energy flared up under his hand. Then there was an explosion, and the monster's body fell to the ground. After which the guy created another explosion. He stood there, covered in blood, breathing heavily. The torn body of the monster lay in front of him. The young man grabbed his charred hand, and the elf immediately ran up to him, asking how he was. The girl held out a bottle and advised him to smear it on the wound and drink the rest. Stretch obediently emptied the bottle, and the artifact noted that the last part even impressed him. The blonde looked down and muttered that they had managed to defeat the manticore after all, which was amazing. The man smiled and exclaimed that they had won. He turned around, saying that all that was left was to skin him, and they could leave. At that moment, the tip of a tail was approaching his eye. Before that moment, the hero suddenly squinted and wiped the blood from his face, noticing something. The elf looked at him questioningly and asked what was going on. Mortem also turned around, not understanding what was going on. Stretch looked into the carcass and said that there were no bodies of his victims. The artifact narrowed its eyes and agreed that it was strange, because if you imagine how many people suffered because of it, then at least something should have remained. The brown-haired man frowned, remembering the mine, and thought that there were remains of the dead scattered everywhere, also an empty stomach, and also an egg that the monster was guarding. The blonde and the skull shuddered at the same time. Then a tail approached the guy's face. The tip was reflected in his pupil. Elena sharply pushed her partner with her foot, and he flew away, dodging the attack. The researcher frowned and called out to the girl. The blonde turned around, noticing the threat. Her neck was wrapped around and pressed against the wall. The elf closed her eyes, starting to choke. The protagonist clenched his fist and used air blast. His attack pierced the tail, and the girl fell to the floor. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that he should have guessed that there were two of them, since there was an egg. In front of them was the manticore itself, much larger than the male. The monster pushed off the ground. It hit the researcher with its head. The young man flew up, and blood gushed from his mouth. The attack threw the guy back, and he flew straight onto the tip of the tail. The end pierced his chest, and the brown-haired man gritted his teeth. He closed his eyes and sweated. poison oozed from the monster's tail. The elf threw her head back and called out to her comrade in alarm. Stretch narrowed his eyes and shouted at her not to climb, because it was dangerous here. The guy noticed the silhouette of the enemy and thought that it was the manticore with a torn wing that he had heard about in the tavern. The young man raised his hand and used fireball. The explosion scorched the enemy, and the researcher fell to the ground. The protagonist raised himself, and the artifact exclaimed that he must not lose consciousness here, otherwise something irreparable would happen, and his skill does not heal, but restores strength, and is useless against acid. The elf jumped out in front of her comrade and asked him to pull himself together, and the guy replied that he was fine, but she was in danger, and she had better run away from here quickly. The blonde shuddered and looked away. A blow immediately fell on her. The manticore knocked the archer down with its tail. The protagonist coughed up blood, trying to shout the girl's name, and Mortem advised using a potion to purify the acid. The brown-haired man swallowed the potion, throwing the bottle away, and asked what was wrong with Elena. The elf lay on the rocks, and the artifact calmed her down, saying that she was alive, but her life was in danger too. The researcher took a fighting stance and exclaimed that if the monsters were not destroyed, they would all be finished. The manticore growled, raising its tail. A blade shot out of it. The guy gritted his teeth and blocked the attack with crosswind. Mortem narrowed his eyes and said that he would block the small attacks, and that his partner should focus on killing the female. The protagonist squeezed the blade and used enchantment. The researcher rushed forward, thinking that no matter how huge she was also a living creature, so, like others, her weak points were her senses. The brown-haired man frowned and used air blast. He was thrown up above the place where the tail had stuck. The manticore covered her muzzle with her paw from the sand. The guy intercepted the dagger and gritted his teeth. He flew down, cutting the monster's wing. The monster shuddered and growled when it pushed away from his head, saying that it was not over yet. Stretch thrust his sword hard into the enemy's eye. The beast's second pupil filled with blood. The manticore bit into the enemy's body. Its teeth pierced the flesh, but the artifact immediately activated restoration. The guy grinned. He pulled away sharply, leaving a piece of skin in the beast's teeth. He pushed away and landed to the side. The wound on the hero's side quickly healed. The young man leaned back and laughed, asking the beast what was wrong. The manticore stared at him in shock. Stretch glared menacingly and noted that she had just rushed at him without any fear, and now she was looking at him with such a pitiful look, so it would be better to let her growl some more. The elf opened her eyes slightly. She sat up when her partner asked if she could get up and muttered that she had briefly lost consciousness, and what was going on with the manticore. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. The monster was sweating and staring tensely at the hero as if he were his enemy. Stretch grabbed the dagger in his hand and called the blonde, adding that their prey was still alive and moving. Mortem frowned and praised her for her attitude, saying that her magic was at its limit and would only last for one skill at most, but the guy replied that that was enough. The young man handed the elf a knife and said that the monster wouldn't last long. He looked ahead and asked her to cover him. A bolt of lightning flashed in the air. The manticore stared at the enemy in shock. Lightning from arcs spread throughout her body through the blade in her eye. Stretch frowned and thought that while his sword was in her, there was a high probability of hitting her brain when attacking. The beast fell to the ground. The researcher immediately rushed towards it, deciding that he had succeeded. He swung the shovel. Then he slashed the enemy's second eye, and a wild roar was heard. The guy tensed up and shouted at the girl to cut off the tail. The elf immediately appeared behind the manticore. She quickly slashed with a dagger. The hero immediately pushed off the ground. He grabbed the monster's tail. The guy clenched his teeth and thought that since this was the best predator in this dungeon, he would make a hole in it with the best spear. The researcher plunged the manticore's sting into its body. The tip pierced the heart. The enemy's body lay at Stretch's feet. The brown-haired man loomed over him menacingly, and Mortem greedily looked at the victim, ready to be devoured. Daylight penetrated the tavern, and the visitors excitedly discussed what these two were carrying in their hands. Balthazar and the others stared at the guests in shock, and the man asked if it was a real manticore from Mount Rockshaw with remains. Stretch and Elena dragged a pile of bags and the carcass into the tavern, and the owner asked if they had killed such a monster. The protagonist wiped the sweat from his face and answered in the affirmative, saying that there was a male and a female who was hatching an egg and wanted to settle there for a while because of a damaged wing. The guy brought the trophy to the dwarf, and he asked again in surprise. The brown-haired man took out a bag to pay for the information provided, but the interlocutor asked to leave them. Balthazar glared and said that we would consider that the young man paid when he presented such a spectacle to him, and now he would have something to discuss. The dwarf approached his subordinates with displeasure, not allowing them to touch the remains of the monster without asking. The protagonist approached the man on the bench and brought the bag. He looked at the items inside, dumbfounded. Stretch awkwardly scratched his head, remembering the mine, and apologized, explaining that there was no trace left of most of them, and he brought everything that could be carried. The interlocutor burst into tears, holding the ring, and replied that he had nothing to apologize for, because now at least there was something that could be returned to the relatives of his fallen comrades. The guy smiled warmly. Night fell on the city, and a voice exclaimed that he had heard that here you can personally see a manticore egg. The alchemist stared at the trophy in amazement, surprised by such a rare sight. Letty took the material in her hands and exclaimed that this was the same fantastic leather that felt so strong to the touch, a completely different level of quality. Balthazar put his hands on his hips and shouted that, of course, they could twirl it in their hands, but let them just try to blab about it in some seedy place, he would immediately get it out from under the ground and personally slit their throats. The main character glanced sideways at the owner and noted that he was really solid and important, then added that it would be too little for 2 monsters. Letty looked at him and replied that she did not know how he caught them, but the skin was badly damaged, although in a fight you need not worry about this, and it was a miracle that he returned alive at all. The interlocutor pursed his lips and thought that he fought for the skin, but he could have died there 10 times over. Casper pointed his finger at the guy and reminded him of the bag in which there was what was left after upgrading his weapon, and the hero was surprised that there was so much. The girl smirked and said that she gave his sword to her friend and everything would be ready tomorrow, and as for the armor, if we started today, it would take about 3 or 4 days. Stretch turned to her in surprise and said that he thought that tanning and hardening the leather took longer, and the interlocutor asked him not to underestimate the Centigma merchants. Elena looked at the damaged bow with disappointment, and muttered that she had a problem, after which the hero asked if the craftsman could fix it. The blonde pursed her lips when Letty answered in the negative. There were splinters in the fabric, and the woman noted that it was easier to make a new one, although this one was made using special elven technology, and she cannot promise that she will be able to make a similar one. The protagonist remembered how the girl defended herself with her weapon and apologized, adding that it was because of him. Elena lowered her head and said that it was nothing, because the bow was already worn out, she got it from her grandfather, sooner or later this would have happened to it anyway. The interlocutor sweated, clutching his head, and muttered that he felt sick after mentioning Grandpa. The elf nodded and thanked him when her partner suggested looking for a forge tomorrow morning where they could make an even better bow than the previous one, and the guy noticed that her ears had dropped. The girl headed for the exit, and the hero shouted at her to rest today, after which the artifact turned to him. The skull narrowed its eyes, hovering next to its partner, and asked if he thought he would find something similar to elven technology, and the brown-haired man asked him to just shut up, because he was already sick. Watchtowers at the palisade on the northern front of Venetia. The soldiers carried stakes. Hearing the order to quickly erect the palisade, it was necessary to strengthen the defense before new monsters arrived. The man in armor took a step, saying that the monsters were advancing from all sides, there would not be enough supplies and people. Gerald was sitting by the map, saying that nothing was going well, and heard that they wanted to talk to him from Brandon Castle. Well, he replied that he did not want to listen to any nonsense and excuses, let him say that he was busy. The warrior held a magic ball and said that this time everything was different. The guy frowned and asked who he was. A question was heard from the purple ball, whether he was alive, and the hero recognized Ballstock, saying that he called just in time. He was about to start worrying if there were any problems there. Frowning at the ball, the assistant said that to be honest, there were problems. He remembers that a few weeks ago they sent a detachment to extract artifacts. The blonde covered his face with his hand, saying that they probably failed and returned, to which he heard that in fact everything was even worse. The warriors stood in front of the rubble. Ballstock said that they sent a second expedition for reconnaissance, but the dungeon was already destroyed. Looking ahead in shock, the boy exclaimed, "What does it mean? Someone else took the artifacts. Could there really be a traitor among the warriors?" The man introduced the children, saying that it was impossible. He chose orphans as members of the squad, who had nowhere to go. If they wanted to betray the king, they would say goodbye to life. He made a magical contract with them in blood, and naturally, so far there was not a single traitor. The prince clenched his fist until he trembled, telling Ballstock that since he was confident in his squad, he also could not doubt him. But now the matter is not even that he missed some artifact. His authority was under threat. He introduced his smiling brother and said that if Alfred found out about this, he did not know what he would do. It was necessary to find those who did this as soon as possible. There was a burger on the plate. The boy asked how many people approximately ran weapon shops in this area. A man with a black beard asked if he wanted to buy a new bow for his girlfriend. Stretch asked if he had anything in mind and was told he didn't know. A bow could certainly be found, but replacing her weapon with one that was just as good wouldn't be easy. He crossed his arms and continued that he had heard he had a long story. It was that elves hate everything that comes out of the dungeon, and so they strictly select materials. Wiping his mouth, Stretch said that before they started they needed to go and check all the shops. Maybe he could find something. The man replied that his girlfriend had already left. He scratched his beard and replied that she had gotten up before him and was asking how to get outside. He didn't think anything had happened to her. But there were a lot of weird guys around here. If he was that worried, he'd better hurry. The guy threw a towel on the man's head and asked if he knew why he hadn't stopped her, and that she wasn't his girlfriend. He rushed to the exit, and the man laughed, saying that it seemed that the girl was much more reasonable and savvy, although this was usually the last thing to be found out about. On the street of the city, a question was heard about where she had gone. The guy was wearing a cloak with a hood. He said that he did not even have time to explain to her how to use money. He hoped that she would not be deceived, Mortem objected that she would be more careful than him. A question was heard that there was an establishment nearby, maybe she wanted a drink. Stretch turned around, hearing this. The men gathered around the elf. Words were heard that he knew a place better than the armory. Stretch looked out from behind the corner, thinking that 3 men, would she really be okay? He opened his eyes in surprise, hearing the sound. One of the men was sticking out of a hole in the wall. Stretch said that it seemed like they were worried in vain, and the artifact added that even the 3 of them would not harm her. One of the men glanced at the hero and asked who he was. He told him not to worry about him and just pretend he wasn't there. Grabbing a knife, the man asked if he was trying to spy. His fist hit him on the head. Swinging, the guy hit him from the other side. The man hit the ground. He raised his hands. An elf appeared behind him, asking where he was looking. She kicked him. Grinning, Stretch asked if she was okay. Seeing him, Elena asked if he was worried about her. She remembered the alley and said that she hadn't been able to handle people in the last fight. Stretch pulled his hood up, saying that he wasn't perfect either, and thought that these guys seemed trained, and suggested that they leave. On the streets of the city, the girl's question was heard, what was he doing in such a place, and he answered that he thought he should ask her. Walking ahead, the guy said that he was naturally looking for her. Why did she come here alone, and early in the morning? Looking down, the blonde replied that elves believe that old and precious objects contain the soul of their ancestors. Shocked, Stretch looked at her and heard that this is why she came to see off her grandfather's bow on its last journey, to pay tribute to him. The guy grabbed his chest. The artifact said that it seemed that these words hurt him. And what if this elf is actually a cool master? He replied that it seemed that it took her a long time. Elena walked next to him, answering that not really, it just needed to be burned and that's it, although it was difficult to find a deserted place, in general. After that she did not return to the tavern, but walked through the shops in search of a new bow. The guy replied that when he asked, he was told that no one came to them. The girl in the hood looked at him, saying that she just did not want to reveal her identity, saying too much in the conversation. She stood by the shop, saying that she had been looking around the stalls outside to be on the safe side, but hadn't found anything useful, and was about to head back when she met those guys. The hero glanced at her, wondering what kind of situation this was, and told her to wait a bit. She would definitely be able to find a suitable bow that she liked, and he would help her with that. The skull floating nearby opened its mouth, saying how many empty promises could he make? Did he think it was that easy to find a weapon that could replace that amazing bow? The hooded guy called him a chatterbox. Mortem replied that those were his words. The guy looked away and suggested that they stop by for a while. They were standing in a weapons shop. Stretch said that this was a mining town, so you could see rare items. Elena was looking at the bows. She held one of them. The guy said it looked sturdy, but she replied that it was noticeable that the wood hadn't been particularly cared for. You could feel that the texture of the wood used for the core of the bow literally squealed. The hero asked in bewilderment, "Did she hear that?" Mortem replied that his help in this matter was clearly of no use. The girl replied that the bow could be found in other cities. The master appeared behind, saying that he was working with a hammer and did not hear. They were looking for something specific. Stretch approached him, although the artifact tried to stop him, saying that of course there was a lot of second-rate goods here, but there were also many rare items. Glancing at him, the guy said that he did have insight, unlike him, at least something. In his hand was an oblong object. Mortem said that this trinket would suit his girlfriend's taste. The hero asked what it was. The heroes were sitting at the bar. Elena held the item. Stretch said what a relief that she finally managed to find something she liked. The guy glanced sideways at Mortem and said that it was a good thing, a magic item that, with the help of the owner's magical powers, takes the most optimal form for him. Looking at the item, Elena thanked him and said that she would call it Le Cordacchio. The guy noted that she had already thought of a name for it. Frowning slightly, he looked down and said that after he started using it, there were cursed items on his fingers. Stretch said that he felt somehow strange. He certainly chose the least catchy address. Mortem said that it was a strong fighting spirit and the smell of death. He put his hand on the guy's head, saying that he liked it. There was something in it. Now at least there was a more or less feeling that they were partners. The elf looked at the gloomy guy and asked when they were leaving now. He replied that he had just asked Letty to go and get equipment. As soon as everything was ready, they would set out. Tall grass grew near the tree. The blow cut the goblin's body in half. Stretch kicked him. He looked ahead carefully. In front of him was a monster with a spear in his hands. He thought that it was the leader of the goblins in the vicinity of the village of Jelen. It turns out that the local ruler does not watch his territory at all. The guy glanced sideways at Elena and said that he would take on the largest one, and let her take care of the rest. A bow appeared in the girl's hands. An arrow hit the goblin in the forehead. The leader was holding a spear in his hands. Looking at the blade, Stretch thought that he was approaching. The enemy hit him in the torso. The hero said that the effect was obvious. He held the spear with a smile, saying that it was probably all about the manticore skin. This is real armor. Smiling, he suggested trying to knead the bones. The goblin opened his mouth in shock. The bodies of goblins lay on the ground. A question was heard, "Is he okay?" Next to Stretch was a shining goblin. He answered that he was light. The bow returned to the object. The elf said that their goal is to punish the head of the village for excessive greed. Smiling, clenching his fist, the hero said that at the same time to help the residents and stop the extraction of funds from the precious royal treasury. And Dalton also shared something interesting. The man imagined poison and said that he heard that the ruler named Borden began to appropriate huge funds for himself. Stretch opened his mouth in surprise, saying that it seems that this is the head of Jelen. Why would he suddenly? And hearing that there are rumors that with their help he began to furiously collect artifacts and stores it somewhere in the territory of Jelen. The hero stood, looking around the village. The guy said that great, it is here. For starters they will go down and find themselves an inn. There was a small fence near the house. Words were heard that this is not allowed. The man stood next to the pig, saying that if they take her too, they will have nothing left. The mustachioed guard ordered him to shut up. All his property belonged to the village ruler. Stop being stubborn. Let him just give it to them. Elena watched this tensely. The guy put out his palm. Standing behind, the girl asked if they shouldn't stop him. It was immediately obvious that he was doing the wrong thing. Stretch said that they would wait. They needed to first understand the whole situation and then do something. The man fell to his knees. The man took out a coin, apologizing. The guy handed the coin to the man and said that he needed a place to stay for the night. Could he rent a room from them? There was a plate of soup on the table. Words were heard that they should not be treated so generously, and the answer that otherwise it would be inconvenient for them themselves. The man sat at the table opposite the heroes and said that they had been going around for several years and taking everything like this. First they raised the fee for using devices like a watermill, and then they began to find fault with everything and introduced fines and even a fee for travel. Closing his eyes, he said that now they can't move anywhere. They can either run away and hide all their lives, or live in constant fear. The hero with a spoon in his hand heard that it was already difficult to collect money, and now they also had to pay for freedom. He thought that their situation was worse than his. Although he grew up an orphan, this is a terrible situation. Turning around, the blonde asked why the soldiers needed to take away farm property, if they collect so much money, and probably get a decent salary. The man sitting opposite said that before these extortions were introduced, everything was fine, but now the soldiers are not paid either. Stretch thought that there was nothing to pay with if all the money goes to artifacts. With a sad and thoughtful look, he thought that with the plan of capture, such a quantity of jewelry is hidden together, which ordinary people do not know about. The bearded man was surprised to hear the question of how he knew the situation with the soldiers' salaries so well, and replied that he knew it from the local tavern, where you could sometimes hear their conversations. Stretch smiled slyly, saying that the most important information came out at night, and said that he would be leaving shortly. There were streetlights on, laughter was heard and words that this guy was as strong as an ox. The fair-haired man bent his fingers and said that he had not seen him here. Probably he was engaged in hard work, where strength was needed. Stretch clenched his fist with a smile, saying that he worked part-time as a mercenary. He did not have to starve. The man smiled, saying that he looked strong. It was not easy to meet such people in this village. He would treat him. The hero agreed, saying that today a monster had just worn him out. The man opened his mouth in surprise, asking again, and said that in these parts, such terrible monsters were not found. He introduced the goblin, saying that he also thought that there would be a few goblins near the village at most, but there was a leader there. The interlocutor crossed his arms and replied that there was nothing to be done about the leader and that he had destroyed him. Scratching his head, the hero awkwardly replied that no, he had only managed to run away. Could he hear any tricks from such capable soldiers as them? The flattered man waved his hand, replying that he was saying this so that such a guy could not defeat some goblin. Sitting at the table, he began to tell how when he was a recruit, he only had to pick up a spear. One of the mugs tipped over, and words were heard that therefore, if he had equipment, he would easily defeat any monster leader. The drunk man held the mug, saying that in this country all the money goes to buying artifacts. It would be better if they raised their salaries. Isn't that the first thing? Looking at him, Stretch thought that he was getting drunk a little, and asked if the ruler really had so much money. What a coincidence, he just happened to have an artifact. Everyone turned around greedily, hearing the question, will he be able to sell it for a lot of money? Stretch exhaled in disappointment, wondering if he was honest or stupid. It was easy to guess from his reaction. The man crossed his arms and laughed, telling him not to worry. Their ruler was such a spendthrift. Just tell him the truth. The fact is that he will buy anything. The man with a light mustache and beard said that if he wanted to sell, he should go to the fortress. Lord Chelsea, the head of the knights, was responsible for such matters. Stretch came out holding his head, and the girl said how long he took. Looking at him worriedly, Elena asked if he had gotten the information he needed. Smiling awkwardly, the guy apologized, saying that he thought everything was going well, but he himself had just gotten drunk. He stretched, asking how he had managed to fit in. The elf noted that people drank this bitter water so well. A lantern was burning in the city. The girl said that something was bothering her. Stretch yawned, hearing that someone was watching them, and said that for sure, and so ineptly. A stone appeared in his hand. He asked why they were like that. Exhaling sharply, he continued noisy. A figure in a hood and mask was hiding around the corner. Putting his hand on his hip, the guy ordered them to get out and asked who they were. A whole gang with weapons had gathered there, one of whom said that they would not talk for long. let him give up the artifact and leave. Elena hit him in the face with her knee, not letting him finish what would happen if he did not. The man fell on his back. Looking at this sadly, Stretch said that he had not finished yet. How could he attack so abruptly? He sometimes even wondered how he managed to defeat Elena. Mortem replied that it was all thanks to him. He thought that one could have stayed alive. The elf kicked the enemy. Words were heard that it was clear. Now they would also make their contribution. The full moon was shining in the sky. The hero said that in principle he knew that this would happen. These were the same soldiers from the tavern. He asked what their goal was, and the mustachioed man answered that his artifact. The leg flew into his face. Stretch explained that he was not asking about that. Crouching down, he sullenly said that as soon as he entered the tavern, a gang immediately gathered, and those in black clothes, who were clearly prepared in advance. He had planned it all from the very beginning. Approaching, the guy said that it seemed to him that such a plan could not have been born in such stupid heads. The hero took the man by the finger and said that he had something in mind, but alas, he was a kind person, so he would give him a chance to tell it in a nice way. Holding the finger, he continued that if he did not want to, he would not eat with the other hand tomorrow. Closing his eyes in fear, the man said that it was Lord Chelsea. The guy looked at him in surprise. The mustachioed soldier replied that it was he who ordered them. Count Borden spent too much money on artifacts, so he ordered them to take some of the artifacts by force when they were brought into the country. The hero thought with disappointment that it was surprising that they did not even think of appropriating them and running away, and asked where they were collecting all these artifacts. He turned to the man in blood, who said that they were not aware of everything. Raising his head, the blonde said that Lord Chelsea was too careful to ensure that there were no leaks of information, so he did not open his mouth in front of ordinary soldiers. Touching his chin, Stretch said that if they didn't know anything, then there was no point in leaving them alive. The man with black hair said that there was something suspicious. Introducing a square well, he explained that there was a military base not far from the ruler's residence, with a well in the middle, and it was not used for its intended purpose. He once saw large pieces of meat being lowered down there. Frowning, the guy asked if he was suggesting that he go down there to be mixed with food waste. He hoped that he would believe his strange information. The tied-up soldier said that it was not about that. It was not waste. Not only good meat was sent there, he sometimes personally caught wild animals to lower into the well. Surprised, the hero thought that they would hardly dump waste near the ruler's house. Rulers and artifacts, food, right? With the help of monsters he protects his artifacts. Well, of course, only someone not burdened with intelligence could come up with such a thing. The man straightened his red cloak, the ruler of Borden, and ordered him to come in. The head of the nightly order Chelsea touched his chest, heard that he had been working with the patrols since early morning, and replied that he was not worth thanking. Looking straight ahead, he asked, "Has the answer come from the first prince yet?" Turning around, Borden replied that there was no need to worry. He said that it was worthy of entering his own collection of artifacts, and hoped for a positive outcome. Presenting armor, weapons and potions, he said that they were especially interested in the last one, my artifact, even mentioned in the letter that whoever wanted to look at it in person, so good to pay. This artifact is worth more than the other two combined. Standing by the window, the count said that all that was left was to send the goods through the capital, in a few days, and their future would be secured. For now let him set it up so that nothing unusual would happen. There was a clear sky above the house. Words were heard that tonight. The one who looked at the tied-up soldier said that if this Chelsea was really as impeccable as these guys said about it, then he probably already suspected something. Well, okay, after the disappearance of my people. The guy stirred the purple liquid, saying that there was only one day left to get into the vault, today or tomorrow, and asked how he planned to do it, through that well? Holding a shovel, Stretch said that this psycho must have set up a bunch of different traps for the guards there. He imagined sharp spears, saying that he didn't know what was at the bottom of the well, but at the moment it was the fastest and safest way to get there. Crossing her arms, Elena said that most likely there were more than one or two traps there, and by the way, he said that he didn't know everything there. How would he prepare a capture plan and equipment? Holding a container with a potion, he said that judging by the fact that they threw food there, it was definitely a living monster, since it feeds on meat, which means it is aggressive. If he prepared food for it, it will definitely react. The guy brought the bottle to his eyes, saying that it remains to solve the problem of leaving the well. The girl was surprised to hear that her help would be needed here. Looking at her, Stretch said that he only needed an hour after he entered the fortress. She would have to distract the soldiers. She could use any method. Looking seriously, the blonde asked if he wanted to go in there alone. If there was a giant monster inside, it would be hard for him alone. The guy smiled and told her not to worry. Help from outside in the form of a distraction would be very useful to him. She could handle it, right? The girl took the weapon and agreed. The full moon was shining in the sky. The guy was standing among the trees. He turned around, looking at the beast. A boar was lying next to the girl. She heard that she was a good girl. He was very well fed. Holding a knife, the hero said that it was an appetizing boar, which smelled of fresh blood. It would definitely hide the smell of sleeping pills. Soaking the beast with a potion, he asked what about the borders. The girl looked at the guards and said that the borders were strictly controlled, but the fortress wall had the fewest people. Stretch dumped the carcass on his back and said that it was great, he would be back soon. He leaned tiredly over the wall, saying how difficult it was to cope with the load on his back. Looking down, he thought that there were many sentries, but inside the fortress wall itself there were relatively few people. Below was a square well, and the hero thought that it seemed like this was the one. He jumped down, deciding that if he waited for the right moment, it would not be so difficult to get in. Stretch opened the lid and exclaimed how it stunk. He frowned down and said that he suddenly regretted his decision, but the artifact told him to go down. The guy was putting meat into the well. Hearing the words that it was enough chatter, he needed to hurry before he was noticed. The hero's eyes widened when he heard the question, was there anything strange on patrol? Chelsea stood opposite the soldier, who answered that he should be calm. Today is quiet, as always. He frowned, saying that there was peace and quiet on guard duty. The well was closed. He asked how they had not lost their jobs yet with such an attitude. Stretch hid, as he had ordered tomorrow's greatness, the number of guards around the fortress. Something could not happen in these 3 days until they left for the capital. Stretch smiled and said that it was a great time for skills and automatic reflexes. Well, I heard that this skill was not for such cases. The head of the guard stood with his back turned. Mordem said that now it was not even a military regime, but the situation was so tense, it was surprising that he had not yet risen. Was he not planning a sabotage? The guy hiding in the shelter replied that he did not know the reason for such a furious collection of artifacts, especially if he was simply putting them in storage. The hero leaned against the wall of the well. The artifact asked how long they were going to hang around here and answered that he should wait. The food had already gone down. He needed to wait for it to work. After a while a voice was heard that it seemed to him that enough time had passed and the answer that they would go down. The guy landed at the bottom of the well. Covering his nose, he said that it didn't stink so much anymore. And then he opened his eyes in surprise. In front of them was a huge toothy monster. Mordem said that it was a bunyip. How did they manage to drag a monster living in a swamp here? The hero answered that capable guys. When there is money, nothing is impossible. Skull flew up to the monster and asked how ordinary people get in here if there is such a guard here, and the guy said that he made a sleeping pill, so they have a few minutes. There is probably an object to control it or a secret entrance. Words were heard that the main thing is that it does not crush them. The red-haired man held out his hand and asked what was there. There was a door with a lock in front of him. He heard that it was too flimsy for the last defense device. He said that it was almost impossible for an ordinary person to reach this place and pass by such a monster. Opening the lock, he asked what treasures this greedy Count Borden had collected here. The guy entered the treasury and said that there was a lot of everything here. Mordem told him not to look around, but to look ahead. There was a pedestal covered with red cloth in front of him. The hero's eyes widened in surprise. He took the object in his hand, saying that he had been wondering where this thing was. He had hidden it here. The dagger and helmet were no match for the barracks, and he heard advice to put it on faster. The system reported the curse devouring skill. The magical powers of the Mordem artifact increased from 850 to 3250. The active arc skill turned into a stream. Unlock 2 new skills, which include the active skill Tesla. Thoughtfully looking at the system window, said that the abilities have improved dramatically. He will not know now due to a lack of logical forces. The system reported that the number of absorbed artifacts at the moment is 5. The amount of stored magical power is 9,760. He looked at the closed abilities, thinking that the very first to be unlocked are the synchronization abilities and Caesar. Each has a magical power of 45,000. Bringing his palm to the window, he said that the update will need to be postponed for later. Mordem said that there is something else left. In front of them was a vial of liquid. He said that it is an artifact. The hero asked, "Is this too?" Surrounded by radiance, the skull replied that there is no doubt. It is not necessary that all artifacts should take some specific form. They can be in the form of gas or liquid. The guy diligently unscrewed the cork. He waved his hand, saying that it wouldn't open. First he needed to get out of here, and then he'd think of something. Stretch walked with a bag on his shoulder. A huge monster woke up, looking at him. The guy grabbed the blade, thinking about enchantment. A trace remained from the jump. The hero plunged the sword into the monster's head. He clenched his teeth and wanted to use an explosion. However, the monster threw him back. Stretch slid along the ground. He spat out blood, thinking that his attacks were too strong. One sword would not be enough here. Flashes flew from the ring. The hero thought that yours was too much for one. First he needed to try to cope with at least one. The guy was surprised when a light wind appeared instead of an air explosion. The monster attacked, forcing him to jump back. Turning around, the red-haired man asked why it didn't work. He was responsible for magic, right? Black Skull replied that he had just realized that the walls of the passage of this vault consisted of several layers. It seemed that the layers contained pieces of dispellium. If he did not look closely, they were not noticeable, but the effect was immediately felt. Presenting a piece of metal, the hero asked, "Is this what the handcuffs for magicians are made of?" Hearing a dissatisfied wince, he heard the confirmation, and thought that it was very expensive, and said that Borden spent money on this metal. That's why the country is poor. The blonde exhaled. The object was shining in her hand. She pulled the bowstring, using the active skill of maintaining speed, which maintains the speed of a projectile of a small arms at a certain distance. She imagined a green-haired girl and thought that such a huge bow was her specialty. Elena fired again. The arrow left a green trail. It crashed into the wall. The elf watched the soldiers, thinking that they still did not understand. Here the distance is about 400 to 500 meters. Pulling the bowstring again, she thought that this was a good weapon. A scream was heard above the castle. All this attack. Chelsea shouted angrily, "What are they standing there for? Let them quickly determine the enemy's location." The soldiers ran around the yard, shouting that it was too difficult. It was dark around. Where were they flying from? The captain ordered to hold the defense. Watch the surroundings. The man with the shield hid behind the wall. An arrow stuck into the ground. Words were heard that such a direction indicated that the enemy was attacking from the forest. Frowning, Chelsea shouted that they should leave a minimum number of forces in the fortress. The rest should go outside and catch the enemies. If they resist, they can be killed. The guy saw Borden in fear, who asked what was going on and replied that it was too dangerous to go out. Let him quickly return inside. The drawbridge was rising. A shout was heard. Why weren't they moving? As soon as the soldiers leave the fortress, immediately raise the bridge. We can't let anyone get in here. The elf took aim, saying, "That's it, this won't do." She used the active skill piercing shot, which increases the ability to pierce dense objects or armor. Her fingers released the arrow. She broke the chain of the bridge. It fell, and a cry was heard that they were in trouble. The bow disappeared, and Elena said that it was not so easy to use skills and maintain the magical power of the bow. She provided the road, the rest. Flashes of attacks appeared in the cave. Stretch jumped back and asked to do something. Is there really no other way? The paw crashed into the floor. Mortem asked, "Does he think he can think of something in this situation?" Mortem said that the use of magic is limited. Even he can't resort to his powers, but where else would such a great chance turn up? Frowning sideways at him, the red-haired asked again, saying that great chances do not help him in any way? The hero jumped on the monster's body. Hearing that, what else should he say so that he gets it, since they have prepared a supply of equipment for such cases? The monster tried to knock him down with its paw, and the hero said that he had just thought of that. He ran into the beast from behind. He had a blade in his hand. It pierced the monster's back. The guy was squeezing the hilt. Blood was flying everywhere. Looking down, Stretch asked, "Is this gunpowder salamander dust, and how powerful it is?" The artifact said that the gnome had improved this thing well. Another monster appeared behind. It fell to the ground. Stretch pulled out his hand, thinking that it was good that he was stupid, otherwise he would have snapped his teeth once, and it was gone. There was a cartridge in his fingers. The hero jumped after the monster. The fanged beast turned its head. Then it opened its mouth and roared. It had many sharp teeth. Stretch frowned. He jumped, dodging. The monster's eye opened wide. He plunged the sword into the monster's stomach, and then moved it down. The entrails fell out. There was blood on the hero's face. Wiping his cheek, he said that the smell was disgusting. In the end he screwed up. The hero covered his face with his hands. Mortem said that he looked terrible, and the stench was so bad that he couldn't breathe, and heard that there was no other way. There were tied bags on the floor. The hero said that he had collected everything and called for them to leave. Extending his palm, he used curse eating. Then he looked at his palm with displeasure, saying that this didn't work either, which was a pity. Mortem asked if he was going to steal everything. He still needed to get through the guards. Stretch smiled, answering that he had cleared the last trap. Did he really think that some guards would defeat him? And he also had an idea of how to punish this ruler. The guy was walking through the cave, hearing the question, to punish, and answered that first they needed to find a way out. I wonder how Elena is doing there. Walking with a bag on his back, Stretch repeated his words that nothing would happen, to which Mortem noted that he had become skilled at hunting in dungeons. Pulling the lever, the guy said that these were all innate abilities, plus, obviously, everything here was built by amateurs and only an inept person could place such a device here. A loud sound came from the door, and he added that what surprised him most was how much was spent on manufacturing and that all the money invested came from citizens' taxes. Seeing a corridor in front of him, he was surprised that you can immediately get inside and heard a cry that the bridge had collapsed. Several soldiers ran past, indignant that someone dared to attack a fortress in the center of Venice, but the guy thought that perhaps it was Elena. Closing his eyes, he used his animal instinct. An image of a wolf appeared with a description of the skills. Stretch saw the horses and heard the order for all soldiers to inspect every meter of the forest thicket, and that the enemy's main weapon was a bow and arrow. Part of the wall was collapsed. The voice also said that they did not know how many of them there were and who they were. But judging by their strength, they were not simple guys, and as soon as they were discovered, they needed to report this. The gates were torn off the chains. Opening his eyes, the guy thought that Elena was very strong. Jumping down, he thought that he did not know how she did it, but almost all the soldiers were scattered and he could safely leave. Noticing a horse nearby, he said that he had not ridden a horse for a long time. The horse almost knocked down a soldier. Seeing the running hero, they shouted that he had just galloped past and had a huge bag on his back, with which he had just left the fortress. The guy smiled, thinking that this way they would reach the village. Elena appeared next to him, whom he praised, and she asked if they were done, to which the hero replied that this was not all and that there was one last event left. Looking at him, the elf pointed out that no matter what he had planned, they would be pursued and asked if he was going to fight. Smiling broadly, the guy replied that this was not the case, and that they would head to the village itself. Light was visible from the windows of the houses. The guy asked for something to support his companion. Heading along the street, he said that as soon as he gave the sign, she should do as they agreed. A fireball appeared in his hand. A column of fire headed into the sky. Opening his mouth wide, he told the villagers to immediately leave their houses. The man looked out the window, hearing that this was their chance to get rid of the despotism of the ruler. The other residents also looked at what was happening in surprise, hearing that there would be no other. Pointing his hand up, Stretch told everyone that if they didn't want a new life somewhere else, then they should leave this village, and turn to his assistant. The elf threw a bag. Snapping his fingers, he used an air bullet. Gold flew everywhere. The man and the child looked, not understanding what it was. Someone opened his mouth wide, asking what he was doing and thinking that this was the treasure that was kept in the fortress. A warrior with several soldiers appeared in front of him, asking who the hero was and why he had done all this. Clenching his fist, the guy replied that he was returning them to their true owners. The knight became noticeably angry, first ordering him to be captured and then killed. Stretch smiled at him, answering that he thought so. The soldiers were frozen in ice. Putting his hand behind his back, the guy said that as long as the villagers ran away, they would not move from the spot. The soldiers looked at their feet in confusion, hearing that if the hero wanted, he could kill everyone, but this was too much, especially since there was still work left for them. Approaching the horses, he said that when the ice melted, they should return to the fortress and tell that greedy man that if he continued to live like this, then next time he could say goodbye to life. The sun illuminated the green grass. Stretch complained that he could not get rid of the stench. He charmed his hand with leaves, saying that he rubbed himself with herbs several times, and it seemed that the smell was not so strong, but the elf clarified, was he sure about this? Both were sitting by the fire, and he said that this was not the first time. He also said that he had already cleared almost all the dungeons in the vicinity of the kingdom, and now it was necessary to go to the center of Venice. Putting his hand in his pocket, the hero remembered that there was one interesting thing, to which his companion was surprised, thinking that he shared all the jewelry with the residents. In his hand was a small bottle with the words that he thought it was an artifact, but he could not open it, so he did not check what was inside. Elena opened it with ease, and when asked how she did it, she said that there was a small lever on the lid. The guy shook the potion, wanting to know what kind of artifact it was. Something caught his attention. He handed it to the elf again, saying that he was giving it to her. She looked at him with distrust. Smiling, looking at the potion, the hero said that this artifact increases physical indicators, and he just wanted to give her something suitable. Elena lowered her eyes. The hero was worried that she did not like it, and said that she should not doubt, because there is nothing bad in it, she can just close her eyes and drink. Mortem looked at him angrily, surprised that he did not understand anything at all, offering to remember their first meeting. He remembered her irritated look, her words that it was terrible and disgusting, hearing that the elf cannot stand it when it comes to artifacts. Skull introduced the captured elves, saying that this is a common reaction of elves to artifacts, especially since her relatives almost died in the dungeon, so she will not use them of her own free will. Stretch raised his hands in fear, telling the elf that he had not thought and did not want to remind her of the bad. The girl silently looked down, thinking that her skills were still insufficient compared to him. Imagining a flow of wind in front of her, she thought that despite her innate ability in magic, she could not use many techniques. Then she remembered the fight with Millie, thinking that she was not even that much stronger than the people they met in the dungeon. She also remembered the moment when her bow broke in the fight. Frowning, she thought that she went with him to help, but if at the most crucial moment she cannot fight, then it is not help. Elena grabbed the artifact, saying that she will drink it. Stretch waved his hands, saying that he knows what meaning it has for her, so there is no need to drink it by force, and that the other elves may develop hostility because of this. The path went deeper into the forest. The elf answered that since she had volunteered to help, she did not want to become a burden, to which he replied that he did not think so, but heard that he had to promise something. The companion looked at the potion, saying that if she was kicked out because of this, then he should take responsibility. The heroes and Millie were shocked. The bottle was empty. The hero looked at it with fear, asking if she was okay. A glow appeared around Elena. She said that this artifact spread throughout the body, sharpening all senses, and also cleansed of toxins. The guy smiled, saying that the artifact would soon begin to react, and asked if there were any other changes. The elf clenched her teeth, feeling something. Beads of sweat ran down her face. Stretch recalled his feelings, telling her to calm down and breathe deeply, explaining that this was just the process of the parasitic artifact getting used to her body and that she shouldn't be scared. Elena closed her eyes. She fell to the ground. It was dark all around. She didn't understand what those sounds were that were coming from all sides. Noticing a lizard, she felt a ringing in her ears. Then she saw the crown of a tree, smelling the forest. Her hand lay on the ground. She felt the smallest particles that it consisted of, and realized that all her senses had sharpened sharply. Elena tried to open her eyes. Getting up, she said that she was going to throw up. Stretch moved his hand to the side, asking how she felt and saying that until she got used to the parasitic influence, she would most likely be very tired, and if she needed anything, she should definitely say. Covering her nose with her hand, the elf replied that he stunk. The hero began to rub himself with grass again, saying that his sense of smell had become more acute. The man looked at the letter, demanding to tell him that next time, before writing letters and moving the pen across the paper, he should think carefully first. Squeezing it, he added that otherwise he would come and kill him with his own hands. He passed by Mark, who asked what had happened. Raptors handed him the letter, offering to look at it himself. The man looked at the letter, asking if it was the same aristocrat who had been bothering him lately, to which the guy replied that he had promised to send good artifacts and he had to play along, because no one would want to mess with this old man without a reason. Looking carefully at the letter, the giant clarified that someone had stolen all the artifacts he had collected, to which he heard that his interlocutor had not really expected anything, because such people always do that. Raptors frowned, saying that what irritated him most was that someone dared to touch things that should have been part of his collection, and thus insulted him. The two of them went on. Mark said that if he wished, he could track him down, to which the guy replied that he had already disgraced himself in the palace, and therefore it was necessary to track him down and punish him, whoever he was. Pointing at the knight, he said that he trusted him with this, he needed to find and capture him alive. But if he resisted, he could kill him. Mark put his hand on his chest, hearing that this matter needed to be sorted out, and replied that if possible, he would bring him alive. Clouds flowed through the mountains. The hero demanded to listen to him, because in such a place one must be careful, otherwise there is a risk of falling. The elf stroked the horse. Stretch looked at the horse, saying that this was racial discrimination. The girl noted that she had not been in the hilly area for a long time, and it was quite nice here. She had a blindfold on. The hero replied that they would talk about good things later. Although her senses had become heightened, she should not be able to see anything with the blindfold on. She replied that she could feel everything well. Taking the map in his hands, the guy suggested that if there was surveillance. Standing in front of the bridge, he added that there was a rather steep area here and the horse would have to be left on this side. Elena went down to the ground, asking him to wait. Removing the blindfold, she said that she could hear the sounds of wings. The hero looked at her. Then, closing his eyes, using his animal instinct, he thought that with his skills he could not hear anything. Seeing how the elf was also listening, he was surprised that her senses had become so heightened that she could hear such sounds, when she spoke of the roar of a monster and the vague cries of people. Stretch extended his hand, hearing the question of whether he would save them, because if they were warriors from another village, their intervention could complicate everything, and answered that such warriors would not stray from a good path and would not go to such a remote place. Looking at the bridge in front of him, he said that the problem was how to deal with the enemy in such a fog, and if it collapsed, they would also be in danger. Taking the weapon in her hands, the elf told him not to move, because the monster sensed their presence. The girl pulled the bowstring. Elena listened carefully, and her eye turned red. The arrow rushed forward. Looking into the distance, he asked if she succeeded. She answered that it was so. Sighing with relief, she said that the people also guessed that they were here, but their movements were not hostile. Covering his eyes with his hand, Stretch clarified that they were not warriors. Hearing that this was so, and asked what happened to the elf. She looked at her hand, answering that she just wasn't used to it yet, and that as soon as the magical influence subsided, they could set off. The two of them walked along the bridge. Dead birds lay on the ground, and words could be heard that they first needed to check the condition of the wounded. A man was bandaging his wounded comrade. Another bent over the one lying on the ground, asking for more bandages and a restorative potion. Looking at the dead bird, the people were surprised, because there were no good shooters among them, and heard the hero's words that they were travelers and were passing by. Bernard saw Stretch with the elf in front of him, hearing them offer help, and then the question of what he was doing here. The hero became a little nervous, recognizing that annoying voice. Garrett happily waved his hand at him, saying that they met faster than he could imagine. Frowning, the guy asked him what he had in mind this time and how he ended up here. He patted him on the shoulder, noticing that as before, the hero did not want to join his team and that he liked such stubbornness. Raising his hand to his face, Garrett said that they had not seen each other for a long time and offered to go to their lair, discussing cooperation there, which Stretch was very irritated by. Garrett looked at the elf, asking if everything was okay with her, because he could not even see her face. Elena looked at him with her big eyes. The hero exchanged glances with Mortem, asking what was the matter, because she said that she could not get used to it, and she herself was already using her skills to the fullest, to which he replied that there was a difference in intellectual abilities when using artifacts. There were many people in the camp. The guy said that it was a little lively here. Some were carrying things. Garrett said that their guys were restoring the suspension bridge and that this was the most suitable place for shelter, but first they needed to figure out the roads. Looking at this, the hero asked if they killed the monsters for the safety of the roads. Elena cleared her throat when the interlocutor said that there were many monsters here and at the same time they replenished their food supplies. He drew attention to this, asking what brought them to this area. Since the last time they saw each other, they were heading in the other direction. Garrett smiled affably, hearing the question of why he needed to know this, and replied that he knew that the hero was not happy to see him, but asked to listen, saying that although he did not know where they were heading from, but if they wanted to move freely in this area, then first they should come to an agreement with them. Stretch looked at him irritably, asking why. Imagining the damage to the bridge, he answered that the only way to cross the gorge was suspension bridges or abandoned mines. Then, imagining the entrance to the mine, he said that several bridges were dilapidated and had recently collapsed, and those were closed because of monsters. The hero put his hand on his belt, clarifying that in order to get there, it was necessary to rebuild the bridges, to which he heard that there was no need to worry so much. The interlocutor raised a finger, noting that not all bridges were completely destroyed. If their shape was preserved, they would be able to quickly repair them, and he offered him cooperation in another matter. Sighing tiredly, Stretch replied that he roughly understood. He raised his hand above his head, using a wave. Showing green lightning, the system reported this skill. Several birds rose into the sky. The wave approached them. Bright flashes were visible throughout the area. Lightning struck the monsters. The hero watched as they fell to the ground. Garrett looked at him in shock, thinking that he had become even stronger since their last meeting. Frowning, Stretch thought that this skill could not be compared with the other, because it required 1/5 of mana to use, and if you do not monitor the consumption, then he will fall first. Elena looked worried, noticing that he was tired, and suggested that they rest a little, but the guy replied that this was a good time to test the skill. Lightning appeared between his fingers, and he added that he would finish everyone off at the same time, and asked for help in finding it. The elf's eye turned red, and she said that right in front of him, 400 meters away, she was flying towards him. Stretch closed his fingers. A bright beam burst into the sky. It pierced several monsters at once. Someone's silhouette was visible among them. The girl looked up, saying that there was something there. The monster opened its mouth wide and growled. Elena knelt down. The hero asked what was wrong with her. Several harpies appeared in the sky. Garrett and his comrades grabbed their weapons, saying that they would help too, because they couldn't just stand aside, but they heard them step back. Stretch again pointed his hand forward, telling him to take the girl and step back with his guys, because he was preparing a big shot. Turning to the others, the guy said that everyone should go to cover, and that now it seemed that it would happen. The hero smiled, deciding to see how impenetrable the enemies were. Lightning struck the harpies when using the wave. They rolled their eyes. Bernard and the others looked up in shock. Garrett smiled nervously, saying that it was impossible to stay calm here. Stretch was breathing heavily when he told his comrades to search the area for any remaining monsters, and the others to check for any wounded. The monsters fell to the ground. When Stretch asked him if he was okay, because it looked like he had overdone it a bit, he replied that everything was fine and he was just dizzy. Shale was helping the elf when the interlocutor said that she was clearly stressed because of the sounds. There was a destroyed bridge in front of them, and he said that if the check was over, then they needed to hurry and resume its restoration. The bridge over the gorge was restored 2 days later. Garrett said that the monsters were not bothering. Perhaps that's why they began to work much faster, and all thanks to the hero. They stood next to it. Stretch replied that they had indeed built it quickly, and all that was left was to refine it. The interlocutor passed the bread, saying that they had destroyed the monsters, so they could focus on construction work. They sat opposite each other, when he said that they usually had to run away every time they appeared, and sometimes sat idle for a whole day. The hero looked at him, saying that they could hold out for a few days, but what next, because the monsters could return at any moment, and then they would again lose the ability to use the bridge. Introducing these monsters, the interlocutor replied that they matured in about 10 years and only then began to hunt, and this time would be enough for them. Nearby lay many defeated monsters. Stretch clarified that there could be others, because even in these 2 days many creatures appeared, to which Garrett replied that they had a shelter, so the rest was a matter of time and patience. He smiled and added that it would take a few months of hard work to complete a trade route that they could collect tolls from, and heard of more trouble. Shale ran up to him when he replied that nothing could be worse than a sentry abandoning his post, but the mage said that it was no time for jokes. The smile vanished from his face when he heard that the pursuers had returned again, and he ordered them to grab their weapons. Together with the mage, he rushed forward. Stretch chewed his food, saying that things were getting serious. The elf asked him if they would follow them. Dusting his hands, he replied that it was not worth gathering together when there were pursuers, so he would go alone. She would keep an eye on the situation here for now. A loud sound was heard among the mountains. Together with the others, he watched a group of people, asked if they were pursuers, to which he heard that they were. Garrett lowered the pipe, saying that since he had parted ways with the hero, they had lost their way countless times, run away, fought, but all over again. Seeing the people in that camp, he noted that this time they had brought strong friends with them. Seeing the banner with the dragon, he knew that this could cause them problems. Later, Garrett put his hand on the map, saying that this had happened. Everyone gathered in his tent. He said that thanks to their lookout, they were the first to spot the pursuers who had been trying to track them down for weeks. But apparently they had become quite annoying to these guys. Remembering the banner he had seen, he also said that they had decided to turn to mercenaries, and not just simple ones, but the famous Drake Squad, so it was time to say goodbye to those happy days when they simply had fun making fun of stupid soldiers. Stretch folded his arms across his chest, asking about this squad. The interlocutor explained that it was a fairly common name in this area, to which the hero replied that they were too confident in themselves since they decided to call themselves by the name of a dragon. Introducing a man in armor, he said that they were very famous, and especially their leader Garrett, who was called a dragon hunter and dragon slayer. Elena, looking at the interlocutor, clarified that such a person works as an ordinary mercenary, but she heard that most likely he nicknamed himself that. Frowning, Garrett said that it was unlikely that anyone in their right mind would use such a nickname, calling himself a dragon killer. But be that as it may, he owns a dangerous artifact. The elf was surprised and clarified what he was talking about. Introducing an artifact in the form of a dragon's head, he said that it absorbs matter and substances around it, producing projectiles for shooting. The guy turned away his hand when asked if it was really that powerful, and answered that it was too powerful, asking if the power of the projectiles fired one after another could exceed the power of a regular cannon. Imagining how this artifact collected earth, he said that its advantage was that the owner did not need to worry about the supply of projectiles, because everything around could be turned into them, and also, depending on the owner's ability, it allowed him to shoot while running. Imagining how Garrett destroyed a wall, the guy added that there were rumors that he even once helped lay siege to a fortress. Appearing next to the hero, Mortem noted that no one could do such a thing, and he asked how Garrett knew this. Taking a deep breath, he replied that by nature they tend to notice only what catches the eye, while he, in turn, gets information by eavesdropping and looking for it from others. Still, he folded his arms and noted that he thought there was only one reason why Garrett and his friends hadn't attacked yet, and that was because they hadn't pinpointed their exact location yet, so if they made a mistake, they could slip away again. Frowning, Stretch thought about how if Garrett stayed here for too long, the bridge that hadn't been repaired could be completely destroyed. He pointed to himself, asking if he could join in if the pursuers attacked, to which the other replied that he was their main force right now, so there was no point in keeping him on the bench. Taking a deep breath, the hero said that he was going to fight anyway, but sometimes it was good to clarify, and if they got this Garrett out of the way, the others would be easier to deal with, and offered to sneak up on him himself. Pointing at Garrett, the guy added that it was a great plan and much better than his stupid strategies, to which he replied that if everything were that simple, they wouldn't have to run away from their pursuers every time they were tracked down. Mortem remembered the guy's abilities, agreeing with him that it was almost impossible, because the peculiarity of his artifact is phase change, and the very fact that a living person can enter the astral domain violates the laws of the world, so the longer you are in this state, the more pain you feel, to which the hero asked to speak more simply. The artifact remembered Garrett's heavy breathing, saying that the longer a living person is in the spiritual world, the heavier his body. Elena, looking at him happily, asked if they had weapons that could be used to attack from here, to which he replied that they had some, but not many, and although they had enough arrows, if the attack failed, they would simply reveal their position. The hero looked at her, asking if it would be difficult to shoot from a long distance. The elf, looking at him, answered that the distance was large and there were a lot of obstacles, so if the plan failed, it could all turn into a massacre, which was absolutely unprofitable for them. Then Stretch turned his attention to Shale, suggesting putting the enemies to sleep, like last time. Garrett remembered Garrett's armor, answering that it would not work, because his equipment was resistant to magic. Looking at his hand, the hero said that the answer was obvious, and hearing the question of what he was going to do if he had a plan, he replied that he had a good weapon and an excellent shield. The interlocutor, not understanding, looked at him, hearing that all that was needed was a strong cage. Smiling, the guy added that he had one idea. The banner fluttered in the wind, and someone was talking about how every time they almost had them, they somehow managed to escape. Opening the gate wide, the man laughed, answering that this time they would not escape. Garrett held a mug in his hand, saying that tomorrow they would deal with the bandits, after which they would do the postponed business, offering the others to drink as much as they could for now. 2 soldiers were standing nearby. One of them worried that he was just a mercenary, and the plan might not work. The second looked at him warily, answering that there was no choice and in any case it would not be worse, and the comrade should take 3 shifts to stand guard, and that the enemy should not notice this side, so let him be careful when lighting a fire. The man took the artifact in his hands, saying that he was hungry too. He pointed it down, saying that it was dinner time. The artifact swallowed parts of the earth. The soldiers were surprised. They watched as Garrett took another sip. A cry was heard throughout the camp about where his good friend had gone, because alcohol always tastes better when you share it with him. An arrow whistled in the sky. It crashed against the artifact. The soldiers turned around in fear, asking about the captain. Garrett frowned and replied that it was just an arrow, but now he didn't know where the enemies were hiding. His attention was drawn to the steam coming from his mouth. Their legs were frozen in ice, and they couldn't move. The veins on the man's face tensed at the thought of how impudent this was. Elena was sitting in the bushes with the others, saying that she was aiming for the head, but the enemy had excellent reflexes. Garrett noted that this mercenary should not be underestimated, and asked if they were leaving. Stretch folded his arms and replied that if one attack failed, there was no point in hiding, and in any case, he had no plans to engage in long-range combat, so he should move. Watching the hero rush forward, Garrett called him brave and asked the girl to cover him. Garrett looked sternly ahead. Seeing the two guys in front of him, he said that the bandits had finally shown themselves. The ice cracked under his feet, and he said that he was glad to meet them. Raising his hand with the artifact, he was surprised that they were the same escaped bandits, and there were only two of them. Garrett, smiling, replied that they were more like noble bandits. Stretch looked displeased at his comrade, who said that he was only cooperating, and decided that they would not talk about it. The man, smiling ominously, said that he did not know what was going on here, but there was no point in wasting time on talking and would kill them without a twinge of conscience. A green aura surrounded the blade. The hero brought it behind his back. Garrett blocked the attack. The guy saw the fist approaching. He managed to dodge. The mercenary gritted his teeth. Garrett was behind him. He failed to penetrate the armor. The man looked in his direction. The guy was a little nervous. Garrett struck, but something caught his attention. Seeing how he moved, he thought that he also had an artifact. Looking around, Garrett realized that they were not so simple. Several arrows pierced in front of him. Gritting his teeth, he was unhappy that there was another one with them, so one arrow was from him. Noticing the approach, he was surprised at how they got so close. The blade caught up with him. A powerful explosion sounded upon contact. Saliva flew out of Garrett's mouth. The soldiers looked at him in fear. Garrett was also surprised. The man knelt down. Gritting his teeth, Stretch thought about how he should have pierced him through, but perhaps the enemy had managed to step back and thus soften the blow. Smiling widely, the mercenary said that it was an interesting weapon. He pointed his artifact forward, saying that now he would show something funny. The hero glanced in his direction. He took cover behind one of the soldiers, who asked the captain not to shoot. Frowning, he noted that they were prepared to meet him, but he was not just a mercenary who could shoot well. Garrett pulled his hand back to strike, telling the soldier to duck. Stretch held his onslaught. He was thrown back. The man took notice. Garrett quickly approached the hero. Elena tried to aim, thinking that they were too close to each other, and she was afraid of hitting the wrong one. Garrett raised his blade, thinking that now might be the time to intervene. Mortem glowed brightly, saying that he had enough skills to become a mercenary captain, and not only was he able to minimize the damage from such a powerful weapon that cuts through and through, but he also had excellent hand-to-hand combat techniques. Seeing the enemy approaching, Stretch told him that he would have another chance to express his admiration when they were done. The blade and the artifact approached each other. A loud metallic ringing sounded. Lightning appeared in the guy's hand. He decided that if the weapon did not work, then perhaps magic would work. A bright beam rushed forward. Garrett noticed his approach. He managed to block the attack. The hero looked in surprise, noting that he was stronger than he seemed. The mercenary smiled ominously, replied that he did not expect that he could have several artifacts, and one of them was magical. Pounced on the guy again, the man added that he had defeated 100 like him. Stretch had to jump back. The soldiers watched happily and cheered for their captain. The hero put his hand forward, answering that this was the combat experience of a mercenary. The man opened his mouth in surprise, seeing magic again, and said that he wanted to test how many times his artifact could block the spell. Stretch smiled, hearing that his opponent was impressed, that the bandit had enough courage and willpower. His weapon began to emit a bright light, and he said that as a tribute to him, it was worthwhile to give him a proper send-off. A blow to the ground destroyed the ice. The soldier's body collapsed. Looking behind him, Garrett asked his comrades if they could move. They grabbed their weapons and, thanking the captain, said that they would now become his shield, but were told that they had to leave. His eyes began to glow brightly, and he said that the show was over, so they should leave quickly if they did not want to die here. The soldiers ran away, following the order. Garrett charged the artifact again, saying that they would now return to where they had left off. Stretch rushed forward. The guy struck with his blade. The man noted that in the end he had not come up with anything more reasonable than trying to stop his cannon with close combat. Smiling broadly, he said that the longer the fight lasted, the further away his assistants would go, who wanted to become a shield. But he cared about his subordinates even in such a situation, and therefore he was a truly incredible captain. Smiling ominously, the hero asked him what he was going to do, because they would soon all end up in his trap. Garrett, not understanding, looked at him. A loud sound was heard. He looked to the side, thinking that it was magic. The soldier fell to the ground, and the others, saying that there was someone there, decided to go the other way. Gritting his teeth, the mercenary realized that since they had not used another super speed spell, it meant that they did not have a single mage. Continuing the onslaught, Stretch told him that he didn't have to look back, because they wouldn't let them out alive anyway. The man was surprised how he had pulled it all off so cleverly, not understanding where ordinary bandits got such a strong army from. A green sphere appeared in the sky. The system notified that this was Tesla's active skill, showing its description, adding that if they took even one step outside the camp, they would make a fine stake. Many such spheres were visible above the camp. The soldiers were saying that they were cutting off their retreat. Garrett trembled with anger. They heard him say that they had no choice but to destroy the one who cast the spell. They pounced on the hero, saying that they would help deal with him. They almost caught up with his back, but Garrett appeared between them. Grabbing the enemy by the face, he said that there was no need to worry about it. The guy laid them on the ground. Frowning, he was outraged that the leaders of the bandits had to personally deal with small enemies. The enemy pounced on him, but several arrows hit him. Looking at the fallen body, he was surprised that the girl was able to shoot him through the joint from such a distance. Elena pulled the bowstring again, and he decided that it was better not to joke with her. Garrett grabbed one of the soldiers, telling the hero not to worry about it and that he would not sit on the sidelines while he got all the glory. Garrett gritted his teeth, calling them bandits. He knocked the sword out of the hero's hands, saying that he finally lost the desire to fight them fairly. The guy looked at him in amazement, not understanding how one could fight for his life and at the same time think about maintaining manners, because it was equal to death. Pointing his hand in his direction, he asked him if he thought differently. The man hid behind the artifact, answering that everything was useless, their skill was worthless, thinking that after using the skill, a small gap in strength appears, and you need to take advantage of the chance, pouncing on him. The light in the hero's hand became brighter. A stream of air rushed towards the mercenary. He resisted, surprised by such an ability. His feet were sliding on the ground, and he did not understand why this was happening. Remembering all the previous attacks, the man thought that the guy had deliberately controlled his strength from the very beginning, so that he could give such a powerful rebuff. Stretch opened his mouth wide, saying to act now. Garrett rushed forward. He struck his opponent. The hero again sent a stream of air at him. Garrett was pressed harder into the rock, and he wondered who this guy was, where he got the strange weapon that destroyed armor, how he mastered the magic that only experienced mages can control, and where he got the skill of shooting without bullets, deciding that he was right in one thing and now was not the time to relax. Raising his hands, he said that now he would show the power of his artifact. A green sphere appeared next to him. The man looked at it in fear. Several lightning bolts struck him. Stretch and the leader of the bandits watched what was happening. But the mercenary fell to his knee. He was covered in blood. Garrett, seeing the sword in front of him, was worried that he would die now. Even though he had the all-powerful weapon in his hands, he would die with his head bowed at the feet of the enemy. Like some defeated criminal or slave, he decided that this would not happen. Mortem looked at him closely and warned the hero. A bright flash appeared next to him, and he heard that the code was red. In an instant, an explosion sounded. The guy turned around, surprised that a hand cannon was capable of such a thing. Several more explosions sounded around. Garrett laughed loudly. Garrett covered his face with his hand, not understanding how this could happen at all. The hero also covered his hand, saying that something was wrong here. The man continued to shoot everywhere. Something hit his artifact. He looked inside. There he found an arrow. A bright light illuminated his face. A powerful explosion sounded. The girl came out to them, saying that warriors with ranged weapons often lose their composure during battle. Elena put her hand on her belt, explaining that in other words, he gave his life. All that was left of Garrett was the artifact. The three of them headed towards the soldiers, saying that all that was left was to finish what they had started. In the camp by the bridge, people were packing up their things, hearing that they needed to hurry, since there was very little left for repairs. Stretch was glad that he had finished. Elena worriedly asked if it was too much to go on guard duty right after the battle, to which he replied that although it was hard work, people doing repairs worked much harder. Bernard glanced in their direction, praising them for their excellent work, and told them that the boss asked them to come see him right after resting. The two were surprised to hear that he wanted to see both of them. The hero entered the tent, asking what he wanted. Garrett stood up from the table, noting that the guy must be tired after guard duty and that he had important business with them, and asked them to wait a little. Stretch folded his arms across his chest, assuming that his interlocutor would talk about something again, and asked him to tell them what they had done with the prisoners they had captured yesterday. The leader took the item from the shelf, saying that they had taken the weapons and sent them into the forest full of monsters. The hero understood why the monster had not been heard. Putting the artifact on the table, the leader said that it was for the hero. The three of them gathered around him. Stretch reminded him that he had given it up, to which he said that he also had a conscience, and he could not live knowing that he owed someone. Looking at the artifact, Garrett added that if it were not for them, they would have had to leave this place and hide from pursuit again, so he wanted to thank them somehow, and besides, there was no one among them who could use such a weapon with dignity. The hero looked at him questioningly. Then the guy put it on his hand. The artifact changed noticeably, and he said that it changed the size of the projectile according to the user's preferences. Remembering it on Garrett's hand, he said that he preferred to use cannon-class sizes, since he could easily cope with the task, which is why the artifact was so huge. Together with the elf, the hero looked at the interlocutor, saying that he understood, because there was no point in wasting time on a bullet if you can throw cannonballs. He noted that they would have the same problem. Mortem appeared next to him, saying that he could give it to the elf, to which the guy was surprised at first, but remembered that the same thing happened with the previous artifact, and asked why he even brought up this topic. Remembering how the archer fought, he said that he drew conclusions when they fought the manticore, and if Stretch is strong in itself, then it would be good to raise the elf to such a level that in an emergency she would be at least a little useful, and this can be called an investment in the future. Frowning slightly, the hero offered to give it to Elena, clarifying that in addition to the bow, she also owns other weapons. Hearing the voice of his artifact that she should first take the new weapon in her hands, and then they will see. The hero took his hand away, asking to take out the bow for a second. Putting the new artifact on her hand, the girl asked what he wanted to do. The guy asked to take the bow. Looking at the new weapon, Elena heard the question, "Is there a difference?" and answered that there is none, and that it is much easier than it looks. Looking at the new combination, he said that if you use it like this, then in case of danger it will serve as a shield, and you will not need to carry arrows with you, because with its help you can produce shells, and everything she sees will do as materials. Garrett looked at this with a smile, saying that in the hands of this lady, the artifacts will find a better use than if he remains with them. He clarified whether they take it. Looking at the papers, the hero answered that they were taking them and asked if they were prepared for him. There were seals and signatures on the papers. He clarified that some people give out this assignment in the guilds. Hearing that it was not for him, he simply pulled it out of Garrett's backpack, putting it in one place, noting that the man was quite experienced, so he carefully chose assignments. His attention was drawn to something. Imagining the man's face, they were surprised that this was a task assigned by the royal family of Venice itself, and the customer was the second prince. Imagining several carts, they saw that they needed an escort to the northern front, and that if they did not arrive at the appointed place after their departure, this would be considered a refusal of the assignment. Looking carefully at the papers, Stretch said that Gerald was now in charge of the northern front, and asked when they were leaving and what route they were planning to take. Garrett also looked at the documents carefully, answering that they were moving from the south and then going through the capital, although this was similar to the given request, and the transport wagons had already been sent. The hero boasted, thinking that this was a large shipment, including 34 wagons, and if they intercepted them in the middle of the way, they would be able to put significant pressure on the northern front. Stretch carefully studied the documents, wondering how many days it was planned to complete the mission and whether they could find out where the wagons were now, to which the interlocutor replied that the scale was quite small. Besides, they probably went along a safe route, so there should be no discrepancies and it should be taken into account that 20 to 25 days were given for the mission. Pointing at the map, he said that the man planned to walk to the valley and join them at the capital, to which he heard that they would intercept them. Garrett looked at him in confusion. Looking sternly, Stretch reminded him of his own words about not living on dead alone, and this time he would need help, to which the interlocutor asked how they were going to catch up with the wagons that had already set off. Imagining the place on the map, he replied that they would first cross the valley diagonally, and then reach the transport route north of the capital, to set up an ambush. Looking back at the paper, he said that this was the perfect opportunity to take all their supplies. Garrett looked at the map again, saying that on it the road might seem rather short and to follow the route he had chosen, they would have to cross a valley with a huge number of monsters, but if they went around, they would not make it in time. The hero wondered why there were so many monsters there. After introducing them, the guy noted that the valley was home to one of the oldest dungeons, and the creatures that lived there were no comparisons even to the harpies. He imagined a dark background in the dungeon, saying that the monsters they had faced before were exhausted from the struggle for survival, territory, and could hardly be classified as S-level in terms of danger. He added that the hero should know more about them. Smiling widely, Stretch said that if the problem was only in the dungeon, he would figure it out and asked to borrow one of the team members. Garrett looked at him intently, wondering if he should start worrying already, and asked if the hero would go into the dungeon. Lightning lit up the sky, and a question sounded about whether he saw anything unusual. Together with Bernard, he examined the area. His comrade said that although he did not notice anything particularly incredible, but the closer they get to the dungeon, the more clearly the rumble of the earth and screams are heard. Looking at the thunderstorm, he added that apart from these dark thunderclouds, there are no anomalies that distinguish this place from any other. Frowning, Stretch thought about the fact that for the entire time that they were in the valley, not a single drop fell, and next to the dungeon the sky is covered with thunderclouds. Slapping him on the back, the guy thanked him for his help and noted the good work, to which he said that if problems arise then let him know right away. Going down, the hero thought about the fact that the cause of the earthquake is unknown. Perhaps it is caused by a monster. Mortem frowned, noted that such a monster should be at the level of a death worm. Having imagined it, the guy suggested that perhaps it is a stone eater, with which the artifact agreed. Looking around the valley, he added that there were many minerals that they liked, and also landslides often occurred here as a result of earthquakes. Taking a deep breath, the guy said that the outer armor of the stone eaters was immune to any type of magic or metal, so they would have something to do. Some sound was heard. He looked to the side, noticing it. The stones in front of Elena were destroyed. Stretch asked where she learned to break them like that. A skull appeared next to the hero, saying that a secret weapon was capable of this. My guy answered that ordinary archers could not split stones with arrows. Noticing how Elena pulled the bowstring, he assumed that she would shoot again. Looking at this in amazement, the hero heard the advice to watch carefully to understand how it worked. He also noticed that the girl was not using arrows. The elf frowned while aiming. An arrow appeared in her hand. Mortem said that they are formed due to the fusion of small particles and impurities in the atmosphere, which looks solid. Her eye turned red. He assumed that earlier as a smaller version of the copy, wondering if it is even possible to shoot such heavy ones. The elf released an arrow. It rushed into the sky. He noted that it turns out that it is also possible to shoot very accurately. She also said that it was time to take a break. Elena covered her face with her hand when the guy realized that she heard everything and asked how hard it was. She told him that if you do 3 things at once, it would be hard for anyone. Turning around, she added that she needed time to get used to it, noting that if he came here, it means he finished his business. Stretch smiled and replied that it was true, but something new appeared and he needed to collect some materials for tomorrow, asking if she would join him. The companion replied that she was already ready. Later, everyone gathered at the entrance to the dungeon, saying that this was a creepy place. Garrett wondered if such a place could form naturally, although they could not know for sure. Noticing how the hero yawned, he said that he could barely stand on his feet, asking if everything was okay. The guy replied that he was simply collecting materials for clearing the dungeon yesterday and getting ready. Smiling widely, he asked if this was the right dungeon. Garrett was visibly worried, saying that if they could get through here, they would easily get ahead of the carts heading to the northern front, if that was possible. Admitting that having seen it with his own eyes, he slightly regretted this decision. Stretch glanced at the interlocutor, reminding him that he could just wait outside. He replied that in case of real danger, he would run away faster than anyone. The hero said that he did not even doubt it. They went inside. The others wished them luck, said that for now they would deal with the bridge. A hand touched the door. The 3 of them went further. The bandit leader was surprised that he couldn't see anything around him. The door closed behind them. Seeing the lanterns, Garrett noted that his comrades knew their business. The hero gritted his teeth, feeling that there was a completely different energy here. Although there was nothing to be surprised about, because this was an S-class dungeon. The others looked at him in surprise when they heard about 65%. Stretch moved forward, saying that usually the survival rate of dungeon explorers from Class A to Class D is about 65%, but this place is completely different from all the others and is much more difficult. Frowning, Garrett asked about what the survival rate is for those who explore S-class dungeons. He noticeably became wary when he heard about 15%. Looking ahead, the hero added that if you run into a dungeon keeper, then it is 1%, so you need to be on your guard. Surrounded by green flames, Mortem heard that he also needed to be careful, and replied that he was always like this. The 3 of them continued on their way. Magic circles appeared under the ceiling. The artifact warned about them with its mouth wide open. Stretch looked to the side, using an automatic reflex. The system reported that this temporarily increased the sensitivity of reflexes. Grabbing his comrades, he managed to avoid the blow. The hero covered Elena with his body, saying that he thought that they had no surprises prepared for them. Looking up, he saw magical traps. Frowning, the girl asked what they were, since she was definitely still under the influence of the artifact. But she did not even have a chance to dodge, let alone feel them. Looking around, the guy replied that it was a magical trap, and it was impossible to feel it with the senses or magical power. Looking serious, Mortem added that they were able to notice thanks to the special eye that his body possessed. Turning around, Garrett asked if they would definitely be able to go further, since a blocked passage was not the same as the presence of traps. Putting his hand forward, Stretch replied that they would pass, and used an air blast. A stream of air rushed forward. It cleared the passage in front of them. Looking at this, his comrade noted that it was only necessary to clear the passage with magic, and this was an excellent plan. What the hero said was that they were moving on. Mortem appeared behind him, saying that he had chosen an effective method, but when using skills at such distances, there was a high probability that he would quickly use up his magic power or cause a collapse. Looking around, the guy clarified that he was offering, because there was no other option. Introducing a magic trap, the skull said that its main principle is that it is activated upon detection of the energy of a living being, so if you hide the energy, the trap simply will not work, and asked if he still has those rings under his gloves. Stretch looked at them, answering that he always has them. A cursed aura began to spread from the rings. A system message appeared, saying that this aura could be transmitted to nearby enemies. Garrett watched in horror, asking if everything was okay, because he had a bad feeling about this. The hero, frowning, thought about reshaping his life energy with the cursed aura to balance the expenditure of magical energy, and replied that he wanted to check something. Waving to the others, he told them to stay behind. A large magical trap was visible on the ceiling. Mortem suggested that they go under it. The hero sighed heavily, noting that it was easy for him to speak. He took a step forward. Then he closed his eyes. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the guy asked if it worked. The interlocutor, looking at him, wanted to know what he wanted to check there. Looking at his hand, Stretch replied that they had just seen for themselves that he had found a solution to the problem. Purple light filled the cave. The comrade asked that although he felt unpleasant, but this way they would be able to get where they needed to go safe and sound. Garrett sighed heavily, saying that if the expert was sure of this, then they would get there without problems, to which the hero noted that he had started complaining too early and suggested looking at something. Seeing a deep trace below, he asked what it was and heard the answer that it was left by a group of stone eaters, and now everything was just beginning. Stretch jumped down. The others followed him, and he said that his search for the path leads to the very center of the dungeon. The hero watered the blade of the sword. Garrett asked about the extract of the Manhwa flower. He answered that it was a liquid that dissolves metals and minerals. The bandit looked at his weapon, asking if it could be poured onto a steel blade, and was told that the liquid had no effect on the weapon, so there was no need to worry. The boy introduced the flower, saying that in order for it to be able to obtain nutrients, its roots had a special component that could dissolve the soil the plant was in, and it was this component that was valuable. Stretch looked at his weapon, adding that he had used an extract specific to the valley, so it should be deadly to the stone eaters accustomed to the local rare earth resources. Elena looked at her artifact as he said that if she poured this juice into it, her arrows would also have a dissolving effect. The three of them prepared their weapons. Stretch said that it should be enough to penetrate the outer armor of the Devourer, but the more often they used it, the weaker the effect would be, so they only needed to think about how to get to their destination as quickly as possible. The ground began to glow brightly as pathfinding was applied. Footsteps echoed throughout the cave. They stopped, hearing something. Garrett grabbed his weapon, asking what it was. Turning around, the elf said that someone was approaching. Stretch smiled and said that at least now they had no problem locating it. The monster appeared in front of them. The hero brought his hands together. His comrades looked at him, and he reminded them of what he had said earlier. He told them to go. The guy put his hand forward, using an ice wave. The monster was covered in ice, but it managed to break the ice shackles, and he told his comrades to leave. Stretch had to step back. Gritting his teeth, the guy cursed. The monster opened its mouth. Elena pulled the bowstring, shouting for the guy to be careful. The arrow flew past his face. The shot tore the enemy apart. Seeing this, the hero praised the shot. The monster headed down. It began to spin, digging deeper and deeper. Taking the blade in his hands, Stretch thought that the enemy was now going underground, and used a spell. He suddenly jumped out at him. There was a sound when the monster attacked the hero. His blade cut the enemy. The monster divided into two parts. Several more appeared next to him. A silhouette ran nearby. Garrett attacked them, striking. He turned to the hero with a smile, saying that it was not good that he alone would get all the fun, and offered to share it among three. Together they decided to run away. The elf prepared a shot again. She fired an arrow. She managed to hit several monsters. Stretch rushed into the depths of the cave, hearing that they were not lagging behind. Seeing the door, he said that this was the central cave. Together with Garrett, they closed it behind them. They had to hold the door. The comrade looked at the hero, saying that it was all over, but he replied that it was too early to relax. Fog was gathering behind him, and he asked the others if they could see that thing. Something put its head on its hand, and the hero said that it was the keeper. Everyone took up their weapons. The bandit wondered why the keeper was not moving. The hero replied that he did not know. He took a stone in his hand, offering to attract his attention. The stone hit the dungeon keeper's head. He did not move. Then a smile appeared on his face. Frowning, Stretch heard that he needed to be careful. A column of ice lifted him off the ground. Blood came out of the hero's mouth. He split his lip using a fireball. Landing on the ground, the guy said that now they will see what a rank S keeper is capable of. Ice shards fell around. Stretch raised his head, thinking that the enemy was able to reflect his attack without much effort. The guardian sat down on the floor, thinking that he was playing with them. Approaching his comrades, the guy told Elena to climb higher and cover them from behind. The girl jumped up. Stretch turned to Garrett, saying that they needed to look for a gap in the defense, and he was happy because they would finally fight the boss of the dungeon. The leader of the bandits became transparent, using shadow. The elf prepared to shoot. The guardian of the dungeon touched the floor with his hands. The hero rushed forward, saying that they were starting. He released a fireball. It approached the enemy's face. The guardian stopped it in front of him. Ice steam flew everywhere. The boss rose to his feet. Stretch approached him. A cracking sound was heard from under the ground. The hero paid attention to it, thinking that it was another ice attack. The arrow rushed forward. The enemy slipped back, stopping the arrow. He noticed a blade in front of his face. He managed to dodge the attack. The guardian grabbed the sword. Stretch and he found themselves face to face. The weapon began to cover in ice. Noticing the ice on his hands, Stretch thought that the enemy was planning to freeze him. Garrett appeared behind the guardian, but spikes appeared on his opponent's back. The spikes flew out from his back. Gritting his teeth, the hero decided that it was just in time. He managed to push off with a kick. At that moment, the robber appeared in front of the guardian. He grabbed his dagger. Frowning, Garrett thought that this was too much. Many more spikes grew out of the guardian's body. Ice blocks covered him. Remembering the blade strike, Stretch thought that despite the fact that it was aimed right at his head, the guardian did not think to dodge, but simply took the attack. Then he remembered his sword attack, noting that at that moment he decided to dodge. A dark sphere appeared in his hand and he decided to see how he would handle it. He aimed a couple of such spheres at the enemy, telling Garrett to back off. Elena fired arrows. The keeper blocked them with his hands. His foot slid along the floor, so he approached the sphere from behind. Several lightning bolts struck him. Stretch rushed forward. Something caught his attention. Ice shards flew in all directions. Looking at his wound, the guy was surprised that the enemy was still able to attack. Still, gritting his teeth, He knew that now he needed a chance to strike. A bloody mark remained on his leg. He pushed off the ground again. Stretch approached the dungeon keeper. A powerful explosion hit him. The hero was breathing heavily. Elena looked down carefully. Garrett was also surprised. A deep wound remained in the boss's head, and one of them asked if they had won. Flames burst out from the wound. The heroes and the rogue frowned. A pillar of fire surrounded the dungeon keeper. Now he was engulfed in flames. The hero moved his hand to the side, telling them to quickly take cover. Then he touched Garrett with his fist, realizing that the fire was spreading too fast, and they would not have time. The fiery whirlwind became larger. Elena covered her face with her hand, not understanding how it was possible to splash out so much fire. Seeing the fiery trail, she wondered if it was the same keeper himself, and perhaps this was a transformation or evolution. Going down, she decided that now was not the time to think about it, and it was more important to find out what happened to the others. Finding Garrett nearby, she asked him where Stretch was now. Looking at her, he replied that the hero was in that fiery whirlwind. The hero used the wind skill to push him out of the flames. The guy remembered touching himself. A gust of wind knocked him off his feet. Frowning, he added that when he woke up he was already here. Looking at the fire, Garrett said that they should not worry. He smiled, adding that he was more than sure that he had a way to survive in that flame. But something shocked him. Stretch looked badly burned, and he thought that the hero sacrificed himself for him. The elf looked at him in fear. Standing in the darkness, she did not understand what was happening and noticed that she did not hear anything and that she did not even hear Stretch's heartbeat, although she should have stopped it. But all she could do now was watch, and that perhaps she was weak as she was. Tears were streaming down her face. She asked the hero for forgiveness. Stretch bowed his head. Garrett stood in front of her, asking her to come to her senses, because now was not the time to despair. Looking forward again, he realized that she had lost the will to fight, and since they were clearing the dungeon, the main priority now was to get out of here alive. Seeing the Guardian, he thought about how to escape from him. The enemy had already reached out to him. The rogue also knew that there were stone eaters waiting for them outside, but he decided that now was not the time to think about it. They needed to act. An aura surrounded Stretch behind the enemy. A sound was heard. Elena noticed something. Garrett and the dungeon keeper were standing opposite each other. The hero's wounds began to heal. A message about the passive skill of soul restraint appeared. The guy clenched his teeth, saying that he hoped that he would not have to go through this again, because it was very painful. The boss looked in his direction with a smile. He waved his hand and sent a wave of fire. A stream of wind surrounded Stretch's hand. He managed to beat the flames away from himself. Clenching his fist, he said that although he almost died twice, the desire to kill him only increased. The stream of wind blew away the dungeon keeper. His feet came off the ground. The enemy hit the wall with force. Stretch reached for his sword. He approached his comrades, saying that the keeper had burned all his clothes. Garrett looked at him in shock, not understanding who he was and whether he was human. Elena visibly tensed up. The hero felt awkward. Among the high walls, his words were heard that he hid this ability for several reasons, and asked for forgiveness. The elf, looking at her artifact, replied that he would explain everything later. Seeing the enemy in the smoke, she said that they needed to deal with the keeper first. Garrett frowned, agreed with her and clarified which one. So there were two keeper in front of them. The hero noted that this was abnormal. Frowning, Stretch did not understand how this was possible, and said that he was encountering this for the first time. But he could say for sure that they were at a disadvantage. Taking the equipment in his hand, he told them to take the ice one on themselves, and he would deal with the fire one himself, but before that they needed to be separated. He rushed forward when Garrett replied that it was dangerous to fight him alone. Stretch stood in front of the firekeeper. He sent an ice wave at him. The enemy repelled it with a fire barrier. Raising his hand, the guy said that they were a perfect match, asking not to disappoint. The light on his hand became brighter. The system reported a curse eater. Mortem said that he had already used 2, and now he had 5 artifacts left. A new message notified about the strengthening of the active skill from Ice Wave to Avalanche. Ice Avalanche headed towards the boss. The dungeon keeper felt strong blows. Looking at the fiery and ice whirlwind, Stretch turned to his comrades, saying that it was time to separate them. He put his hand on the enemy's head. Ice appeared in the enemy, and he said that now they were one-on-one with him. The hero laid him on the ground. Elena prepared to shoot. The arrow shot forward. The opponent gritted his teeth. Stretch held him with his hand. The boss held the arrow in his hand. He felt something. Garrett's swings left bright marks. There was no visible damage on the enemy's body. The robber gritted his teeth, saying that he was not that easy to pierce. Ice blocks were aimed at him. The enemy put his hand in front of him. At that moment, the arrow hit him in the head. It left a deep wound on it. Opening her mouth wide, the elf screamed that they needed to act now. Garrett rushed forward. He struck the stuck arrow. The boss slid back. Cracks appeared on his head. With a blow, he knocked the robber off his feet. Turning around, he told the elf about the danger below her. A crack was heard under Elena's feet. She managed to dodge the ice block. Squeezing the blade, Garrett said that the enemy was more stubborn than before. An ice wall grew in front of him. The dungeon keeper's hand took the form of a weapon. He pounced on the girl. She raised the artifact in front of her. She managed to block the attack. Elena pulled her leg back. Now she struck. The keeper fell to the floor. The elf appeared on top to attack, but she looked at her hand in surprise. Many ice spikes appeared around her when she realized that her hand was frozen and she could not move it. Stretch asked her to stop. Garrett grabbed the elf. The two of them found themselves between ice and flame. Some sounds were heard in the smoke. A worm burst out of the ground. The keeper clenched his teeth. The monster pounced on the boss. Seeing how the elf was breathing heavily, Garrett told her to calm down and focus on breathing, because since she was here for the first time, she might feel unwell. The fiery enemy noticed the block of ice in the worm's mouth and heard that it was impolite to be distracted during a battle. Stretch pulled his hand back to strike, saying that he was his opponent. Mortem frowned and noted that with the current buffs, the guy could easily defeat him. He struck, replying that he knew it without him. The keeper's head was thrown back. The hero clenched his fist again. He knocked him to the ground. Something caught the hero's attention. Seeing steam from under his hand, the hero thought that the monster's skin was starting to melt, which meant that the enemy was raising the temperature. A stream of fire surrounded the keeper's hand. He managed to seriously wound the hero, but Mortem urged him not to lose his vigilance, because this would only give the enemy a chance to counterattack. Stretch threw him back using an ice wave. The keeper managed to stay on his feet. Together with the artifact, the hero looked at the enemy and heard that something was wrong here. He replied that he himself realized it. Seeing the smile on the boss's face, he was saying that whoever this guardian was, it was impossible to reflect the attacks of the opposite element 100%, and instead of becoming weaker with each new attack, he only became stronger. Frowning, Stretch assumed that they might be doing something wrong, and decided to attack him again, but at maximum. The fireball rushed forward. The enemy noticed its approach. The dungeon guardian avoided the fire. Stretch and Garrett were very surprised that he dodged. Remembering how this boss came out of the shell, the hero thought about the reasons for this. Then he imagined how the arrow hit him, thinking that this reason was somehow related to the temperature, and how they move away from each other. Then the enemy only smiled, having received damage. Seeing how the ice one tore the worm apart, he realized that it acts as a cooling agent. The fireball appeared in the hero's hand again, and he decided that he needed to test the theory. And there was no point in a large fireball, so a small but fast one would suffice. The fire hit the keeper. He covered himself with his hands, gritting his teeth. Stretch looked at him in surprise, realizing that it worked, and if he overheated it, there was a chance that the enemy would self-destruct. A dark aura surrounded his hand at the thought that it was time to act and use the Curse Eater. A purple whirlwind appeared in the room. Standing in it, the boss screamed. Stretch held the skill. The dungeon keeper raised his hands above his head. This surprised the guy. A fiery whirlwind appeared around the enemy. The flames headed towards Stretch. The enemy rushed towards the ice one. Breaking through the fire, the hero told Garrett not to let them get close. He, noticing one approaching the other, replied that he would not have time. Turning his attention to Elena, he asked for her bow. A gun appeared in the artifact when the rogue put it on his hand. A loud shot rang out. Garrett hit the ice one. The fire one attacked him. The rogue grabbed his hand, thinking that he would not return. The elf stood in front of him, wondering if she would be able to block the attack. Patterns appeared on her hands. The system reported an increase in the active skill from a gust of wind to a whirlwind. The air flow dispersed the fire. Elena looked surprised, thinking that this was another ability of her artifact. The dungeon keeper got into this whirlwind. He was thrown aside. Stretch put his foot on his chest. The guy pressed him to the ground. A dark aura surrounded his hand. A whirlwind surrounded them when using Inferno. Wounds appeared on the hero's hand. The dungeon keeper opened his mouth wide and screamed. The hero clenched his teeth. After a while, the whirlwind dissipated. The ice blade approached him. He began to melt. Steam was coming from Stretch. The guy sighed heavily. Elena looked at him with hope. Garrett smiled confusedly, hoping that they had definitely won now, and heard that it was so and it was all over. Among the high walls, a question was heard. Would they go for the artifact now? Stretch looked around, saying that he did not see any paths that would open. Noticing a dark sphere, he said that this was the dungeon artifact. Turning around, Garrett was outraged that they were trying for some ball, but still suggested that they get out of here first, because he did not want to stumble upon anything else. Taking the sphere in his hands, the hero agreed with him. The sphere began to glow. Looking at it, he told the others that they felt something and thought about what was happening. Mortem approached this artifact. The guy did not understand what he was doing. Elena paid attention to the light. Garrett also watched closely, asking what this time? Stretch felt pain in his hand, not understanding what was happening. He gritted his teeth, noticing that Mortem had begun to eat the curse. The hero fell to the floor. It was raining heavily outside. Garrett and the others sat silently at the table. The robber took the bottle. He headed for the exit. There was almost a whole loaf of bread on the table. Elena looked down silently. Garrett looked into her tent. She said that he could go through. Holding out the bottle, the boy said that it was good to take care of the hero, but he shouldn't forget about himself, offering him some food. The elf sat by Stretch's bed, hearing the question of how many days he had been in this state. Smiling slightly, the girl replied that he was getting better every day. Seeing the energy flowing through him, she thought that compared to the first day, he was much better now, but the dark red mana in his body continued to function. Remembering how he took the new artifact, he mused that the problem itself probably arose due to the inability to digest the unusual mana in him. Sighing, Garrett replied that she probably already guessed that they could not wait any longer, because much time had passed, and if they fell behind the plan, they would miss the chance to rob the wagons. Elena lowered her eyes and said that there was one way to speed up the recovery, although she was not sure if it would work. The rogue was visibly surprised, not understanding what they were waiting for in such a case. They were at Stretch's bed. The elf explained that she had never done anything like this before, and if she did it too quickly, it could lead to terrible consequences. A pattern appeared on her hands as she added that she wanted him to recover on his own, but they could not wait any longer, so they would see if she could cure him. The rogue placed his hands on his belt, answering that she could begin and hoped that after this method the hero would wake up, and he would go and prepare everything, because if they left in the next few days, they would have time to do a lot. As he left, he wished her luck. A glow appeared in her hands as she thought about suppressing this black mana as soon as possible, but to do so, she needed dense and pure enough mana to shorten it. Remembering her move in the dungeon, she decided that she needed to do the same as then. Light filled the room. Elena clenched her teeth tensely. Looking at the light, she mentally told herself to keep everything under control. Stretch recalled all the past events, wondering where he was, what his name was, and what he had been doing before. He saw an old man smiling in front of him, not remembering who it was. Then, scrolls scattered on the floor. Someone's silhouettes in a tent, not understanding what kind of memories they were. Memories were covered with cracks. Sunlight illuminated the room. The man bowed his head over the table. When he got up, he did not understand when he had fallen asleep. Something caught his attention. Several silhouettes appeared next to him. Looking at them, the man smiled happily. The man stood motionless. The dwarf also looked forward silently. The man was happy that he had succeeded. The elf did not move either. Joyfully clenching his fists, he said that he had succeeded in creating life, but did not understand why they did not react. Looking at them intently, the man said that he had not named them yet, and therefore they did not have self-awareness. A bright light appeared on the tip of his finger. Writing the elf's name in the air, he said that her name would be Destra and that she would be kind and compassionate to everyone. The elf sighed deeply. Writing the name Axton, the man said that for everyone he would be a stubborn but fair dwarf. The dwarf came to his senses. Then he wrote the name Cain, saying that for everyone he would be an unyielding and determined person. The man also came to. The man put his hand on his chest and, welcoming them into the world, said that he was their master and creator. All three bowed to him, wanting to know his name. He slightly bowed his head, about to say it. 500 years had passed since then. A foot stepped on the ground. Cain put his sword behind his back, saying that they had not been for a long time. The dwarf smiled broadly, calling the man uneven and answering that they had not seen each other for a long time. They looked at each other angrily. Cain was outraged by such a nickname, recalling that the master had said that it was bad to express oneself, and cursed at him, to which the dwarf said that he should watch his language. Axton pulled his fist back to strike, offering to see who he would defeat. Grabbing the sword, the man replied that it would definitely not be him. Now, before going home, he would defeat him. The spear separated them. The elf lowered her head, not understanding what they were doing on their master's territory, because if they wanted a fight, they should choose another place. They both awkwardly put their hands behind their heads, saying that they had not intended to fight for real and did not understand why she always thought of them that way. Later, they all approached the house. The man turned around when he heard a knock at the door. Putting his hand on his chest, he said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and called them his children. The sunbeams illuminated the house. One of the guests said that they should have visited the master earlier, and apologized for that. Turning his head towards them, the man said that he knew better than anyone how busy they were and invited them to sit down somewhere and not pay attention to a little disorder. Destra waved her hand, saying that the master would have no problem cleaning up and was surprised that he had lived like this since they moved out. Things were put back in their places and he said that since he lived alone, he did not see the point in cleaning. The books were put back on the shelves. The others sat down at the table. Axton noted that they had not seen each other for many years, but the first thing the elf decided to do was clean up, not understanding what was wrong with her. Surrounded by things, the girl asked him if he wanted to be thrown out of here. An indignant question was heard around. Why is everyone so impudent today? The three held bright spheres in their hands. So 500 years passed since one person created three different beings, and having almost omnipotent power, as well as possessing the traits of their creator, they also inherited the power of creation. The dwarf stood on the balcony overlooking the kingdom, and it was noted that the three were no different from their creator, as they also had a strong attachment to creation, and therefore created life forms similar to themselves. The elf looked at the city among the forests, as their creations soon began to flourish until they completely filled the empty world. Cain saw a city filled with people, and it didn't take long for their creations to worship them as their gods. The master smiled, asking how they were doing, as it had been decades since they last met. The three sat opposite each other. Cain replied that humanity was still the same. They sowed fields and built houses, but the monsters in the area were very annoying. The man was surprised to hear about them. Axton held a mug in his hand, saying that they began appearing 50 years ago or so. They were evil creatures that attacked everything in their path, and where exactly they came from was unknown, but with each passing year, more and more victims were killed by them. Looking at the armor, the master understood why they were equipped like that. However, he did not remember such creatures existing 100 years ago. The man smiled, admitting that they did not need equipment, they were just keeping up appearances among their followers. Looking at the scrolls, he noticed that the man had not changed and asked what he was working on. The dwarf took one of the scrolls and asked the same question. The master snatched the scroll, saying that he couldn't take it. Axton didn't understand why. Pointing his finger, the man added that they would find out everything as soon as he was done, and until then it was a secret, and suggested changing the topic, talking about their races. The sun illuminated the sunset sky. There was an empty mug on the table. One of them told the master that today was fun. Destra smiled, saying that she didn't want to leave him, but people were waiting for her. The dwarf put on his armor, asking the man why he didn't visit them, to which he replied that he would think about it as soon as he was done with his business, and asked Cain about him leaving too. Getting ready, the man replied that it was true. Later, the master watched them go. Returning, he leaned on the door. The man sank to the floor. He was visibly nervous and was talking about what could happen very soon. A full moon was visible in the sky. Several carts were heading along the road. Garrett turned around. Elena continued to heel stretch. The girl looked very tense. Mortem emitted a bright aura. The elf recoiled from him. Still, she continued to heal. Elena put her hands on the hero again. Frowning, she thought about how mana was usually like water or wind, but this one moved as if it had self-awareness, but decided that she did not need to think about it. Garrett turned around, asking the elf what was going on and whether the hero would be able to wake up anytime soon, to which she replied that this was delicate work and asked not to rush. The guy scratched his face. He said that he would be silent and let her do her job. The carts continued on their way. Shale intercepted the harness, saying that they needed to take a break. He approached Elena, asking how she was. The elf, rubbing her eyes, replied that everything was fine. The robber sat down next to her, noting that 8 days had passed, and asked her not to strain herself too much, to which she replied that it was a small problem. Sighing, the guy said that she knew better. Stretch lay without opening his eyes, and he asked him to wake up. Garrett looked outside, hearing strange sounds coming from behind the forest. Something rushed through the trees. He grabbed his weapon, saying that something was moving towards them. Another cart appeared next to them. Garrett opened his mouth wide and said that it was an enemy, and that everyone should get ready. An unknown wagon headed their way. A warrior girl leaned out of the wagon, saying that the bandit was cuter in real life than in the wanted poster, to which her fellow traveler agreed. Gritting his teeth, Garrett asked if they were after him. The unknown girl smiled, saying that they were here to find the city's missing mercenaries. Seeing the coat of arms on the wagon, she added that such a famous group would not disappear without a reason. The guy was clearly annoyed, thinking about how they knew about their location. Looking at him, the girl added that even if they lost 2 legs or 2 arms, they would not die for nothing, because they needed them alive. Several warriors rushed forward. One of them lunged at Garrett, but a dagger pierced him. Bernard held several more knives in his hand, saying that they would cover. The others grabbed their weapons when they heard the order to cover the boss. A glow appeared in the mage's hand when he said that it was useless. So a raven appeared on his hand and he told him to act. The raven badly injured one of the bandits. Looking at this, Garrett realized that it was a spirit familiar, and told everyone to forget about it, focusing on the cart, which cannot be allowed to approach. The familiar returned to its master, and the girl said that it was cute. The enemy waved his fingers. Garrett noticed this movement. He managed to dodge the bird, and he thought that they were found thanks to it. The familiar spread its wings and extended its claws. Seeing the bandit's skill, the man said that it irritated him, and turning to his companion, noted that summoning 2 familiars takes a lot of mana, so she should deal with them personally. Tasha, smiling widely, agreed, but suggested that she watch him first. Garrett noticed movement above his head. He climbed onto the roof. The enemies grabbed their weapons. The bandit used the skill, disappearing in front of them. His hand passed through his opponent. It also passed through the second one. His dagger ended up at the enemy's back. Blood splashed around him. The others were visibly nervous. One of them suggested attacking all at once, the other asked who would start. Garrett held his weapon out in front of him, saying that if they wanted to take him alive, then let them try if they could. Tasha, watching what was happening, told his comrades to think and aim not at him, but at the one below them. Elena pressed herself closer, trying to help the hero. The enemy noted that the bandit was trying to protect those in the cart. Garrett gritted his teeth, thinking that this was very bad. Smiles appeared on the faces of the enemies. One of them went down, the second looked to the side. The elf continued to heel stretch. Garrett ended up in the cart, striking. Blood began to flow down the attacker's face. The bandit intercepted the weapon, saying that he didn't care how many there were. He managed to disappear before the blow was delivered. The second one continued to strike with the spear. Garrett swung the blade. It left a bloody trail. The attacker fell with a knife in his back. Garrett held his shoulder and apologized to the elf, because he tried not to distract her. Elena pulled out the dagger. The knife struck the enemy behind his comrade's back. He fell from the cart to the ground. Garrett happily turned around, praising him for a job well done. The girl held her hand in front of her, hearing that it was a pleasure to watch them. Tasha brought the axe behind her back, saying that it was time to finish. Shale turned around, warning that she was preparing to attack. The swing left a red trail. The roof of the cart was cut off. Garrett and Elena covered their heads. Looking down, the rogue said that it was time for them to take care of the enemy, and for now, the elf should do her best. Elena placed her hands on Stretch's chest again. Blood was coming out of her mouth, but she told herself not to lose control. Tasha's axe was surrounded by lightning, and she was surprised that the boy was thinking of resisting, because he forgot something. Raising the weapon above her head, she said that she would not mind taking his head. He looked at her with fear, thinking about what to do, because if he blocked the attack, he would still die. Seeing his comrades, he understood that if he could dodge, they would die. Putting a hand on his shoulder, he understood that there was no other way. His artifact stopped glowing, and he mentally asked for forgiveness. The blow was approaching Garrett. An air blast burst forward. He and Elena were shocked. Stretch stood up, apologizing for oversleeping a little. Thus ended the first season. People were walking around a fire in the night forest. Garrett waved his hand and said that he didn't even think that they would be able to reach their goals so quickly. After all, this was the most opportune moment. Stretch looked at his hand, heard that he had scattered all the pursuers with one blow, and replied that if only that were enough, he had also blown everyone up. Shifting his gaze, he asked who these people were. Remembering the attackers, the brunette said that it looked like they were tracking him. He had heard that among the mercenaries there are groups that professionally hunt for those who are wanted. Perhaps this is one of such groups. Turning his head, the hero heard advice to take care of this girl. Elena was sleeping. A friend said that she was ready to give her life if he had not woken up. Stretch looked at her with a smile and said that for sure, it looks like he owes her. Leaning on his knees, the guy said that if he got up, then okay, they would find out about their plans when the carriage with supplies arrived. Let him rest while he had the chance. Leaving, Garrett waved his hand and said that if everything worked out, they would be able to save a large number of people from starvation. Let him rest. The hero waved after him. Then he looked down. Looking at the ring, he demanded to answer. The small skull was shining. Looking at it, the guy sternly asked, "What was that?" His face was illuminated by a green glow. Stretch said that he was talking not only about the sleeping pill, but also about that black artifact. He remembered the black ball, saying that what they saw was clearly not in the order of things. Why did he absorb it? He remembered the lightning, but the artifact was silent. The black skull that appeared heard the demand to answer, and said that it was not time yet. Stretch yelled in anger, sounding like he knew what was going on. How could he trust him if he acted like that? The boy wearily touched his head. He imagined the man at the table, thinking that he didn't remember that hill and house either. He remembered the silhouettes, continuing that those characters were missing. Covering his face with his palms, Stretch thought that this couldn't be true, a god. He remembered the elf with a bow, thinking that they were a race that still believed in a deity. And he remembered the man at the bar, thinking that they were elves and dwarves. The dark figures had glowing eyes. Stretch remembered that the goddess of the elves was Destra, and the god of the dwarves was Axton, if they both existed. He imagined the silhouette with a sword, continuing that the remaining one was the god of humans. The hero held his head, thinking that it turned out that he saw gods and the absolute being that created them. He turned around when the girl stood up. Approaching, he asked if she was okay. Elena wiped her cheek, saying that there was no problem. Perel smiled, saying that thanks to her he was able to wake up, and thanked her. The girl turned away, embarrassed. Garrett waved his hand and called the couple to come closer, if they both came to their senses. The girl blushed, and the hero was dissatisfied. When they came closer, he asked his friend what happened. He answered that he did not know how much time was left, but while they were not particularly busy, maybe they should make a plan? He held a telescope and asked to look there. In the telescope, carriages were visible. He asked if this was the cart with the products they were hunting for. Friend, it was still far away, but given the delay, there was not much time left. While the guy was watching, he explained that their scouts had probably already arrived. They should make a plan. Garrett drew a stick on the ground, hearing that he would not think anything bad, but his guys would definitely understand the plan if it was drawn up like this. He replied that of course it was not about them, but they are professionals. If they take on something, they do it. The man ran to the boss while he was saying that his guys were fast as ghosts, and asked how the situation was. Bernard was shaking, saying that it was terrible. The leader pointed a stick at him and said that he assumed that it would not be easy, because this cart was sent to the front line. But is it really that bad? Let him tell you more. The man drew a line on the ground. The guy circled the drawing, saying that, firstly, it is impossible to get to the cart within the radius of the circle. Looking up, the guy with the armband replied that they found out that in the center of the column is the trainer of the Akiratas. If they approach 300 m, they will be immediately discovered. Looking at it, Stretch asked again, "What is it?" Elena introduced the bird, saying that these are monsters with a high level of intelligence. They have excellent vision, almost the same as hers. She did not know that they can be trained. She was told that it is possible if they are trained from birth, but they do not listen to anyone except the trainer. Besides, they are very rare, so their detection radius is incredibly wide. Stretch crossed his arms, asking what else is stopping them. He turned his gaze to the girl. She touched her trembling hand. He heard the words that they are very expensive. Bewildered, he asked, "What does this have to do with it?" Bernard, who had crouched down, answered that if we are talking about an ordinary barrier, it would be more effective to hire a large number of magicians and use the technological reconnaissance skill. He presented the piece of metal, saying that it was just his thoughts. They should take into account the equipment of the soldiers guarding the cart and the possibility that they had Dispellium. Garrett put his hand on his hip and said that here's the thing, what good are mages if they use it, so there's only one thing left. Holding his hand, the elf said that she would deal with them. 300 would be enough for her, but she heard that no. Turning to her, the red-haired man said that in fact, she needed to rest if she was going to strain herself. Elena looked at him and replied that she was not so weak that she could not handle one bird. If he allowed it, she would release one arrow and retreat. Stretch closed his eyes, saying how stubborn she was. His friend noted that she was very determined. He remembered the girl with the bow and said that, to be honest, without her abilities, it would be difficult for them to get close to them. Without opening his eyes, Stretch said that only one shot, no more. The boy erased the line with his foot, and the leader said that if they could not detect them, it was already a worthy advantage in the battle. Garrett turned to his friend and asked what about the Dispellium. It was not certain, but they needed to think of a plan of action. He replied that it did not matter. Flashes were spreading around the ring. Stretch replied that even if they had it, he had a method that would catch them. He imagined a face with shining eyes. Carts were traveling along the road. A rider on a horse asked his comrade if he was tired. He replied that they had ridden without rest from the southern lands to the north. He thought everyone was tired by now. Sir Benedict turned to him, saying that there was very little left to the northern front line. They only needed to unload what was in the carts, and their mission would be over. Let him be patient. Adjutant Toll, looking ahead, agreed. The bird was moving downwards. It was flying with its wings spread. The man put out his gloved hand. The bird landed on it. Toll, who was standing behind him, said that no matter how much he looked at it, it always seemed so noble. His comrade asked if he thought so too. The bird was holding a piece of food in its beak, and words were heard that, of course, it was difficult to breed such birds. But its loyalty and ability to hunt were simply excellent. It was elegant and quite useful. It spread its wings and took off, and words were heard that anyone would want such a pet. Suddenly, something fell to the ground. Toll looked down tensely. An arrow pierced the bird's neck. People in cloaks appeared. A cry was heard that this was an attack. Everyone raised their weapons and take up fighting positions. Benedict thought in shock. What kind of attack was this? What kind of fools would attack the king's carriages in broad daylight? The guy's hands were wounded. He thought they were all trained. A ghostly hand with a blade appeared next to the soldiers. The equipment was covered with Dispellium. It would probably be difficult to defeat them even in the great battle of magicians. The translucent guy was smiling. The blade moved sharply. Shocked, Benedict thought how this was possible. Garrett appeared in front of him with blades in his hands. He thought, is this really the user of the artifact? Frowning, the red-haired man thought that if this is an artifact, then it is activated not by magic, but by the spirit, because even metal has boundaries. Opening his mouth, he shouted for the soldiers to follow him and help those in front, just in case, strengthen their positions in the back rows. A man with a cut cheek shouted that they have problems. Someone is also approaching the back rows. Stretch was standing there. Arrows were flying off from him. Words were heard that this is presumably a magician. Mortem, hovering nearby, called them fools. They can shoot for 100 years. They still won't hit. The hero stood in front of him. The man thought that if he was a mage, he should try to force him into close combat. Removing the blade, he shouted to the others not to be afraid. If only he could close the distance, they would be able to block his magic. Opening his mouth, the guy asked, did he say 1 hour? He pointed his fist with the ring forward. The artifact thought he was bluffing. 5 minutes would be enough. Sparks appeared around the skull. A yellow glow surrounded the guy. The energy made him lean back. Then his head fell limply. The comrade turned around, asking what was wrong with him. A swift movement. His neck was cut. The guy fell, clutching his neck. His comrade asked what was going on. Whistling, Stretch said that this is how it works. The enemy's eyes glowed green. He said that if they decided, let them try to attack. The man with the beard asked in surprise what was wrong with him. The man in whom Mortem possessed was smiling, and then he pierced his neck with his blade. The brunette turned around in surprise, wondering what was going on here. The possessed soldiers were fighting each other, and he wondered why they were killing each other. On the man's face was the image of Mortem. The hero thought that a new ability of the artifact appeared after absorbing the black sphere and fulfilling the conditions. He imagined an image of a face with green eyes and thought that it was a capture. Stretch imagined a diagram with figures of people and thought that this ability allows the essence of Mortem to separate from the ring, transfer itself to another body and control it. The beam moved from one soldier to another. Stretch thought that this was the entire skill, but the scariest thing about it was the use time, equal to 1 hour, plus there were no restrictions on the control of ordinary people. Opening his mouth, the man screamed, "What is he doing?" Stretch approached him with a sword and said that he was returning what they stole. Green lightning appeared around the hilt. The enemy clenched his teeth. With a sharp movement, the guy hit him with the sword. He frowned ahead. The man possessed by Mortem landed behind him and said that it was a good feeling. He flexed his fingers and said that he would not have thought that having flesh could be so comfortable. Turning to him, Stretch asked what he was saying. Does he mean to say he never thought about it? The man grabbed the blade with his fingers. The artifact replied that sometimes, when he slowed down. Mortem approached with a smile and continued that he thought about taking control of his body. Stretch asked if he thought he would let him. Blood splashed. The last warrior lay in a pool of blood. Mortem said that he told him to just watch. If he was afraid, he wanted to enjoy this feeling longer. Stretch replied that it was a strange feeling. Bernard gritted his teeth, thinking that these were precious supplies that were heading to the front lines. Ghostly Garrett attacked a soldier. He thought that there was some warrior in front, similar to a ghost. The soldier kicked his comrade. He thought that the warriors behind were fighting among themselves. Toll looked at him and asked him to give the order quickly. At this rate they would lose all the wagons. Jumping off his horse, the guy said that first they need to deal with the front lines. He quickly moved forward. Garrett looked at him in surprise. Bright rays remained from the movement of the blades. The brunette gritted his teeth, thinking how fast he was. Benedict threw his opponent back with a swing of his sword. He frowned and thought that it looked like he was going to increase the distance between them and use the artifact again. The guy jumped, leaving a mark. The knight attacked from above, thinking that they would not leave it like that. The stone on the hero's shoulder glowed. His foot hit his body. The blow threw Garrett aside. The guy crashed into a tree with his back, thinking that before he came to, even an insignificant moment should not be overlooked. The guy landed nearby. The opponents crossed blades. Frowning, Benedict shouted that it turns out that he does not care that the country is falling apart. The main thing is to rob. Looking at him just as furiously, the brunette replied that any goblin knows that the kings of Venetia have squeezed everything out of the inhabitants for centuries. They are even ready to sacrifice the wealth of the kingdom to maintain the front line, since they themselves are not starving. Does that mean hunger does not exist? Gritting his teeth, the knight said that he was talking nonsense. Toll appeared behind him. He ordered to kill him. Then he turned around in surprise. The brunette attacked him himself, and he asked what he was doing. Mortem grabbed the guy's body, thinking that he blocked it, and said hello out loud. The knight was surprised. The man took off. The guy in the black cloak attacked from above. A bright flash appeared behind the trees. The hero thought that this could not be. The sky above the forest was clear. Stretch leaned on a tree, thinking that thanks to his ability he managed to cope in 10 minutes, and if he had relaxed, holding the bottle, Garrett said that he thought where he went, and here he is he not feeling well at all? Catching the bottle, Stretch replied that nonsense. Are he and his guys finished too? Bernard held the rope of the cart. The leader said that they were almost done. He was a good man. He did a good job. Thanks to him, there were practically no losses on their side. Stretch drank water and asked, so that was all he heard? Yes, they both achieved their goals. Well, did he want to join his team? The hero refused. He smiled, saying that they would part here. He was returning to the gorge. They had spent a lot of time. They needed to hurry. The red-haired man held a bottle and asked what he was going to do now. People were sitting, leaning on the pillars. Garrett replied that he would send carts with supplies to where they were needed. There were many weak people in this kingdom who were not able to defend themselves. The road was long, so they needed to act quickly. Pointing a finger at his comrade, he continued that he asked Bernard to see them off. He could leave them anywhere inside the kingdom. The elf was lying on the cart. Words were heard that the lady looked bad, so she should not refuse help. Garrett tilted his head slightly and asked if he had already decided where he was going. Stretch looked thoughtfully ahead, saying that he would go this time. A tall, bright castle. The guy sat with his head thrown back. A question was heard. Had he been away again? The guy smiled at Alfred and asked who was here. Let him come here, rest a bit and have a drink. The guy with the eyepiece looked at him silently. There was a bottle and a glass of liquid on the table. Words were heard that it was alcohol from the 95th year. An amazing smell, isn't it? Sitting opposite, the prince answered that this was not why he came here. But how much had he collected? Raptors touched his chin, saying that about 3. This time there was a meager harvest. He presented the sword with a smile and said that 2 of them looked good. He gave them to the bodyguards, and he liked this one, so he kept it for himself. Closing his eyes, he turned to the elder and asked him not to spread this fact around. He imagined a black figure of a man. How could the struggle for power between members of the royal family in the country escalate? After all, there are restrictions on property. How can one take the initiative and deliberately violate these rules? The elder touched the weapon, saying that he was always worried. Those items that were really worth something, he kept for himself. Let him not worry about it. He held out the blade with a smile, offering to take it for himself. The blonde held a staff in his hand, saying that he could not take it, and did not need to. One artifact is enough for him to take care of himself. Looking slyly at the sofa, he asked if there was any interesting news, what their younger was doing, and heard that not much, he lived quietly. That he had recovered on the front line, they did not spread unnecessary rumors. Putting down the glass, the prince said that Henrietta had said something completely different. His eyes glowed red. He asked, "Are you sure nothing happened?" Introducing the girl, Alfred closed his eyes and thought that she was cunning, and answered out loud that as far as he knew. His brother touched his face with his hand. Gerald looked down. The three princes of Venezia. It was known that they were quite good-natured in nature, but because of disagreements, the relationship between them had deteriorated. There could even be bloodshed. Raptors rested his head on his hand, but in this Cold War, he had favorable conditions compared to the other brothers. He introduced his subordinates with a smile, thinking that he was first in line for the throne. He had very capable assistants Henrietta and Mark, as well as the enormous support of the kingdom. The guys stood behind, so the other brothers looked more like his subordinates than competitors. The blonde princes looked sullen, but they thought highly of themselves enough to humbly bow their heads to their brother, and began to act each in their own way. The blonde walked away. Gerald openly rejected the Raptors. Naturally, the first brother only hated him for it. Balstock bowed to him. He was the third son, respectively, the furthest from the throne, so despite his young age, he was forced to go to the northern front, as he had a bad reputation. Alfred stood behind. He acted wisely, pretending to help the Raptors for his own safety. The second prince looked concentrated. He took responsibility for the entire financial part of the kingdom, and as the first advisor to the next king, he could use his status and talents, although he himself did not have the slightest intention to sacrifice anything for the Raptors. The blonde remained silent, hearing that he asked just in case. Slightly turning, he asked, "He did not plan anything strange behind his back, did he?" Waving his hands, the second prince answered, "How can he?" Alfred and Gerald were competitors though. The boys shook hands. Their common goal was the succession to the throne, so the most important task was to overthrow the Raptors. There was no reason why they could not become allies. The boy touched the door, saying that it seemed that he had taken him too long. He would go. Smiling slightly, he said that next time he would open a bottle of wine for him. The elder looked at him silently. The trees grew in the vicinity of the forest in the northwest of Venezia. The blonde sniffed, thinking that it was the smell of herbs. The heroes were sitting in a carriage. Bernard said that they would soon arrive in Kyledent. They could find a means of recovery there. Stretch looked away, thinking that, recently the turnover of medicines has increased. Herbs have to be used to obtain such information. Exhaling, the girl said that the truth is fine. Mortem, hovering nearby, asked what nonsense. The state of her magic is far from fine, and Stretch asked to make him a bow. The girl took her weapon. A faint glow emanated from him. Elena winced. Looking at her, Stretch said that if she was stubborn, she might lose the ability to use magic altogether. He didn't want to hear anything until she regained her strength, so let her rest. The blonde frowned with displeasure. Looking at the guy, the hero asked how much longer they had to go, and heard that the city should have already appeared. In front of them were indeed the Kyledent houses. He said that they were over there. Looking ahead in surprise, Stretch said that the road had not been easy, and thanked him for driving them. Bernard smiled and said that it was not difficult. After all, he had helped him so much. On the contrary, he was grateful. Looking at him, the hero thought that if they fought again, maybe he would tell him his name. After all, he still thought that he was Brian. Well, she just stopped at one of the houses, and heard the words that they had arrived. If they needed anything else, let them ask. The elf fell to the floor of the cart, while the guy was saying that the boss had ordered to do everything properly. Immediately approaching, Stretch wondered if she was really that bad. The girl lost consciousness. Mortem said that he was wondering how she could even move when her magic power was out of order. It seemed like she had been enduring it all this time. The red-haired man gritted his teeth, hearing the words of the artifact that one had endured, and hadn't even noticed anything about the other, how experienced they were with the same. Quickly running out of the cart, he asked to stop and wait here. He would get some medicine or herbs and return. Stretch ran quickly, thinking that her magic could not be restored with a simple remedy. She needed a medicine that helped restore skills. Approaching one of the houses, he thought that was why they had come here. The guy stopped abruptly. Slamming his hands on the table, he told the seller that he needed a magic restorer right away. The seller replied that there was none. The shocked hero exclaimed, how could this be? That rare medicinal herbs were grown here, and he said that he did not have a magic restorer. The man put out his palms and swore that they sold basic medicines, but no one in the city was selling magic restorer right now. The guy frowned in displeasure, and heard someone address him. A woman in glasses approached him and said that such behavior in broad daylight in a peaceful city was equivalent to rioting. She understood this oddity, that in a place where medicinal herbs were grown, there was no magic restorer. But this old man was right. She imagined a waterfall and said that that flower grows on top of a cliff. But now no one can get there. A few months ago, everyone who went to the flower field lost their memories there and returned back. Looking ahead tensely, Stretch asked if he could get this flower. Could they make medicine? The old man behind the counter said he thought it was possible. How would he do it? The old lady added that it was better not to go there. Even if he did, nothing good would happen. Heading away, the guy asked to wait. He would find him and come back. A ray of sunlight illuminated the trees. Walking through the forest, Stretch asked who was walking and erasing people's memories. The artifact answered, "Who knows if it erases memories?" The hero looked to the side. He examined the leaves, thinking that after all, further in the vicinity of Kyledent there were many rare plants. Grass grew on the hills. Walking through the forest, Stretch thought that this was just the perfect place for scientists researching herbs. The hero looked ahead carefully. He took hold of the hilt of the blade, thinking that there was something else that was bothering him. Stretch takes hold of the hilt of the sword. Something was happening around him. Closing his eyes, he feels that the enemy is fast, but very noisy. Tentacles are flying from above. The protagonist is shocked to realize that he is approaching. He bounces back sharply from the enemy's blow, stones fly apart. The protagonist lands nearby. Holding a sword, he says that it is strange, because the inhabitants of the town said nothing about it. A giant insect growls in front of him. He wonders what the thunderclap forgot in such a place, and how this is even possible. A spider with huge paws goes on the attack. The surprised fighter looks at him. Masterfully bounces off his claws. Continues to run away from powerful blows. His hand lights up green. Putting out a ring, he orders his assistant to attack. In the middle of a dense forest, an explosion of air occurs. A bright flash and smoke fill the thickets. The protagonist stands in front of the killed monster, using Curse Devouring. He puts his sword in its sheath and hears from Mortem that something strange is happening. He replies that usually such mutants live in packs of 200 to 200 heads. I wonder where the rest went. A spider with many eyes looks forward. It is said that if these monsters are stopped just like that, then nothing may be left of the town. The guy is puzzled, thinking that no one has noticed anything yet. In shock, he opens his eyes. Suddenly catches an arrow flying straight at his head. The system says about the active skill of automatic reflex. With a low probability increases the sensitivity of reflexes. MC says that it is better to answer his questions before they tear him to pieces. The archer in the hood, gritting his teeth, hears the question of who he is. The stranger sitting by the tree understands that the enemy caught the arrow with his bare hands, therefore, he is very dangerous. Stretch begins to conjure in a rage, shouting is it true that he is not going to answer. Moves his fingers, generating an air bullet. After it hits the tree, the enemy falls to the ground. The protagonist points a sword at him, asking how he dared. The astonished MC asks him to raise his head. The green-haired elf looks at him angrily, asking how the little man did it. The protagonist exhales and declares that he hasn't encountered anything like this for a long time. Many representatives of the elf race are shown. He realizes that this characteristic cautious look when the pupils turn white, although this is not caution, but rather disgust for a person. Stretch stands in front of the elf, telling him to stand up, because he forgives him for the attempted murder, noting that he should better tell what is happening in the forest. The rival is nervously silent. The protagonist, crossing his arms, claims that his only elf friend is currently unwell. In order to find a cure, he needs to climb to the top of the mountain. As the inhabitants of the town said, everyone who tried to climb there lost their memory. The shocked hero hears a question whether he knows whose handiwork this is. The elf suddenly jumps. He asks to wait. He runs away along the branches. Mortem asks the owner why he stood and just watches. The green skull blazing nearby declares that they could have caught him if he froze his legs. MC replies that he does not know what is happening in the forest and cannot intimidate everyone, because elves are still fast. In the middle of the large house, a question is heard about what he just did. A frightened guy with long ears explains that he was watching, when suddenly a man entered the forest. The evil elf asks why he did not call her, but decided to just shoot. Many comrades are standing around. The guy exclaims that he could not do anything, because if she saw him in person, she would not be able to say anything, since he single-handedly tore apart the spider not with the help of a sword and magic. It is not clear what he needed in this forest. The warrior, closing her eyes, asks what he killed him. The excited soldier answers no. She clenches her teeth in anger. She slaps the guy, who is shocked. In rage, she screams that it would have been better to kill him, but instead let him escape because he couldn't deal with him. Now all her work has gone down the drain. The other elves listen to the conversation, realizing that everything has only gotten more confusing. The guy guiltily holds his face, hearing why she has been erasing people's memories all this time, because if the little human is found and comes to them. Another character goes down the stairs and asks what will happen then. The discouraged elves see Stretch, who is picking his ear. Relaxedly asks to continue, because he is very curious why they erase people's memories. They stand in shock and look at him. The protagonist seriously asks what is going on, and why they are silent. The elf watches in rage. With a wave of her hand, she activates the skill. The system gives the characteristics of the wind cutter skill, which allows you to release razor-sharp jets of air using the edge of your palm. The girl with green hair jumps back. The protagonist notices that they really do look alike. Stretch grabs her hand, blocking the attack. The warrior in a rage calls for shooting at him. The other elves shoot arrows at the enemy. MC, closing his eyes, uses crosswind. Jets of air throw arrows to the sides. The elf, closing himself from the whirlwinds, asks what it is. The amazed commander thinks how a person can be capable of this. Stretch seriously states that they still can't catch him. Even if they all attack together, it's better to just let them listen. Pointing at the guy from behind, He says that they saw that he was alive and well. They probably should have understood that the protagonist did not come here to attack. The discouraged girl hears that if they answer his questions, he will simply leave. Because why create unnecessary problems? She replies that the child does not know the human language, and the answers are a secondary problem, because he will not even be able to understand. Frowning, the protagonist hears a voice from the ring, which suggests that he has been shaking the air in vain all this time. The warrior holds his hand, wondering if he told the truth. He did not come to kill them. Stretch puts his hands up and says that if he wanted to kill them, he would have destroyed the entire building, and apparently now she is ready to listen, because before this, not a single word of his was perceived normally. Sounds are heard in the middle of the elf base. The warrior stands next to the protagonist, and says that she understood him, although it is difficult for her to believe that a person and an elf can become friends. Stretch asks with a serious face if she really thinks he is lying. The girl looks at him, and asks the name of that elf. The protagonist in the cloak calls the name of his friend. The image of Elena appears. She asks again in shock. Everyone around is amazed by the answer. The protagonist turns around and asks if they know her. The elf screams enraged that his friend is really Elena, clarifying what happened and whether she is sick. MC calmly replies that she simply overdid it, thinking that she cannot openly say that it is because of him. He asks to answer his question. Holding the hilt of the sword, he asks what is the reason for erasing people's memories. The interlocutor puts her hands in front of her and assures that they do not touch first those who do not try to harm them. At first it was just a measure against invaders. The elf guy stands behind and hears that he will be dealt with later so that he will forget about his bad habits. With a serious look, the girl says that they did not have any evil intent. A monster settled in the mountain cave, so they could not allow people to go there. The protagonist imagines a spider and realizes that the other mutants have settled in a cave. If this is true, then they just saved the villagers. He leaves the house declaring that he believed her, and now there is no time to sit. She asks if he really wants to go into their territory, and if everything is okay with his head. The protagonist, smiling, asks what the scout told her, because no matter how many of these ants have gathered, they will not cope with him. The guy runs away. The elves stand silently and look at this. The girl, lowering her head, assures that perhaps this is their chance. The guy turns around and asks what myriad means. None of the people can go into that cave. If something goes wrong, all plans will collapse. She calmly replies that if you think a little, everything is obvious. They cannot prevent what was once supposed to happen. Taking up the blade, he declares that he will go. If they do not deal with the swarm of spiders now, the problem will affect not only the village, but them as well. Grabs Seed by the clothes and tells him that he needs to go. He asks why he should leave with her too. They run out of the house. The commander gives the order to the others to keep an eye on this place. She will be back soon. The protagonist stands in the middle of a clearing. The spider is watching him. A puzzled Stretch thinks that he has gone quite far and they should have shown up by now. Maybe only that first monster was special. A giant spider hangs over his head. The fighter pierces its head with a sword. The monster flies into pieces after using an air blast. Spider parts fly through the air. Vortexes of air hover nearby. Suddenly, another mutant appears in front of him. Frowning, the protagonist realizes that they usually do not separate from the pack. So why did they make an exception this time? The spider splashes a yellow liquid from its mouth. Shocked MC remembers that it is acid. He takes off. The claw flies towards him. The protagonist dodges the corrosive liquid on the ground. He looks to the side and notices something glowing there. He is surprised to see a monster's paw in front of him. He lands down. He takes up his sword, declaring that he is tired of this, and the elf is next to him again. A stream of air rushes forward. The protagonist holds his sword out in front of Myriad, asking what they are doing here. She holds her hands in front of her and assures him that they have come to help him. He replies that he does not need help. A whirlwind forms in his palm. He kills the mutant with magic, advising her not to interfere with him. The discouraged elf sees this and thinks that he tore the enemy to pieces with magic. The protagonist seriously says that unless it is Elena, but they are not very familiar with them and there is no time to adapt to each other, so they should better go back. The interlocutor, lowering her head, says that it is rare to meet such good assistants in battle who quickly adapt to the situation as she does. The fighter thinks about her, hearing that it is not surprising that he thinks so of her if they fight together a lot. In the middle of the forest, a waterfall is visible. It is said that in any case, the garden on the top of the mountain where he is going is a nest of monsters. Standing in front of him, the girl acknowledges his abilities. But even he will not be able to fight all the monsters at once and not touch the twilight of the garden. Putting out his hand, the protagonist asks how they are going to help him. Myriad, amazed, says that they will give him the opportunity to fight as he wants, and at this time they will take care of the twilight, while realizing that he has absorbed a monster. Green light is visible in his palm. He claims that this sounds good. The system says that with the effect of devouring the curse, his magical powers have increased. Clenching his fist, Stretch states that this is a little unexpected. She replies that he does not feel hostility towards them, which is why Elena probably accompanies him, clarifies how they met. The protagonist seriously notes that there are too many questions. It's a long story, and if he wants, he can ask her personally when he wakes up, while asking himself why she wants to help him. Myriad thoughtfully says that it's not only because of Elena. The monster is waiting for people. It is said that long before the settlement appeared, they guarded the forest. The frightened survivors stand near the corpses of the elves. It is explained that a flock of spiders came to them and life began to collapse. They were all very strong and outnumbered them. They decided to starve them to death. The elves stand near the commander. She explains that the villagers did not want to leave this area, so they began to protect them so that they would not become prey for mutants. A green skull hovers near the guy, assuring that they dealt with this flawlessly. He says that the monsters he met came out because of hunger. The warrior, looking down, states that they knew it wasn't the best plan, but in this situation it was all they could do, around the time when the concern for the starving monsters grew greatly. The protagonist listens with a serious face to the fact that someone has appeared who could be the only way out of the situation. She hints that it is Stretch. The web hangs inside the cave. The protagonist's sword sparkles with lightning. In rage, he hits the spider. He puts out his palm, using the skill. The elf fights bravely. MC, gritting his teeth, looks forward. The girl cuts the web, saying that it is a vicious circle. The hero runs his blade, saying that no matter how much you cut it, it still does not end. A spider is visible above him. The elf screams loudly that it is dangerous there. He runs 2 fingers. A stone spike rips apart the spider's head. The protagonist turns back. Surprised, he asks how she did it. Is she really a mage? The partner, exhaling, explains that the mana consumption is too high, so she uses this skill only in critical situations. If you look at it in perspective, it isn't profitable. The guy looks away. A monster appears near her. He says that it is quite difficult to fight when the enemy has such an advantage in numbers. The girl turns around in fear. Lightning is in the air. The spider is struck by an electric current, growls in pain. The main character rushes to attack. He runs up to the monster and puts out his hand, using an air explosion. A powerful shock wave of green color appears in front of him. Turning around, MC talks about green lightning. The amazed Seed wonders if he really got in his way, but he also notes that her brother is not bad. The guys are standing in a cave. She replies that he has good abilities, but his character is too soft. Warming his fists, the main character says that they have experience in battles, offering to speed up. An orange light appears around him. He says that everyone takes care of themselves, uses a fireball. Sounds are heard in the middle of the rocks and trees. A powerful explosion occurs there. The heroes fly up, screaming in fear. The guys are flying. Myriad says that they themselves were almost sucked into this whirlpool. Stretch says that there is no time to relax. Besides, they are not that weak. Frowning, he asks if they have arrived at the right place. He lands opposite the entrance, and says that he heard that there should be a flower field at the top. The spider's claw knocks on the ground. MC with a grin notices that a lot of monsters are hiding. Monsters come out of the cave, from other sides as well. They are surrounded. Seed is scared, thinking that it is not too late to retreat. Myriad calmly replies that if he says that again, she will give him a thrashing. Stretch smiles, saying that they are nasty. The protagonist addresses them with a serious look, offering to stop chatting and take a better look there. Plants grow near the giant. A question sounds that this is the twilight light. Myriad does not understand why it is there. The protagonist with a grin glows with dark energy, and says that their task is to get him, and he will take care of the rest himself. His cloak emits a dark stream. He stands with a sword. The system says about the ability of the curse aura, the curse of the clock, when he is surrounded by an aura of fighting spirit, weakening the enemy. In his memories, the same one enveloped his comrades. Mortem asks if he used it after that time. Easy to use skills without unnecessary burden. The green skull says with a serious look that he has developed abilities in a form suitable for him. Stretch calmly asks if this is also the influence of the black artifact. He says that it is possible. He prepares to jump, stating that this is not bad. He breaks away from the spot, flying high into the air. The surprised warrior thinks about his unreal combat power. The monsters growl in rage. The protagonist, being inside the dark clot, asks what he thinks. He spreads his black wings, clarifying whether this will work. The spiders look up and see an impending attack. The frightened mutant is overwhelmed. Purple rays penetrate their bodies. Stretch lands while the enemies take damage. The protagonist says with a grin that this will make them sweat. A dark sphere forms around the battlefield. The spiders tremble from the effect of this skill. The protagonist loudly shouts that they need to act now. Myriad watches in surprise. She shouts to her brother that they need to go. He replies that if something goes wrong, then she is responsible for it. The spider is under the influence of dark energy. The warrior with a serious face thinks that this is probably their queen and leader. I wonder if she can withstand this. The giant raises his paws. The monster takes damage from using an impact bolt. Seed puts out his hand and looks at this. The system says about a skill that shoots a projectile with electrical energy. Myriad quickly flies past, grabs the electric whip, which is needed to tie up the enemy, entangles the cave of spiders. Jumps up. Her brother thinks that everything is going fine, just do not need to look back. With a serious face, he aims with a bow, shoots at the queen. She is furious. The monster shoots a huge number of small spikes. Seed is discouraged, thinking about her skin, covers himself with his hands, afraid of receiving such damage. kneeling while the spikes are stuck into the ground. The spider with red eyes watches the battle. A frightened seed sees Stretch protecting him using cross-wind. The spider jumps up, flies towards the protagonist and his comrade. The elf at this time jumps up, aiming at the monster's head. Swings her fist using magic. A giant rock hits the spider's body as it flies past. Multicolored plants are in the ground. Myriad lands near them and shouts that she will collect flowers and let them run into the forest until the monster comes down. The protagonist in a rage declares that this will not work because they will finish him off here. You need to dodge so as not to hit them. Shoots an air blast. He himself flies back slightly. The queen takes heavy damage from this skill. MC forms a fireball in his hands, then uses a combination spell, namely an air blast plus a fireball. A powerful stream of fire sweeps away the monster. The protagonist uses a flaming storm. The spiders scream in pain, burning alive. Myriad sees this in amazement and thinks that this can't be. How can a person use magic of this level? Who is he? The mutant feels the damage in a rage. The elf and her brother run through the cave. Turning around, the girl thinks that even here she feels the heat from the ground. They run further, wondering what happened to Elena. The spiders fly apart into pieces after a bright flash. A huge whirlwind of fire and energy is visible on the top of the rocks. The spider knocks its claws on the ground. The giant queen growls furiously. The protagonist says with a serious look that there are no traces left. The voice from the ring says that he is not even a keeper. How has he lasted so long? There is something in him. The spider is burning on the ground. Mortem uses curse devouring. The mutant begins to glow green. Stretch, using magic, wonders if his destructive power is too great. Skull replies that it is not important. Mortem, emitting fire, says that what is important is that his magic did not work. Putting his hand in the bag, the guy says that in battles with monsters, unforeseen circumstances often arise. There is no point in dwelling on such things. With a grin, he holds the object, saying that if magical power does not help, then physical power is used. In his hand is a bottle. Mortem wonders what this time. Is it salamander dust? Skull thinks about the battle, saying that this can work on a monster like a bunyip, and this one reflected even a flaming storm. On the table are attributes. Stretch asks not to worry because he checked when he disassembled the bullets. This is an analog that made it look like that dust. He takes the hilt of the sword, hearing that this is as unusual as dwarven technology. He breaks away and runs to attack. The mother splashes out acid. The protagonist generates a cross-wind in front of him, thus blocking the attack. The monster with red eyes looks displeased. Stretch jumps up, holding a sword in his hands. The blade rushes forward. The claws grab it. MC is shocked to see that the queen is holding his weapon. Gritting his teeth, he dodges, thinking that he needs to get at least under his shell to strike. He swings his fist. Uses a powerful air bullet. It flies off slightly. The protagonist lands down. Mortem asks if he really thinks that there will be enough physical force to tear him to pieces. He answers if the assistant has any other suggestions. Skull calmly talks about ice. The owner asks again. He in turn demands to get ready faster. Stretch puts out his hand and uses an ice wave. Mortem, blazing with fire, activates an air bullet. Sharp ice crystals fly towards the enemy. A combination spell is used. The system says to use an ice bullet, shoots fragments of different sizes, with an average probability can cause bleeding. The protagonist closes himself from the projectiles, hearing a voice from the ring that he needs to shoot. The giant spider takes damage. The guy runs towards him, realizing that he needs to act now. He puts his sword right in front of him. A bright beam pierces the monster, after using the explosion. Shocked MC thinks about that alchemist. In front of the blade, a defeated mutant smokes. The guy thinks, how can you hand out such items left and right? The giant falls to the ground. Mortem advises you to take a good look at what's inside. The protagonist frowns. There are various items in a pool of blood. The skull notices that the enemy seemed too strong for an ordinary monster. Stretch takes the crystal and assumes that it swallowed the adventurer, who had many artifacts. Grinning, he squeezes it. Under the clear sky there is a house. The protagonist, sitting next to the elf, asks her to drink. Elena looks into the glass in surprise, hearing that there is phlegmons, antlers, ginseng, night light. He himself collected the ingredients and made a magical restorative potion. You need to drink everything to the last drop. The girl drinks while sitting on the bed, exhales. The protagonist smiles. He leaves the room telling her to rest, because recovery takes time. Bernard suddenly appears and asks how she feels and if there are any problems. He answers that everything is fine, clarifying if something happened. The man in the mask begins to talk about acquaintances. Stretch listens discontentedly. The elves are standing behind the door. He asks again about acquaintances. Myriad and Seed are standing behind the door. He wonders who could be looking for him in such a place. The interior of the house is shown. The girl and her brother are looking at each other carefully. The protagonist exhales, wondering how they even decided to come to a human settlement. They are standing next to Elena's bed. The warrior says that he turned out to be a sincere person who did not say a word of lies. The guy crosses his arms and asks why they doubted his words all this time. She replies that this is not entirely true. There will always be doubts until they are convinced and see with their own eyes. The blonde is lying in bed. He asks how they know her. Myriad lowers her head and says that they are something like close sisters. The elves communicate in the forest. It is said that the elves of Kaeldant and the Dark Forest have had quite close relations for a long time. Elena smiles. It is explained that she is the daughter of the deputy head of the tribe. She is able to quickly find a common language, so she was popular among the leaders. Tentacles attack them, telling them that at some point in the Dark Forest a dungeon appeared that began to grow and gain strength every day. Eventually it grew so much that they could no longer solve this problem themselves. The elf, gritting his teeth, sees a threat. It is said that after that Elena lost her father, and the situation became even worse, and all connections were broken. The protagonist thinks that if she is talking about the master, then he saved him a long time ago. Maybe it is better not to tell them anything so that her friend could do it herself. The blonde moves her long ear lying on the bed. She begins to wake up. The surprised warrior hears her name from her. The chair falls to the floor. They hug tightly. Shocked, Elena asks where she is from. Stretch smiles. He leads Myriad's brother out of the room. A candle is burning inside. It is said about rumors that there is a settlement nearby. The girl with a serious look claims that she thought that she had left the forest a long time ago, because the connection was broken and she had no information. The green-haired heroine smiles, explaining that unnecessary travel, on the contrary, attracts people's attention. She lived near a village where many medicinal plants grow, and also controlled people who entered the forest. Sitting next to the bed, she tells her to tell about herself, how it happened that she got in touch with a person. Sunlight falls through the windows. The shocked interlocutor says that he saved Cain, which means much better than she imagined. Elena shows her hand, hearing the question. That is why she accompanies him to pay off the debt, and owns the artifact. The embarrassed girl answers that in some sense because of this. Shocked Myriad asks if it is really her. She immediately denies. The main character and the elf hear laughter from the room. The elf wipes away tears from laughter, saying that this is her business, because in principle he inspires confidence. Besides, if he finds out seed. The dissatisfied elf looks at MC. It is said that he will be beside himself. The friend sits on a chair next to the patient, exclaiming that it is good that they met. While hoping that she is not going to stay there for long, Elena replies that most likely yes, although she herself does not know where they will go next. The warrior takes hold of the cloak, declaring that if it works out, they will see each other next time, offering her to come to the forest when there is an opportunity. The blonde says okay with a serious look. The door closes. The girl sees guys nearby. Stretch asks how the patient feels. She notices that she is in excellent condition, and by the end of the conversation she felt much better. Smiling, she tells the protagonist that of all people she can trust only him. So let him promise something, namely, let nothing bad happen while Elena works off her debt. The protagonist, closing his eyes, assures that his friend does not owe her anything, and if she wants to leave, no one is holding her back. The elf with a serious look understands that he is smart, and perhaps they need to wait a century for the denouement of their relationship, or perhaps he is behaving this way on purpose. Standing next to him, she asks where they are going. He replies that they have not decided yet, because while they were getting there was no time for this. There were no special plans except for healing. The amazed girl says that she wanted to stop him if he said that he was going north. Now many go to the east. The protagonist asks again in surprise. The events take place 2 days later. A forest is visible. The protagonist goes with his partner and thanks the fighter, asking him to say hello to Garrett. Elena looks at the guy and asks where they are going now, whether they will need to clear the dungeon again. The protagonist, smiling, replies that for now they have had enough of dungeons. This time they are going to Bordenburg. The guys walk along the path. She notices that this is a port, and if their real names are found out there will be problems. Frowning, he declares that he definitely needs to go there. Ships are in the port. People are walking near the decks. It is said that there is a man there. Stone houses are nearby. The blonde wipes away the blood. MC realizes that he is needed for his plan. The fighter holds a wanted poster for the main character. He plunges the blade in. He holds it in a wanted poster. A scar is visible on his face. He calls Stretch a stupid traitor. The same one realizes that he must meet him even if it is dangerous. The events take place on the northern front in the middle of a wasteland. The warrior in armor gives the order to shoot. The soldiers fire a cannon. The commander declares that they must be destroyed before they break through the front line. The shells fly into the target. The giant monster roars with anger, standing in front of the army of people. He roars ferociously. He has long horns and fangs. The soldiers raise their heads in shock. The warrior runs forward. The monster hits them furiously. Suddenly a cut occurs. The bewildered giant screams. They say that everyone did a great job. The fighter with the sword declares that he will deal with the rest himself. The warriors see him, shouting that the prince has arrived. The soldiers are shocked and disgust that he just used magic. Another asks if this is the first time he sees it. Gerald has a luxurious sword in his hands. It is said that he has an artifact called Goldmara. He stands opposite a fierce mutant. He is serious. The blade is glowing with red smoke. He deals a powerful blow to the enemy. The monster screams furiously from the damage he has suffered. The protagonist with the blade jumps up. He watches the enemy with a grin. He carries out another attack. The shock waves raise dust. The fighter runs forward. He looks and guesses what it is. In the middle of the villain's corpse, he declares a core. He swings his weapon. He cuts the turquoise core that is floating in the air. Energy parts of the core crash into the sword. Gerald stands with the blade. Everyone shouts glory to the prince who destroyed the monster. The shocked soldier asks what he absorbed the monster's core. The fighter stands with a blade. The warriors think that there are such artifacts. The sky with the sunset is visible. The comrades follow the prince, offering to rest in a hut, because they will bring something to drink. He replies that it is not necessary because he will rest. It is better to make sure that no one comes to him. The action takes place at the outpost of the northern front. The prince sits on a chair, glowing with dark energy. Gritting his teeth, he is silent. Beads of sweat flow down his face. He holds his chest and endures pain, in his hand a sword. He feels discomfort, constantly inhaling air. The action takes place in Bordenburg. The ships are in the port. The protagonist walks with a friend in black cloaks. She asks that they have an exact destination. The blonde looks at the wanted posters, saying that if they are delayed, sooner or later they will be caught. The protagonist with the green ring asks not to worry. According to experience in big cities, it shines brighter. The guys are standing near the water. A light is visible. A man on the other side of the port sees it. A bearded man in a hood notices a light signal. Elena stands opposite her partner and asks what kind of light signal it is. He replies that everything is ready and he will appear soon. The man with scars says the name MC. Sitting in the boat, she asks what he said, that he would never come here again. He replies that he is still the same chatterbox. Stretch smirks and says that he will have to give them a ride. If he does not want to, then he will take this boat away. In the middle of the night sky, a question sounds whether the reception is too dry, because they have not seen each other for a long time. The guys are sailing together. The man notes that 13 or 14 years have passed, specifying the reason for his visit again. The protagonist is silent. The stranger in the hood asks how she was able to talk an unsociable guy into allowing her to go with him. A fireball appeared in front of his face. The protagonist hears with a grin that his skill has grown. He asks to stop chatting, let him shut up and row quietly. The man grabs his hand, asking if he really thought that they would wait for him with open arms. The fighter with scars says that after he abandoned them all and left. Stretch, closing his eyes, wonders where Sky is, where he can meet him. The interlocutor, exhaling, suggests that they search thoroughly. Silhouettes of people are visible in the city. It is said that absolutely everyone is just waiting for his head to fly off his shoulders. Maybe then he will be able to meet him. The protagonist and his girlfriend see him sail away. He apologizes to her, hinting that such things can happen there often. The blonde in the hood answers that it is not such a problem. They are standing on the street. He realizes that 10 years have passed and a lot has changed. Turning around, he hears that she found something. The girl holds onto the leaflet, asking if he is looking for him. Sky is drawn on the paper. He is wanted. A reward has been appointed. The main character, grimacing, declares that this is that character, wondering at the same time what kind of scar is on the right, what he did. The girl looks at her friend and offers to tell him who he is, why he is looking for him. MC replies that this is a rather unpleasant topic to just take and tell right away. Elena frowns and demands to tell. The main character is silent, then declares that as a child, when he ran away from the orphanage, he wandered in search of money, trying to earn money on everything he could. Sky is drawn on the poster. It is explained that Stretch accidentally met him. The boys are standing in the middle of the street. It is said that they both had no one to rely on in this life and therefore became friends, began to gather all sorts of tramps around themselves. The guys are stealing from a merchant. It is said that in order not to be looked down upon, they had to unite into one team. They were from different places, but the goal was one. They shake hands. Young MC smiles. It is explained that they wanted to make sure that no one looked at them with contempt anymore. Teenager Sky looks at him. This was exactly the goal, but the paths to achieving it were different. The main character with a sword and a bag stands in the middle of the village, explaining that he wanted to achieve his goal with the help of success, so he collected money to join a squad heading to the dungeon. The fighter is standing in the armory. It is explained that Sky had the power to protect all the offended. Day and night he researched and developed military power. The guys look at the gunpowder in the buckets. One day he finally finished his development. Shock Stretch looked at this. It is said that while he was saving money to leave the city, he was inventing a wide-area bomb. The friend smiles. The protagonist says that he also made plans on how to blow up the warehouses that were everywhere. A fist flies into his face. Beaten Stretch left the city. It is said that after that he had a big fight with him and left this place and did not hear anything else. The protagonist with a serious face says that it irritates him, and the guide is right. It does not matter whether Sky is alive or not. He was not there when he needed him most. The elf listens in amazement that everyone in this city despises him for this very reason. MC silently looks ahead. They walk down the street. He suggests going somewhere first, because here they will only waste time if they linger. The house is near the water. The guy assumes that most likely it will stink a little. The blonde covers her face, asking if he knows this path. The fighter replies that he knows it well and almost nothing has changed. The elf in the hood understands where he lived. The guys go further. The protagonist assures that Sky was very skilled. They were constantly looking for safe places for children to live, but the whole city was full of corpses. Stretch runs his hand along the walls, saying that's why. The brick with their names moves away. He talks about the shelter. Suddenly the wall began to open. Elena watches this in shock. They stand in front of the gate. She asks if there is someone there because sounds are coming. The doors open. Inside the shelter there are many people drinking. The fighters are sitting at the table. One of them recognizes Stretch, noticing that the rag face was right. The protagonist waves his hand, declaring that they have not seen each other for a long time. The warrior in a rage offers to crush this fool. The protagonist stands next to his friend and assures that you can do without such greetings. With a serious face he swings his fist. One blow sends the big guy flying back. The giant clutches his chest and screams that he can't breathe. He falls nearby. The shocked hooligans don't understand what's going on, since the protagonist threw him up. Clenching his fist, the guy declares that if it's that hot, then let them all attack at once. He uses enchantment. He punches the enemy. He gets a powerful blow to the face. He crushes another poor guy. The big guy sits nearby, thinking that he was just a porter in the dungeon. Sweat is pouring down his face. He doesn't understand why he became so strong. Sky grits his teeth and gets angry. The door opens. Stretching his arms, he shouts that he warned him many times not to make noise when he works. With a serious face, he notices his old friend. MC frowns and states that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Sky appears in a black cloak. It is explained that he had a not very successful past, for which he was announced a price of 1.2 million crowns. In the middle of the houses, laundry is drying on the ropes. It is explained that he was born in a large southern city of Gridrock in a poor area. The girl looks away. His mother had such a beautiful appearance that it was hard to believe in her poor origin, but in this poverty her life went awry because of one aristocrat. The silhouette of a man is shown next to her. It is said that one rich man who did not know the lack of anything and tired of life, once wanted to have fun and stopped in the poor area. There he met Lisha. A guy with long hair smiles. It is told that this is how his fate began, with the entertainment of a rich man. He grew up in unfavorable conditions surrounded by maternal love. His tragedy began the year he turned 10. The boy stands in the hallway and sees that his mother was stabbed to death. She lies without signs of life. It is said about her last word, run. A frightened boy runs. It is said that he listened to her and did not stop. Runs in the rain, without looking back. Sits on the street. Only many years later said that after he left his house, all the people who lived there were killed. Frowning, he looks forward. So his life was reduced to continuous thoughts of revenge. The boy stands opposite Stretch. It is said that after that he became friends with him. They began to gather company. The fighter whispers in his ear. With the help of information found in the back streets, he was able to learn about the killers who once broke into his house. Duke Marcus turned out to be his own grandfather. Sky stands under the light. It is explained that when he discovered that his descendant lives among the poor, he tried to hide the shame of his son. The boy clenched his fists with crazy eyes. The incredible arbitrariness of the aristocrats irritated him. Since then every day he became more and more aggressive. The ships are in the port. It is said that after he learned that the Duke was going to Bordenburg, he began to plan a murder using explosives, which became the reason for the quarrel. The guy has a scar all over his face. He failed to kill the Duke, and as a result, his power weakened and he lost his influence. Standing in the middle of the shelter, he sees Stretch. Frowning, he asks if it is really him. He calmly notes that they have not seen each other for a long time. The fighter stands nearby and asks the boss to do something. He asks what exactly. The long-haired scoundrel says that the traitor himself came to them. They cannot just let him go. Sky scratches her head and thinks. The protagonist, gritting her teeth, thinks what they are up to. Suddenly, the boss points a gun at him. The protagonist uses cross-wind. The air flow changes the trajectory of the bullet, which breaks the wall. Sky seriously states that he deliberately fired the pellets so that he could not dodge, specifying that he mastered unusual techniques. MC frowns and says that they haven't seen each other for so many years, and instead of greeting, he shoots a gun. He reloads it, saying that it's nice to meet an old friend, but memories from the past began to emerge, so he seems happy, but on the other hand, he's also annoyed. He points a gun at the protagonist, saying that he decided to teach him a lesson first, and then talk, so let him not move anymore, and as soon as he makes a hole in it, he'll throw a dinner party. Stretch angrily asks what he made. Mortem claims that it's a complicated weapon and a regular hole won't do. He dodges another shot, jumps over him, shouting that he's just crazy. The other fighters are furious and say that they need backup. Everyone needs to protect the boss. Suddenly, the assistant gets hit in the face before he can finish speaking. They all fall to the ground. Special arrows are fired from a bow. The heroine demands that they not move. Elena pulls the bowstring and orders them to stand still, and then everyone will stay alive. Holding his wounded face, he asks who this girl is. The other one shouts that he needs to stop staring. Stretch holds his palms, using the skill. Jumping high, he releases an icy wave. Sky tries to understand what he has in mind this time. The enemy aims his gun. The protagonist activates cross-wind with a serious look. The fighter with the scar realizes that he can't hit. He sees his frozen legs. Gritting his teeth, he thinks about how much the idiot has managed to pick up techniques over the years. He sees him in front of him, and doesn't understand when he managed to do it. The protagonist delivers a strong blow to his body. He slides along the floor, groaning in pain. The protagonist points a blade at him, calling for him to surrender. With a serious look, he claims that until now he has never been able to defeat him with force, and he will not be able to in the future. He talks too much. Sky, closing his eyes, says that 14 years ago he half killed him, asking if he came to finish him off. Kneeling, the former friend asks to finish him off quickly and be done with it. He claims that everything is exactly the opposite. Putting his sword in its sheath, Stretch says that he came to help fulfill what he failed to do last time. Beaten Sky asks that he is going to terrorize the prince with a bomb again. He denies. The other bandits hear that he is going to kill the prince. The protagonist looks at him with a serious face. Sky is shocked, asking if he is in his right mind. The amazed bully notices that the guy has grown up in the time they have not seen each other. The beaten warrior with a scar asks if he is having auditory hallucinations, since he went crazy and came back here. Stretch raises his hand and says that he does not need to listen to him on this topic. The surprised interlocutor asks if he is serious. They shake hands. He wants to listen to his story. The protagonist frowns and says that it all started because of Prince Gerald. Memories emerge. It is explained that he hired him as a guide to the dungeon. Green fire burns the guy. He says that his gullibility was taken advantage of. Burnt MC lies on the ground, saying that he barely got out of there alive. He lies on the ground with a green ring. Sky grabbed his head and says that he is fast, to spend more than 10 years in vain and to see the light after being in his skin. They sit opposite each other. The long-haired one asks why he set such a goal and therefore now goes everywhere with the elf. The protagonist in turn is interested in whether he will help or not. Holding his hair, he asks what is needed. Stretch with a serious look talks about his abilities and all the people. The interlocutor calmly claims that he has either lost his shame or is too self-confident. Sitting at the table, the boss says that he will, for example, give in to him and help with people, clarifying that in the end he has planned, because only in words is revenge, since such a chance does not happen every day. The protagonist, looking at him, talks about the Gambini fortress on the western end of the northern front. They will unite and capture it. The shocked friend thinks about the majestic fortress. The guys near the bar turn around at the exclamations from their room. Sky, closing her eyes, claims that she has never seen a greater fool in her life. He has not been surprised like this for a long time. The protagonist, with a displeased look, asks what kind of nonsense he is talking, because all his life he has never been more normal than now. The guy, lowering his head, talks about a fortress on the top of a cliff. Huge walls and towers are visible. It is explained that there is only one entrance there, but in the basement there is a dungeon. Dark energy is visible in the middle of the territory. It says that the fortress is considered impregnable because the security there is stronger than in any other, asking if he is really going to capture it. MC, looking at him, declares that he will enter from the main entrance under the pretext of supplying provisions. Sky is furious and demands that he stop talking nonsense. The number and level of troops in Gambini are not child's play in the alleys, because even if they manage to get inside, they will still be surrounded and captured. The protagonist introduces Myriad, claiming that an elf recently gave him information. He is surprised to clarify that this is also happening to them now. A well with black smoke is visible in the middle of the fortress. It is explained that very soon monsters will rebel in the dungeon near Gambini. They will probably send an army there to deal with the dungeon, which means there will be much less military forces. That's when they will get there. The protagonist sits on a chair and says that he does not think that they will refuse the supply of provisions, so there will be no problems with entry. Sky displeasedly notes his self-confidence. Hidden fighters attack. MC says that he recently cleaned out a cart that was heading to the northern front. The guys are probably already hungry. Bernard is wearing a mask. The question sounds as whether there is a more suitable moment for an attack. The astonished interlocutor asks what he interrupted the movement of all the carts with provisions, and what he will do after he captures the fortress. The warriors carry stakes says that the people who are closest to the fortress and who can clear the dungeon are Gerald's army. If you shake the dungeon a little as bait, they will come running themselves. Sky sits on a chair and says that it cannot be ruled out that he will not choose the option to simply run away. Stretch clenched his fist in rage, says that when he sees his face, he will immediately lose such a desire. The friend smiles and says that judging by the reaction there is something to hope for, so he trusts him with his life and the guys. The city is shown. He says that if only he can shake the rotten country once, then he agrees to everything. Joyful bandits are sitting near the bar and shouting that it is time to strike. If Sky said so, then there is a chance of success. Stretch stands next to him and asks if this is true blind trust in the leader. He says that since they have finished the discussion, then they need to go to their places. They are standing on the stairs. The protagonist asks when they are performing. Sky, with the scar on her face, asks not to rush, no matter how much they hurry. Starting to act right now will be too much, clarifying whether the one knows who the ruler is. Henrietta looks ahead with a serious face. She is the assistant of the first prince. If all the action starts from Bordenburg, they can be quickly identified. The night city is visible. It is said that they cannot be noticed as the carriage leaves the city during the day. The fastest is in the evening. The protagonist with a dissatisfied face asks where he is going. Turning around, his friend replies that he is going to the workshop, where there is explosives that need to be finished, and that he needs to use them since he has such a chance. He takes hold of his blade. He holds the sword and, smiling, says that he wanted to take a closer look at it as soon as he saw it. Sky, with the weapon in her hands, says that she should have thought of improving it enough to use gunpowder in such an unusual way. He asks who made it, and he replies that it was a dwarf named Clyde. He makes a face and is surprised by the answer. The door closes, and he asks her to sit still while he does a good deed, and he is dissatisfied. A request to keep quiet is heard from behind the door, when MC states that if he breaks it, he will have to answer for it. Stretch stands in the middle of the establishment and thinks about what to do, because it looks like he is the only one messing around. The door is open. The guy turns to the elf and asks if she has already returned, and if they have pestered her. She replies that there is no need to worry. Elena with a serious face asks since when he started planning this, she kept wondering what the guy could have heard from Myriad that he wanted to come to Bordenburg. It turns out he plans to attack the fortress. The protagonist, raising his hands, assures that he had no other choice. If Sky had not agreed to help, then all plans for the capture would have been futile. He thought it would be better to remain silent until everything was definitely determined. The blonde with red marks says that if his plan succeeds and he deals with the prince, will it really end? Stretch, standing opposite her friend, replies that most likely. The elf thoughtfully understands him. He notices that he also wants to say something. She looks at him in surprise. The protagonist with a serious face says that since almost all of his plans are coming to an end, then there is no need to repay the debt anymore, clarifying what the girl thinks about this. Because Uncle Cain is probably worried. Elena is displeased and silent. The door slams shut. The guy is in a stupor. Mortem hovers near him and asks if when this is over he and the elf will be completely free. He asks again, assuming that the skull has read fairy tales. Stretch calmly states that no matter the outcome, if he starts to put the plan into action, he will set the entire kingdom against himself. The voice from the ring assures that it is unlikely that she is not aware. The silhouette walks down the street. It is said that you can't tell from it that it is going to stop. A string of carts travels through the desert. The protagonist controls the horse, asking Sky if there will definitely be no problems. A friend looks out of the carriage, asking what worries him, that everything is too smooth and whether he really thinks that he has never done this before. Stretch replies that he does not doubt him, he just does not want unnecessary problems. In his sheath there is a sword. He wonders what he did with it. Sky asks with a smile not to grumble at him, because the sword is not broken. The protagonist again wonders what they did to it then. The scarred fighter explains that he put his secret weapon, a last resort, and a backup plan that can only be used once. MC asks what he means. The friend leaves, stating that he put all his knowledge accumulated over 14 years into it, so it should only be used in a critical situation. The protagonist notes that this fool has not changed at all. The skull glows with green fire, claiming that he put magical fire inside, engraved an invisibility spell on the body, so it is impossible to check what exactly the functions of this fire are. The protagonist with an important look asks himself why he installed such a dubious thing. Mortem notes that they are friends, and it is unlikely that he could install something that is dangerous to life. The carriages are driving through the desert. The skull claims that you need to be careful, but judging by the barely noticeable traces of fire, this is a pretty strong thing. The guy asks what he means that it is still dangerous. He notes that the owner will not die because of this anyway. The man in the cloak nervously says that okay, so far with the central front, what are these fools in the capital doing? The guards are standing on the fortress. One claims that they do not care that they are dying of hunger here, because almost 2 weeks have passed. The other asks not to be angry because this only wastes strength. Suddenly he hears a sound. A bird flies in the sky. He wonders who could have sent a carrier pigeon. The soldiers stand on the fortress, declaring that this is not the problem. The message arrived just when the supply of provisions stopped. Probably some kind of bad sign. The dove lands on his hand. The man looks sternly ahead. Nicholas, with an important look, calls for everyone to gather. The soldiers in armor run forward. The warrior stands next to Angela, telling the adjutant that the forces of monsters in the dungeon are gradually weakening. The girl with a serious face says that therefore they will now select soldiers for punitive detachment number 426. Nervously looks at the piece of paper and thinks that absolutely all the carts with provisions have disappeared. The man waves his hand and says that the selection will be held a little later. We need to wait for further instructions. The soldiers in cloaks talk about what to do next. Nicholas walks with Angela and thinks that everyone is exhausted from hunger, and not everyone will be able to accept the bad news. With a stern face, he asks how long they will last on the remaining supplies. The partner is silent. He speaks correctly. Frowning, the fighter claims that urgent issues need to be resolved first. He will gather a team and go to the dungeon. Dark energy is visible in the middle of the fortress. He gives the order that she needs to be responsible. She will remain to watch this place. The cart goes through the desert. Sky claims that it is there. The protagonist in the hood says that it is so. If they behave suspiciously in such an open area, they will immediately turn into a sieve. A string of provisions drives up to the fortress. A friend with a scar asks not to be afraid, but to act according to the plan. Stretch replies that no one is afraid. Let him better stick his head back. The guards on the fortress call for a stop, stating that this is the Gambini fortress on the front line. You need to say your name and purpose of arrival. The people below turn around. Stretch loudly shouts that he is a merchant and has arrived on the orders of the guild, bringing the necessary products and things. The fighter lands near the guard and asks what he is talking about. They explain to him that they brought provisions. The adjutant seriously thinks how the merchant could have found out about their situation. He in turn shouts that these are goods for which an urgent request was received from the royal palace. Stretch sits on the cart. The opponent notices that he has seen him somewhere. He states that they have already paid and they just need to accept the goods. The man above asks where the proof is that he is a merchant. The guy replies that he has a contract with the guild and an ID. They can check everything. The adjutant nervously examines him. The doors swing open. The protagonist smiles. The joyful warriors of the fortress exclaim that they can finally eat normally. The fighter with a bandage on his head thanks him because now they can breathe easy. He replies that he is also glad that the contract was fulfilled. Stretch touches the carriage and states that it was surprisingly hot on the road today. They all worked hard, so let them check the goods first. The protagonist smirks, hearing that he understood. The adjutant approaches the carriage. Suddenly he sees the barrel of a gun in front of him. A shot is fired. The bloody curtain flies to the side. The fortress fighter screams in horror that this is an attack. The warrior falls to the ground. The soldier fearfully notifies everyone. The fighters in the carriage understand that this is a sign. Sky holds a pistol with a stern look. The elf in the hood watches. Stretch smiles. The fighters run out of the carriages. It is said that everyone needs to raise their weapons. The protagonist forms green spheres with his hands, using the Tesla skill. Green streams pierce the space around him. The frightened opponent does not understand what is in front of him. The spheres shock the enemies with electric current. The warriors cover themselves with their hands, trying to understand what is happening and who they are. The partner is shocked to see another killed. Sky with a gun says that he has had this feeling all his life. The archer pulls an arrow. The fighter with a scar stands in a cloak. 2 arrows fly in his direction. He covers them from them, while someone destroys the arrows for him. Another arrow hits the sniper. The elf with a bow says that you can't let your emotions get the better of you. The guy thanks her. He says with a smirk that he hasn't felt this in a long time. Lightning is visible in the air. Stretch walks among the defeated enemies. They grimace as they try to withstand these discharges. One of them screams that they need to deal with the magician first. The fighters prepare to attack him. A bunch of arrows fly in his direction. MC forms vortices of air around himself with the help of crosswind. The protagonist frowns and watches the progress of the battle. Suddenly, a warrior pierces him with a spear. The other one runs forward. He looks at it in fear. Stretch holds the spear in his body with a grin, asking if he really thinks he can handle it, because if he's already decided, he shouldn't do it alone. Green smoke comes out of the wound. The system says recovery. The enemy screams in horror, not understanding who he is. In shock, he sees his fist in front of him. An air bullet pierces his body, rolls along the ground and hits the wall, while the other stands still. The wounded opponent is imprinted in the wall. Stones lie around him. The protagonist with a grin claims that he will only say it once. Whoever surrenders now he will leave alive, so let them not get on his nerves. The soldiers grit their teeth and remain silent. The weapons fall to the ground. They kneel in front of MC. The protagonist turns around and asks if the plan was a success. Sky, standing nearby, replies that everything was much easier than expected, clarifying what to do now. The guy points at Elena and explains that they will go down to the dungeon and deal with the rest, and he at this time. A friend with a scar interrupts and asks what he wants to scatter the bait, noting that he himself knows and can be trusted. The fighters are standing in the middle of the battlefield. It is said that it is necessary to collect all the weapons and armor, tie up the living and drive them into one place. It is necessary to extract a lot of information. Dark smoke comes out of the well. The hero thinks that perhaps in the dungeon in the north. Myriad is concentrating on the fact that monsters appear faster than in ordinary ones. The protagonist with a serious look thinks that this means that the main artifact of the dungeon is stronger than the others. Walking through the cave next to Elena, Mortem says that apparently there was a hot fight. Covering his face, he notices the stagnant smell of corpses and blood, a monster that can hold out in such a place. The elf turns to him in surprise, saying that a sound is coming from behind that door. The guys see open doors. It is assumed that most likely there are warriors who arrived earlier. He wants to go in there. Stretch watches intently, looks closely. Soldiers in cloaks stand in front of a giant made of bones. The protagonist realizes that perhaps this is a type of skeleton. There is nothing special in this dungeon. Frightened warriors with weapons hear that they need to retreat. Nicholas decisively declares that this is not a skeleton. Bones pour out of the monster. He begins to attack people. The commander claims that it is a golem. Wounded soldiers lie on the ground, sighing in pain. The giant swings his fist again. Suddenly gets hit on the head. The bones begin to collapse. The soldiers see that he has fallen. Nicholas, holding a fighting stance, shouts that they need to stay away so as not to get hit. Energy forms in his hand. He smashes the face of the giant golem. A core is visible inside its skull. The protagonist clenches his fist, realizing what he sees. He smashes the pink core into particles. Surprised comrades exclaim that they can go back up, and the commander is the best. The captain in the cloak says that we can't relax, we need to take care of the wounded. Hearing the sound, he turns around. With a sharp movement, he repels the fire attack. Nicholas with a stern look asks who it is. The protagonist forms a fireball. Mortem says that it does not look like wind magic. Perhaps he uses an artifact. The enemy, gritting his teeth, thinks that this is an invader, but the fortress is carefully guarded. Stretch with the fireball offers to solve everything quickly because he does not want to waste time, so even one blow. A bright beam of energy sweeps him away. Nicholas puts out his hand and asks where he is climbing, noticing that it is immediately obvious that some impudent brave man dared to attack the soldiers. The elf looks at the clouds of smoke in shock. The enemy says that he will have to explain what happened upstairs. Elena smiles. The warrior notices something in shock. An air bullet suddenly flies at him. Blood pours out of his mouth. He does not understand what it is. The protagonist stands with his partner and says that not only does he attack without preparation, but the attacks themselves are not really visible. She notices that Stretch is intact. The protagonist wipes the blood and says that it will not be easy to deal with him. Mortem claims that he uses the power of telekinesis. The soldier asks the commander if he is okay. He asks not to touch the guy, thinking that his blows are still strong, even though he was pinned. I wonder what kind of spell this is. The enemy uses magic again, realizing that now is not the time to think about it. It will probably not be so easy for him to dodge his attack. No matter how strong he is only a man, and will he be able to withstand incessant blows? Stretch flies up, wondering what is happening. The elf releases several arrows. Nicholas watches the progress of events. He runs his magic hand and tears the arrows apart. The protagonist lands and notices that this is an excellent blow. Enemies with weapons stand opposite. They say that they need to take on the girl, and they will cover the boss for now. Elena forms a gusty wind in her hands. The wind rages around her. The opponents cover themselves with their hands, declaring that they can't see anything. Stretch sits nearby and notices that this is not bad. Closing his eyes, he uses animal instinct. He breaks away. The opponents cough, saying that they need to determine where MC is, because he can be somewhere nearby. Gritting his teeth, the fighter looks forward. The protagonist swings his sword and kills several soldiers at once. Nicholas sees this and shouts that they need to get out of this sand cloud right now. He watches in fear. He feels ice on his feet. With a stern look, he realizes that he is going to use magic again. MC swings his sword. He mentally calls for an attack. He has a blade in his hand. The enemy realizes that, apparently, this fool is not a magician. The protagonist almost touches the opponent's body with his sword. Stretch delivers the strongest blows. Blood flies to the sides. He stays on the ground. Frowning, the guy wonders if he hit too weakly. Nicholas swings his fist in rage. The fighter dodges his attack. He flies to the side, holding his weapon. The wounded big guy holds on to the bloody stains and orders to avoid direct collisions. The elf sits on the ground nearby. Blue energy fills the air. Elena flies into the wall. Nicholas calls to kill them from a long distance. The protagonist insults him in a rage. Instantly starts running towards the opponent. He puts out his hand and uses magic again. The magic hand grabs the protagonist, and he cannot move. Stretch clenches his fist and uses the curse of the Devourer. The system says that it absorbs the spirit of objects, increases skills and physical abilities. The protagonist is saturated with energy, instantly breaks away. The protagonist watches carefully. The enemy commander clenches his teeth and thinks that he decided to use force to resist. Their fists approach each other. He understands that MC has gone beyond the boundaries of human capabilities. A strong explosion occurs, which the soldiers are watching. The protagonist swings his fist. Nicholas endures excitedly. The fist touches his shield. Stretch mercilessly hits him. Inflicts dozens of blows per second. He thinks that he is just a monster. The green skull burns and notices that he is not inferior to them in strength. You need to not stop and continue to attack. Their looks are filled with hatred. The soldier in the cloak covers himself and tells the other that they have no time to relax. The elf sees their negotiations. The archer releases an arrow. Elena also shoots at him at this moment. The rival captain feels the arrow approaching. The protagonist sees a flying projectile. With the help of the crosswind, he deftly dodges. Nicholas writhes in pain after the arrow hits his body. The protagonist looks sternly. He strikes a strong blow to the opponent's body. He screams in rage. Everything fills with light. A strong stream of energy throws the enemy into the wall. He begins to cough up blood and experience pain. The soldiers watch in shock and talk about the master. The bloody big guy lies unconscious. Stretch grins and calls for them to drop their weapons and surrender. Suddenly, something bursts out of the wall. They do not understand what it is. Slime falls on one of the soldiers. He screams in horror. It eats into his face. The guy asks for help. The shocked protagonist wonders if it melted him or swallowed him. A giant monster formed in front of Stretch. Mortem says that it is a guardian. It looks like a piece of muscle on the outside, but it has a core. It is a golem. MC asks that they just enter the dungeon, and it has already appeared. The skull twisted nearby states that this dungeon has been starving for a long time, as people in the fortress were circling around the entrance, not daring to go inside. A ferocious monster growls. A voice from the ring says that here is the guardian, and he himself came out to catch prey. Elena worriedly shouts that he is about to rush into the attack, clarifying what the plan of action is. He replies that it is the same as always. Stretch generates a fireball in his hands, claiming that they will fight. Releases a powerful stream of flame. Burns through the golem. The monster melts from such an impact. The voice from the ring exclaims that it is immediately restored. It is necessary to find its core. The guys bounce back from a powerful attack of a mutant. The guy stands next to his girlfriend and asks if she can determine the location of the core in his body. Her eyes turn red. The girl uses her ability. Smoke hovers around the monster. She says that his spirit is too strong and she cannot see it. Besides, he has a liquid body. Even arrows will not help. The protagonist frowns and realizes that he will have to poke around in it himself, which means the problem is in the liquid body. Touching the ground with his hands, he asks the elf to prepare for a strong blow, because he is not a person, so there is no need to pity him. Uses an ice wave that rushes towards the opponent. The surprised monster feels the freeze. The protagonist is furious and asks to start shooting. The elf aims her bow. One of her eyes turned red. Calmly releases the bowstring. The arrows pierce the monster. He growls in pain. The monster looks at the people in rage. Rika runs to attack. The protagonist stands next to his partner and asks if he is really angry. The rocks start moving. The shocked protagonist calls on Elena to run. The boulders rise into the air. Cracks form under the guys. The elf is shocked to see this. She jumps from her place. She tries to grab onto it. The sword pierces the rock. The protagonist hangs on the blade and sees the elf also hanging by the abyss. The tentacle flies forward. It grabs the fighter's leg. Stretch, gritting his teeth, sees this. Frightened Elena screams his name. The acid from the tentacles corrodes the protagonist's leg. The shocked guy thinks that this is poison. Mortem claims that it can melt bones. He takes the sword from the rock, declaring that nothing can be done about it. He falls into the abyss and shouts to Elena not to go down, because he will quickly deal with the enemy and return. The elf hears in the dark that it is time to prepare the escape scroll. Frowning, the girl notices that her partner is acting alone again. The protagonist flies down. A tentacle entangles his leg. In rage, he declares that this pisses him off. He pierces the disgusting limb on his leg. He swings his fist. The voice from the ring says that his cave is below. Even if it is dark there, he is so huge that you can shoot without aiming. The protagonist declares that even if he is not there, he will still try to hit once with all his might. A beam of energy pierces the darkness. MC uses an air explosion. He sees a stream of light in front of him. With a nervous look, he wonders why even this does not affect him. Suddenly he feels purple energy, thinking that it is poisonous gas, and also dense. In his hand is a fireball. He shouts that he needs to defend himself as best he can. Mortem uses a crosswind. Slime is visible below. The protagonist falls. A strong explosion is heard. The elf is shocked to see a pillar of flame escaping. In shock, she thinks about what is happening there. Stretch walks forward on the ground. With a beaten look, holding a sword in his hand, he asks why it is so dark and whether the assistant sees anything. He points. A blue core is visible nearby. The protagonist smiles, wondering what these golems are to him. It is worth fighting with them once or twice. Suddenly he sees tentacles made of muscles in front of him. He looks at them calmly. In his hand are blue crystals. He activates the ice wave skill. Using the ring, he forms an explosion of air. He connects both hands together. The system talks about a combined spell, a snowstorm, which causes an icy wind and freezes vast territories. The frozen tentacles stop. The protagonist, exhaling steam, says that they are all the same. He takes the sword and touches the core with it, declaring that everything is ready. An explosion is visible on the territory of the fortress. The frightened sky fighters ask what is this trembling from the dungeon. They see heroes in front of them. Stretch lands with the elf. They are shocked by the escape scroll. They ask what happened. The main character with a serious look explains that he destroyed everyone and left. The entrance to the dungeon is destroyed. It will be restless for some time, so there is no need to walk around it just like that. Surprised comrades silently look at him, realizing that he did not just escape from there. The guy holding the flask says that he doubted a little, but it seems that he really became stronger. Sky holds it out and says that not only did he destroy the keeper, but he also got out alive, and not alone, but together. Stretch with a smile says that if he had not coped with this, he would not even stutter about killing the prince, specifying what he was doing all this time. Gerald carefully reads the letter. It says that the guy has already thrown a pretty tasty bait to the fool with whom he wanted to meet so much, so he will see him soon. There are barrels hanging above the gate. The protagonist asks what his friend hung gunpowder there. Sky with a grin says that he is offending him. This is a high-class event for a respected person of royal blood. The protagonist asks if there is a difference. Fighters with spears are standing near the weapons. He says that they dealt with the squad and are now distributing equipment to their people. Stretch smiles nervously, hearing that he buried explosives in some places. He notices that his friend is carefully preparing. The guy with the scar assures that this will be enough, and now let him give him the item. He takes the protagonist's hand, asking if he really thought that he could not show him his artifact. He looks at it in surprise, noticing that it is impossible not to notice that he has some kind of object, and even sparkling, though it is unclear what it is made of, metal or leather. Sky, raising his hands, declares that he wanted to see and study a lot, but his friend needs to rest. Surprised, MC asks what's the matter and why he's so caring. They tell him that he's about to drop dead, judging by his appearance. The guys are standing in the square. Sky says that he's freed 2 huts, so his friend can rest there, and gives the order to the soldiers to escort them. Inside the tent, the guy's opinion is heard that his friend notices everything. With a serious look, the protagonist says that there's only one problem left. His leg is injured, and asks to explain what kind of nonsense this is. Mortem replies that he's already told him once. The Green Skull looks at him and declares that restoration only helps heal the wound, but does not have a detox function, and even he can help. There are empty bottles on the box. The owner asks that the potion is of no use and will this wound ever heal. The voice from the ring claims that the usual one won't cope with the keeper's poison. Mortem, with an air of importance, explains that this is some kind of combination of a curse and cadaveric poison, but the one who caused it is dead, so the wound will heal over time, but how long it will take is unknown. The protagonist angrily declares that there will soon be an important battle, and he, as luck would have it, is not in the best condition. He lies down on the bed exclaiming that come what may, because he has already been through a lot. The assistant explains that excessive tension only hinders movement, and while he is still there, the owner will never die. The caravan goes through the desert. The events take place 2 days later. The prince sits on a horse and asks the adjutant to tell him, because he hardly believes that the letter that arrived 3 days ago said that the Gambini squad was completely destroyed in the dungeon. Gerald in the hood declares that it occurred to him, assuming that they were already late with help, what the approximate losses could be. The adjutant thinks about the dungeon and says that the fortress is not only part of the front, allowing to hold the defense, the fortress also has a unique location, advantageous for control of the dungeon. If it is taken, then most likely it will be the biggest gap on the front. The prince closes his eyes and remains silent. The assistant nervously explains that if the fortress loses its forces, a huge number of monsters will flood the country, and in the worst case they can even capture the capital. But here is the most serious problem. People are hanging over the castle. It is said that the fact of a breakthrough of the northern front can cause scandals with the southern states. Gerald calmly tells the frightened assistant that he also thought so. He apologizes, shouting that he allowed himself unflattering expressions addressed to the royal family. The prince with an important look notes that this conversation is not to find the guilty. Someone shouts that a fortress is visible ahead. In Gambini's spyglass, he asks what the situation is like, and they answer that there are no visible external problems. The prince nervously thinks that they are on time. The disguised guards smile and say that His Highness has arrived and that the gates need to be opened. Gerald, sitting on a horse, shouts that he has received a letter and has come to help, asking where the fortress commander is. The soldier loudly answers him that he is fighting monsters in the dungeon and that they do not know how long he will hold out. The gates open in front of them and he orders them to drive inside. The horses are pulling carriages. A warrior in a cloak runs to him and shouts that the prince barely made it in time, because it is unknown what would have happened if. Gerald frowns and thinks where the other soldiers have gone, and why he is alone. The guy opposite him smiles. He attacks the prince, shouting that he has arrived a day late. The system speaks of an ignition skill that allows you to light a small flame aimed at a specific target. The ruler dodges, not understanding what it is. A beam of fire hits the barrels above the gate. Gerald turns around in fear. There is a strong explosion near the fortress. The wall is destroyed. The hero does not understand what is happening. Most of the soldiers are outside. The prince with a wounded look wonders if this is an uprising or a trap. But most importantly, who did it? A cry is heard that this is just a masterpiece. Sky stands opposite with a grin and says that the explosion is good, but the expression on Gerald's face, now it is clear that he did not come in vain. Grimacing, they ask him who he is. The guy with the scar points his finger and explains that he would like to introduce himself, but there is another person who has business with him. The protagonist calmly walks with a sword in his hands. His comrade offers to say hello to him. The prince looks at him questioningly. Stretch with a green ring claims that they have not seen each other for a long time. The discouraged enemy opens his eyes. MC with a grin asks how Mr. Employer is doing. He clenches his teeth and gets angry. He takes his sword. In a rage, he rushes to attack the protagonist. Flashes of green and red occur. The protagonist is furious and asks why he is so angry. Because he should be angry. Gerald angrily claims that it is his ring, because he did not suffer so much for him to take it. They clash heads. MC demands to stop talking this nonsense. Sky stands next to the elf and says that the prince is Stretch's task, and they should kill the warriors outside. He sees his friends battle, shouting at the same time that they need to go to the wall and keep the fight at a distance. Gerald barely blocks the blows, hearing the question whether he really suffered. The protagonist angrily shouts that he was simply afraid of difficulties, and now wants to blame everything on others. The opponent, gritting his teeth, realizes that if he often uses a sword in an isolated space, it can ricochet back at him. He needs to deal with the fool on his own. The protagonist in a black cloak demands to fight with all his might, because he will show what he had to go through for such a moment. Mortem uses the cursed watch. The shocked prince thinks what kind of power this is. Dark energy permeates him, suggesting that this is a debuff. Stretch puts out his hand and uses an air bullet. A bright light forms in front of the enemy. A bright flash occurs in the middle of the fortress. The protagonist is furious that his enemy so easily put someone else's life on the line. Dust hangs in the air. The wall collapses. The protagonist deftly blocks an unexpected blow. Gritting his teeth, he does not understand what is happening because his strength has suddenly changed. The prince in a rage asks why he imagines himself an ordinary person, because there is no need to deceive himself among monsters on the northern front. He hits MC, shouting that he has met a lot of people like him. Stretch is surprised to see an approaching fist. Blocks the blow, but flies to the side. Bleeding, he looks at his hand in shock. Gerald swings his sword. The protagonist puts out his and activates an explosion. Multicolored flashes are visible in the middle of the battlefield. The protagonist with a sword deftly fights the enemy. The prince is horrified to realize that he was able to beat off the artifact with a steel sword. Stretch slides along the ground. Gerald rushes at him. The red blade cuts through space. MC listens intently to the danger of it. The enemies fight. The guy uses an air bullet. The prince with the sword notices that he has grown noticeably. The protagonist releases green streams, asking what kind of sword it is that cuts through the wind, expressing the hope that the current will be to his taste. Green spheres appear near the blonde. Stretch puts out an electric hand and activates an arc, while Mortem uses a Tesla. The enemy is struck by a powerful electric current. The prince clenches his teeth and screams in pain. The protagonist, seeing this, asks if he hits too hard, suggesting that he feel what he felt on his own skin. Particles of skin peel off the opponent's face. He holds a sword in his hand, realizing that more strength is needed. In rage, he releases energy, shouting about Stretch. The protagonist nervously calls him mad. The prince with crazy eyes points his blade, declaring that he will kill him and return the ring to himself. The skull twisted next to the owner asks what kind of nonsense he is talking. The guy replies that it was never his. The opponent takes off from his place. The protagonist is surprised by his speed, suddenly slams MC's head right into the ground, throws him to the side. The protagonist, clenching his teeth, uses a wave. Gerald frowns and notices this. A powerful green stream of energy flies into him. Clenching his teeth, Stretch screams that if it were not for this ring, he would already be dead. A fighter with a crazy smile uses the curse of the Devourer. His bracers light up. He thinks that his body has become even stronger. He is preparing to attack. Gerald opens his eyes in shock, thinking that he still has some techniques left in reserve. The protagonist runs towards him, mentally ordering him to launch Pondus. The swords collide, creating sparks. MC presses the blade in rage. The system window says about an artifact that imposes a mass increase effect. He presses on the handle with all his might. The prince notices in horror that it is very hard for him. The hero leads the sword using an air bullet. Gerald flies high up. Blood flows from his face. He does not believe what is happening. He falls not far from his opponent. The protagonist with a grin shouts that the prince is nothing, asking what he is talking about protecting the front. He takes the handle of the blade and offers to try to reflect this. The bearded magician fights, declaring that it is necessary to use physical and magical forces. The events took place a few minutes ago. The soldiers put out their palms and shout about impact and fire bolts. The guards cover themselves from these attacks. They look at the enemies with a grin. One of them says that after all, a fortress is a fortress. Another replies that they still have plenty of gunpowder, and they have almost figured it out. An explosion occurs in the crowd of warriors. The fighters stand on the fortress, thinking that thanks to such powerful arrows. Elena decisively shoots at her opponents, realizing that it is impossible to lose. Sky turns around to her assistant with displeasure and shouts that they are idiots, because if they are distracted during the battle, they will die. She turns to another and asks to throw in gunpowder. He says that something is approaching in the distance. Silhouettes are visible in the desert. He wonders what could be approaching there. The silhouette of a warrior in a hood is visible. Sky opens her eyes in horror. She shouts to everyone standing on the wall that they cannot relax, because the enemy has reinforcements. A general from the east rides a horse leading an army. His name is Mark. A frightened fighter asks who it is with the nickname Iron. They watch in horror, not understanding what he could be doing here. Sky, biting her nails, claims that he did not take this into account, while realizing that everything seemed too smooth. Who knew that the right hand of the first prince would come here? The fighter turns to the commander and asks what they will do. He replies that everyone needs to take up combat positions and be ready for confrontation, and to convey to everyone not to do anything without an order. The warrior dismounts from his horse. They shout to the general. A bearded man asks how he arrived. He is interested in Gerald inside or not. They look at the destroyed wall of the fortress. The assistant explains that the prince entered in the first ranks, but the roads are blocked, so he is locked there, due to the enemy attack. A difficult situation has arisen. The general with a serious look says that he will look around here, and let them prepare for battle formation. The frightened guards notice Mark approaching, wondering what to do, attack or not. Sky nervously realizes that she shouldn't think about him. Elena hears something. She lands next to the guy with the scar, who says that if the situation gets worse, she needs to follow his orders and fire a volley at the soldiers, but not touch the general. Elena, standing next to him, objects that Mark is already close and is there any special reason not to attack him? He asks if she has heard what artifact is behind him. The shield hangs on the general's back. It is said that its invincibility is legendary, so everyone knows about the power of the artifact. The shield is not only charged by physical attacks, but also has an incredible recoil. The general stands below. It is explained that he deliberately provokes them to hit him, but they will not respond. Mark sternly realizes that not a single arrow has landed yet. Apparently their leader is not so stupid. The fighter behind him declares that everything is ready and they are waiting for the order. The commander-in-chief says that they are starting. Sky is shocked to see this and wonders what he is going to attack the fortress with artillery. The soldiers roll out the cannons. The guy notices that they rolled them out too low. Suddenly Sky gives the order to immediately attack these cannons. The elf is frightened to hear that they cannot be allowed to fire. The fighters watch in horror. The soldiers stand at the cannons. The order is given to fire. The general in rage orders the mages to move. Several sorcerers generate a force shield from physical attacks. Arrows hit the energy barrier. Sky nervously begins to curse. Mark smirks importantly. Holding the shield, he calls for fire. The cannons fire at him. A column of fire and smoke rises. The general is smiling and burning. His shield absorbs energy. The army commander holds a shield in front of him that releases fire. He puts it on the ground. The guy with the scar looks on excitedly. A beam of energy forms in front of the general's artifact, saying that everyone needs to immediately move away from the wall. The protagonist, making a face, claims that the prince is nothing special, asking whether he is even protecting the northern front. He takes up his sword, offering him to block it. He attacks with his sword, using enchantment. He runs a green blade through the air. Sky shouts loudly for Stretch to move away from the gate. The guy turns around, perplexed. The general generates a stream of energy with his shield. A powerful blue explosion destroys the wall. The bearded soldier declares that the wall has fallen, so we need to push. The fighter with the scar orders everyone to raise their weapons and hold them back as best they can. The enemy army runs to attack. The warrior jumps high into the air, leaving a blue trail. Mark in a red cloak moves through the air, lands opposite the protagonist. Stretch, perplexed, thinks what this time. In front of him stands the general of the Eastern Front. In his shield forms a blue sphere. The surprised protagonist sees it. The enemy rushes at the guy. He makes a face and cries out in pain. He knocks him out. The beaten prince asks Mark where he came from. The general holds a red potion and asks him to drink it, otherwise he looks really bad. The liquid flows into the guy's mouth. The commander stands in front of him and explains that it will heal his wounds, although it will not return his energy, so he needs to rest a little. He demands to stop telling him what to do. The general, kneeling, declares that he was ordered to convey a message from his brother. Gerald imagines him in horror hearing that he will receive payment for the debt later. Gritting his teeth, the prince realizes that he was deliberately waiting for the moment, and now suddenly appeared and calls it a debt. Mark with a stern look states that this is the prince's mistake. Next to him lies a sword. It is said that if he used the power of Goldmer to escape, everything would be simple, but he did not. Moving away from the ruler, the man says that he lost his sober mind and focused only on the battle, which is why such a result happened. The general claims that he will take on his opponent. Stretch watches excitedly. He sees the army commander in front of him and wonders where the reinforcements are coming from and whether this is an information leak. Sky lands next to him and assures him that they need to retreat. The protagonist asks what is happening outside and who he is. He answers about the invincible general from the east. MC in turn asks what he is doing here then. A friend looking at the enemy says that he understands him, but they also do not know how the enemy ended up here. Noting that physical attacks must be avoided, Stretch clarifies that magic must be used. The general, warming his fists, asks if they are done chatting. A bright light forms in his shield. He breaks away from his place and runs to attack. The guy with the scar is surprised by his speed. The protagonist frowns and realizes that Sky will not be able to dodge this. The enemy approaches them. Stretch thinks about what to do. The big guy sweeps them both away at once. They fly off to the sides. The main character's friend lies in blood. It is said that the first is ready. The army general with an important look asks what is the point of wasting time and wasting energy, while offering him to surrender. MC forms a fireball in his hand and shouts that this will not happen, realizing that it is necessary to use magic. The enemy holds back the flow of flame with the help of a shield, realizing that he had a sword in his hands. A green beam pierces the space after using the wave skill. Surprised, Mark blocks it and thinks that he is a magician. He puts his hand in his pocket. In his palm are two objects. The green skull sees this and says that he needs to be stopped so that he doesn't have time to throw them. Smoke forms in the middle of the square. The protagonist makes a face and asks what it was, if it was a smoke screen. The skull, blazing with green fire, explains that it is a dispellium and apparently the owner is not so stupid. The protagonist covers his nose and mouth. The general seriously notices his intelligence, but notes that it is too late because the particles have probably already leaked into the lungs. Mortem, flying near the owner, says that it will be difficult to deal with him, due to his health, fighting strength and simply physically it is impossible to defeat him now. The protagonist exclaims that this is nonsense because he will find some way. The skull calmly talks about the way. Sky lies unconscious. It is said that there is nothing left to do but use all the cards if he does not win. Mark stands opposite with a shield in his hand. Mortem assures that in this case not only will he not cope with the prince, but all plans for life will collapse. He uses a grab. The general flies in rage with a fist. He hits MC. His blood flies. Rolls on the ground to the side. The enemy jumps from his place. The general swings furiously. The assistant uses a grab. Stretch smiles slightly. The shocked enemy notices this. He gets a shot near the head. The voice from the ring notes that there were still trump cards. Sky with green eyes holds a gun, declaring that it is fast, although not as powerful as we would like. The protagonist, turning around, says that it is somehow unusual to see him with such a skill. Mortem in the body of a friend says that there is no time for reviews and impressions. With a fierce look, he urges not to relax. Inside the huge fortress, screams are heard about the blocking and the inadmissibility of penetrating the fortress. A battle is heard in the middle of Gambini. Sky, in whose body Mortem is furiously shooting a pistol. The general covers himself with his hand. The big guy goes on the counterattack. He hits with his fists, but he quickly dodges. The guy with the scar points his weapon, declaring that he has equipment that cannot even be pierced. The army commander looks sternly. He puts up a shield and blocks the shots. Gritting his teeth, he thinks that he is too happy with such damage. The guy continues to shoot at him. Sky loudly calls Stretch to tear him apart. The protagonist starts running, using the curse of the Devourer. There is green fire in the guy's eyes. MC with a sword appears behind Mark, preparing to attack the general. He turns around in shock. The sword flies in his direction. The general thinks that you can't tell from his weapon that it has some unusual cutting or penetrating power. So why? Stretch in a rage asks if he will be able to block it if it pierces the metal. Uses enchantment. The blade hits the shield. The enemy is paralyzed by electricity. Lightning flies around. The general slides along the ground. Gritting his teeth, he declares that the enemy has annoying techniques. Suddenly he sees MC running in front of him. The guy grabs his shield with his hand, uses the Panda's skill. He falls to the ground. Mark is horrified, does not understand what is happening and why the artifact has suddenly become heavy. He turns around and sees Sky, in whose body the artifact is. The general has a shield handle on his hand. He holds his hand in front of him. The protagonist's leg blocks it. He begins to fall, thinking about a kick. The protagonist grabs his shield and uses mass increase. Mark holds the enemy's sword with his fingers. Stretch sits on his back and uses enchantment. He screams in pain. A bright blue light forms in the shield. A strong flash illuminates the area. The protagonist lands nearby. The general says with a grin that although he is an enemy, he fights excellently. He could not even imagine such a thing. A red glow is visible in the middle of the fortress gate. They turn around in shock and look at it. The prince, blazing red, with crazy eyes, calls Stretch. The protagonist nervously hears his name, thinking what kind of idiot is this? Gerald almost grabs him by the neck in an instant. Suddenly, the prince gets a sword in his hand. Blood flies in all directions. The tip sits tightly in the broken armor. The protagonist looks at this and realizes that there is no way to pull it out, and what if he is reborn right with him? Gerald with a crazy look exclaims that he caught it. Mortem in the form of a skull speaks about the center of the tip of the sword. Sky said in his memories that he put a secret weapon in it that can be used once in a critical situation. The voice from the ring says that you need to act now. The protagonist with a grin says that he will destroy this freak and show. Holding the blade, he says that Sky has created a great thing. He touches his fingers. A bright flash fills the space. A powerful explosion is heard in the middle of the fortress. The guy's face was visible through the haze, demanding to open his eyes. Sky raised his hand and demanded to wake up. Stretch opened his eyes slightly. He immediately turned around and threw up. His friend asked what was wrong with him. What did he do this time? Smoke from the fire rose in front. The hero answered that while he was not himself, he used a secret weapon. Sky said that it was a pity that he did not see it. But it looks powerful. He clearly remembers how he was hit. He fell, spreading his arms, and said that it was just a masterpiece. Someone called Stretch. It was the elf who quickly ran and screamed that he was alive. Discouraged Sky said that in fact there were two of them, and she did not even look at him. He was very happy for his friend. Turning his head, Stretch asked not to worry, he was fine, he just did not have the strength to move his lips. Elena looked away and said that it was a great relief. The guy stood up, sitting next to his friend, and heard the question of what happened to those guys. They were dead, to which he replied that perhaps this was the best explosive of all that he created. In addition, he added wind magic to it. The long-haired blonde heard something. The man took a step. An angry mark appeared in front of him. There was blood on his face. Sky winced in displeasure, saying that he was just a monster. Elena was surprised. Holding a green weapon, she thought that the magic was at its limit, but she thought it would be enough for the final blow. A haze remained from the quick movement. The girl looked at the flashes of explosions and thought that they had dealt with the enemy's weapons. The man ran up, shouting to the boss that they were in trouble. Frowning, he opened his mouth, saying that these were long-range magic cannons of reinforcements. They were firing at them from the outside. There were many explosions near the castle again. Covering his head with his hand in displeasure, Sky said that the only thing left to do was run. The blonde turned to him, saying that their target was right in front of them. He replied that he was sorry too, but let him think sensibly. The man covered himself with a large shield. He said that even in such a situation he rose again to protect the prince. Both sides were already exhausted. If they continued to drag out time, reinforcements would arrive in time. The prince's body lay next to the man. He said that everything would come to an end. The guy waved his hand at the girl's question of how to get out, said that there was one way. Let him tell everyone to prepare for escape. His fingers held a small ball. In his gloved hand was the same. Clouds of smoke rose from the castle. Squinting one eye, he thought it was a smoke screen, and heard that it was a special smoke bomb. It would be difficult to track them down even with good technology. Holding the reins, the guy ordered to run to the stable, which is nearby, and take care of Stretch. The comrade stood by the horse and said that everything is ready. Let him give the signal. Opening his mouth, the guy with the scar said that he hoped that none of them would fall into the hands of the enemy. From the smoke screen, the heroes ran in different directions. The guy in the hood shouted that they were running away in pursuit. The blonde guy in the hood told the boss that they would split up. Let him wish them luck. Sky smiled and said that they would meet at the lair so that everyone would arrive there without incident. There were white and green tents near the castle. Words were heard that Mark needed rest. A man with a bandaged eye pulled back the curtain and asked what was wrong with the prince. The subordinate replied that there were no particular improvements. He frowned down. On the bed lay a bandaged one-armed Gerald. Heard the words that they still had not found one limb. Judging by the scars, most likely it was blown away by the explosion. Crossing his arms, the man clarified. He looked tensely, asking what was happening. In the sky there was an ominous creature surrounding the sword. Words were heard that this was the prince's artifact. Mark looked there in fear, realizing that it was Goldmura and it was too dangerous. The red beam moved forward. The man stuck his hand into the shield and blocked the blow of the artifact. From the effort, Mark clenched his teeth. Tentacles were spreading from the creature. They moved rapidly. At this time, the prince was lying in bed. Gritting his teeth, the general thought, how dare he? A blue ball appeared. A bright beam of attack hit the artifact. The trembling sword fell next to the man. People saw how he hit it with his shield. Purple drops splashed. The guards asked in surprise that blood was pouring out of the artifact. Purple drops fell on the angry face of the man. The same ones spread around the cracking sword. The shield vibrated. The figures in cloaks stood on the embankment. There were weapons in their hands. Shouts were heard. Place guards all over the territory and do not lower your vigilance. A disgruntled Sky looked out from behind the corner and said that he assumed, but did not think that everything would go so far. Stretch replied that there were guards on every corner. Fingers touched the inscription on the wall. The man said that they still got here safe. The door opened slightly. Words were heard that there is nothing better than home. Throwing off the hood, the hero said that now is not the time for smiles. He hit a bomb in his weapon and smashed it. The blonde asked not to grumble. He got out thanks to him. They did not have time to go inside and immediately began to scream. Comrade turned, exclaiming that the boss was alive. Grinning, the leader asked, he thought that he would die. But why are they the only ones here? The others have not yet arrived. Coming closer, the comrade said that the situation around was like this. He thought it would take longer. There were only them left. A few more guys who were outside now. Remembering the bearded man, Sky said that that was exactly why he hadn't seen Wreckface near the canal. Even they had to try hard to get in here. Is there any information on where they were? Touching his face thoughtfully, the blonde asked if they remembered Python in the underworld. It was quite a famous name. He was caught a few days ago. The leader was shocked, exclaiming, really? But those guys weren't the kind of people who could be caught easily. Introducing the green-haired girl, he heard Henrietta, the general of the Western Front, intervene. Clutching his head, Sky said that it meant that the shield and spear of the first prince put their hand. It seems they just went crazy. Turning around irritably, he asked his friend. Now he was convinced that he can't be here. Stretch pursed his lips as he heard that if the Venezia people kept pestering them, even he would have a hard time in the underworld. The guy pointed to the wanted poster, saying that it was good. His face hadn't lit up yet judging by the wanted poster. But if this continued, it would only be a matter of time before he was ordered to be followed. Stretch slammed his forehead on the table and said that they had a perfect plan and a perfect situation. Why did things keep changing? And that they had finally gotten to this point. He turned his head to his friend, who asked what was the point of making noise here now, that he should think about what to do next, and asked where he would go. The entire southern continent was under Venezia's influence. With a displeased expression, he said that he wouldn't have a chance to see that Gerald's face now. Frowning, Sky said that if there was nowhere to go in the entire southern continent, he should go north. Imagining a snowy castle, he explained that there was the Chromatos Empire in the north. Even Venezia could not underestimate it. Who knows, maybe this was his chance to bypass Venezia and increase his influence. Lying with his head on the table, the boy heard that he also felt that even if they removed Gerald, it was not the end. Now he needed forces to defeat an entire army if necessary. And these forces, he believed, could be built up in the north. The ship had white sails. Words were heard that he personally hustled and got the ship. Holding the hood with his hand, The son explained that this was for breaking his sword. Looking ahead, Stretch said that he doubted that he came here specifically to deceive only him. Standing opposite, he said that he did not see a single suitable ship in this port, which was closed because of people from the kingdom. His friend asked to wait a little. Stowaway ships are not immediately noticeable. He will appear soon. The ship was surrounded by a slight glow. It stood next to them, and the hero asked if it was transparent, and how long had it been here? Elena looked at it in surprise, saying that it was invisibility magic. She had never seen a spell of such a scale before. The girl with long hair, that was the one, calmed down when she heard that she needed to meet Sky's friend. He looked better than she thought. Putting her hand on her hip, the girl introduced herself. Behind her was her favorite ship, Charlie. Touching his chest in surprise, the guy introduced himself as Stretch, and this was his assistant. Standing on the ship, the woman said that they had arrived on time. If they had been late, she would have sailed without them. Sky thanked her for arriving at such a difficult time. He would pay for the ship after everything was settled. Waving his hand, the captain said that it was her job. Besides, she had not asked him for money. It would be enough to treat her to a drink someday with her sailors. Turning around, Claudia said that she seemed to have heard that they were sailing north for the first time. Had they ever suffered from seasickness? The hero stared at her in surprise and replied that no, to be honest, it was his first time on a ship. A ship was sailing on a calm sea. The hero was vomiting, and the sailor said that he was in the way. It would be better for him to go down and sit there. He had been in this state for 2 days already. Stretch said that he could die. Is there anything he can do about it? It was really hard for him. Mortem, who appeared nearby, advised him to use recovery. It would help for a short time, but he would still feel sick while he was on the ship. The guy turned his head to the blonde, who asked how he was, and replied that she was sailing on a ship for the first time. Her senses were probably heightened. Why didn't she feel sick? The elf was holding a bottle in her hand, saying that the ship's captain said that the sailor's talent was determined by their physical abilities. She handed the boy a bottle and asked him to drink the medicine the captain had given him, saying that it helped with nausea. The hero asked. She didn't ask how much longer they had to sail. The shocked boy spat out the medicine, hearing that it was about 2 weeks, since they had to get around a huge magical storm separating the southern and northern continents, and advised him not to spit out what she had gotten with such difficulty. Tears ran down the boy's face. He thought that he might die before they reached the northern continent. The artifact said that it would revive him then, but the boy objected that it wasn't necessary. The captain approached them, asking how he was feeling. Smiling tensely, Stretch replied that thanks to her potion he was holding on. Looking at it, Claudia said that it had been lying in her bins for a long time and finally came in handy. Let him not worry about the fact that he was sick, and the rest of the same stowaways who were heading north. But let him not relax too much. She cannot guarantee that there are no scoundrels among them. The guy standing opposite asked if she came here personally to tell them this. The captain answered that she did the same, and also wanted to warn him to be prepared for anything. Raising her finger up, the brunette apologized, saying that until they completely passed the magical storm, their path would not be easy. Most likely, it would rain tonight. The guy looked at the absolutely clear sky. Later, it really did rain. There were barrels in the room. Words were heard that you can never predict anything at sea. The weather can suddenly worsen. What will he do next? He said that this was his first time in the north. Resting his head on his hand, the red-haired man said that he would first check if he could get a new adventurer's license from the guild. If that didn't work out, then clearing dungeons would be considered illegal. He was going north to start a new life. He didn't want to ruin everything from the start. Looking in his direction, Elena said that she would then study the culture of the north. Well, she heard the question, how exactly? Suddenly, she tensed up, hearing something. Getting up, the elf said that something was happening outside. Black creatures were crawling on the ship. The girl explained that there was some noise from the outside of the ship. The bearded man touched his chin and asked what was going on. They had already appeared, somehow early this time. He took hold of a huge knife and said that lunchtime was over. Let the others go to their cabins, lock the doors, and under no circumstances go outside. The heroes looked at the closed door in surprise, asking what was going on. Did he just go out? The captain opened her mouth, asking why these creatures had appeared so early, and demanded that they take up arms. The crew gathered on deck. She said that if even one passenger was hurt, her reputation would be tarnished, and they would go to feed the fish. Since they had eaten, it was time to work. The man put his hands on his hips, asking what was going on. The cook grabbed his weapon. Maybe they should help. The second asked if he knew what kind of ship it was. The two in cloaks were sitting at the table, hearing that if he said so, it meant he was confident in his abilities. Let him not interfere with them and just do as they said. Stretch put his palm forward when the man asked if he had any idea what was going on, and asked him to be quiet. He listened. Then he opened his eyes, saying that it had become quiet. There was a closed door in front of them. Someone asked if they could come out. If there was silence, it didn't matter who won, it meant that it was all over. The hero opened the door. He looked ahead in surprise. There was a sea monster lying on the deck, and the guy recognized it as an aquin. The sailor said that there were too many of them this time. The second asked if they themselves weren't tired of them constantly killing them. Watching this, Stretch asked, "Is it always like this? Do they climb up on deck like this every time?" Smiling slightly, Claudia said that every time they sail here, an Aquan appears here. For them it is already a usual thing, like a walk after dinner. There were several hacked monsters lying on the ship. She asked to be careful. These creatures move in a pack. Who knows, maybe another one is hiding somewhere. Standing in front of the heroes, she said that lately they began to appear more often, which also does not give peace. Purple liquid splashed. The monster behind the girl moved. She was frightened to see a hand grabbing something. Stretch swung his arm and leg. The man looked out of the cabin. Questions were heard. What is happening? Was one of them hiding? His gaze became tense. Rapid movement. Stretch looked sharply to the side. A blade approached his neck. Putting the axe to his neck, the guy asked what he had done to his mistress, and Stretch replied that he seemed to have misunderstood. The blonde hit him in the chin, screaming that this man had just saved her life. Adjusting her cloak, she said that she had told him not to threaten everyone without reason. Stretch looked at the guy with confusion and asked if he had anything to say. He silently closed his eyes and turned around, walking away. Words of apology were heard for what had happened. Claudia crossed her arms, saying that she had not thought that the passengers would also have to fight. She was speechless. Imagining a standing ship, the guy asked if it was impossible to use invisibility magic, like in the very beginning. Then the Aquan would not be able to get close to the ship, to which he heard the answer that if it were possible, she would have done so long ago. Looking away, the brunette said that it was a pity, but magic of such a scale does not last long, and she cannot cast spells often. In any case, there is also a certain charm of the sea in solving such problems with bare hands, and again greeted him on the sea expanses. There were barrels in the room. Words of good morning were heard. Stretch leaned on the table, saying that if he did not get seasick all the time, it would be just great. Elena asked what he knew about the northern continent, and heard that not much. She imagined a dessert and a sled and asked if he knew that in the north there are desserts made of ice, poured on top with sweet sauce, and also there is a thing made by dwarves, and you can ride on it on the snow. Did he know about this? The hero looked at her in bewilderment, asking where she learned all this. In books. The elf waved her hand and replied that her cabin mate told her. She was so kind and knew a lot of things. She pointed her hand at the blonde, saying that it was her. Stretch turned around and thought that it was the same one. So she was from the north? The girl slapped her hands on the table, getting up, while the hero was thinking why a person from the north was sailing on an illegal ship from Venezia. It didn't look like she had any business in the underground world. Sitting at the table, the hero glanced sideways at the man who asked if they could talk. The brown-haired man scratched his chin, saying that the lady asked to convey her gratitude. Stretch was indignant after the guy leaving, saying that that's all he wanted to say. The ship was sailing under the sunset sky. Words were heard, stirring and everything in place. The sailors were running around the deck. The guy asked what all the fuss was about, and why everyone was so busy. Looking ahead, Elena said that from the conversation, the weather conditions were getting worse faster than expected, and this was not just a routine problem. Spreading her arms, the captain shouted, "What kind of fuss were they making?" It was still a long way from a magical storm. The sailor looked at her in fear, saying that it was true. It was still early, but there were bad signs. The current and wind did not match the log entries at all. There was something strange here. Taking the telescope, Claudia said that first of all they should tilt the ship to starboard as much as possible. If something threatened the ship's course, it was necessary to avoid it, even if it knocked them out of schedule. The captain looked through the telescope. There was a pole with a canvas ahead, and she thought what it was. A flash rose up. Looking ahead in shock, she said that after all, they had met him in person. Why now? The rain hid the gloomy ship. She thought it was the ship Grey Skull. Frowning, Claudia demanded that everyone pull themselves together. If they relaxed, they would be finished. The ship's sail was torn. She touched the shining stone on her chest and said that before it got any worse, they needed to strike first and get out. Everyone take their positions. The ship began to glow in color. The sailors loaded the cannons, hearing the order. The ships were approaching each other. The captain ordered them to get as close as possible, but not to shoot without her signal. Two ships sailed side by side. Opening her mouth, the woman commanded fire. An explosion appeared from the cannon. Flashes of attacks appeared in the air. Claudia looked ahead in fear. She heard a question about what it was, and she thought it was a shield. The man put his hand to his mouth and shouted that they were discovered because of the shots. The Grey Skull began to move. Lianas began to appear from the side of the enemy ship. They crashed into the side of Charlie. A cry was heard that they collided. Standing in the rain, Stretch asked what was going on. A ghost ship? Elena covered her face with her hand. The man covered his mistress with his palm. Looking in their direction, Claudia shouted that this was an attack. She asked everyone who was able to fight to confront the enemy. Black figures rushed towards the ship. She demanded that the others listen and move on to hand-to-hand combat. A bright beam cut through the skeleton's body. The guy was holding an axe in his hand. The monster rushed towards him. A white beam pierced his body through and through. The elf held a shining bow, and then she simply turned away. The man glanced sideways at the fighting Stretch. The hero hit the enemy into the ground. Frowning, the son wondered what kind of creatures these were. He brought his fingers to the head of the skull. He thought, this is a skeleton, he and corpses. Anyway, It's even better this way, and used Devouring. Holding the enemy on the floor, he thought about what was wrong with his ability. Another black figure appeared nearby. Looking intently at him, the guy thought about what kind of sounds, a ghost ship, skills, and even a voice. A skull surrounded by a green glow was calling him. The guy stared ahead. Glancing sideways at Mortem, he asked what was wrong with him. Suddenly he asked, how could it be? Did he even know how many times he called him to wake him up? Opening his mouth, the shining skull said that there was no time, they would get straight to the point. He himself did not notice how he began to hallucinate. He temporarily woke him up, but soon he would fall asleep again. Surprised, turning his head, the red-haired man asked what kind of hallucinations. He was sitting on the floor. Mortem answered that all this, everything he had just seen, the reason why they did not pass, is that he still does not believe his words. The sailors were fighting nearby. The artifact suggested thinking carefully about why they were making so much noise and the enemy was not attacking. What was the reason? He objected that there was some movement around, and the spirit asked, did it get through to him now? The guy imagined the attacking monsters. The artifact asked why the enemy ship chose hand-to-hand combat instead of shelling, and why the curse eating did not work on them. Staring ahead, he heard that they had more time. He left him alone so that he could get out of these hallucinations himself. The guy's eyes were wide open. He heard that there was tension over time, so he woke him up personally. The sailors froze, standing on the deck. The man said that it was quiet as usual. We must hurry. The man pulled up his hood and said that their captain was better after all and was able to maintain these hallucinations for so many kilometers. The second said, stop chatting, let him get ready to leave from there. He was holding a white-haired girl on his shoulder. Someone asked why the captain needed this girl, and he answered how he knew. As he heard, it seems she is the daughter of some merchant. If interested, let them ask him themselves. The man waved his hand, saying to wait a little. It was a long time since he had such a chance to fill his pockets properly, and he was sunk. Green lightning surrounded the fist. The masked man saw it in surprise. A bright green flash appeared. Looking ahead in surprise, the bandit thought that it was still a long way to dissipate the hallucinations. Stretch held one of them by the face. Looking ahead with a wild look, he asked what business they had on this ship. The bandit took out a knife, but his comrade stopped him, saying that they did not have time to fight him. The masked man turned to the magician, thinking that this was not in the plans, but how did he manage it? Holding the knife, he said not to move if he didn't listen. He knew what would happen. Stretch bared his teeth and cursed. The bandit leaned the knife to the girl's head and ordered not to come close if he approached. He was interrupted by a figure with green eyes behind him, who asked who would die, him? The blade cut the fabric. The man thought, what's the matter? There was no movement. The guy with glowing eyes ordered to stand still. In order to understand their plans, their heads must be intact. A bright glow emanated from the man's eyes. The same surrounded the guy's finger. Mortem flew out of the bandit's head and said that it was empty. That's it. They were just following orders. He didn't know the details of the visit, and there was something else. The ship was surrounded by a purple sphere. The artifact said that the illusion around the ship had dissipated, but he felt a high-level protective dome. Perhaps the artifact was involved. This shield could not be broken through in the usual way. Standing next to him, Stretch asked if even magic would work, and heard that no, unless you use the booster many times in a row, but that would be a waste of magical power. Crossing his arms, the red-haired one suggested waking up the people first. If they were not fools, then they should have already guessed on this ship that something was wrong here. A green haze surrounded Elena. She opened her eyes sharply. Stretch approached her and advised her to catch her breath. They watched as the sailors came to their senses. The girl asked what happened. The ship sailed forward. Her eyes widened. The blonde asked, did they want to kidnap Kasia? Glancing sideways at the aforementioned, Stretch asked, was that her name? His girlfriend asked, why did they need to do that? Looking down, the guy said he didn't know. There was no one who could tell the reason. Could she explain to the captain what happened? And he wanted to find out something there for now. The assistant held his head, asking why she went up to the deck. He told her not to leave the cabin. Kasia crossed her arms in displeasure, and said that who cares what he said. When she came to, she was already standing there. What would she order to do? Stretch jumped down to them, hearing that this was an eternal problem. They had to behave more carefully, and asked them not to quarrel. The heroes turned their attention to him. The guy apologized and asked to explain what happened. He didn't quite remember what happened, so he would like to clarify the situation. A glowing skull appeared next to the hero. He said that his manner of speech had changed. It seemed that he was no longer wary of them. Stretch explained that everyone on this ship had hallucinations due to someone's manipulations, and he was the first to come to his senses. Kasia looked ahead tensely, hearing that it was just at the moment when someone tried to steal him, and he grabbed them. He pointed his finger at the tied-up man and said that it was them. Brown-haired looked at him, saying that they know, they are not familiar, he cannot even guess. Looking at them, I hope the ship, who they are. A blade pierced the floor. Words were heard that it was not so important. Waving her hand, Claudia said that from now on no one else would swim close to her ship. She heard about the girl who came with him. It was true, those monsters, the ghost ship and even the rain, it was all a hallucination. Turning to her, Stretch replied that she saw that the situation itself was evidence of this. The captain replied that she would not leave it that way. Frowning in displeasure, she asked how they dared to hide behind a gray skull and mock her sailors. It would not be enough to tear them to pieces. She turned to the hero, who said that he understood her indignation, but now she could not cope with this ship, so he had one request. Holding a ring in his fingers, he asked to entrust their ship to him, and let her direct her forces to set a course forward. The brunette was surprised and asked what he was going to do alone. The guy's cloak fluttered, he thought of the curse eater. Purple lightning appeared around his fist. Haze spread around the ship from the use of avalanche. The captain stared ahead tensely, and then ordered to steer straight ahead at full throttle. The sun's rays shone through the windows of the palace. The guy sat, holding a paper in his hand. Meanwhile, the door to the room opened. The man sitting on the sofa asked who dared to open the door. He had said not to let anyone in. The question was, what did they do? Exhaling, the prince asked what he was talking about. If he did not explain himself clearly, he would not be able to answer him. Alfred opened his mouth, saying that not only did he know about the events of the Gambini fortress in advance, he imagined the people sitting on the ground and said that they had also sent reinforcements from Mark. Introducing the man on horseback, the prince continued that, given the distance between the capital and the fortress, this was not just a coincidence. The guy with the eyepiece asked where he got this information. Raptor smiled and said that it was just a prediction. Conrad, isn't it so that he is so surprised when he himself knows everything? Opening his mouth, the prince said that he knows very well, because he obeys him. Introducing the purple ball mage, he said that it does not show the future in full, but in fragments. If the situation is misinterpreted, serious problems may arise. Turning to his brother with displeasure, the eldest prince said that despite this, he listened to these predictions and arbitrarily sent troops. Does he know how dangerous such behavior can be for the kingdom? Smiling, the boy said mockingly, he cares about the kingdom so much. Continuing to laugh, he said that he thought he took away his chance to use the abilities of his subordinate and contribute to the defense of the northern front. There was almost a misunderstanding. The veins on the blonde's face bulged. Leaning his hand on the sofa, the prince said that there was no need to fool himself with this. In the end, his decision turned out to be correct. No, if he had not reacted quickly, who knows how the situation would have turned out. He introduced the wounded heroes, saying that they had also suffered considerable losses. Let them be glad that everything ended this way, and without him, his head ached from this Gambini. Alfred closed his eyes, thinking hard that he thought he should be glad of such losses. There were many problems to think about, but what interested him most was how he managed to spy on Conrad's prediction. The guy smiled, imagining his brothers. The prince thought that until he found out about it, it could be assumed that his brother was watching him closely. A question was heard. Why did he make such a face? Holding the paper, Raptor said that if there was nothing more to say, he could go. He had no time to engage in empty talk. Walking away, the prince said that he would do so. The door slammed shut. The guy smiled a little. Walking along the corridor, Alfred thought that everything was even more confused, in which case he definitely needed to find out how he managed to do it. He clenched his teeth in irritation, thinking that until he did this, he could not act rashly. He had to find out everything. A city appeared on the shore. Words were heard that they had reached the port city of Mir. Adjusting his fur collar, Stretch said that they had finally reached the Chromatos Empire. Someone called out to the two of them. The captain standing on the dais called them up. She wanted to say something before they docked. The heroes looked at her in surprise. Firmly shaking her hand, she thanked him. Claudia smiled, telling the guy that thanks to him they had sailed here without losses, and they had been one step away from death. Smiling back, the red-haired man said that they had failed to steal the princess. He did not think that they would dare to attack a second time, but still, just in case, it was better for them to lie low for a while. The woman held a folded paper in her hand, saying that she would take his advice into account, and this was gratitude for saving them. She handed over the folded sheet, saying that she usually had too much work, so she was always busy. But if he wrote to this number when he needed help, she would check his messages first. If he needed some object or person, she would immediately rush, dropping everything. The guy held the note in his fingers and replied that he would accept it with gratitude. The ship sailed to the port of the city. Words were heard that they could not worry about the rules of entry into the empire, just go ashore in order of queue. The heroes walked down the street, hearing that they should present the ID at the checkpoint, which they received. They watched as the man waved his hand to the elf. Looking in that direction, Elena said that it would be like that in the south someday. After all, here people, elves and dwarves all live together. Standing on a crowded street, the girl asked where they were going now. The guy answered that first they needed to find a place to stay, then get all the information they could, and then a question was heard, could they follow her? The heroes looked in that direction. Kasha waved her hand at them. The carriage was driving along a snowy road, the guy asked, so now they were heading to her house. The girl raised her finger, saying that it was obvious, she couldn't just let go of the benefactor who saved her life. Sitting in the carriage opposite, she asked why they came to the north. The hero hesitated. Mortem, who was hovering nearby, replied that he had tried to kill a prince in the south, but it had failed, so he had fled to the north. Stretch replied that it had become difficult to live and earn a living in the south, the rest was his personal circumstances. Kasha smiled and said that it was not that important. Looking at the heroes, she said that usually those who sailed here on an illegal ship start a new life in the north. Having nothing with them, she thought it applied to them too. What was their situation with this? Stretch closed his eyes and thought that because he had given everything to Sky, now there was nothing left of his savings after clearing the dungeon, and he could say that he wanted to start over. The carriage was driving along the path. The girl said that then, in order for both of them to succeed in the north, she would provide them with a vehicle, housing, money and everything they needed. The guy looked at her in confusion, asking what kind of nonsense, how much would it all cost? Elena looked out the window in surprise, saying that in such a place, and heard that, although it was unclear, she would introduce herself. After that, the smiling girl showed a large mansion. She said that her name was Kasha Haydenbrook. She was the heiress of the largest merchant clan in the north. Snow was falling near the large house. The hero touched his chest tensely, thinking, how much did this sofa cost? The girl looked around in surprise. The heroes were sitting in a rich room. Stretch said that being the heiress of a large merchant is no joke. Kasha appeared with a smile and said so good that they were comfortable. She laughed when the elf addressed her formally, and asked to address her as on the ship. Turning to her, Stretch said that he had a question. Putting her hands behind her back, the girl asked what exactly, and heard that regarding her offer, for a simple thank you, he thinks she spends too much time and effort on them. Looking at her carefully, the red-haired asked if she had some kind of conversation with them. Kasha lowered her head and asked if he remembered those sailors who could not return to the Grey Skull. Introducing the Tide Men, the hero replied that he interrogated them in several ways, but did not manage to find out anything except that they were ordered to steal her. They did not even know who gave the order. Standing next to her servant, the girl answered that yes, her escort Malcolm also interrogated them, but the results were exactly the same. In her hand was a blade in a sheath. She asked to look at it. Looking down, the white-haired said that she found this dagger on the bandits who attacked her a few days before leaving for the north. Remembering the lying bodies, she explained that until she found it, she thought they were simple robbers. Holding the blade in his hand, Stretch said that it was too valuable an item for simple bandits, and besides, the owner's name was engraved on it. Lowering her head, the girl said, Augustine Riverwood. This name was engraved on the hilt. She explained that this was a close friend and partner of her father. Contentedly closing her eyes, Kasha said that unfortunately, a few days before her departure from the Empire, he was attacked by bandits and died. Introducing the man in black, she continued that she learned about the dagger and the order to kill from the detainee. She remembered how she was captured and said that there was also an attempt to steal her with the Grey Skull. It turns out that they want to get to their family by any means, both on land and at sea. Looking at her, Stretch said that it could just be an accident. Why did she think that someone was behind this? Next to the table, the girl said that, to be honest, their family was making plans to establish trade between the north and the south. Stretch was surprised, asking if this was possible. He heard that a huge magical hurricane in the middle of the continent was preventing this. Looking down tensely, the girl answered that it was difficult, but possible. The smugglers could, and they will be able to. She imagined silhouettes with glowing eyes and said that due to differences in ideology regarding different races and the benefits of illegal trade, neither the North nor the South even tried to solve this problem. People looked at the man in the cloak leaving. The girl said that as a result, several large northern trading clans joined forces and began to act in secret. Others, her father led this movement, and several other merchants, including Augustine, provided all kinds of support. The heroes stood on the ship. She continued that as a representative of her kind, she did not tell anyone about this, came to the south to conclude contracts and sign an agreement. With her mouth slightly open, the girl continued that when the merchants began to fully take steps, strange things began to happen to each of them, and then they tried to kidnap her. Looking at her, Stretch heard that what was happening still seemed like a simple coincidence to him, and replied that since they acted so openly, and were aware of the details and the route, and tried to kidnap her, everything is clear. He introduced a dark figure and said that among those who took part in developing the plan, a traitor appeared. The guy sitting on the couch said that it turned out he had another goal. The girl asked to find the one behind all these events. Kasha clasped her hands and exclaimed that of course he should not worry about anything, even if he did not agree, her offer of support would remain in force. Putting out her palms, she said that regardless of this request, let them consider it some kind of order. Stretch asked why they should be the ones to deal with it. He crossed his arms and, saying that they had nothing in common except that they sailed on the same ship, and they did not know anything about the North, they were hardly suitable for solving such issues. Touching her chin, the girl replied that on the contrary, they were suitable like no one else. No one knew who arranged all this. She imagined two shining eyes and said that if they hired a person to investigate, the traitor would immediately understand what was going on and intercept the information, so there was no point in it. The discouraged guy said that no matter how hard they tried, they would not be able to get much information, which meant that she had brought them so far for this. The girl replied that if they hung around the port, they would be quickly taken into their hands there. She showed two fingers and said that in addition to Augustine, There were 2 more merchants who had agreed to participate in her father's project. She would like them to find out everything about them. Clenching her fist, Kasia said that if necessary, she would provide them with everything they needed. Naturally, there would be an additional reward for this. The skull surrounded by a green glow asked if the conditions were good, and they had come here for the artifacts from the dungeons of the north. It hovered above the guy's head, saying that in order to search for information, they would need to go everywhere. They would be provided with everything they needed and allowed to move freely. Everyone would only benefit, the hero confirmed. Stretch, turning his gaze to the girl, agreed and said that he accepted the order. They just had some business to do, and they would also sort out her problem. Kasia fell on the couch in relief, saying how great it was. She was so worried. Malcolm said that everything turned out perfectly. Looking at him tensely, the guy asked if they weren't too worried about him interfering in such an important matter. The man remembered the fight, saying that he had already proven his abilities. If the lady decided to trust him, he would simply follow her decision. Mortem, hovering nearby, said that he would be a different person, and the hero said that he quickly changed his mind. Glancing sideways at the assistant, the girl asked him to stop bothering their guests, since he promised to help. Now only she had to cope with her task. Turning, she asked Malcolm to show the guests. Stretch examined the sword, saying that not only had they been living in luxury for several days now, but they also received such expensive dwarven swords, although they would definitely come in handy. Kasia waved her hands, saying that she was surprised, on the contrary, that he took only the sword. She meant that she could give all the weapons. The guy refused, saying that it would be inconvenient to carry all this. Looking in her direction, the guy said that it means there are 2 suspects. She asked to deal with one of them. I think his name was Nobilia? The girl introduced a man with curly hair, said that he is a large merchant who carries goods from the dwarven city of Salus. It is not far from here, so it will not be difficult to find him. Hiding the sword, Stretch asked if she knows where the nearest adventurer's guild is. He needs to pass the exam for a license. Kasia, widening her eyes, asked if he wants. She herself will give it to him. Then he will not have to take the exam, unless he has some other reason. The red-haired man looked at her suspiciously and asked, "Isn't it against the law?" The girl smiled, saying that in her experience in the underground world, contraindications of behavior only apply to those who have no money. Of course this is not funny. Most likely, he can get a license from Malcolm. Staring at her in shock, the hero thought that he was also not the first day moving in these circles. She would hear such a thing from a large merchant. Do not be surprised. All large entrepreneurs are like this. Malcolm pointed his hand at the carriage and said that they can get on. He put a supply of food, money and some equipment needed for the search. He held out a small ball, saying that this is a means of communication. He can contact Miss Kasia, but he should keep in mind that he cannot call more than 10 times. Holding out 2 cards, he said that these are cards of A-rank adventurers. They can use them as soon as they pass the identification. The heroes held the cards. Stretch said that it was an anti-counterfeiting device, an alloy that began to glow when the owner touched it, and the ratio of the alloy to the information was known only to the guilds. With a slight smile, Malcolm said that they should be extremely careful, because now a lot depended on them. Putting his foot on the step, the guy asked not to worry. In the south he had made a good career. The carriage drove away. In the snowy city, words were heard that he was speaking in advance. The guy walked next to the girl and told her to try not to show the artifacts to other people. She asked why, and heard that usually a whole team of seekers must go into the dungeon to get one artifact, and it often happens that they all die without ever seeing this artifact. Entering the room, Stretch said that he just wants to say that there is nothing wrong with excessive caution. They were standing in the headquarters of the Seekers Guild. The guy said that it would be good to find a good route, so that the conditions are suitable. He held a card in his hand describing that they were looking for escorts of the Raken Principality. License holders of rank B and above are welcome. The daily payment is 200, you can bargain, lunch is provided. The hero said that this route is approximately suitable, but the payment is too small. They are not in a position to choose now. Approaching the guild employee, he asked to register him for this quest. The man with a cigar sullenly said that it was the first time he saw him. What rank? To which he heard the answer A. Everyone immediately turned to look at the heroes. Looking down, Stretch said that there is one more question. Is anyone else going on this quest besides them? Touching his beard, the man replied that there were about 5 people. To be honest, it was a miracle that there were even that many. Who works under such conditions these days? Even B rank is hard to find, and they have A. Words were heard from the stone buildings that the meeting time was today at lunchtime near the western gate of the port. Let them hurry. People were walking along the street. Elena asked what kind of situation this was. They hadn't done anything to attract attention. Stretch replied that it was either disdain or envy. Looking ahead, he said that they probably didn't like the appearance of some rank youth who came from nowhere. This is not uncommon among seekers. Looking at the gate ahead, he said that it seemed to be there. The bearded man turned and asked who they were. Handing him a package, Stretch replied that they had received an order. Was he looking for travel companions to the Principality of Raken? Looking at the document, the man said that some strange guys had come before him, and he was in A rank, finally someone normal. 200 would suit him with his rank. Things haven't been going well lately. Can't he pay much? Looking at the man leaving, Stretch said, would he have come if he was worried about it? The man replied that if there was nothing else to say, let him sit down. Several carts were driving along the road. A shout was heard that they needed to drive properly, constantly check the route, everyone else not to be distracted and look around. Do they think money is easy to earn? Leaning out the window of the cart, Stretch said that people are the same everywhere, in the south, in the north, to which he heard that this did not sound like a compliment. A brunette with a thin beard looked at him and introduced himself, Claude. He was AB rank for now. Looking out of the carriage, the guy said that he was talking as if it was something bad. Claude clarified, it seems that experience points are important for a rank. How did he manage to earn such a rank? Stretch replied that he didn't have to do anything special. Looking ahead, he continued, the main thing is not to die, not to get into all sorts of trouble, but to stay alive until the very end and not to miss the chance. Someday he would get a rank too. Looking ahead, the brunette said that the man with a rank said such obvious things, but is perceived differently. The carriage was driving along a snowy road. The guy said that lately he has become more and more convinced that with money you can easily achieve anything, and heard, why did he take on such a job then? Elena, sitting in the carriage, asked the hero why he chose this order among many others. The guy showed the map and said that among the conditions there was a stop at the Nobilia Company. He introduced a man with a beard, saying that some hand-me-down merchant wanted to deliver goods personally to a large merchant's shop. What nonsense! There must be some connections. Smiling, Stretch said that this meant that if they performed well, this could be a great chance to personally contact a trading company. The problem was what means they would use. It was snowing outside. A cry was heard, minimum distance between carts. Do not lag behind the carts in front. The coachman winced from the snow and said where the blizzard came from. You can't see further than your nose. Why now, when it was their turn to accompany? The hero thought that this was a great opportunity to use his techniques. He cut his finger. There was some powder in the hero's palm, the girl asked, and he explained that it was bleeding grass powder. It was used for a recovery potion. Dropping a drop of blood into the powder, the guy said that it could be used like this. Now it would smell a little like blood. The cloth with powder was lying on the snow. Elena asked this, and this is the chance we talked about, and heard that yes, it is not necessary to carry it with you. Can she take a look? Elphika listened and said that something is approaching here at about 150 meters, asking when they will start acting. Smiling a little, Stretch answered that nothing yet. No one knows. His action will not be of any use. First we need to let them get closer so that everyone can see. Carts were driving along the road and people were walking. A man with a spear asked them behind what it was. In front was a creature with a club, and he shouted that they were monsters. The customer frowned, shouting that these were winter monkeys and usually difficult to meet. What are they doing here? The monsters were approaching the carts. People shouted to prepare for battle. They are attacking from behind. Stretch took out a blade, saying that they can no longer stand and watch. Elphika held a crossbow. Putting his sword in front of him, the hero heard Mortem's voice. Why is he using magic? He can handle it himself in no time. And replied that it would be better not to show others his techniques. The huge monkey swung his club. Stretch smiled. The figures were standing in the room of the Gemini Trading Company's transit point. Words were heard that if they stopped the carts, they would check the goods. People were sitting at a set table. One of them called the hero and ordered a mug of beer and snacks for each. The man smiled, saying that he had done a good job. There was very little left, and he would not have to accompany this caravan anymore. The heroes were standing near the defeated monsters. He said that they had destroyed all the winter monkeys and clarified whether they were definitely A rank. Stretch awkwardly scratched the back of his head and asked what was wrong, and the man clarified what he would do when he finished his business. They were going to check the dungeon in the area in the morning. Stretch smiled, put his palms out and said he didn't want to, didn't like big companies and thought that it seemed like they were checking his rank. The man smiled, saying that it couldn't be helped. Maybe they wanted to put together a new team? A figure of a man appeared at the entrance. Glancing at him, the heroes asked what the old customer was doing here. Did he come for a drink? Frowning, the man with a beard asked to talk. The heroes looked at him in surprise. They followed the man down the hall, and Stretch asked what was the matter. There was still time before dawn, to which he heard that someone wanted to meet with them. Looking around, they entered the room. The man in glasses touched his chest, introducing himself as the head of the branch named Root. Looking at him in surprise, Stretch thought that they met faster than he thought. Pointing his hand at the bearded man, he said that he heard about them from Mr. Coleman. First of all, thanks for helping them safely deliver the goods. He considers it a real stroke of luck that they showed up at the most difficult time for them. A spark appeared on Stretch's finger as he smiled. He said that it was an order. They were doing what they had to do. Root stared ahead in shock and thought that this ring, what was that shiny thing? A bright glow was coming from the room. The girl was examining the documents. She was asked if she found anything, and she said that nothing special. She did not see anything suspicious here. Stretch turned to the man and asked what happened. A green fire was burning in his eyes. In Mortem's voice, he said that time was running out. In 10 minutes the effect of Caesar would wear off. Turning to him, Stretch asked if it had really been that long. The spirit said to look in his head. There was nothing there, and replied that he should not order him around. Looking at this, Elena said that she always thought this artifact with intelligence was strange. The hero unfolded one of the documents, and said that he had found Nobilia. After looking through the documents, he said that Kasia was right. He knew that this Nobilia was hiding somewhere. He seemed to have cut down on communication with others. The last entries were made a month ago. Turning his head, the blonde asked, "What is the probability that he is the traitor who attacked Kasia?" Thoughtfully touching his chin, the hero reasoned that there is little data to draw any conclusions, and there are no entries in the journal. If he himself, or the person he spoke with personally were here, they would be able to find out something. Mortem in Root's body crossed his arms and asked Caesar a good skill, but not omnipotent. If you dig too deep, this guy may be crazy. Stretch shook his hand and said that he knows. It seems there is no need to dig into his memory. As far as he understood, he himself does not know what happened to Nobilia. He presented a scroll on a map and said that they need to find out where this letter was sent and who its recipient is. Looking at the stacks of documents, he continued that if they could find the answer to these two questions, they would be able to find out where Nobilia was and what he was doing. Mortem said that these were notebooks with addresses that Nobilia had prepared for correspondence. The eyes of the man in glasses lit up. He said that this meant that Root only knew the place where to put the letters, and where they were sent next, most likely, he did not know. They would have to check in person. Looking at him, Stretch asked where they were going, and heard that to the suburbs. It was not that far. The guy decided to send one of the letters as bait. They turned their heads. Stretch asked if she had any more questions. The spirit asked again. They heard that the idea just came to mind. Looking at them, Elena asked if Mortem was too long and awkward a name. Embraced by green fire, the skull heard, would it not be better to come up with some kind of abbreviated name? Torches burned on the holders. A demand was heard to tell the truth. Alfred grabbed Conrad by the clothes and asked when exactly he became a traitor. Whose machinations it was. Conrad asked if he could. He had not thought about it. Angrily frowning, the prince shouted that only 2 people knew the prophecy, and they were them. He had not completely gone crazy, so he remained. Conrad raised his hands, saying that this was, of course, true, but let him think carefully. Did he really think that he could betray him? Sweat poured down the angry guy's face. Letting go of the magician, he said that he really had no reason to betray him, apologized, saying that because of all these events, he was not himself. He introduced a man with a shield and said that Mark disappeared as soon as he healed the wound, and the situation in the east is not simple. Covering his face with his hand, he said that he felt like he was going to go crazy soon. A cry was heard that they needed to hurry. His Highness had to go upstairs. Alfred glanced sideways at the knight, asking what had happened. He replied that the third prince had woken up. The guy entered his brother's room. Gerald, lying on the bed, said 35 days. The bandaged guy asked what had happened. Looking at him, his brother clarified. He asked what had happened. Candles were burning in the candlestick. Sitting next to his brother's bed, Alfred said that that was all he wanted to find out, and how it was easier for him now. He remained silent. Frowning, the elder said that he could have retreated at any moment and asked for help, but he had not. Holding his wounded hand, Gerald heard that it was all because of his pride. The guy with the binoculars said that there was one more thing his father had asked him to tell him when he woke up. The blonde imagined what was happening, hearing the words that when he was guarding the front line in the north, he lost his mind and could not stand until the end. Not only did he now allow the enemy to invade the fortress, but because of him an ally also suffered, which is very unfortunate. It is impossible to close your eyes to all this. The guy ran his fingers through his hair, hearing that he will have to answer for his mistakes, so he removes him from the position of general of the northern front. The heroes watched the man walking forward. They heard the words that they had been watching him for almost 2 days. He was not going to say later that this was not the one they needed. The spirit answered why he doubted. Suddenly professionalism hit his head. The man was holding a scroll in his hand. Mortem asked him if he thought that at such a time of day an ordinary person would look for letters here. The skull-shaped artifact asked to take a good look at the map, because they needed to know where they were going, what was nearby. The guy replied that he did not know what to pay attention to. Thoughtful Stretch heard the skull ask that he didn't even know where they were going, and answered if he understood how difficult it was to follow a person in a blizzard without losing their trail. The Ziran instinct, a skill not easy, and even 2 days in a row to use it. Words were heard that, most likely, this is the Principality of Raken. Elena raised a finger, hearing the question how she knew, and answered that if you compare their direction and the map that Kasia showed, there is a high probability that they got to Raken. She presented the map, saying that judging by the map, it is located between 3 states. She heard that it is an independent country that does not interfere in other people's affairs. Mortem said that this is a great place to hide here. It would not hurt someone to follow Elena's example. Multi-story buildings in the Principality of Raken. The heroes hid in the bushes. Stretch said that it was all because she was an elf. The girl told them to focus on surveillance. The person they were following disappeared around the corner, and the hero thought that he had entered an alley. He needed to quickly deal with him before he went too far. Several figures were watching the heroes. Stretch frowned with displeasure, telling the girl that all sorts of people were always hanging around in these alleys. Looking at him, she said that she knew. In front of them was a huge man with a beard, asking if they knew where they had ended up. He was seeing them for the first time. They weren't going to pass by empty-handed. The underworld had its own rules. The guy in the hood turned around, looking at them, and then quickly ran. The red-haired guy tensely realized that he had figured them out and told the girl to go first, and he would figure it out here and catch up. The bearded man smiled, asking who he was telling to leave when he was in front of him, thinking about him. A foot hit him in the face just as he was saying it would work. The girl quickly pushed herself off the big guy's head. Stretch clenched his fist, shouting that he himself had started to touch them, and now he was standing there yawning. He hit the man, asking how this was possible. The man fell on his back. Opening his mouth wide, the guy shouted that they didn't have time, let them all attack at once. The man in the cloak quickly ran forward. The elf was approaching him from behind. The system reported the use of an active skill, a step that increases the length of the step, allowing you to quickly cover large distances. A whirlwind arose from the rapid movement. The girl knocked the guy face down into the snow. Looking down, Elena asked where Nobilia was hiding. The man clenched his teeth, asking if she thought he would tell her everything right away. He looked at the artifact in fear, hearing that it was better to say than to let her crush his head, and shouted that he would say what she needed, and where did she even come from. 2 people were standing at the gate. The hero asked if this was the right place. The elf slashed her palm at the guy's neck, who was asking who they were anyway. The man fell to the ground, and Stretch thought that he felt his presence inside. A man was sitting at the table. He was surprised when Elena came up from behind and asked if he was Nobilia. Turning around tensely, he exclaimed that they had already gotten here. The girl was surprised when an object with a death wish flew towards her. The glass flew forward. The girl dodged. It smashed on the floor behind her. With sharp movements, Elena pushed the man down. Looking at him in surprise, she thought if he was really Nobilia. Turning his head, the man screamed what she wanted from him. Why couldn't she leave him alone? If she was going to kill him, she should do it quickly and not waste time. Quickly removing her hands, she said that she had not come to kill him. A figure appeared behind her. The elf turned around abruptly. Someone swung an axe. A glow appeared in the palms from the call of a gusty wind. Gusts of a whirlwind scattered the attackers. The man fell on his back to the floor. The man in the cloak slid on his knees. Looking at this in surprise, the girl thought who it was, a hired killer? The man had a long, sharp nose. He quickly jumped to the side. The girl broke off a piece of the table. She bent her hand. The fragments quickly flew towards the man. He cut them in half with a quick movement. Then he rushed to the exit. A leg flew at his head. Stretch kicked it to the other side of the room. Entering, he asked who it was, Nobilia's guard? The man was breathing heavily, his mouth open. Glancing sideways at him, Elena said that he was going to kill him, but she had interfered. The heroes looked at each other. The guy asked what had happened. He didn't understand what was going on here. They needed to deal with this killer first, and then interrogate him. The man brought a pill to his lips. The elf noticed this. Grabbing the man in a chokehold, she said that he had swallowed something, and a demand was heard not to let him go. Stretch punched the stranger in the torso. The pill fell to the floor. Picking it up, the guy said that he had first attempted to kill Nobilia, and now he was trying to commit suicide. What was going on here? There was a fire in the fireplace, the words were heard, so the kidnapping was not organized by Nobilia. The heroes were sitting at the table. The guy said that one thing is clear, he is not a traitor. The man held a glass and asked not to leave him alone with him. The guy said that on the contrary, he is also a victim, like her and Mr. Augustine. Kasha looked at the communication artifact, asking Mr. Nobilia was also attacked and tried to be killed. Stretch glanced sideways at the mercenary, hearing the question what was wrong with him. Does he know anything, and answered that this is exactly what he was going to check. The blonde heard him ask to take the man outside while he looks at this. Stretch brought the ring to the man, saying that now it was his turn. He grinned. His eyes glowed green. Pictures of the battle appeared. The hero recognized something, but Mortem asked to wait. The spirit thoughtfully touched his face, saying what is this and how? The eyes of the big-nosed man glowed green. Then he fell to the floor. Glancing at the artifact, Stretch asked what was going on, was it over, what happened, and heard that while it was reading his memories, it was blocked. Mortem said with a thoughtful look that it felt like someone was artificially controlling him. There was a kind of fog in his head, because of which he couldn't see anything. The guy turned around tensely. So he even blocked his power. Who could do this? What kind of person did he do? The spirit looked at the lying man and said that no, it wasn't his memories that were sealed. His head was initially quite cloudy. It was impossible to see anything. Looking down, the skull said that it had caught something there after all. It imagined a huge tree and said that it was a huge, cloud-piercing world tree. Frowning a little, Stretch asked again and said that he heard that it was in the northern kingdom of the elves. Where could it have come from in this man's head, and why did he attempt on Nobilia? Turning to him, Mortem asked how far it was from here to that place. Looking at him, Stretch answered that it was quite far, even too far. He did not know how long it would take on horseback. The spirit said that great, then he knew that place. He hovered nearby and said that then they were heading there. The hero asked if he was suggesting going there only because of some scrap of memory, and heard that he needed to check. Frowning, the spirit said that this mercenary was filled with some kind of energy. He imagined a red ball in a broken stone. He explained to Stretch, lying on the floor, that this power was the same as the artifact from the gorge. The heroes were sitting at the table. Stretch said that he did not know the details, but it seemed that the killer was connected with the kingdom of Kylum. He tried to read his memories and saw the world tree there. The elf was surprised, asking again, the world tree of Kylum? The voice from the ball said that it was quite far from where they were now. Why did they suddenly see it? The guy crossed his arms and said discontentedly that he didn't know. They had to find out what happened to the last suspect. She said there was another one, didn't she? Looking down, Kasha replied that was the problem. While they were gone, she had found out something, and his location was unknown. The hero threw his head back, tiredly saying that there was no end to it. The girl said that they would try to find out what was going on, and they could relax for now. He closed his eyes, saying that it was not easy for them either. By the way, before that, Nobilia stared ahead in surprise, hearing the question of whether it was possible to ensure his safety. It would be too stupid to leave him alone to deal with this problem. Looking ahead tensely, the hero wondered how he could survive with such a bad means of communication, said that he would send his man to him, and let them wait in the company. She just had someone suitable. The guy agreed, saying that if they learned anything else, they would contact him. He caught the extinguished ball. Nobilia threw up his hands and said that he was late, but he wanted to thank him for his help. He should have come earlier. The right moment just hadn't crept up. But why was it stupid? It was unfair. He was just collecting information. Remembering the man in glasses, he said that he had specially established contact with Roots so that if anything happened, he could pass on everything he had learned. Stretch looked at him in surprise and asked what he was talking about. The man remembered holding the letter and said that when he learned of Augustine's death, he immediately realized that it wasn't just an accident. That is, it couldn't be an accident. His intuition told him that the criminal was nearby. He wrote with a pen and paper, saying that this was how he began to conduct an investigation alone. Introducing the group, he said that he had contacted information companies in Rakin and collected various data, including information on murders where the reasons and motives for the crime had not been clarified. Introducing the fallen barrels, he said that he had learned everything that could be learned. He put a piece of paper on the table and said that this was the result he had come to. The criminals mainly operated in the Salis dungeon. The guy looked at him uncertainly and asked if he could somehow confirm his words. In front of him was a map with notes. Nobilia said that all the strange money and goods that had been in circulation recently were sent to one point, namely, the Salis dungeon. Staring ahead, the man said that he could swear by his experience. Was that not a sufficient basis? Mortem, rolling his eyes, said that although what he had said seemed a little unconvincing, perhaps because he was a major merchant, he imagined a ball surrounded by a red glow, and thought of a black artifact. It radiated cold, as if a soul was embedded in it. Black and red lightning circled around the guy. He thought that it had an ominous aura of death that enveloped him as if it were alive. Looking down tensely, Stretch thought that he did not think that he would encounter it here, in the north. He imagined a ring in the form of a skull, thinking that even his artifact was losing its ability to control. If he met it again, problems could arise. Words were heard that he was somehow serious. The heroes walked through the cave. Elena noticed that he had not slept normally for several days, asked what happened. The hero replied that he was simply lost in thought. Smiling slightly, he said that thanks to her he felt confident. The blonde pursed her lips embarrassedly. They walked on. She suggested that they speed up their pace. This way they could get to Eisen. A glow appeared. The guy said that it was better to hurry. The heroes looked ahead. The girl said that they were there, and the guy asked, "Is this Eisen?" They were standing near the city, and Stretch noticed how huge it was. Hearing that it was hot here, he assumed that maybe it was because they were underground. Towers rested against the vault of the cave. A question was heard where they should go first, and the answer that first they needed to find a weapon. The heroes threw off their cloaks. The girl asked if this was not enough, or what? The hero answered of course, but this was also good. Imagining the explosion from the ball, he said that if suddenly, because of things like Dispellium, all magic lost its power, then they could only hope for a more powerful weapon. The man with the beard turned around and asked did they come to such a place themselves? Taking off his glove, the man asked maybe they were looking for something. Were they really lost? He pointed his finger to the side. Hearing that they had met successfully, he wanted to order a sword, but did not know where to go, and said that there were also many weapons here, although the deeper the shop, the more experience the blacksmiths had. The bald man raised his thumb, saying that what was here could be considered the best goods for such a price. The hero said that he would like to look around first. The man said that he would not stop, but Mortem stopped. The hero glanced sideways at the skull, asked what he needed, to which he heard that he felt an aura. The girl looked closely at the purple haze. Mortem said that it seemed that his elf friend understood even faster than he did. She wanted to see for herself. This was getting interesting. The heroes looked ahead in surprise, asking here. It looked like an ordinary forge. They stood at one of the houses. The artifact asked why he had stopped, and would he just look? There was a dwarf with a beard in the room, who heard the question, "Is anyone there?" He looked out from behind the curtain and asked who they were. Awkwardly waving his hand, the guy clarified, "Was he by any chance a blacksmith?" The dwarf went back. The skull hovering nearby heard the question, what kind of reaction, and said that after all, his feelings had not deceived him. A lot of time had passed, but the smell was still clearly felt. The hero clarified what smell. The artifact surrounded by radiance explained that an ominous spirit from this man, a very rare and ominous smell emanates from this house. Haze swirled around the corners of the forge. The hero clarified an ominous spirit in such a place. The figures were sitting at the table. Mortem said that he brought him here, and he was going to give up. He should have grabbed him by the clothes and begged him to help. Leaning his hands on the table, Stretch replied that he openly refused to talk. He could not force him. The skull hovering nearby said that creatures who spend their entire lives messing around with iron and earth cannot get rid of this smell. It permeates them completely. They are incomparable to the rabble they had encountered before. Remembering the old man, he said that he was most likely the best blacksmith in this city. The hero noticed that he seemed to dislike the word blacksmith. The dwarves turned their attention to the guests, asking why they had gone there, what had they done in someone else's forge, and who had sent them. There was a towel around the bald dwarf's neck. He said that he had accidentally seen where they were coming from. They were really in the outback. There must have been a sign there saying no entry. They were strangers, right? He waved his hand, saying goodbye to the second blacksmith, hearing that they were in the north for the first time, and said that he would talk to them, let them go away. All sorts of situations happen in life. The bald dwarf held out his hand and said he didn't think he'd have to introduce himself. Standing in front of him, he said his name was Dorian. The hero replied that he was Brian, and the man said he'd come straight to the point. The guy was surprised to hear the question whether he'd seen it. He replied that he had. Showing various weapons, the man said that it would be better not to talk about him in this city, because he'd done some damage. Introducing the old man with the glowing eyes, he explained that he was trying to connect artifacts and tools and his name was Melchior. Dorian sat at the table with the heroes and said that he was trying to connect artifacts and tools, perhaps wondering why he would need to go through such complex machinations. Introducing the blue crystal, he said that, simply put, artifacts are like ice. There were many such people. He said that it could be oval or round. Its shape and area of application are determined randomly. No one controls it. The curved blade was surrounded by lightning. The man continued, what would happen if it was melted? A liquid would be obtained, that is, energy, which can be given any shape at will. He imagined a man with a torch in his hand and said that an artifact and a weapon would be obtained at the same time in the form that is most suitable for the user. This is exactly what Melchior wanted to create. Mortem, hovering nearby, said that this was an interesting theory, but there was a drawback. Stretch reminded that he said that some kind of incident happened. The dwarf took a sip from his mug. Putting it on the table, he said that Melchior tried to melt an artifact filled with an ominous aura, and for this he used cursed tools that absorbed the ominous aura of the dungeon. Among the dwarves there are those who have an innate resistance to magic and ominous aura. He imagined a mill at work and continued that if his method really worked. The blacksmith looked gloomily at the purple glow. Dorian continued that the first to begin to crumble was himself. As a result, his test failed. The man in the forge fell to his knees. The dwarf said that the artifact, over which control was lost, began to pour out its sinister aura right there, and then exploded. The remains of this aura fell on Melchior, as a result of which he caught a disease that rots hands alive. The bearded man closed his eyes and said that everyone in the city believed that after such dangerous experiments he should be executed. But the ruler exiled him to the most remote and deserted place. He remembered the master's forge and said that he had too many merits and achievements. The man's hands were bandaged. Words were heard that now without painkillers he could not move his hands normally. Be that as it may, he was sorry. If the experiment was successful, he would have become famous not only in Salus, but also in the entire Northern Territory, although for others it would be a bad reputation. Looking at him, the guy said that some hypothesis had just flashed through his head. The spirit said that he felt the same. There were objects and paper on the table. Melchior remembered the hero and thought who this guy was, maybe a blacksmith? He heard sounds outside and asked who else was there. A medicine merchant. Stretch greeted him with a smile. The dwarf immediately disappeared inside. The guy asked him not to leave so soon. Turning around displeased, Melchior drove him away until he reported him to the guards. This is an illegal invasion. The guy said that if he listened to him, he would leave immediately. The blacksmith turned around displeased. Pointing with his hand, the boy asked if he wanted to fulfill his dream. He came to talk about his experiments. Angry, Melchior asked him what business it was with them. How long would he humiliate him to feel relief? Stretch pointed his finger at himself and asked to use it. He has absolute immunity to the sinister aura of artifacts. The man opened his mouth in surprise, hearing the offer to work together. Extending his hand, the boy continued and tried to create a real masterpiece. The heroes walked along the bridge. Someone asked if he could clarify how much longer to go. The voice replied that they were almost there. A purple glow was visible in the cave. The words "it is inside" were heard. Looking at the girl, Stretch said that it seems that few people are interested in minerals. That is why they are in such a depth. Removing the hood, Elena asked, he said, "Is this cranium?" The guy also took off his hood and said that it was true. This metal can be imbued with an ominous aura, so no one minds it. In other words, it can absorb the artifact best. A purple haze was visible ahead. The hero asked if they could mine both the metal and the artifact in such a dungeon. "She is ready, then go ahead." Stretch landed on one knee. In front of the heroes was an ice cave. He said that it looked exactly like a northern dungeon should look like. Bending his fingers, he offered to check what was inside. Stretch held a sword and said that even in an ice cave it was hot. She did not notice the mountain veins on the threshold. He only sees ice for now. Looking in his direction, the girl said that she too, if this stone contains an ominous aura, then there should be an artifact nearby. The hero turned his attention to the purple crystal, saying, "Here it is." Mortem said that there is no doubt that there is a lot of ominous energy here. Breaking off one of the ice floes, the boy asked, "So there should be a guardian here too?" The ice floe bounced off, falling to the floor. A spark appeared in front. It was like an eye surrounded by ice floes. The monster opened its mouth. Standing in front, Stretch said that they would deal with him first, and then get to work on extracting the coronium. The monster bared its mouth. Opening its mouth, Stretch shouted at the girl to hide behind the wall. Huge ice spikes appeared in front of them from the use of the ice wave. The hero waved his hand. In his fingers was a small black object. These were the gunpowder shells that he used in the previous weapon. With a determined look, the hero shouted that there is nothing better than fire to melt the ice. Flames rushed from his palm from the use of the fireball. The fire hid the toothy monster. His ice floes partially melted. The boy moved forward, thinking that he was frozen again, and asked Elena to distract him. The girl took aim. Fire bolts crashed into the monster. The hero quickly took off, jumping up, raising his hand with the sword back, and gritting his teeth, attacked. The boy attacked the monster from above. Ice floes blocked the sword. Stretch covered his face with his hands. One of the ice spikes pierced him. The blade was broken in half. Elena screamed in fear. The monster opened its toothy mouth. The elf fired 2 arrows. Fire flashes engulfed the monster. There was a wound on the boy's body. He said that it was very cold. The one-eyed monster looked at him. Then it seemed to stand on 3 legs. Aiming, the girl thought that he was standing on the surface. Flashes crashed into the monster. But then his body cooled down. Mortem, who was watching this, said that it was the same. The elf looked to the side, hearing the order to dodge. An ice beam flew past them. The artifact said to remember 1 damage from this freeze. Stretch, sitting by the wall, answered that he knew, then it would be impossible to heal. Looking to the side, he wondered if there was anything here. Shifting his gaze, Elena heard a request to hit the pillar below. Touching the blue crystal with his fingers, the hero said that they have the curse of the Devourer. Purple lightning appeared from the crystal. The information reported an enhanced active skill, airfield. The air drill shoots a rotating projectile with a crushing effect. A glow appeared at the base of the ice floes. The girl shouted that the pillar was about to collapse. Stretch touched the hand and said that it was great. The ice spikes moved forward. The guy held them with one hand. There was a smile on his lips. The one-eyed monster looked at him. A blue ball appeared in his mouth. The glow was getting brighter. The ice strike hit the wall. An ice flow was sticking out of the monster's mouth. The hero flew at them from above. Pointing his hand with the ring, he summoned an air drill. A green whirlwind crashed into the boss. On the table lay a blade and a bag of crystals. The hero said that here is an artifact and a cranium. Pointing his finger to the side, he said that he collected it himself. Let him use it as much as he wants. Dorian added that he had also prepared. Looking at them, Melchior asked, "Is it okay if the area finds out that they messed with someone like him?" The dwarf closed his eyes and said that no matter what they did here, no one should know about it. In other words, he would do everything to avoid being caught. Stretch added that he was just an adventurer who would soon leave this place. The bearded dwarf said that they were stubborn. Words were heard that the desire to create a great product was the driving force of the dwarves. The bandaged hands trembled. The man heard that, of course, he already knew this. He would like to personally see such a product. He lowered his head and remained silent, and then agreed. Gathering his hair in a ponytail, the man asked the guide to take the artifact out of the furnace. He said that he had absolute immunity to the sinister aura. It would be a sin to miss such an opportunity. Smoke was coming out of the forged pipe. The guy held the red-hot artifact with tongs, saying that it looked like ice, but retained its shape. Mortem added that the artifact could only completely destroy another artifact. He was also seeing this for the first time. Pointing his finger, Melchior asked to grab not with pliers, but with hands. There was a purple haze around the gloves. Do not be afraid, they already have sinister energy. Judging by the fact that he is intact, he definitely has absolute immunity to it. Let him not worry about heat radiation. The hero looked down intently. There was a blade between his palms. Words were heard that the sinister energies of the gloves and the artifact resist each other. Looking at this, Melchior said that there is already an obstacle here that cannot be overcome by ordinary methods. Let him imagine that his hand is a hammer, and press on the artifact. At this moment an explosion of very strong and sinister energy will surely occur. He remembered how he was wounded, and said that if he holds out, he will have to continue the fusion of the artifact to the very end. But if he fails, they will all die. He was hiding behind a barrel with Dorian, and the hero asked if they all die, why did they hide? A bright glow appeared between his palms. Mortem told him to concentrate. The more he pressed on the artifact, the more energy would flow out of it. If it began to take the form of energy, then it really worked. It was worth it to leak out even a little, and an explosion would occur. Surprised, watching this, Dorian said what a huge power, and how he remained alive after this. Melchior commanded to press this artifact into the metal. From zeal, the guy clenched his teeth. The blacksmith looked tensely ahead, saying what happened. In the center of the crystal there was a purple glow. He said that the chromium restrains the energy of the artifact. Now from such metal he will be able to make the weapon he dreamed of. The bald dwarf turned around and asked the old man if he could handle such hands. He said that this is the driving force in the lives of dwarves. Pulling on his gloves, Melchior said that the mind controls the body and let them get ready. Now everything depends on them. There were fragments on the ground. A question was heard, is he okay? And the answer that after everything was over, his hands began to hurt again. The hero looked at the lying dwarves and said that he had called this guy a long time ago. Why was he still not here? He said, here he is. Stretch held the sword, hearing that it was his sword, a hollow blade. The artifact hovering nearby asked what it was. He did not feel anything unusual. The hero said that they had already come up with a name for it. But why exactly hollow? To which he heard that because it was empty inside. The sword was surrounded by a blue glow. The dwarf explained that its task was to serve its master, and he did not even know who its master was. In other words, his head was completely empty. Smiling, stroking the sword, the hero asked how much they wanted for it, and heard that nothing was needed. Let him just take it. Melchior's bandage was bloody, he asked. Did he think he did it for the money? Was it enough for him that he gave the opportunity to make such a sword? If he really wanted to pay, better let him give the money to this friend. Dorian slept, blowing bubbles, heard words for him to go. All this time he only knocked, swept, something, completely exhausted. Smiling, holding the sword, Stretch heard that he would go to bed, and he should drop by as much as possible to visit and handle the sword carefully. The heroes stood by the cart. The guy asked if they went along the mountain, they would not stumble upon the next dungeon. He heard that those guys who attacked Augustine were also heading that way. Holding an axe in his hand, the dwarf said that it was inconvenient. He did not have to get out of the cart and go on foot. Turning around, he said that because of the rumors about the attack of winter monkeys, it was impossible to ride calmly while sitting. Stretch waved his hand and replied that it was okay. He was showing them the way. They could be patient, and he thought to himself, were there already rumors about them? Walking ahead, the man said that they were respectable hunters. A cave would soon appear, and they would rest there. The sword handle vibrated. Stretch looked at the weapon and asked what was the matter, what was wrong with it. A light haze appeared. The horse was scared. The artifact with green eyes said that something was approaching. The heroes looked away in fear, thinking that it had flown past. A dwarf with an axe stood behind them. A blue haze rushed towards him. Turning around, Stretch shouted for him to be careful. The man hit the ground with his axe. Jumping back, the hero asked what was going on. A blue cloud appeared next to the man. The artifact asked if it was really a ghost. But how? Glancing sideways at it, the red-haired man asked what it was. The haze had shining eyes and a mouth. The artifact said that the ghost was from another world in the astral sphere. It was unthinkable that he would appear in the material world of people. The dwarf swung his axe. A question was heard, if he was from another world, then he was a ghost? The hero jumped back, avoiding the blow, and heard the words of the artifact that yes, it seemed that he could not touch them, so he possessed the dwarf. The pupils in the man's eyes disappeared. The guy asked if any spell could affect him. The answer was heard that they could try, but if several souls entered one body, they could destroy his consciousness. Stretch tensely clenched his teeth and asked, then he could die. He thought that it was too dangerous to leave as is, asking what to do. The sword vibrated, and the spirit advised him to pull it out. The blade was surrounded by a glow, and the guy noticed that it was glowing. The possessed man attacked. The tense hero glanced sideways at him. The axe collided with the sword. A bright flash appeared between them. Stretch asked what kind of light was that. The dwarf was lying on the ground not far from him. There was a slight glow around him. The hero asked what. He died and heard that he was alive, and the ghost had disappeared. Mortem turned around, hearing that it was a good thing, and told him not to relax. He felt a similar aura nearby. Elena looked at the lying man and asked if he died. What happened? Pointing his finger at the ring, Stretch said that he simply drove away the ghost. According to him, there was a similar aura nearby. A skull appeared nearby, asking what to think about it. Let him go and destroy it himself. The ghosts most likely came here for him. The elf glanced sideways at the hero, asked what he meant, and heard that it was immediately clear. He imagined the scenes of the fight and explained that after he possessed the dwarf's body, he attacked only him. The blonde looked at the guy in surprise, asking if they were aiming at him. She said that she simply did not interfere. A green light emanated from the skull. He said that he could show them where they came from. It would be better if he went into the cave himself, and it would be safer for the dwarf. Squeezing the handle, the guy agreed, saying that he had a good weapon. They would go check out who was the daredevil who followed him to the very north. The heroes walked towards a gloomy dark haze. Purple light illuminated the walls. Looking up, Stretch asked what it was. This was not just a cave, but a dungeon. The blade was glowing. The hero said that the sword could not calm down from the moment they left. Mortem, flying nearby, said that this was true. Let him continue walking. The rotten smell of the astral sphere emanated from below along the road. The man bent down, standing on one knee. A question was heard about what happened, and he answered that the plan had failed. The man with the beard looked down and asked again, failed? The man clenched his fist and said that he spent his life force on the ghost. Even that didn't help? The bearded man looked down, saying that there was no doubt. Stretch adjusted the details on his forearm. While the man said that they had been waiting for this for a long time, the enemy from the past had returned. Everyone get ready, he was approaching. The man with a dark mark under his eye said that they had been waiting for this for a long time. Let them get ready, he was approaching. The heroes walked through the dungeon. Mortem said that gradually the rotten smell of the astral body was felt more and more. Elena turned her head and said that if there were so many otherworldly creatures here, they could be in danger. The hero clarified, was she talking about ghosts? The Black Skull replied that due to the special connection of the owner with the artifact, some resistance to psychological control is formed. At least that's what they say. The hero frowned, bending his fingers and saying that psychological control wasn't that easy to establish. He should have immediately used Caesar's skill on this Gerald. Clenching his fist, Stretch said that this was just a minimal resistance. It was better to be prepared. He didn't think that they would attack only by migration. Someone else's business. Caution wouldn't hurt. Standing next to the girl, he asked why there was still nothing. They had entered the cave a long time ago. She didn't feel anything. Elena replied that no, not the slightest sense of the presence of living beings. The skull surrounded by green light said no, too late. They stretched out along the perimeter. The heroes were surrounded by figures in black cloaks. Looking at them, the girl asked where they suddenly appeared from. The guy noticed that they didn't even feel their presence. Waving his hand, the man greeted. There was a black aura above the bearded man's palm. He continued, God's enemy. Stretch, standing next to the artifact, clarified, enemy. What kind of nonsense is he talking about? He stretched out his arms and shouted that, judging by his appearance, he could not expect the reaction he would like. There was a ring in the shape of a skull on his finger. He used Caesar. The hero said that he had enough chatter. Let him try this. The beam flew near the man's face. Stretch glanced sideways at the cursing artifact and asked why it was still there. He advised him to take out his weapon. The man's eyes were completely black. He said that this was an unprecedented skill. Standing in front of him, he continued that this destructive light was a little different. Did it really have enough power for God himself to call him their enemy? The red-haired man frowned, asking what he was talking about. The man waved his hand, saying that it looked like he was determined. The eyes of the people in cloaks lit up. There were black swirls above the man's hand. Looking at this in surprise, Stretch thought that they evaporated like smoke, so they were ghosts. The bodies lay on the ground, and he wondered why they couldn't feel them. The fingers evaporated, revealing the bones. The man turned into a skeleton holding a dark scythe, and ordered to accept death. He raised his hand with the scythe and attacked sharply. Surprised, Elena covered her head with her hand. Stretch blocked the attack with his sword with effort. The opponent asked, did he really think that such strength would be enough to resist a god? Opening his mouth in displeasure, the guy asked what he was talking about and used enchantment. Green lightning flew around. There was a black aura around the skull with a beard. An arrow flew quickly. The opponent caught it with his hand, saying that she has good looks, and there's also a dirty elf here. The girl stared at him tensely. Green lightning surrounded the guy's hand. The opponent swung the scythe. There was blackness in his eyes. He asked, is this all that the opponent of the god is capable of? Does he not think that he is giving in to him? Was he wrong? Then he threw his head back and laughed, saying that it is true. Something seemed strange to him. Swiftly moving the weapon, he continued, which means, after all, he was wrong. Stretch managed to block the blow again. Gritting his teeth, he glanced sideways at the blade. The opponent jumped back. Yesterday, only his eye sockets looked at him. An arrow hit the monster's shoulder, and he said that it was infuriating. A dark sphere appeared in his palm. He ordered not to go where it is not necessary. Elena looked at him in fear. A purple flash appeared. The blonde was sitting by the wall. The monster who called himself a god said that he was not interested in elves, so let him sit aside for now. Bone fingers grabbed his wrist. Words were heard that he could not even summon the master. Lifting Stretch by the hand, he said that it was stupid to come here of his own free will. Surprised, staring forward, the guy thought, does he see Mortem? The skull on his finger apologized, saying that he also can't understand. There was a green glow around. He continued to mutter something there. In the bone palm there were red lightning. The monster offered to look at it, and he will understand. Memories of red lightning and a dark ball appeared. Stretch and the artifact stared forward in surprise, hearing that this smell should seem familiar to him. The bone palm was engulfed in a glow. The monster said that he was a fragment that broke off from a great being, and at the same time he was its small representative. He held the hero's hand, saying that his goal. The torn-off palm fell to the ground. He continued, to destroy everyone who is his enemy. He pulled the artifact up, saying that he could be proud. The man he brought this time lasted longer than his opponents. The skeleton held the artifact with the skull in his hand, continuing, which he had to meet on his way. Stretch lay holding his hand, and heard that he had raised him well. With an effort, opening one eye, the guy said about the ring. Mortem apologized, saying that he also could not understand. Holding his hand, he asked how he did not hear that. Even if the ring disappeared, their connection was not broken. Let him think soberly. The skeleton monster held the artifact, saying that if he still did not understand, he did not care. He and his friend were now in his hands. The glowing green skull heard that they would be sealed until he returned. The skeleton with a beard said that he felt sorry for him. He would endlessly repeat the same thing until he did what he had to, and he did not even save his memories. What a terrible fate. The hero's wounded hand glowed. His tissues and bones were restored from the use of the skill. The ring disappeared from the monster's bony fingers and appeared on Stretch's grown finger, who asked, "Well, how is this too?" Clenching his fist, he continued, "Unprecedented skill?" The monster raised his scythe, saying that they certainly won't be bored together when they are sealed. Frowning, the hero wondered what to do if he makes a wrong move, loses everything, maybe use magic. But what magic will work on him? Remembering scenes from the past, Mortem answered, "Light. If anything can help, it is only it." The monster attacked with a scythe. Then he looked forward in surprise. Golden swirls surrounded the blade. Looking at it tensely, Stretch thought, "Really, Light." The artifact advised him to remember Melchior's words. The essence of the sword is to support the will of the owner. The guy screamed, hearing that if he wished strongly, the sword would answer his request. Golden lightning threw the monster back. He opened his mouth at the scythe, asking, "What is this?" Stretch looked at the blade, thinking that the light of the sword and the artifact in this case, light, show off. He squeezed the handle with both hands. The blade slid along the ground. Golden lightning swirled the monster and hit the roof of the cave. Bright flashes appeared. There were golden lightning around the monster. Squinting one eye, Stretch thought that 3 artifacts were too much. He held onto his hand while the monster fell. The blade pierced next to the skull, which asked who he was. Crouching closer, Stretch demanded an answer. "What do you mean by enemy?" The skull began to crumble, saying that he would find out everything when the time came. What was the point of his answer now? Well, let them just do what they must. The day will come when they will all be destroyed. Clenching his fist, the hero said that he should not even think about getting out of it. He replied that everything that happened to him after he put on the ring was his destiny. The skull glowed on his finger. He continued that if he refused it, he would die, and if he accepted it, he would see the truth with his own eyes. Looking down, Stretch heard, "You must try to get out of these problems now," and used curse eating. The heroes stood on the bridge in the Light City. The hero said that they had arrived in the city of cognate masters. The girl said that compared to Eisen, everything here looks quite peaceful. Stretch held a scroll and said that they needed to find a place to spend the night and look at the scrolls. There was not even time to check what was taken out of the dungeon. There were several scrolls in the bag. He said that there were many of them. He thought they would find useful information in them. There was a candlestick with a candle near the mugs. Stretch sat at the table with the girl and said that most of the scrolls contained strange numbers and tables or names of substances that he had never heard of. On this line, looking down tensely, he read, "Type in cognate, collect, translate," as if they were researching something. The edge of the scroll was stained with blood. Words were heard that the order was in Charlie's workshop. The payment period was until the end of October. Thoughtfully touching his chin, he said that it meant they had some income. The heroes looked at the window, behind which a sound was heard, and then someone apologized for the noise. Looking at the waiter, the guy said that they were in this city for the first time. These were sounds from the workshop. Someone answered that everything was correct. Today it was even louder than usual. But there was a special reason for this. There was a large tent near the building. They heard the words that in 2 days there would be an exhibition of products. All the masters of their city would present the results of their research. There was little time left, so the workshops were working at full capacity. They could go and see. There would be many unusual products there. The heroes were chewing meat. Looking ahead in surprise, Stretch asked if he happened to know where Charlie's workshop was. The elf touched his chin, saying that he could draw a map, but if they wanted to place an order there, it wouldn't work. Looking at him, Elena clarified, because of the preparations for the exhibition? The elf standing nearby answered that no, his workshop had gone bankrupt. The building itself was still standing, but rumor had it that they had closed about a month ago. The hero was surprised to hear that they were probably dismantling their workshop now. Words were heard in the tavern. "Why now? Let him quickly draw how to get there." The heroes stood at the table and told the man that they had heard where Charlie's workshop was. He replied that Charlie was his father. The man, who introduced himself as Chad, said that it was a pity, but as they could see, they had closed. They were no longer accepting orders for production. Looking at him tensely, the guy asked what had happened. Chad waved his hand and replied that he did not want to talk about family matters. If they were done, then let them move on. A skull that appeared nearby asked if he could rummage through his head. For him it was easy peasy. But Stretch refused, saying that even when searching for information there was a moral. Let him wait a little. Taking out the scroll, he said that he thought it was his personal business, so he apologized. To be honest, they were looking for something secret. Chad heard tensely that he was afraid that his father would get into trouble. Turning around abruptly, he asked if they knew something. The hero replied that he would not say that. Tears appeared in the corners of the man's eyes. He asked where his father was. He asked to find him. The heroes were sitting at the table. The guy asked permission to introduce himself and gave a fake name, and then asked if his father was missing. Chad looked down, saying that for a month now he did not even know if he was alive or not. The man wiped his hands. Words were heard that people in black cloaks once came to him. They brought him a diagram of something and asked if he could make it for them. Charlie sat with his face covered by his hand. The man said that at first he was inspired by the new project and worked on it for days on end. But the more he worked, the more he began to fade. The doors were closed. One day he disappeared along with that thing. he began to search for him. Looking down, the man continued that he could not even attack his trail. He looked at him all this time, hearing that they had not yet appeared. Raising his hand, he stretched out, saying that they would return tomorrow. Elena asked, "Another dead end?" He replied that he did not know. He shifted his gaze, which said, "Do not worry, the traces, although weak, are there." The hero asked, "Does he think these people are such amateurs that they left traces?" The man pointed his fingers at the guy, who heard that they probably thought that they could be found in an ordinary city. A trace remained from the movement. The heroes turned around and noticed dark figures. Mortem said that they showed themselves. They don't even know who destroyed their dungeon. The ghosts were holding weapons. Stretch held a sword, turning to them. He pulled out a shining blade and ordered them to look. The man covered his face with his hand. The glow engulfed him. Words were heard that now they know for sure. Looking at the smoking cloaks, Stretch said that since they were here, it means Charlie didn't disappear on his own. They probably kidnapped him and locked him up somewhere. Turning to him, the girl asked if he thought they killed him, to which she heard that no, they asked him to do something. On the street, the heroes continued. It was quite obvious what they were planning. They wanted to continue putting pressure on Chad. They would start searching in deserted places. There were trees growing by the water. The hero asked, "Maybe here?" Elena held out her hand, saying she wasn't sure. She felt a faint aura, but it wasn't a monster. Her eyes were red. The girl said he must be in danger. The green glowing skull said he felt like a fanatic. It was disgusting. Stretch smirked and asked what they were doing here. They should deal with them quickly. Melchior had made a good sword. The guy held the man by his clothes while he said that a new rival had finally appeared. He picked him up and asked why they liked to look for trouble. The cultist raised his head and said they didn't get into pointless fights, to which he heard that it was hard to believe. The guy pulled the blade out of its sheath, saying that they were all saying the same thing and kept trying to kill him. The man looked at the glow in surprise. The heroes walked away. The girl said that it was easier than she thought, and the guy replied that he did not understand them. Why were they snapping at him if they were dying from a small beam of light? They stopped in a cave. Stretch asked, "Is this the center?" He looked ahead in surprise. In front of him was a tied man. Turning to his friend, he asked to watch him, and he would check this place. The hero headed away. Turning to the side, he thought that as soon as they entered here, he immediately felt a spark appeared in front. Stretch looked out from behind the corner. The stone was wrapped in a purple chain. He thought it was the aura of the artifact. Taking it in his hand, he asked what they did to it. And then he clenched his fist, using curse absorption. Information about the active skill appeared. The ice wave transformed into an ice needle. Passive skill, 2 new skills are unlocked, including Acrobat. Online process of opening new abilities of the Mortem artifact. Unlocking is available when the conditions are met. The information reported that the number of absorbed artifacts is 5, the mana reserve is 67,503, the abilities are blocked, the artifact is 4, the artifact is 9 and 2 are unknown. The hero thought that he was busy and completely forgot about it. He touched the button with his fingers. Elena turned around, hearing the question of how he is. Charlie was lying on the ground. The girl replied that she gave him an elixir, did not use the healing skill. He lost consciousness due to severe stress. The hero replied that they must hurry. He still has a lot of questions for him. Later, the man sat on the bed and said that he did not even know how to thank him. He thought he would die in that damn place. Smiling, answering that he was glad that he felt better, he apologizes for asking about it right away. But what happened then? Charlie looked down. The guy sitting next to him heard what he was thinking. He already knows. He received an order from these people. There was nothing heavy in it. He presented a black object, saying that they wanted him to make a syringe. They practically did not tell him what they needed it for, but with his experience they could not deceive him. The man held a bag. He said that they kidnapped Chad, so he could not refuse them. There was a black liquid in his face. He made a prototype of a syringe. They filled it with some kind of dark elixir, began to inject it into the body of a dead child. The man said that after a few hours he came back to life. The heroes looked at him in shock, hearing that they immediately killed him, but he definitely came back to life. Stretch remembered the moment of absorbing the artifact and thought, they did not revive someone, and not with an artifact, but with some kind of elixir. Even the most powerful artifact in the whole world cannot revive a person. The skull surrounded by green light heard a mental question, how does he think this is possible, and said that the child definitely came back to life. Frowning slightly, the hero asked where the syringe was now. The bearded man replied that he had heard that after the test they had sent him to the Elven Kingdom. He had a bad feeling. Balstock stood at the door to the prince's room and asked him to talk. The guard said that His Majesty needed rest. Gerald sat with his head down and was silent. His gaze was sad. Balstock frowned. A question was heard about the noise. Alfred approached them. The servants bowed. The man said that he apologized for his behavior. He was only concerned about the state of Mr. Gerald. The prince replied that he understood his concern for his master. Turning to the side, he said that there was no point in continuing. The man appeared at the entrance to the door. The prince, lying in bed, told Balstock that they had not seen each other for a long time. The man bit his lip. Looking sternly ahead, the elder said that rest would only harm him. Let him get dressed and go to the throne room. His Majesty wanted to talk to him about something. Frowning, the hero asked what about, but was told that he simply had to be prepared. The maids lined up in the room where the prince walked. Closing his eyes, he asked to introduce himself, Gerald, the third son of King Sinchero. Falling to one knee, he greeted His Majesty. The man looked at him silently. The sleeve of his missing arm was tied up. A question was heard. How was he feeling? Without looking up, the prince answered that he was a little better, thanks to his care. Opening his mouth, the man with a beard said that he wanted to ask him about something. On the throne in front of his son, he clarified, does he want his arm back? The guy's eyes opened, he asked, is that possible? The heroes walked along a snowy street. The girl asked, Kylum, is this the northern kingdom of the elves? The hero clarified why she was asking. Looking ahead, Elena said that she knew she shouldn't be happy about their situation, but she was very excited that she, a southern elf, would see the only world tree. Stretch looked at her, and said that he had heard about it. The world tree was like a home and source of life for the elves. He imagined a figure coming out of the trunk and said that if you think about it, the guardian tree from the dark forest was in the guise of the world tree. No? The elf standing nearby said that they say that even before the division of the continents, their ancestors took the seed of the world tree and planted it in a dark forest. They could not imagine that it would become like this. But how did he know about it? Having demonstrated the artifact, the hero said that he told them that they were here until they finished the mission. If they were lucky, she would be able to get the seed of the world tree to plant in the south. The heroes stood not far from the tree. The girl thanked them for their understanding. Stretch said that he thought that it would be warm near the world tree, but he felt like he was about to die from the cold. Mortem, who appeared nearby, said that he would not die, and he clarified why. He would bring him back to life, but heard that there would be no need for this. The man in armor took a step. The hero's look became surprised. The snow and ice by the river melted. Stretch asked what kind of place this was, an illusion spell? Opening its mouth, the skull replied that he should calm down. If it was a spell, he wouldn't even realize it. He had entered the protected area of the world tree. Looking at the huge tree ahead, the artifact said that was why the elves loved it so much. The girl looked impressed, and said that this was the world tree of Kylum. Stretch frowned and asked why the fanatics would go all the way to the world tree. He remembered sitting next to the communication ball and heard that a squad of conspirators had gone to the kingdom of Kylum and confirmed, saying that that's why they needed to go after them as soon as possible. Kasha looked at the ball in surprise, saying that it was even better that he needed to go north. She found out the location of the merchant. He was last seen in Kylum. Isn't that suspicious? Looking ahead, the hero said that it would be beneficial for the world to catch him if he was behind everything. What was his name? There were plates on the shelf. The girl answered that it was Silverstein. The guy promised to find out more about him. The heroes walked through the forest. Mortem told the guy to get ready. He noticed it too, didn't he? Stretch looked around tensely, mentally answering that someone had been watching them since they entered the territory. His hand, without answering, vibrated, and he asked if they were alone. The spirit answered that they were probably trying to stop the strangers. In the summer ahead, the blonde heard someone address her and said that she knew the cold that Amrita did not feel. Figures of sectarians appeared ahead. A question was heard. Who they were? They did not just come here, since they were able to detect them. However, it did not matter. The man in the mask threw a huge hammer over his shoulder. The second held a wide sword. Pulling on his glove, Stretch asked why they all liked to talk so much. It was even better this way. They would be the first victims of Charlie's new creation. There was a black device on the glove. Remembering the monster, Mortem said that they had the same aura as the Ripper. They were not that simple. He quickly ran forward, saying that there was no problem. He was not weak either. With his hands squeezing the handles, he used his skills. The masked man looked at him, and the hero thought that he was the first. A bright beam appeared near the enemy's body. Looking at it tensely, the guy thought what was happening. This was the same attack he used before. He remembered how he threw the bearded man aside. The masked man smiled, saying what a funny sword. And then he jumped up, raising his weapon. Arrows quickly flew forward. A flash appeared behind the trees. The man caught the arrow with his hand, and then broke it, squeezing his fingers. A cloud of dust rose in front of them. The hero asked the girl next to him to cover him. An arrow flew out of the fog. It crashed into the opponent's hammer. Suddenly Stretch appeared behind. Gritting his teeth, he used an explosive fist. He moved quickly towards the opponent's face. Two were able to block his attack. The hero looked at them angrily. Elena pulled the bowstring. The arrow flew forward. The guy jumped back, avoiding the attacks. In his palm were small dark balls. He threw them at the opponents. One of them held a wide dark sword. He swung it. The movement left a dark trace. Stretch was surprised, thinking that this was an attack with a sword. He managed to block someone else's blade. Wondering what kind of technique this was, the force threw him back. The opponent with the hammer appeared from behind. The hero turned around abruptly. Dust was rising up. Holding his cheek, the guy cursed in his mind. One of the cultists was lying on the ground. Mark was touching his forearm, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Elena's eyes widened in surprise. He was shocked, recognizing the general. The guy rushed to attack, shouting curses. Elena aimed her weapon. The sword collided with a large shield. The eyes of the lion depicted on it were glowing. The guy gritted his teeth. The hero flew back. Mark had a black eye patch on his eye. He ordered to try hard, otherwise he wouldn't try either, and he would be attacked from above. Darkness and black was indeed flying above the guy. Stretch extended his sword, blocking a blow from above. He gritted his teeth. Holding it with both hands, he did not allow himself to be attacked. Part of the armor on his arm glowed. The man in the cloak was thrown back. The man with the shield quickly moved forward. Stretch turned sharply towards him. Holding the enemy's broadsword, he struck the shield. Sparks flew from the clash of blades. The hero was thrown back. Mark rolled along the ground. The alien sword in the guy's hand began to turn into black smoke. The cultist approached his comrade and ordered him to get up. The man in the mask with two horns asked what. The second said that they had no choice. He struck the ground with a hammer. A thick black smoke appeared between them. The man answered that they would not kill both of them. Purple liquid flowed from a large black ball. A black skeletal hand appeared from it. Looking at it tensely, the man with the shield said that this was already dangerous. Stretch's eyes opened wide. A monster surrounded by black and purple smoke appeared in front of them, and the hero heard that it was a Death Knight. Black whirlwinds spread everywhere from the Death Knight. Elena ran up from behind. Looking at her friend with concern, she said that she thought they shouldn't split up to fight 3 enemies now. She looked at the man with the large shield and asked if it would be better to negotiate and work together with that man instead. Stretch glanced at her with displeasure and exclaimed that he wouldn't negotiate with him. He would destroy everyone better. However, the green artifact stopped him, telling him to shut up and listen to the elf, that the man with the shield had clearly come to talk to them. The Death Knight held out his sword. The artifact said that if he wanted to kill him, he should finish off the opponents first. Stretch angrily clenched his teeth. Glancing back, it said that he would attack first, and he would attack second. They would finish them off first, and then talk. Marcus chuckled, thinking that he knew about his fighting style, and said that he finally figured it out. The monster ran towards him, and the hero asked Elena to cover him. The dark skeleton had a sword in his hand, and Rana swung his. He swung it sharply, attacking. The Death Knight held a black weapon. It flew right past Stretch's face. A wound appeared on the guy's cheek. He thought that he had unlimited attack opportunities. Realizing that it was a spear, the monster took a wide step towards him. Attacked with a spear, raising dust. Mark with a shield approached him. The monster fell on its back to the ground. The man with the bandage looked surprised. The eyes of the lion on his shield lit up. A whirlwind of energy flew past the enemy. Waves flew everywhere. A bright blade approached the head of the Death Knight, who said that he was very annoying. Stretch pierced the monster's body from above. Clenching his fist, he thought discontentedly that it was too weak. Why was he so strong? Bright flashes hid the body. The black monster stood among the rising dust. The tip approached his face. Sharp ice flows were floating nearby, and he asked who had such power to control human fragments. The monster turned around. Blue glow emanated from Mark's shield. Everything was hidden by blue smoke and lightning. Covering his face with his hand, Stretch asked if it worked, and heard Mortem answer that no, the attack from the guy with the shield did not even touch him. On the ground stood a black gloomy shield. The Death Knight frowned, saying that this was another annoying obstacle. He could not allow people like them to reach the World Tree. The hero was clutching a shining sword. He looked at it, and noticed that it began to react more strongly. The dark figure of the enemy began to move. The head and hands of the Death Knight glowed like a purple flame. Mark watched him tensely. A bony hand grabbed his neck. Gritting his teeth, he thought, what a chilling energy. Stretch opened his mouth, screaming that he froze him with a simple touch. Mortem said that he stopped defending himself and came to attack the cold of his astral body and sucked out the knight's energy. The hero thought that this was great. It meant that he was now defenseless. Stretch jumped up and attacked from behind. However, he was stopped by a purple hand, and he wondered where it came from. The enemy forcefully hit the hero on the ground. The artifact said that the astral body has no clear shape. Dark energy grabbed the guy's neck. The Death Knight clenched his fist. A green trace was left from the quick movement of the arrow. Elena looked ahead tensely. The monster extended his palm to her and cursed. Stretch punched him in the head. Looking at him angrily, he said that if he got into a fight, he should not get distracted. Blue ice flows appeared. Having frozen the enemy's legs, the heroes jumped back. The guy in the cloak flew up. His hands were clutching the hilt of the sword. Using skills, the blade was surrounded by colored lightning. Dust and yellow lightning rose among the trees. The heroes were sitting by the fire. The guy asked what he was planning. Turning around displeased, he said that not long ago he wanted to kill him, and now he comes and helps, even shares the potion. Besides, how did he even find them? The guy with a black patch on his eye said that he had guesses. They are at odds with the North and are under the control of the Southern Union, and in general, they are not particularly liked in the lands of the Southern Union. Holding the bottle, Stretch heard that he put 2 and 2 together and understood in which direction they would disappear. Mark had a shield behind him. He said that they were not worried. They had made the decision to leave Venetia and follow them. The guy asked, frowning, if he seriously thought that he would believe that he was an aristocrat and a general of the Eastern District. He had dropped everything and gone north. Mark imagined a snowy landscape and said that he had not taken into account something. He himself would certainly not be bored in the north and south. Stretch exhaled, hearing that rumors were following him, pursuing him. He constantly heard about his exploits. Mortem hovered nearby and said that if he was born in the north, he would have lived here. Why did he go south? The hero asked again. Does he dislike the south? The man said that he thought that the fact that he went south and became a general was part of fate that brought them together. The Prince of Raptors was undoubtedly a noble man, but he would not have stayed there even for him. Besides, now he was finally free. The artifact frowned and said that he was some kind of inadequate. The hero clarified what made him go so far, and heard that everything was simple. Mark smiled and replied that he wanted to fight him. Last time they were interrupted, so they needed to finish what they started. That's all he wanted. He was extremely discouraged, thinking that he was definitely sick. For this he had abandoned everything. The artifact advised him to watch his words. It seemed that this man was completely crazy. Stretch looked ahead sullenly. Mortem advised him to make his face simpler. Opening his mouth, the artifact said that if he really wanted to kill him, he would have abandoned him and fled during the battle. Together with the others, the hero walked along the path, hearing the words of the spirit. What's the problem? His persuasion skills have grown. Let him dissuade him. They will still have time to fight. Stretch turned his gaze to the general, said that since he was from the north, it means he knows something about the World Tree. Looking at him, Mark said that the World Tree is a key symbol of preserving life in the north of the continent. That's all he knows. But he has heard quite a lot about the elves who protected this tree. Surprised, Elena moved her ear. She imagined an elven settlement, and near the World Tree is Exelta, the capital of the kingdom of Kylum, and experienced, outstanding elves from that place. He imagined the silhouette of an elf, saying that they become the guardians of the World Tree. Glancing at the man, Stretch asked, and if the cultists and guardians clash, who will win? And heard that the guardians are much stronger than the cultists. He imagined a diagram between the character and the tree and explained that the World Tree grants great power to its guardians. Perhaps this explains how much their magical skills surpass those of humans. He imagined a crowd of elves by the tree and said that given that there were thousands of guardians in Exelta, no cultist would dare to go there. Stretch exhaled and hoped that it was true, and said out loud that he really was from the north. They were standing on a crowded street. The guy said that first they needed to tell them what they knew. The elf with the staff watched the heroes and ordered them to stop. The elf looked down and said that the strangers could not go further. Let them move away. Putting his hand to his mouth, Stretch shouted that they had come to deliver important information. It was urgent. He was asking for forgiveness. Putting out his fist with the ring, he continued, for disturbing, and mortem was used by Caesar. The elf's eyes lit up green. The artifact possessed her and said that it knew where to go, then followed it. Mark was shocked, thinking, how did he do it? Stretch walked away, waving his hand, and told them not to ask questions. The sooner they arrived, the higher their chances of winning, so let him not lag behind. A high spiral staircase. The hero opened the door. There were elves in the round room. One of them asked who they were. An elf in a hood, who had long bangs, asked how they dared to interrupt the council meeting. Let them explain. The elf, into whom Mortem possessed, replied that she apologized for interrupting, but they came to tell them something. Stretch was surprised to hear a request to get a sword, and asked why. He took out the blade, heard that the sword was quick-witted. Unlike its owner, it reacted to the suspicious situation almost simultaneously with him. The blade glowed brightly. Brown liquid was spreading along the walls of the room. They looked at it, exclaiming, what kind of magic did they use? Opening her mouth, the elf said in Mortem's voice that there was no time, they would talk more when they got out of here. The wind carried the leaves near the tree. Holding the sword, the boy asked what was going on, and heard that, as he saw, you always deceive the elves. Looking with green eyes, the spirit in the elf's body answered that they were deceived at the same time. Even he did not notice anything until he came close. Instead of distracting the elves one by one, they simply enclosed the entire tree in an illusion. He remembered what happened on the ship and said that this illusion was exactly like the one he saw on the ship, although the scale was certainly different. The blonde elf standing in front asked what they were talking about. Did the world tree really change so much because of someone's magic? The answer was heard that he was very smart. People surrounded by black smoke fell to the ground. A question was heard, what happened to them? The eyes of the exhausted elf glowed purple. Mortem, who appeared next to the guy, ordered him to keep his sword at the ready. The guy asked if they were turning into zombies, if they could still be treated, and heard that they had gone too far, they were no longer human. The blade shone blindingly. The shine hid the face of the screaming elf. The blonde elf in the cloak thought hard about what this was and who was to blame. Touching his neck with his fingers, the man screamed, attracting the attention of all the guardians located in Exelta. A cry was heard throughout the city that their goal was to gather all the citizens and protect them at any cost, and if a citizen was found to be acting suspiciously, they were to be eliminated immediately. The skull hovering next to the guy said that this elf quickly realized what was going on. Stretch asked if they had been deceived by an illusion and the world tree had been desecrated. How was this even possible? A brown liquid was oozing out of the tree. The artifact specified, it itself does not see. As soon as the illusion dissipated, black resin began to flow continuously from the top of the tree, and soon it will absorb everything here. Elena looked up in alarm, thinking that these black particles descending from the tree only worsened the situation, and said that if this continues, many residents will turn into zombies. The skull surrounded by radiance said that the world tree helps the cycle of life in these lands, it purifies magical energy, and saturates the air with it. Resin was oozing out of the tree. He said that it was this property that religious fanatics used. They desecrated the top, which serves as a filter, and then the filth reached the bottom. He remembered the object with the black liquid, saying that they probably used that same syringe to inject something into the world tree, something sinister. Exhaling contentedly, Stretch asked if they needed to go to the top of the tree. Turning to him, Elena said that there was nothing to discuss. Looking up tensely, Mark said that he hadn't been able to climb the world tree before arriving here, but he couldn't imagine doing that, but he would go with them. The heroes stood at the foot of the desecrated tree. The guy said that they would go as soon as possible. The elf froze when someone said that they had come with a report, and replied that before reporting, about the circumstances. Taking off his hood, the chairman asked if he could tell that everyone behind the spectators was safe. The hooded guy standing in front said that the guardians were trying to gather as many people as possible, and also that absolutely all of the city's guards were out of action. There were shining domes on the streets. The elf said that some areas were plunged into chaos by zombie skirmishes, but the guardians were taking control of the situation and reducing the scale of the damage. The blonde man frowned and said that they didn't have much time, they should finish this quickly, go help their comrades, they had to hurry. The swirls of light swirled in the round room. Inside the world tree were the vessels that carried nutrients. Seamus thought, looking ahead, that if they could catch on to the lifting mechanisms on these vessels inside the world tree, they could quickly rise up. The heroes quickly climbed the tree. Looking up, Elena said that the equipment was developing high speed, and they had to be careful not to fly. She would hold it until they got to the top. Embarrassed, Stretch nuzzled her chest. Mark smirked, thinking that he had just shown his skills and beliefs, dexterous. The heroes were at the top. They landed on the platform. Stretch asked if they were at the right level, a strange feeling, and heard that they were there. In front of them was a dark figure, saying that they were faster than expected. Stretch drew his sword and said that in any case, he was clearly not on their side, he was here before them. The stranger clapped his hands, saying that he was straightforward and liked him. An empty eye glowed blue. Flashes appeared next to the guy. He turned around tensely, thinking how fast he was. A drop of blood flowed from Mark's mouth. He thought that he had missed this magic, a sudden attack, invisible to the eye. Or was there someone else here? Elena sat with her head resting. He thought what they should do if there were so many enemies. The guy's eyes widened. He thought, exactly. Grinning, he thought that they had encountered such an attack, and he had gone quiet and remained silent. Stretch closed his eyes, and Mortem was silent. Opening them, he exhaled, and the artifact said that it had finally noticed. The hero's comrade stood next to him. The artifact asked him not to think of falling for this trick again, and he replied that he had encountered something similar. Remembering the footage of what happened to the elves, Mortem said that it was him. What happened in the Order of the Northern Skull and in the World Tree was his doing. It was the power of his artifact. The sectarian opened his mouth, asking how he had guessed. A bright beam crossed the golden ball. Elena opened her eyes. Mark also came to his senses, thinking that it was an illusion. The hero stood with his hand outstretched with a sword. The man asked how it was, and thought that he dared to destroy his illusion. What kind of sword was that? Biting his finger, he remembered the kidnapping of the girl and thought that it was a simple kidnapping. But everything did not go according to plan. Remembering how he stood behind, he thought that after the fall of the Order of the Skull, he took responsibility and went here, although he was not even paid for it. Purple circles appeared next to the man. He thought, why do not they give up? 2 bright beams flew forward. Stretch was surprised, thinking that this was a protective wall. He remembered the dome around the ship, and Mortem reminded that there was the same around. It is not so easy to break through. The purple beam hit Mark's shield. The protective wall broke, and he said that only he can kill this kid. A shining blue ball appeared near the shield. He sent a bright blue smoke forward. Hiding behind purple armor, he asked if he also had protection, which meant he was a defender who protected himself with a physical shield. 2 spheres appeared behind Mark. He heard that he would not be able to cope with him then. Bright beams knocked the man into the floor. An arrow flew towards the enemy. It hit the ghostly shield. Elena was surprised to hear that she was attacking from a long distance. Turning his head, the man said that this meant that their last comrade was a mage. Stretched through small balls, using Tesla. A green flash appeared. The guy clenched his teeth. 3 purple shields covered the enemy. Blood flowed from the glowing eye. The cultist said that he had a strong aura. The brunette's eye glowed purple. He raised his palm. Ghostly purple shields hovered around. Stretch looked at it in shock, heard that it was something new, and asked if he was exaggerating. The skull surrounded by green flames said that they should try to break through its defense with constant attacks. This is the best they can do now. A cry was heard for Elena and Mark to continue attacking it without stopping. The girl put out an artifact that changed its shape into a gun. The enemy looked ahead tensely. The girl's weapon was glowing. The man crossed his arms. The attack hit the shield. Mark jumped high. He hit the other man's shield with force. Blue lightning flew from the collision. Blue energy rose up. The man was thrown to the side. Watching tensely, Stretch wondered if it really worked. After all, he had been able to repel a similar attack before. The cultist spat out blood. Taking out the vial, he thought that there was no time at all. He remembered the figure who handed him a bottle, saying that when things got really tough, this would help him, but it should be used in small doses in case of emergency. The man poured the liquid into his mouth, and, thinking that he had very little time left to move, Elena was surprised to think that it was a dark elixir. The bottle fell to the floor and broke. There were purple swirls around the man. He called for an attack, and then froze in surprise. His hand was flowing down like liquid. He thought, how so? Looking at the opponents, thinking that he still needed to kill them, the figures of the heroes blurred. The dark man fell to the floor. Mark asked what happened. Did he die? Looking ahead in surprise, Stretch asked what was this. Was it some kind of doping with side effects? Mortem answered that he did not die. A brown something with spikes was rising up. Watching this, Mortem said that it was the devil's shadow. There was a liquid brown creature with sharp teeth on the floor. The artifact warned that even he knew little about monsters of this type. Waving his hand, Stretch suggested checking how it responded to attacks. The girl fired an arrow. It hit the purple shield. Stretch thought in shock that he was even using the artifact of that warrior. Tentacles flew from the brown monster. One of them hit Mark. Stretch covered Elena from the attack with the second. Dust rose. Stretch gritted his teeth. His hand was shaking. He used recovery. The artifact hurried him. Mark closed his eyes. Mortem said that she valued the life of the elf and the knight, so let them cover, and let him go to the vanguard. Remembering the list of skills, the hero thought that then he would be able to use the synchro skill. A bright flash occurred. Gritting his teeth, the hero used the active ability of synchro. The skill used was changed. Legs were surrounded by golden lightning. The lightning speed ability allows you to move at a speed higher than the human body. Damage accumulates in real time. From the rapid movement, there were traces. Surrounded by lightning, Stretch ran forward. The fist was approaching the monster's body. Information appeared on the ability of the central explosion, which uses magic to attack the components that make up the core or basis of the enemy's strength. A bright beam blew apart the liquid body of the monster. Stretch gritted his teeth, thinking how painful it was. Brown drops fell to the floor. With a scream, the monster began to recover. In the hero's palm, a sword shone, he thought, giving him a chance to attack the artifact. The hero clenched his teeth hard. He cut the monster from top to bottom. The cut edges glowed. Stretch began to fall. Mark caught him. He said that he was full of surprises. Why didn't he use that power when they fought the system knight? The guy looked tensely and advised him to shut up. He was impudent. Why should he take everything on himself? The heroes were sitting by the fire. Elena asked how he was feeling and heard that he was already better. Stretching his shoulder, Stretch said that he could move without problems. There were light swirls inside the world tree. Words were heard that at sunset, the mechanisms of the vessels inside the world tree go into descent mode, so it was better to rest until they returned to ascend mode. The girl looked at the hero and asked if it seemed to him, or if he picked up something when he defeated the enemy, and heard she about his bag. The guy took out a paper and said that there was nothing special there, maps and a couple of notes related to the Order of the Skull. He turned sternly to Mark and asked what was the matter. He had also thought about it, hadn't he? Introducing the tree, the one-eyed man replied that the world tree is a sacred pillar protecting nature, a symbol of peace and balance. The idea of destroying something like that clearly could not occur to an ordinary person. The guy sitting on the floor heard that. As he said, the enemies were trying to find out information on someone's behalf. He introduced the opponents they had met, and said that the further they went, the clearer it became that their enemies were most interested in him personally. Wasn't he right? Closing his eyes, Stretch said that he had no idea. They all pretended to know him well, but he didn't know them. Looking at him, Mark heard that he really had nothing to say about this. The guy began to lay down, and said that they would leave suspicions for tomorrow. Now they would sleep better, and they needed to gain enough strength to climb to the top of the tree. The heroes quickly moved up. Gritting his teeth, Stretch said that breathing was becoming more and more difficult. The shining skull replied that they were now at an altitude where the air was thin. If he found himself at such an altitude outside the world tree, he would have already lost consciousness. Looking at the wall, the girl said that the higher they climb, the darker the vessels. She thought they would soon be there. Looking ahead, Mark called for caution. The sky was visible above. He said that they were at the exit. The heroes jumped onto the branches. There were dark silhouettes ahead. The guy thought that this meant they were doing it, and heard that they were waiting for them. His eyes widened. He thought, how did they see them? The man with the beard said that they knew that they should expect the warriors to come again. Beams of flame appeared around the guy. He said that this meant that they would not waste time and would end this quickly. He quickly rushed forward, using lightning speed. The man put out his hand, saving himself from the attack. A tense Stretch thought, what is this? What is his body made of? The bearded man with a scar on his face said that he was wondering if what they were saying about him was true. Come to think of it, he had not entered a battle for a long time. Opening his mouth, Stretch asked why they all loved to talk so much. He pushed off the man's hand. The enemy's gaze became surprised. A bright green beam rushed towards him. Exhaling, the man said that they were impatient guys. The heroes stood together. Stretch said that they would act as before. He goes forward, the knight behind him. Elena covers them. The second man smiled, saying that it seemed like they were worried for nothing. The big guy said that in any case, they were facing a strong opponent. Carelessness could cost them their lives. The man called Silverstein opened his mouth in surprise when he heard the order to step back and not interfere. The guy standing in front of him asked if he was Silverstein. He asked how he knew. With a determined look, Stretch said that it did not matter. He would just ask to finally decide whether he was an enemy or an ally. The blade glowed, and he continued whether he should kill him or let him live. The one called the master smirked and said that it seemed like this battle was going to be interesting. Let them attack. That he did not feel the power that he seemed to have at the very beginning. The guy gritted his teeth, hearing that he was chickening out or trying to come up with a plan, and thought that he was trying to provoke him. The man punched the container and said that they were definitely aiming for that injector. If they dragged it out, something they wouldn't like would happen. His fingers clenched the fabric. He said that they wouldn't be able to stop them anyway. He tore off his black cloak. The girl took aim. The arrow bounced off the target. Looking ahead, Stretch said that no one said it would be easy. Mortem advised not to waste energy thinking about strategy. Opening his mouth, he continued that if he rushed at him with small attacks, he would waste his mana. He should not drag it out and use both the synchro and the empty sword at the same time. While he was analyzing the risks of using this ability, the entire north would be destroyed. Exhaling, the red-haired man thought that it seemed like there was no other choice. A blinding flash appeared. Golden lightning surrounded the guy with the sword. The cultist frowned. The hero was rapidly approaching. The tense man asked what kind of light was that. He looked down in surprise. Moving forward, the hero cut his body. He closed his eyes. The man fell to the ground. Silverstein looked ahead in shock, asking how this was even possible. Glancing at him, he asked if this was all he could do, would he still brag? A black explosion appeared while the guy was saying that he would kill them anyway. In front of the hero was a monster with many mouths. He stretched them into a smile. Then he opened his mouth and roared. A bright lightning bolt pierced the liquid body. Stretch finished it off with his fist, using the central explosion. The substance flew apart from the explosion. The guy jumped back. His gaze became very surprised. The monster was catching up with him like a drill. The tip pierced the hero's body, and then, having pierced, it stuck into the ground. Blood splashed out of the guy's mouth. His eyes rolled back. Mortem used soul capture. Stretch opened his eyes and took a convulsive breath. The fabric on his chest was torn, and he said, he was wounded. Was it again? Mortem, displeased, said that he had only almost died. Let him get up and not get distracted. The monster saw the guy get up. Mark looked ahead tensely, wondering how this was possible. He clearly saw that he was pierced through. Elena was surprised and thought that it was good that there was no serious damage. Turning to them, Stretch shouted for them not to come closer. One scratch and they would die. The monster with a bunch of mouths was approaching again, while he ordered them to stay where they were. Like a tornado, it drove the guy down. The crushed hero tried to get up. A bright green beam cut the monster's head. A blinding blue flash appeared. The substance was spinning, restoring itself. The monster raised a huge paw. A shadow fell on the heroes. It flew forward like a projectile. Glancing to the side, Mark thought that the area of effect was too large. He pushed the girl aside. The monster crashed. The man blocked its attack with a shield. Standing nearby, Stretch called out to him. He put out a shining palm and shouted for him not to be distracted. A whirlwind of flames appeared. The monster, engulfed in flames, screamed. Stretch's eyes glowed green. He told him to remember. Life had taught him something, and used synchro, pondus, and enchantment. The hero held a sword with both hands and said that good should be answered with greater good. He jumped up, swinging the weapon, continuing, and evil with greater evil. There was a brown liquid on the top of the tree. The hero looked to the side. Looking at the injector, he wondered if this was all, and said that it seemed like it was over. Mark stood behind the elf and heard the question. Didn't his leg get crushed? Answered that his companion, as it turned out, owned healing magic. He was in her debt. Silverstein was lying on the ground. A question was heard, what happened to him? And he answered that he did not know. It was the monster's business or he just lost consciousness. But just in case he took it with him. But he was definitely alive. The heroes jumped under the shout, everyone take combat positions. The elves held staffs along with the rest and shouted that reinforcements had arrived. They were a little late. Stretch was sitting on the ground next to his comrades. The elf asked, will someone explain what is happening? Black shreds were flying in the air. Stretch looked at them tensely, heard the artifact address him. He stood in front of it, and heard that while this device was working, nothing was over yet, and answered that he knew. He hit the glass, using an air bullet. The unknown device broke the airflow. There was a black haze in the air. The hero wondered what kind of evaporation it was. His comrades turned to him. The black smoke seemed to penetrate the tree. Mortem said that the reaction had accelerated because the liquid had begun to hide. Frowning, Stretch said that everything had only gotten worse when he broke the injector. What should he do? The spirit advised him to try using curse absorption, and he heard the question, will it work? The black skull opened its mouth, saying that most of the energy devouring the world tree was probably hostile energy. Let him use synchro, increase the ability's characteristics, and then try to suck out the energy through the hole in the injector. The entire tree was surrounded by darkness. The artifact continued that then it might even be possible to start the reverse process. But let him remember one thing. Green flames were visible from the eye sockets. He continued that the energy level naturally far exceeded everything he had encountered before. Even if successful, there would be side effects that no one could predict. Stretch touched the tree using synchro. Green flashes from the use of curse absorption spread from his hand. Black haze writhed. The hero stared ahead tensely, thinking that there was too much dark energy in the tree. The black haze rose higher and higher. The elf asked what he was doing. The trunk became a little lighter. Words were heard that the dark energy was disappearing from the world tree. Leaves appeared on the branches, and a cry was heard that it was filling with life again. The elf commander looked ahead in surprise, thinking how it was even possible. The colossal amount of negative energy that poisoned the world tree was able to absorb. Stretch clenched his teeth from the effort. He thought, one person? There was a black cube in the guy's palm. He thought that he felt a dark artifact. The hero clenched his teeth harder. His vision became clouded. A thought flashed through his mind. Anything but that. Elena ran to him anxiously. The trees in the forest were burning. Words were heard that it was possible to do without it. The man was holding his hand. Axton looked down and called him father. Looking down, the man said that it meant that he had it after all. He took out a small bag. The man with glasses opened his mouth, shouting that it was not what they all thought. Sparks flew around the bearded man. He asked, "What then?" The man clenched his teeth. The man landed behind. He ran quickly through the forest. Swift movement. The weapon sank into the ground at the man's feet. Destra held a spear and said that he himself knew the truth. He knew perfectly well that he was doing wrong. The father frowned, asked again, "Wrong, let him not forget." He pointed his finger at the girl and continued that they were the ones doing wrong, trying to stop him. Directing red lightning forward, he shouted for them to get out of his way. The elf waved her hand, stopping the attack. The man ran on. He gritted his teeth. He turned around, looking back, and tripped over the shining shield. In front of him stood the red-haired boy who said he wouldn't ask twice. He grimly reached for the sword, so that he would give it to them. Frowning, he said he couldn't do that. The sword glowed red. Cain said that then he left him no choice. The father looked scared. A bright beam of attack raised dust. The heroes looked at the rising smoke. It hid the figure. Someone called Cain. There were round glasses lying in the ground near the crack. The boy lowered his head and apologized for losing his temper a little. He stood in front of the others, saying that he still could not hide from them. Destra raised her eyebrows. A request to calm down was heard. After all, they all wanted the same thing. Axton looked down sadly, hearing that they could not ignore this situation. Opening his mouth, the man was breathing heavily. He looked forward in surprise. A bright ball hit him in the chest. He rolled on the ground, hearing that they gave him the opportunity to surrender. Seeing the dark figures of children, he heard that he himself did not want to listen to them. Frowning, the creator asked if they thought they could make him give up his intentions. Sitting on the ground, he exclaimed that it was for the three of them. If they only wanted to understand what his true goal was, they would not be in this situation now. Leaning over, Cain asked, to understand, his father was the first to cross the boundaries of reason. He imagined grief-stricken figures and said that many innocent people fell victim to his insane ambitions. The girl holding the spear heard what reaction he expected from them after committing such atrocities. Sympathy, acceptance, never justify such actions in any way. Axton frowned forward, hearing that they all knew and could not stand by. The man stuck his hand in the bag, saying that if they really believed so. He pulled out a glowing red cube and said then there was nothing more to talk about. In his palms was a black artifact. The red-haired man saw it in shock. A red beam was flying towards him. He blocked it with his sword. Then he moved back. Cain stood in front of the man. He hit the ground with his palm. A red sphere appeared around. Black and red lightning was visible from behind the trees. The father's hand was shaking. He heard the question, will their family relationship end like this? Axton, attacking from behind, asked, will it end like this? The man waved his fingers. The shield crashed into the red barrier. There were sharp ice flows around the girl. She sent them forward. They crashed into the red shield. Furious, Cain held the sword. But his attack also could not break through the barrier. The man clenched his teeth. Raising his hand, he held the shield. The sun knitted his eyebrows. Red rays of the black artifact flew forward. The guy swung his sword. Opening his mouth wide, he called for Destra and Axton. More ice flows crashed into the dome. Cain raised his weapon. A bright flash broke the barrier. Jumping up, the guy asked to cover him. He quickly cut his father's body. Blood splashed. The man fell face down. Said it looked like this was the end. His hand was on the ground. He said they had done a great job. The wound on his chest had healed. His father said it wasn't enough to stop him. His cheeks puffed out. He spat out a black liquid. Looking down tensely, he thought it was bad. Destra exclaimed in surprise about the liquid. The red-haired man looked ahead gloomily, saying he knew. The strange substance glowed purple. He said most of his father's mana had come out with the liquid. The man bowed his head, heard it was over, and thought that he probably had no choice but to run. He held a red cube in his hands. A bright beam rose into the sky. Looking up tensely, Axton said they had miscalculated. To stop his father, they should have attacked him with full force. Looking ahead in surprise, the girl asked how that was even possible, and heard him say he would take care of him. The guy's body was surrounded by a red glow. He said that they should try to reduce the damage that would be done to the area. Red lightning. The man, surrounded by a red glow, flew forward. He moved quickly. Then he turned around. Cain was approaching from behind. He opened his eyes and looked forward. In the man's palms was an artifact. The hero thought that he could die. There were red lightning around the cube. The blade moved forward. The guy opened his mouth wide and screamed for it to stop. It pierced the man's body. Beams of energy flew everywhere. Stretch's eyes were closed. Then he suddenly opened them. He raised his hand and looked at the ring. There was a green skull on his finger. He asked why that man had a dark artifact. At this point, Season 2 was over, as reported by the author's words. The world tree grows above the city. The protagonist sits on the bed and wonders if the tree has returned to normal. He looks down with a serious expression. He has a ring on his finger, and notices that Mortem has been silent for too long. Perhaps he has not yet recovered. The elf stands in the doorway with a tray. Elena asks in surprise that he has already woken up. Stretch, sitting with the ring, declares that this time he was able to absorb the dark artifact more easily, asking how many days have passed, not 2 weeks like last time. The elf, smiling, replies that it was about a week, and she almost did not have to do anything. Many looked after him and his condition was not that severe. The elf enters the room and exclaims that MC has already come to his senses. He asks how he is feeling. He replies that it is fine. There is not even any heaviness in his body. The guy, smiling, declares that he is glad to hear this. He will go and please the elder with this news and will be glad to see him in half an hour in the large meeting room. The protagonist sits next to his girlfriend and replies that he will most likely come. The guys are walking in the hall. Nearby they are discussing the fact that he finally woke up. At the first meeting there was no time for this, and they did not really get to know each other. The elf happily introduces himself as Seamus, holds the position of Elder of the Chamber of Senators, while clarifying how he feels. The protagonist looks closely and says that he is fine, because he did not have time to find out about many things before, so you can immediately get down to business. Seamus presents the situation and explains that his comrade interrogated one of those who was captured at the top of the world tree. They called him immediately after he woke up, for the same reason, namely, to share the information obtained. MC with a serious look remembers Grace, specifying what he was doing at all. The man in the cloak holds a scroll. It is said that he secretly installed devices for communication and movement of fanatics. It seems that he has been cooperating with them for a long time. He knows more than expected. Roots entangle him. It is explained that in the end, with his help, they learned a lot that was hidden, including information about a person named Kasha whom they saved. Stretch turns to the elf who explains that judging by the results of the interrogation, the fanatics, with the help of Grace, planned to kill the head of the family and his daughter. The protagonist, surprised, clarifies whether it was really a murder and not a kidnapping. A man in a cloak carries a man. It is said that kidnapping instead of murder is arbitrariness. He holds a sphere in his hand, said that he planned to kidnap her in order to blackmail a competitor and seize trade advantages in the north, and they have already told Kasha about all this. Crossing his arms, the guy thinks that if Grace had not deviated from the plan in the girl, the world tree would no longer exist. He asks what benefit there is for them in suspending trade with the south. Seamus, with an important look, replies that their entire council has long been aware of who the fanatics are. Discouraged, Stretch asks if they really knew everything, where from and how long ago. A man stands in a black and red cloak. It is explained that the Society of Fanatics calls itself the Archibald Witnesses. They have been promoting their faith in the north since ancient times. The surprised protagonist is interested in what they send messages to other countries, because if they ask for help, they will certainly help. The Council of Elves is standing at the table. Seamus says that one of the aristocratic families of the Empire is a member of these witnesses. It is not yet clear who they can trust, so you need to be careful so that no one finds out about this. The white-haired man says that he will answer the question about the benefit. The reason why they want to block communication with the South is that they are blocking the channels of communication and supplies for the organization with which they are at odds. The shocked protagonist imagines the prince when he hears the question whether he knows about the kingdom of Venetia. There are many dishes on the tables. The protagonist has a green ring on his finger. Sitting at the table, he looks at him and thinks why Mortem is still silent. He absorbed so much hostile energy that complications could arise. The hero stands silently next to him. Stretch asks what is needed. The big guy looks at him and asks why they won't fight today. He replies that they're only fine on the outside, but in reality it's not clear yet. The warrior with the eye patch understands him. He moves away from him and says that for now he'll be busy rebuilding the city, so he'll find him later. He realizes that he promised without thinking. Seamus sits down next to the guy who asks what he's doing here. The elder smiles and says that he's been a little worried since the conversation at the meeting, because MC's expression changed dramatically when the conversation turned to Venetia, and the elf will never tell. Gritting his teeth, The protagonist explains that these are old personal grievances, but he had no choice. They sit at the table. He asks if Archibald's witnesses have been exterminated. The white-haired one replies that thanks to him they destroyed the main part. The elder eats soup and asks not to worry, because it is clear that the incident has seriously undermined their group. They will strengthen security just in case so that this will not happen a second time, clarifying what his plans are now. Stretch eats an egg and answers that there are no major plans, asking what about Callum. The interlocutor smiles and says that he has more work. The heads of Chromotas want to talk to him. A strange tree is shown. It is said that in both kingdoms there are events that can no longer be hidden, so they can no longer avoid dialogue. It is time for other kingdoms to find out what happened. Stretch lies on the bed and realizes that the clouds continue to thicken. He looks at his ring. The system says that the amount of absorbed energy has reached a critical point. You need to go to the next page. Suddenly it begins to burn. The system windows tell about the abilities of the cursed watch and weapon, when armor is created from energy. Also about the curse eater, using the energy produced by the artifact itself, increases physical and magical indicators. Mortem asks where they are. The surprised owner notices whether he woke up, explaining that this time they both passed out, but he woke up 3 days earlier. The skull, blazing in front of him, says that he woke up from sleep again, asking if everything is okay with the world tree. The protagonist looks at him and says that there is a lot to tell. Light falls from the window into the room. Frowning, the protagonist hears that there is nothing new. He asks if he can even imagine how worried he was that he was out. The skull, with a serious look, says that it does not matter. You need to think about the next goal, because the guy is too focused on finding artifacts. Stretch, lying on the pillow, wonders how much energy he absorbed since he became so active, saw the same thing as him, and never flinched. Mortem calmly replies that he has always been active, but recently he hasn't given him the opportunity. The protagonist warms up and says that he realized that he won't give answers so easily, so he needs to warm up while he has time. Mark stands opposite him with a shield and asks if everything is okay now. He replies that the ring has been restored and now they can fight again. Putting up a shield, he calls for him to start, asking if he is ready. The protagonist replies with a grin that he is always ready at full strength. The enemy rushes into the attack, shouting that this is a good mood. Stretch begins to glow with dark energy using a cursed weapon. The surprised opponent sees this. They collide. The guy slides along the floor from such a load, nervously looks down and wonders if he can withstand it. He sees a blue sphere of energy in front of him. A powerful stream of radiation attacks him. The surprised opponent looks at this and asks if he really blocked it, not understanding what kind of skill it is. Stretch smirks, radiates a dark aura, and says that he himself doesn't know about the new ability yet. It's a bit unusual. The opponent smirks, and says that trying out new sword skills in this fight can be dangerous, so you can use dispersal against him. The protagonist holds his fists, and says that this is all he's waiting for. Suddenly, he jumps up using lightning speed. Mark is shocked, thinking about the acceleration skill, wondering if using dispersal on a shield will make it impossible to use mana. He sees the protagonist rapidly approaching him. He punches him in the face. He crashes into the floor after such a powerful blow. The guy in the bandage claims that his body is getting heavier. The wounded opponent says that MC not only suppresses the power of dispersal, but also imposes a debuff. The protagonist, furiously radiating energy, declares that if you think about it, he definitely knows a lot about battles, and this fight is retribution for the fact that he bothered him. Mark says with a serious expression that if you remember his anger that day, if he kills him now, then there will be nothing to object to. The protagonist, closing his eyes, claims that he received considerable help. Now no one owes anyone. Stretch turns around and leaves, exclaiming that he won, so let him wash up and come to the Great Hall, because the elder called them. Elena and the guys go to Seamus. The protagonist asks if they called. He thanks for coming. He was completely exhausted with trade between the kingdoms and could not come personally. He hands over a scroll and states that he has a request. The protagonist looks at the paper and asks if it is a rental agreement. The elder says with a grin that he is offering a mutually beneficial deal, because he heard that they were looking for a dungeon to go to. Surprised Stretch asks where he found out. He replies that it was from the elf. Seamus, standing nearby, explains that it is usually almost impossible to find dungeons in those lands. The world tree has spread its branches. It is explained that it reduces the concentration of dark energy in its territory. The elder puts the papers in a box and explains that you can look at the letters that flew here until late at night. They came from all over the kingdom, from cities and surrounding villages. Dark energy is emitted from the gate. He explains that they are all asking for help because of the dungeon that suddenly appeared. In any case, while the world tree did not perform its functions due to infection, many new ones appeared. Fierce monsters are shown in the frame. It is said that the kingdom was overflowing with mana thanks to the tree, and the monsters that appeared in those places are many times stronger than usual, and the guards of those places are harder to contain, so he asks for help. The elder with a serious look claims that the dungeons must be destroyed. There is plenty of work. Besides, everything they find there can be kept for themselves. Stretch listens to him smiling. In the halls of the palace, he says that if it is really possible to freely take everything. The guys go inside, The protagonist says that initially he was going to calmly take the artifacts and sell them, but if they offer cooperation. The elf happily hears the question whether it can be considered that he now has connections in the government. Mark is amazed to hear that they wanted to ask him something. The protagonist looks at his hand and wonders if he can finish off Gerald with renewed vigor. He is silent. Flashbacks of battles occur. It is explained that then there were suitable circumstances for dealing with the third prince, from blocking supplies to isolation, but now Venezia is unlikely to allow this again. Gerald is shown near the castle. It is said that Stretch is now an enemy not only for the prince, but for the entire kingdom. The protagonist, closing his eyes, hears that he needs to approach the matter more seriously. He says that the big guy is so indifferent. They walk side by side. Mark asks where the next target is. He answers that they need to lay a route covering all the dungeons. The former general asks if he won't go with them. Shocked MC says that he already defeated him today, and he again drags after him. What does he need at all? The big guy with a grin clenches his fist and says that the result of the fight is clear, so from today, since he defeated him, his main task is to follow him, watch and learn for self-improvement. Mortem hovers near the owner and asks not to forget that although he was useful, he is obsessed with battles. The guy asks that there is no guarantee that Mark will not attack him, because he looks like he will do it as soon as he gets bored. The fighter with the bandage says that at least now there are no such thoughts. He looks at the protagonist and says that he will never betray him until he wants to repeat the fight. If he has doubts, he can cut his throat at any time. Stretch, closing his eyes, says that he cannot understand what kind of person is in front of him. The fighter holds a sword and says that if anything happens, he will be there. The elf points it at Mark's neck and says that she will repay the betrayal according to her deserts. He sternly realizes that she had a bow, says that he will keep it in mind. Surprised MC asks what she has in her hands. She replies that she looked around a little while he was sleeping. Different weapons are shown. It is explained that they can easily take different forms. Of course, it is difficult to get used to this. Elena looks at him and asks if Mark is coming with them. He nervously remains silent, while the protagonist says that there is nothing wrong with it. The girl looks around. They shake hands. She declares that she will trust him. He claims that he will not let her down. The guard stands on the tower, telling him that they brought some potions and a snack, asking if he is busy. The blonde with the bag tells him to go down and pick up the package. The bearded warrior replies that he is almost out of potions. Monsters look out from behind the trees. The man says that he will wait a little. The goblins laugh sarcastically. Suddenly they receive fatal wounds. The archer stands on the tower with his partner and asks if he got it, declaring that there is not a minute of peace from these goblins. Ruins with dark energy are visible. The man explains that it has been 20 days since this dungeon appeared. There are more and more monsters, and the barricades can no longer withstand. A fortress with a fence is shown. A blond man asks what the point of strengthening the guard is, not understanding where the sound is coming from. A man with a telescope shouts that they need to take up combat positions. Fierce monsters run to attack. He declares that these are Organoxes. A surprised guy standing next to an archer asks how they could appear here. He asks to wait. Monsters with horns scream. He claims that they are not attacking, but running away from something. One of them clenched his teeth. Opposite the fortress there is a blue explosion. The soldiers are shocked. The protagonist in the smoke asks if everything is okay. The surprised sentries think who they are. The protagonist with the elf and the former general go forward. He exclaims that the cavalry has arrived. They dealt with all the monsters in the area, so there is no need to worry. Clenching his fist, he claims that there were no casualties. Mortem uses curse Devouring. The gates made of logs are open. The question sounds that they came from Exelta. MC greets him and calls him by another name, stating that many villages have suffered because of the suddenly appeared dungeons. He smiles and explains that this is happening all over the kingdom now, simultaneously in different settlements, so they were sent to deal with the situation. He turns to the guys and asks them to stay and protect people. Suddenly the mutants will appear again, and in the meantime he will go and clear the dungeon. The guard stands opposite and asks where the rest of the Shello are. He replies that they are alone. Surprised, he spreads his hands and asks why he went into the dungeon alone. Because it is reckless, he replies that everything is fine. Stretch holding a sword claims that he will quickly deal with this. He walks near the killed monsters and says that it seems that everything is over. It's time to call it a day. Suddenly he sees a large gate in front of him and thinks what it is. He kicks it out with his foot. Frowning, he is going to see what is there. A fierce monster stands in front of him. He wonders what kind of monster lives here. The monster sprays poisonous saliva. The protagonist sees it with a serious face. Dodges the yellow liquid that burns the ground. Prepares to attack. While the voice from the ring asks why the enemy is keeping his distance, the guy uses the cursed weapon. Heads towards the reptile using lightning speed. He pierces the body of the monster with his sword. It screams in pain. Blood flies to the sides. The protagonist calmly holds his blade inside. The reptile fights back and the guy flies to the side. Stretch starts laughing while Mortem notices that he is not hurt at all. Blazing with purple energy, he claims that the armor works perfectly. The voice from the ring asks if he intentionally put himself under attack. The protagonist puts out his hands and claims that he needed to make sure, and now it's his turn, activating a flaming storm. The monster roars in rage. A stream of fire shoots towards him. The fighter flies up from his place. With a concentrated look, he heads into the attack. He sees an open wound on the monster's body. He stabs it with his sword again, using a nuclear explosion. Yellow lightning pierces the enemy's body. There is a bright flash after which everything flies apart. The surprise fighters stand nearby. One of them asks if all the shells are so strong or just these. He replies that he does not know. The goblin gets hit in the face with a shield. Mark stands calmly in front of him. The elf takes up the sword, masterfully chops up the small monsters. Elena looks around in surprise. Suddenly, an earthquake begins under the ruins. The surprised blonde says that the dungeon is real. Smoke is visible near the soldiers. They understand that it is destroyed. The elf moves her ears, while the warrior exclaims that he heard that they are powerful, but not that powerful. The girl smiles sweetly. The soldiers walk in the middle of Bird and Bear, shouting that they need to search everything, because they could not have run far. Sky in a cloak sees this. On the roof they watch as the villains catch up with one of them. They pierce him with a spear. He falls clutching his wound. The fighter with the scar holds a gun and curses. The ward asks them not to do anything. He loudly declares that they need to go. They can't waste the chance given by the servant. They all agreed to the case for his sake. The boss clenches his teeth in anger. They run along the roof. The guys run away. Sky says that they knew about the protagonist's strength, but had no idea that those idiots were so fast. The comrade remembers their establishment, and claims that after they spoke out against the third prince, everything is going according to plan, so it is better to calm down and think about how to get out of here. The boss runs on and says that it is impossible to calm down with so many victims. They ask where they are going. A girl appeared behind them. The guys do not understand where she came from. Henrietta, the general of the Western Front, says that she is pleased to meet dirty rats. Sky with a smirk says that she did not think that the ruler of the city herself would honor them with her presence. The girl, pulling out a blade, claims that she herself wanted to meet them. There was simply no suitable opportunity. The boss with a stern look advises the comrade to run. He says that it is better to distract her. She suddenly disappears. The guy with the scar looks at this in shock. He abruptly grabs his ward, shouting "Watch out." He throws him aside and asks if he really expects to cope with her. The fighter frowns and claims that they simply have no other choice. Henrietta stands opposite with a blade. Sky notices that she only needs him, so the assistant needs to get out of here, take advantage of this confusion. The boss with a stern look declares that he will deal with her and catch up with him. He asks only not to die. A girl radiating dark energy appears in front of him. In her hands is a blade. He thinks that she then attacked with a shadow. He heard rumors about this technique, but in real life she looks much more dangerous. Sky with a gun says that in any case he must deal with her. He starts running towards her. She notices that he decided to reduce the distance with the firearm. The heroine puts out a blade and declares that she did not expect anything more from street punks. A fighter in a cloak heads towards her. In his hand is a small object. He reduces the distance. A bright light appears. Henrietta closes herself off from him in shock, not understanding where the flash came from. She holds the blade and mentally says that he will now see all the power. Suddenly a gun appears in front of her face. The guy asks that in the Empire they don't teach punks tricks. Sky smirks and says that in that case she'll teach her a lesson, asking what she'll say. She fires. A girl lies in front of him. He asks if it's all true. The scarred fighter is saddened by the general of the Western Front. He looks away in shock and notices something. A shadow attacks him. He doesn't understand where it's coming from. Henrietta gets up. The guy tries to understand what's going on, because apparently she survived. The girl appears from the other side. He realizes that she can create a shadow double. What kind of artifact does she have? Sky angrily suggests ending it, because only one should survive. The enemy angrily says that she'll cut him up. The hero fires several shots. Henrietta uses her skill to plunge into the shadows. The guy angrily thinks about how she passes through them. Suddenly the girl appears from behind, swinging her blade. The fighter smirks. The tip flies towards him. Sky fires through her cloak. The bullet passes further. The guy with the scar angrily thinks that this shadow technique is simply unfair. Henrietta strikes, calling on the parasite to die with dignity. He moves his hand, shouting that the Empire itself creates them. In his palm is a small object. The girl notices his tricks. The warrior kicks, but he blocks. She watches closely and assures that it won't work a second time. The tip with dark energy flies towards him. Sky frowns, realizing that her sword is very close. She sees it in front of her face, realizing that he cannot escape. A magical hand appears near him. He thinks that his subordinates can handle it better. Henrietta pokes with the blade, but the enemy suddenly disappears, not understanding what kind of purple light. The girl stands alone and does not understand what he is doing. In rage, she realizes that he is cowardly running away. The warrior falls into the shadow, realizing that this cannot be allowed. Smoke is visible from the window. Screams are heard. The assistant holds Sky, asking if he is okay. The magician nearby says that there is no need to panic. Usually in the zero dimension always makes you sick, especially when you are not used to it. The guy with the scar says that you should have explained earlier, and who he is in general. The fighter with a smile says that he is a servant of the people of the lands of Venezia. the leader of the Garrett bandits. They stand silently. He claims that he heard the call and came to help. Raising his palm, he claims that they need to leave, because he tried to move it quickly, so they did not go far, so they need to hurry. The fighter with the scar claims that he cannot understand anything, asking if it was worth it to personally look for them, who he takes them for. Garrett smirks as he talks about the suspects in the Gambini case and their powers. He is not happy with the fact that those two are just roaming around Venezia. He thinks it is a waste of masculinity and abilities. The mage stands next to them and says that the enemy of his enemy is a friend, asking if they have heard anything like that. The guys hear strange sounds. A black shadow crashes into the floor. Sky screams in shock that the enemy is behind her. The mage gets hit in the neck. He suddenly begins to evaporate. The fighter with the scar sees this and asks about the artifact. He replies that he almost died. It is funny for her to appear so suddenly. Henrietta sternly claims that it was his work. Of course he uses a good technique. But there is no escape from the artifact. In her hand is a dagger. She says that from the second the whole city was plunged into darkness, he is in her power. The mage smirks as he notes her mood, because if so, he will be able to use her, the strongest technique. The warrior is excitedly aware that they are fighting 2-on-1, so there is no need to rush. All that remains is to repel attacks. The guys see her opposite. Garrett thinks that they can distract her with some device. Sky suggests using some powerful technique. The mage with a serious look claims that she is a general. This time they need to jump further, so they need time to catch their breath. He replies that they are not simple guys either. The boss starts attacking, shouting that after all this is their common misfortune, so he will start first. A bullet flies through the air. The girl frowns and thinks how dare he use these flashes. This time he will figure it out before the projectile explodes. Henrietta deftly cuts it. Suddenly the smoke begins to dissipate. The lady with the blade realizes that they are not even thinking about fighting fairly. She strikes around, realizing that if she finds one, she will kill everyone at once. She sighs in anger in the middle of the smoke. She holds a fighting stance. There is no one around. Her hands are shaking. She understands that she does not feel anyone in the whole area. The night city is shown. She is furiously aware that this time they decided to drop everything and run away. A strong explosion occurs near the houses. The protagonist, emitting energy, lands near the guys. Mark stands next to the elf and says that he is probably still angry. The last village was the most terrible. In the middle of the city you can see a dungeon. It is said that it arose right in the center, and the residents are extremely unhappy with this. There was also the most remote village. It was not easy to help them. The warrior in the bandage says that they arrived as soon as possible. Having dealt with the dungeons that appeared on their way, she understands his anger, but there is no need to blame yourself. The enraged guy says that he is irritated that this dungeon had the same energy as the sectarians. Black energy comes from there. It is explained that there were only echoes of this darkness, which means that those who possessed it have already gotten out of there. 3 heroes go forward. MC is asked if he found something outside, if there are survivors. Elena looks at them and says that there are no survivors, but they found traces of local residents. Footprints are visible on the ground. The guys examine this. The protagonist asks why it looks like they were running away from monsters. Stretch closes his eyes, using animal instinct. With the help of the skill, he sees that the tracks lead into the depths of the southern forest. The skull, blazing with fire, declares Archibald's witnesses. He smells them. The shocked guy hears that they dragged the villagers away. He insults them. The magician sits at a table in the middle of the royal family's palace, shouting about the artifact. A bright sphere is in front of his eyes. Silhouettes of the desert are visible. The excited magician declares a predetermined future. The sphere falls on the table. He thinks about the great desert of Kadelt. He runs through the palace and shouts that he saw the future. The protagonist walks with his companions in the snow, saying that they just left the world tree and immediately got into a blizzard. The elf says that it is not for nothing that they talk about its great power. The former general says that if you think about it all the time, you can freeze. Stretch in a hood goes on while a bird flies over him. He notices something in the sky. A scroll falls to him. He says that it is a letter, and it has the signature of an elder. Mark stands nearby and asks what it is. He is told that the heads of state discuss the current situation and the further plan of action. Seamus writes with a pen. It is said that all the rulers began to recognize the seriousness of the situation. They resumed activities immediately after the incident with the world tree. If the villagers are really kidnapped, this could become a global problem. Where did the remnants of the terrorists know where to go, and what to do? MC looks at the letter and states that although there is a device for detecting fanatics, the further they go from the tree, the more difficult it is to use. The partner with a serious face says that the sectarians managed to establish contact with the world tree. This incident happened. Pursuing them blindly and dragging them here is not a good idea. The elf walks next to the protagonist and asks what is going on with the investigation of the victims. He replies that a shell was sent there, but apparently the road takes a lot of time, so the pursuit is entrusted to them. The 3 guys go further. There is a blizzard around. He says that the elder sent messages to 2 other countries, so they need to hurry. They pass the portal and find themselves in the middle of the desert. The protagonist is shocked by this, stating that after he contacted those idiots, everything is not going according to plan. Mark closes himself from the dust and says that the energy in the desert is thickening, so they need to move faster. The guy notices that he is so big and complains. Whirlwinds swirl around them after he uses crosswind. The protagonist walks with his partner and asks if he is happy, because now it will be easier to breathe. Elena notices a mountain. There are silhouettes of people on the top. MC frowns and asks again. The man from above hears the question of who they are and whether they are followers. He replies that he hears about it for the first time. Mark opens his eyes in surprise. The stranger in the hood, smiling, says that he sees familiar faces. The mage, holding out his hand and smiling, says that he and the general have not seen each other for a long time. The warrior calmly asks the raptors what brought him here. He thinks about the mage and understands that it is probably because of Conrad's predictions, because even Taylor and Stella showed up. The warriors look at him. The man asks if this is really the general. The girl does not understand why he is with them. The prince in the hood says that now is not quite the right situation for warm greetings, asking who are the followers they just talked about. Stretch takes out his sword and furiously asks if he really doesn't know about them. He breaks away and runs to attack. The warriors watch him intently. They turn around in shock, not understanding where he rushed. The protagonist with the blade flies past them. Its tip pierces only air. Stretch in shock wonders how the enemy dodged even at such speed. Raptors hangs in the air, declaring that he almost got caught. He wonders if the guy always swings his sword so randomly. The girl sees them. The elf in shock notices the levitation skill, which is probably difficult to master. The skull flies near the owner and asks about the artifact that gives the ability to move through the air. He replies that he did not just fly up and dodge, it feels like there is something else there. A fireball forms in his hand. A voice from the ring advises to check. A tongue of flame breaks through to the top. The prince hangs in the air and sees this. With the help of an energy barrier, he closes himself off from the fiery attack. Stretch is surprised to see this. In shock, he notices that the fireball is returning. A strong explosion occurs, a scream is heard. The guy flies far away. Blazing with fire, the protagonist declares super protection, clarifying what happened at all. A portal is visible in space. Mortem asks why it is used like this. It is also an annoying artifact. Taylor begins to conjure, and says that he does not know where it came from. Stella adds that she will not allow anyone to raise a hand against the prince. They begin to attack together. The protagonist frowns. An energy arrow breaks out of the portal. The guy understands that this needs to be prevented. He reflects the attack, shouting for them to stop doing this. Suddenly, 2 arrows are already aimed at him. The elf and the general block them. Elena advises him to leave these 2 to them. Turning around, she asks to focus on the prince. Getting ready to jump. Breaks away from the spot shouting yes please. Taylor in shock asks that Mark betrayed the prince. The warrior with the bandage declares that he is no longer an aristocrat of Venezia, and therefore not a general, so this is not a betrayal. There is nothing to find out there. The magician shoots with the help of golden rings. The former general closes himself with a shield. Suddenly, a blue portal appears behind him. But the elf instantly covers his back. Turning around, she shouts that there is no need to be distracted by old acquaintances, because if he wants to share his thoughts, then let him talk to her, she will answer. Mark frowns and says that there is no need, because he will not betray his choice, and she is right, because this is a battlefield. If he is inattentive, then the end will come. Taylor and Stella look at him with hatred. The prince flies high in the sky while they fight. He seriously says that he feels sorry for the general's position. The protagonist flies up, swings his sword and shouts where he is looking. Raptors notices his inhuman movements in shock. Stretch waves his weapon in rage. The tip moves forward. The prince touches the sword, saying that he believes in its abilities, but did he think he would end up here? Discouraged, MC wonders why he can't move. He says he doesn't know why he's being attacked and who he is. The prince smirks, puts his foot on his head, and advises him not to put himself on the same level as him. Presses it on the back of his head, sends him straight down. A loud bang is heard. Stretch, in the midst of the dust, says he seems to understand. Angrily looks up and asks why he not only flies, but also slowed down time. Mortem says that time flows slower at a certain distance. The prince flies in the sky. The guy says that this is strange, because if he had incredible abilities, he would have laid all 3 of them down alone. But why is he only watching? The voice from the ring says that they can still find out, just don't overdo it with synchro. The partner lands near the protagonist. The warrior with the shield apologizes if he accidentally interfered, because he did not think that he would be here during the battle. The guy notes that he is in time, wondering if he will be able to deal with the prince this time. Mark calmly hears that he is worried that the prince can escape. He answers that the raptors cannot get out of here. An energy arrow flies at them. The guy asks again. Mark reflects the shot with his shield, shouting to go to the side and not get underfoot. Stretch sternly exclaims that they do not even let him ask normally. The voice from the ring says that this is likely. The prince hangs in the air and notices something. The protagonist holding the sword prepares to attack. Suddenly attacks with the ring. In his palm are vortexes of several energies. The system says about a combination of an air explosion and a fireball. A huge flaming storm appears in front of him. A strong explosion occurs in the air. The prince flies away, The protagonist asks if he is really escaping. Raptors flies. Mortem says that he only avoided a direct hit, will stop at a distance. The protagonist asks in surprise if he really is not leaving. The prince, grimacing, thinks about a sudden large-scale attack that was possibly planned with the general. The protagonist imagines the enemy and thinks that his artifact definitely gives the ability to slow down time, but only in a set area of space, and using this skill limits his movements. Conrad runs through the hall. It is said that if you believe the predictions, then an event should happen here that will change history. You need to hold on to this place. Forms purple energy in his hand and thinks that it was necessary to bring an army here, not a couple of people. Raptors, hanging in the air, realizes that at least he did not fly so far. He sees the protagonist in front of him who begins to attack, shouting where he is looking. Stretch swings his fist in rage, falls under the effect of the enemy, who says that he enjoyed the power of the battle, but there is nothing to learn. Takes him by the hand and claims that attacking is useless, asking whether it was necessary to say this. The protagonist smiles. They ask him what's funny, whether he is sick. A golden object is visible in his hand. It begins to emit a bright light. A strong explosion occurs near the enemy's face. He screams in pain. Taylor and Stella turn around in surprise. They rush to help the prince. The elf aims her bow. Kneeling, she prepares to release an arrow. A green arrow flies through the air. The enemy runs and notices this. With the help of magic, they reflect them. They return back to Elena. Mark with a shield covers her. A cry is heard about a hit. A cloud of energy is formed in his artifact. He understands that everything is assembled. He shoots a powerful stream at the enemies. Taylor nervously shouts to his partner about the portal. She tries to reflect it with the help of magic. Grimacing, she realizes that she cannot determine where to open it. She tries to resist the powerful energy. The stream passes by with the help of a portal. The green skull watches and calls the owner. The protagonist screams in fear that everyone needs to get off the dune. A strong explosion occurs nearby. The surprised guys look at what is happening. Stella screams to her partner that they need to protect the prince. The girl clenches her teeth and thinks about the huge explosion. A giant stream of dust bursts into the sky. In the middle of the darkness, the protagonist uses animal instinct. Mark stands next to the elf, offering to leave quickly. The protagonist sees the shield and thinks that they are a little buried. The friends climbed out of the hole. The former general asks what happened and what happened to the prince and the others. MC replies that he does not know. Maybe they are deep under the sand, or even died. There is no one in the middle of the desert. He says that he does not feel anyone except them, but this is not the problem. Stretch seriously asks to look more closely, because he can see it too. Purple smoke dissipates around. The protagonist says that it is a trick. The former general is surprised that it can be seen with the naked eye. Everything around is thundering. He exclaims that it is an earthquake. The protagonist with a stern look thinks what else will happen. They are shocked to see a shadow in front of them. A giant monster in the guise of an old man appeared. In his chest there is a black artifact. MC looks at his glowing sword and thinks why this is happening. The giant with purple eyes is watching. The protagonist asks if this is also a follower of the sect. Stretch, standing with his friends, says that there is nothing to worry about, because if he is big does not mean that he is strong. While saying that as usual it will be ahead. Suddenly, he is swept away with one blow. The huge monster kicks him far back. The elf screams his friend's name in fear. Mark, gritting his teeth, does not understand how he can move so quickly with such a huge body. Stretch, with a bloody face, says that you need to look only forward. A combination of Inferno skills plus heat stroke occurs. The protagonist holds the sword in a rage. Using an empty blade, he claims that he will cut it with a red-hot blade. The surprised girl hears that she needs to shoot with all her might. The elf shoots arrows at the enemy. The protagonist breaks away and flies into an attack. An arrow moves in front of him. A huge monster with a beard sees this. He puts his giant hand in front of him. The arrow pierces his palm. In turn, Stretch flies through this hole. The monster with purple eyes is shocked. The guy decisively swings his fiery sword. A strong blow hits the giant's shoulder. A red-hot sword plunges into the body. The protagonist notices that the blade does not pass. The monster with a purple body throws him away. He hits the small protagonist with all his might. He powerfully slams into the ground and grunts in pain. The giant delivers another punch. Blood flies to the sides. The monster holds his fist on him. The protagonist thinks how to bring down such a huge one. Mortem says that you do not need to lose your head. Even if the body regenerates, it will burst from the pressure, so you need to get out of there urgently. The guy with a bloody face thinks that it is easy to say so. MC, blazing with fire, thinks about what is happening, while screaming in pain. The skull calmly exclaims that there is an artifact's energy in the sand. The shocked owner asks what kind of artifact could be here. An attribute is visible in the middle of the darkness. Stella uses magic. Stretch assumes that one of the prince's subordinates drowned there. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist endures the pain. A voice from the ring confirms this. His hand emits green smoke, uses curse Devouring. The system says that a new ability has been unlocked, namely the avatar. The giant holds his fist on Stretch. Suddenly, a green light forms under it. The monster notices this in shock. Surprised, MC looks down. A haze is visible. Shocked, he raises his head. A girl appeared in front of him, holding back a huge fist. She calls him a bastard with a grin, who did well. He swings his fist. He hits the giant's hand, and it flies off. The monster looks at this in shock. The girl sternly demands that he get up, specifying how long he is going to rest. The shocked protagonist asks who she is. Turning around, the warrior does not understand what he is talking about. A skull appears near her. Mortem asks if he recognizes it. The system says about the avatar ability. Discouraged, MC asks again. The assistant asks him to get ready already. The red-haired girl furiously declares that she will ask about everything later, because now she needs to focus on the enemy. She grabs the sword handle, noticing that it has changed. The giant releases energy and rage. A shocked Stretch screams that if Mortem got out, then the ring will not be able to be used. The avatar runs forward, claiming that some abilities are blocked, but in general it is possible to use, noting that all questions will be asked later. Mark and Elena stand behind asking if he is okay. The artifact calls for an attack. Stretch raises his hand while they ask him if it is an enemy or an ally. He replies that he has not yet figured it out. MC flies up, claiming that first they will deal with the unusual battle, and for now they will hide in a safe place. The elf looks in shock. The avatar approaches the monster. He strikes a strong blow. It flies away. Blood pours out of its muzzle. The girl with green eyes is preparing to strike again. The protagonist flies behind and watches the fight, thinking where such power comes from. In shock, he looks forward, covers himself with his hands after an explosion occurs there. She sits nearby on the ground and holding her face claims that this is not enough. MC asks what will be enough at all if he cannot even pierce the skin. The giant smokes. The artifact claims that this is pointless. The girl looks at the sword and asks when it changed so much. Stretch, picking it up, says that the blade suddenly changed when he was almost crushed to death. The avatar, clenching his teeth, says that if he had seen this earlier, he would not have had to suffer so much. Now this sword can finish him off. The guy asks how he knew. The blade emits red smoke. It is said that it has changed because it is connected to his essence. If it becomes stronger, then its power increases. The dwarf puts on gloves. It is explained that he said that the power of his sword is to fulfill the will of its owner, ultimately absorbing all the useful energy in the area. He borrowed part of the essence. The guys are standing in front of the enemy. Mortem says that he was convinced of this when he personally encountered this ability to react strongly to cultists. The protagonist looks at the weapon and hears that in order to finish off the monster, as the owner of the sword, he must intervene personally. Turning around, the assistant says that in his incarnation, there is not much mana left in the ring, so you need to finish it off at once, creating a hole. Mortem flies forward, shouting that he will hit there. Gritting his teeth, Stretch says that everything is still the same as before. A combination of Inferno skills plus heat stroke occurs. The giant swings at the avatar. He has black eyes. The artifact in the guise of a man attacks in response, runs along the hand, deals a powerful blow to the jaw of the enemy. The assistant furiously screams that you need to act now. He breaks away. The protagonist swings his sword. The system says about the combined skill of Levitian, which creates a blinding flame in the shape of a sword. Bright lights move through the air. Cuts the giant's body. Frowning, he sighs. The monster falls to the ground. MC and the avatar stand by the defeated monster. His hand moves. Mortem, standing next to his master, says that he is persistent and needs to be finished off. He puts his hand with the ring forward and uses Curse Devouring. He looks at the ring in surprise. A shining object is visible near the giant. It flies out of his body. It lands nearby. Mortem takes it and advises the hero to take it. He holds out a purple clot and claims that it can be useful. The protagonist asks if he will absorb it. He replies that it is too reckless. Stretch looks at the stone and hears that there is no need to rush. They still have a lot to figure out. He puts it in his bag, saying that they will figure it out later. The guys stand in front of the corpses of the prince and assistants. He claims that dying in a pile of sand is a miserable end. The bodies are bloody. The elf asks if they want to burn them. He replies that yes, because their artifacts are parasitic and he could not extract them. Stretch stands silently next to Mark. He releases flames from his fingers. The bodies began to burn. He asks the big guy if he regrets fighting on his side. He replies that this is not so. The former general calmly claims that sooner or later they suffered the same fate. Many have a grudge against the Venetian royal family. The protagonist with a serious look says that if you think about it, it was similar to that fight with the prince, clarifying whether he knows why they came. The interlocutor introduces the magician and states that in the kingdom there is an artifact that predicts the future. In the memories, the general walked through the desert, says that it was thanks to him that he was able to bring reinforcements to the fortress. The prince must have noticed something and therefore did not leave immediately. Stretch frowns and realizes that even if he had attacked the kingdom with a half-thought-out plan, nothing would have worked, should he consider it lucky that he found out about it now. The shocked protagonist hears that his partner also has a question. He addressed him by his real name. Elena listens in amazement. She covers her mouth and remembers that she shouted his name. The warrior with the bandage asks why he targeted the third prince. Because it seems that there is a personal grudge behind everything. He sighs. His partner hugs him. Bodies are burning nearby. They say that resurrection with the help of an artifact is a strange coincidence. The warrior standing opposite the elf says that it is strange that she is accompanying a person. The guy points to the avatar and says that everything is clear. Mortem claims that he himself sees this form for the first time, so it is unfamiliar to him. The avatar loudly exclaims how much longer they are going to chat. He stands at the top opposite them and calls to go up to him, the same hole from which the giant climbed out. From here you can't see what's inside, so they will have to go down if they want to find out what's there. The guys are in the dungeon. The artifact notes that it is not the time to cool off because there is something inside. The protagonist covers his nose and talks about the stench. They are standing in a hangar with boxes. It is unclear what kind of place this is. The avatar, turning to the owner, asks to open one. He asks if it is locked. He holds the lid with his hands. He opens it and carefully examines it. There is a corpse in front of him. Stretch exclaims that these are all sarcophagi. Mortem standing nearby suggests that these are the missing villagers they heard about when they entered the desert. The elf says that there is a strong smell of decomposed flesh, but there is a slight smell of incense. MC is surprised to say what he wants to say. They are standing in the middle of dozens of boxes. He asks what he thinks are all the villagers here. The artifact replies that they were all dragged here. The fighter standing by the box calls them bastards. A burning eye is visible on the corpse. Elena moves her ears and says that she felt something. The corpse rises from the dead, while the protagonist asks where. The monster rushes at the fighter's back. He deftly fights back, asking that they are not dead. The sword begins to glow, thereby reacting to this. The heroes are standing in the room. It is said that these are followers. He points the glowing sword at the skeleton and asks that before everything was calm, so what influenced it? The corpse begins to evaporate. An artifact in the form of a girl stands nearby and calls the owner. A hole in the stone is visible. He asks if the recess in this artificial altar seems familiar to him. The protagonist holding a cube thinks, is it really him? Standing in the middle of a huge room, a question sounds that they created followers. There are various red inscriptions on the walls. It is said that it is quite spacious here, specifying whether everything will be okay if they separate like this. Mortem touches the walls and says that the elf is smarter than him. The avatar with a serious look says that if he is worried about the level of danger, then for those two everything is much simpler. The deeper you go, the more dangerous. The guy calmly suggests finishing the study and going up, because there is nothing here. The artifact holds a cube and says that perhaps the human eye does not see, but there are inscriptions on the walls. If you roughly combine everything, it looks like a magical system, but the problem is that it does not resonate with the black artifact. She asks with a serious face that something more is needed to cause a reaction. He answers that as a researcher he will teach a lesson. The most important thing that cannot be lost in order to find what you are looking for is patience. Mortem, examining everything, claims that he would not say that something is missing. Moreover, this black artifact can interact but simply does not work. Stretch is surprised and asks if this could be due to a lack of energy. He holds the cube near the monster. It is said that when they first saw it, it emitted incredible energy. It was visible even from the giant's body, but now it seems to be dying. The avatar peers and hears that probably a lot of energy was spent on creating the giant. The protagonist glows with a purple aura and declares that they have enough energy. They can check right now. Why just suffer like that? Everything around is filled with his aura. He uses the cursed aura. The inscriptions begin to burn brighter. The artifact claims that you can read it now. The guys are standing behind and discussing what kind of energy it is. MC is interested in that they have already finished the research upstairs, stating that they want to check something but does not know how long it might take. The former general is standing with the elf and hears that from now on even more energy will be released, so it is necessary to close the door to the basement and wait upstairs until they come out. If something happened, you need to take care of the safety. The protagonist, waving his hand, offers to look at what they hid here. Elena hears an appeal to herself. In her memories, she asked how she could address the artifact. The avatar, smiling, states that since then he has been thinking about it all the time, calling the name Freya. Evaporating, the girl says to call her that. Mortem seals himself back into the ring, claiming that the name is Freya. Stretch sits in the room among the inscriptions. He closes his eyes and thinks. A silhouette is visible behind him. He wonders if this is an illusion. He sees a stranger. Standing next to the commander of the troops, he shouts that the enemy mark has disappeared. A bearded man in a hood claims that over the past few years, all the followers have been sent to the north, but it seems like they disappeared into thin air. The protagonist listens silently. Another member of the cult suggests that it is in the south. Standing opposite, the ruler says that the mark will be in the south. They are shocked and discuss whether the south is occupied by those from the royal family, because if they find out about the purpose and goal of the mark, they are unlikely to have time to take any measures. Silhouette MC is shocked, reflecting on the fact that the followers are also hostile to Venezia. The stern bearded man asks them to be calm, because if the enemy mark is no longer under their control, then they have only one way out. Shocked Stretch hears that they must increase their strength to resist the enemy who will soon return. The man in the cloak shouts about recruiting new followers. A member of the cult, lowering his head, talks about stealing the world tree, using the magic power circulation system, holds a dark clot in his hand and explains that they will directly introduce the power of the sacred object into it, and then be able to use it to convert all creatures under the influence of the world tree into their followers. The protagonist stands nearby and hears that they need to destroy anyone who gets in their way. They have only one final goal. The bearded cultist screams in rage about the glory of the day when God returns to the planet. The protagonist listens in shock, sits on the floor in the middle of the room with inscriptions on the walls. In shock, he asks the artifact what they just saw. It replies that it was a recording. The ring smokes green. It says that the magic circuits were in the process of being recorded during this conversation underground. Freya appears opposite and states that since they are talking about the history of the world tree, it means it happened a long time ago. He agrees. In the skeleton's hand is an artifact. It says that mortem is the enemy mark. Silhouettes of men are shown. It is explained that the person who used it before him disappeared, so the mark disappeared. A lot of time has passed since he encountered the last enemy. Stretch, looking at his hand, says that this does not mean that they are going to fight him, who received the mark and put him as the next enemy. Freya covers her face with her palm and says that it pisses her off, because she does not remember anything at all, and fragments of memories are folded in such a way, because even if there is something else, they will not dig up anything. Red light is visible in the room. The guy says that there was such a story behind the attack on the world tree. Mark and the elf are standing opposite. He says that they must get out, but there is one problem. He asks again. With a stern look, he explains that while exploring this space he found out that since they entered the dungeon, black smoke is in the air. The magic of the desert has a stronger effect, so they will not be able to get out. The red-haired avatar holds a cube and says that after the words she thought that even earlier it seemed strange to him, because they said that the artifact has the power to pollute the tree. In her hands the object says that now it is suspiciously calm. No matter how much time has passed, it remains the same. Freya frowns and says that the energy that should be inside it is already being used somewhere, and perhaps this is exactly the same as in. A view of the desert is shown. She suggests that the cube is used to support it. The guys, covering their faces, walk through the desert. It is said that the magical power that they felt when they first entered, most likely did not recognize because they used the skill to dispel it, but it was dense. 3 heroes stand there. It is said that the power of the artifact lies only in desertification with the help of magic. Stretch listens silently to what if this artifact is absorbed, then the flow of magical power that the brutes spoke of will naturally disappear and then an exit from the desert will appear. Elena, standing next to her partner, exclaims that if it is absorbed, then now is the perfect moment. The protagonist takes her hand and says that there is no need to worry because his body is gradually getting used to it because it takes less and less time to fall asleep. Besides, she is with him. The embarrassed elf is silent. The protagonist snatches the cube and says that they need to hurry. Turns around, dark lightning is in the air, uses curse absorption. The events take place on the plains of Cadelta. Mages are standing in the middle of a wasteland. One of them gives the other a chance to confess. The blue-haired girl demands to know who patronizes him. The man, opening his neck, smiles. She holds him back with magic and says that until the very end. A big guy in armor rushes towards them after shouting his name. A bearded man demands to stop him. The tied-up stranger is killed. The warrior hovers in front of the corpse. The warrior lands nearby and asks Destra if she is okay. She calls him Axton. The poor guy has no head. They ask her if this is really suicide. She replies that she just wanted to threaten a little, but already for the umpteenth time. They stand near the corpse. Axton asks to leave this matter for now. They have enough problems as it is. She asks again about Cain. A bearded man in armor explains that he went south as a mediator in the war between elves and humans, and accidentally stumbled upon her. A warrior with a spear says that there is not a minute to rest. He offers to figure it out and explore the situation together. It is raining in the city. A warrior with a sword falls to the ground. Another elf with a spear flies away. A fighter with a mad look swings a red blade. Cuts many soldiers with one blow. Sighs. Wounded elves sit on the ground. They are told to go back where they came from. Wounded people hear a demand to pass on to their own. A warrior in the middle of a crack in the ground claims that attacking him is a lost cause. His eyes are crazy. The opponents look on in anger. He sees how they turn around and run away. Destra is standing nearby. The guy lowers his head and asks where he made a mistake. He remembers the battle and declares that with firm intent he killed his father with his own hands. Standing in front of her, he says that the situation is not improving, but on the contrary, everything is only getting worse. In rage, he looks at his palm and says that he judged his father unfairly. Destra sadly exclaims that it is not his fault. Discord between the races is sown by another. Together with Axton they began an investigation. He shouts that there is no need to pretend that they understand him. Covering his face with his palm, the guy claims that everyone already knows the truth. From the very beginning there was no cover. He holds his hand in front of him and asks if she knows why he interfered, directly waving his sword, although usually everything could be settled with just a simple gesture. The creature walks near the broken chains, explains that his ability to have control over people, his creations, did not work. The surprised girl asks again. He holds his face with a mad look and says that only after fear awakened in their maddened consciousness were they able to regain their sanity. Destra is shocked and asks how this is even possible. He replies that it is usually impossible, clarifying whether she really does not understand what this means. The warrior standing opposite declares that they are gods, and those creatures created by them, they can do almost anything they want if they put effort into it. The girl frowns and hears that they are not able to control this situation or even find out the reason for its occurrence. What they call the cover is blocking their path right now. The interlocutor with a stern look says who is the only one they know can neutralize and restrain them. There is only one answer. A bearded man with glasses looks. They are talking about a creature that is outside the cover. This is the father. Destra says in fear that he knows that he killed him with his own hands that day. He seriously asks if she remembers the day he died. The man fought. It is explained that the father they always knew is not impulsive. He used magic to fight off the attacks. It is said that despite this he fought hard in the battle against them, although he had no chance of winning. The guy with a serious face states that there are too many suspicious circumstances to believe in his death. There is definitely something hidden that they do not know yet. Axton appears behind him, shouting, "So what?" The man angrily shouts that he managed to sort out the situation in the northeast, but this time the elves and dwarves were in extremely serious condition. Destra asks in shock where they are. Preparing to run, Axton demands to follow him. The warrior with the sword sees them leaving, silently watches, thinking about his father. Destra and her partner are standing at the top. It is said that later, when the conflict across the continent was barely suppressed, she was able to capture some people who were most likely the instigators. The tied-up fighters are sitting on the floor. It is said that they called themselves the followers of Archibald. The protagonist discontentedly thinks that the followers already existed then. The guy is lying on the floor next to Elena. She is sleeping next to him. He realizes that the girl is next to him this time too. Getting up, the main character realizes that she needs to sleep a little more, while wondering if the thug is outside or not. Surprised, MC looks at the sky and asks if it is the same desert. Mortem replies that his hypothesis was correct. The magical power of the surrounding atmosphere has regained stability. There are trees growing around. The artifact claims that since there is an unimaginable amount of it here, it will take very little time and the desert will be filled with life again. Mark is standing nearby and says that he woke up. Stretch claims that he is in debt. The thug replies that this is nonsense because this day will be a great opportunity for them. Mark with a bandage on his eye says that since the only barrier to entry has disappeared, it means that from now on you can enter the desert from both the south and the north. The main character introduces the rulers and declares that there is no more desirable prey than land without a master, that is, Venezia can now face other countries. The former general standing opposite agrees, noting that in the worst case, a war will start. He clarifies what the protagonist is going to do. He replies that the big guy also turned away from the kingdom. The bandaged Gerald lies on the bed. It is said that he is retired. The first prince lies on the ground. The protagonist with a grin says, "What a whiny expression the Venetian people concocted, they should see this." Stretch sits on the sand and says that if Elena woke up, they need to move. With a serious look, he reflects on the fact that before they strike at the Venetians, they need to take a better look at the situation in the south. The fighters fly out of the ambush, realizing that no matter how strong each of them is individually, the battle against the army requires a similar level of strength. The guards stand on the fortress, realizing that he realized this during the Battle of Gambini. But he cannot ask Sky for help twice. Another method is needed. The elf is standing nearby and asks if his body hurts. He replies that everything is fine because he got up not so long ago, specifying how long he slept this time. The blonde, smiling, says 2 days, and in comparison with the fact that before he could not get up for 2 weeks, it seems that the body is getting used to it. The protagonist looks at her and agrees, noting that now they will head. The surprised girl hears about the Forest of Darkness. She is asked if she would like to go back. The training ground is located near the castle. The prince runs into a rage to attack. The bearded opponent swings his fist. Gerald hits him with his fist right in the chest. A dent remained in the enemy's armor. He coughs from pain. He flies away tens of meters. The prince is praised. He holds on to his prosthesis and hears that he can move without restriction of movement. He replies that it took a whole month just to attach his hand. The golden artifact tyrant has grown into him. He says that it would be problematic if he had not mastered it so much. He looks down carefully. In the memories, the old man asks if he wants his arm back. He thinks about the protagonist in a rage, realizing that he has crippled him and deprived him of his purpose. His teeth are clenched, mentally promising to fall on him with renewed force. In anger, he hits the wall, which flies apart. Stones fall down. The fighters see this and one of them screams about the stone column. Not understanding how it could hold back this destructive force, the question sounds whether the new arm was worth it. The guys come up to him. Gerald tells his brother that he would not say it was worth it. In the memories, he was holding the sword, explaining that nothing compares to the golden measure that he used in the past. Alfred thinks with a serious look. Gerald fights with his arm in a rage. He says that he heard how difficult it was to endure the pain caused by the connections of the tyrant's nerve endings and the regeneration of bones, blood vessels without the help of drugs for days and nights. He was thrown into a corner because there was no one who could bear this pain. The prince bows, hearing the question whether the source of his patience is revenge. He replies that he is simply grateful. The guy with the monocle says that he does not need to say this, because his father gave him the artifact. Alfred turns around and says that if he is finished, then let him follow him, because His Majesty wants to know about the results that he achieved with the hand. Luxurious halls are visible. A question sounds what he thinks about training with a new limb. The prince, kneeling before the king, declares that he is satisfied. The ruler, with an important look, says that after some time he will reinstate him in the position of General of the North. Sitting on the throne, he orders to finish training and return to command the front. He obeys. The doors swing open. A man shouts that something unexpected happened, namely in the desert. They were informed that the magical storm had completely dissipated. Alfred turns around in shock. Gerald excitedly thinks that Cadell's magical power has disappeared. The king calmly asks if he is sure. With a grin, he realizes that the boy has finally arrived. A magical bird flies across the pink sky. The protagonist grabs the scroll and says that an answer has come from the elder. The guys are sitting near the outpost. He declares that they are passing directly through the front and heading south. The former general, with a serious expression, claims that their vigilance is now at a high level compared to the old days. It must be because the consequences of the situation in Gambini and the disappearance of the magical storm overlapped. The protagonist, putting out the ring, claims that they will see later. Because these are just the little things in life, he uses the fetter skill. The artifact lights up. The guards on the fortress feel the impact. A glow suddenly appears in front of his face. Another soldier looks at him in shock and wonders what happened to him. The blade flies through the air. Suddenly it sticks into the soldier's body. He screams in pain. His eyes light up green. Mortem offers to restore order here. The magic arrow hits all the warriors in turn. They do not understand what is happening at all. Mark, with a bandage on his eye, notices this unimaginable ability. Because even in Gambini this method is used. They enter the fortress with the dead. He says that the thug needs to quickly go down and sort everything out. The elf silently looks around. Stretch, standing next to her, asks if she is nervous because of the forest. She answers that because of it too. Closing her eyes, Elena assures that nothing special, while thinking that when she returns, everyone will ask what happened, and if they suddenly find out that she fought against Venezia, she cannot open up to them. In the forest, sunlight is visible falling on the grass. The elf is discontentedly eating bread. They ask him what is forbidden to eat before the guard change. Turning around, he answers that there has been no one here lately anyway. They ask him if he hasn't heard the guys who returned from patrol. The elf with red marks says that lately, people have been restless. He heard that in some places there were cases of the death penalty, and that there were even large-scale movements of soldiers. So maybe something is wrong with them again. Suddenly, he hears something with his long ears. They get into a fighting stance, shouting that someone is approaching. In shock, they see this and wonder if their eyes are deceiving them. Elena walks with Stretch and Mark. She says with a smile that they haven't seen each other for a long time and is glad that they both look healthy. The elves stand next to her and thank the heroes for bringing the lady safe and sound. Mark stands next to Stretch, who is asked who his partner is. The main character grins and explains that he is a friend. When he worked as a mercenary, they became very close. The former general excitedly thinks that if they meet elves in the dark forest, they cannot say anything, especially about Venezia. The joyful elf says that the elder will be very happy to see them. The other asks if she is returning to the village forever. Elena says with a smile that they decided to make a short stop, so there is no need to invent anything extra. This does not mean that their affairs are bad. Buildings are visible on the mighty trees. The joyful man congratulates Elena on her return. They hug. He says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The girl asks her father to stop. The elf, spreading his arms, apologizes and asks to sit down more comfortably, because dinner will be ready soon. The girl takes off her cloak and asks how her grandmother is doing. Her father, smiling, says that now that she has resigned from her duties as an elder, she is resting peacefully at home. There is a shield near Mark. The man notices that it is a grandiose weapon. The amazed elf sighs. The father happily says that he never thought that she would be safe in the outside world, and it is okay if she does not want to tell. Elena, lowering her gaze, hears a wish to always be careful. She agrees with this. The elf's father stands near them and says that it does not look like his daughter has decided to stay home forever, asking whether they visited them to rest. Stretch, smiling, explains that the girl wanted to drop in at home, since they are in the south for the first time in a long time. Besides, a couple of questions need to be closed. He asks if they can stay for a few days. The father is discouraged. Smiling, he states that they can stay as long as they want. He didn't even give them a chance to rest, so he'll prepare rooms for them so they can relax after dinner. The bright moon shines on the house. The protagonist lies on the bed and asks how much longer he'll look at him. The elf stands nearby and asks if the guy can spare him a minute. The astonished protagonist asks what's the matter. They sit at the table. The man apologizes for interrupting his rest, but he has a conversation he's already guessed. Laughing, the elf says that apparently his daughter likes him. Shocked, MC asks again. The interlocutor introduces them and asks not to tell him that he didn't know even though they spent so much time together, clarifying that her sweet smile directed at him doesn't say everything. Lowering his head, the protagonist states that he didn't know about her feelings. That is, most likely, he was just pretending not to know. The memories show the two of them. Stretch talks about his feelings too. Clenching his fist with a green ring, the guy declares that his everyday life is unusual, perhaps more than he thinks. The elf thoughtfully hears that it is too dangerous to carelessly drag someone into it. He wonders if MC did not say this in front of Elena. The protagonist with a serious look states that in the past he only considered such a possibility. They stood opposite each other, discussing that if their plan succeeds and the issue with the prince is settled, will everything be over? The protagonist with a serious look thinks that now that he has practically implemented the plans, isn't it time to repay the debt because Uncle Cain is worried about his daughter? The elf was angry then. She slammed the door and left. The father, closing his eyes, declares that the guy was wrong. Sitting opposite, he explains that the reason why he and the girl do not talk about what is outside the forest is because they were involved in something dangerous, so that the man does not faint from it. The protagonist is silent, hearing the question whether he can guess why. Knowing all this, the father still let his daughter go with him. Elena is connected to her father. It is explained that his daughter, from the moment he disappeared, was as if her freedom was taken away, an obsession with protecting the village and the tribe, being the next elder. She is kneeling, it is said about the obsession with revenge on her enemies. The archer stands in front of the defeated enemy. The father states that all this ruined her childhood. Stretch with a serious look is silent, while he says that no one can change the past. The man, looking down, says that even if he returned, Elena would never be able to make up for the lost precious days, then at least from now on he must repay his debt as a father, to help his daughter live the way she wants. Cain sits opposite and states that he has an important question. The man calmly asks what the guy thinks. The surprised protagonist hears that he means Elena. The elf is sitting on the roof of the house at this time, hearing that he likes her. She covers her mouth with her hand in embarrassment. Freya suddenly appears next to her. With a smirk, he asks if she really spies in the middle of the night. Clarifying what kind of disgusting hobby this is, she replies that she just accidentally overheard their conversation while on duty. The elf is sitting on the roof and asks if Stretch knows that she is here. The avatar replies that this idiot seems to be busy with something important. Freya, smiling, states that she is not human and can quickly notice who is around, asking since when she has been eavesdropping. Elena, looking away, states that since the very beginning, then asks her to express her opinion. The girls are standing on the roof at night. She says that if you think about what will happen in the future, about the words of the protagonist, asks that she may never hear again. Elena sadly looks away. The avatar, smiling, says that she thought she is more reasonable than that fool, but she got too excited. Freya sits down next to him and explains that the boy is from the old Fort Gambini. The assistant sitting next to her asks about raising the issue of her return home. She denies. The main character lies on the bed. It is said that he does not look stupid, but he lacks willpower and determination. The artifact sits smiling next to him. With his eyes closed, he emits an aura. He touches the elf's head with his hand. She asks him not to think about it for too long and to go to bed. The embarrassed girl is silent and looks down. The green aura reaches Stretch. Freya is sitting next to him and wonders what he will do about it. The protagonist with a stern look hears the question that it was quite cruel, and can he tell her himself? He answers that he decided. The light falls on the forest village. Elena is lying on the bed, sadly silent. She opens her eyes hearing a knock on the door. In anger, she asks what's the matter. The voice from the door apologizes, asking if he woke her up. The protagonist excitedly declares that he would like to go for a walk and she could keep him company. Stretch, standing in front of the door, says that if her friend is tired, then let her sleep. The embarrassed girl shouts for him to wait a little. The guys are walking along a forest path. The guy asks what she feels because she hasn't been home for a long time. She replies that everything is much calmer because she was afraid. Raising his head, MC says that it is surprising because the forest is not his home, but he feels at home. The blonde looks around and says that most people call this place a dark forest, but she finds it quite cozy. The protagonist smiles and looks at her. He remembers the moments with his partner and wonders when it all started. At first the elf was just an assistant to him, but she gave much more than anyone else, even risking her life. The amazed girl hears him call her by name. She listens attentively to what he wants to say. In the memories, Cain hugged her. He says that when he saw her with the elder, he felt sorry for him. The protagonist seriously states that after the elder returned, the whole family should have been together, but it seems the girl was postponing the reunion because of MC. The guys standing opposite each other are silent. Elena turns around claiming that it was her choice and if he called her here only to say such cowardly words. Slightly raising his hand, the guy says that it is not for that. He takes her hand. The elf opens her eyes in embarrassment. The protagonist with red cheeks speaks of just one simple word. The discouraged girl asks what. The guy remembers a conversation with the elf's father, claiming that at first he also tried not to pay attention to his feelings, tried to bury them or hide them, but nothing works. Stretch excitedly says that he has never been able to properly control himself. When he sees Elena, it seems to him that he spoils himself more and more. The blonde listens to him in shock. Her face is red. He slightly pulls her towards him. The shocked elf thinks about what is happening. Their faces are getting closer. She thinks should they not do this later. The girl puts her palm forward, clenches her fist. The protagonist sees this. Elena hits him in the stomach. Stretch writhes in pain. She covers her face with her palms in shock. The guy falls to the ground while his girlfriend says he caught her off guard. He claims he should have told her before he was hit. The protagonist thanks her smilingly for liking a guy like him. The confused elf hears that he likes her too. His ring emits flames. The skull, blazing, says that these two fools have finally opened up to each other. The protagonist holds his palm on the ground. A voice from the ring calls the man and the elf an interesting couple. Alfred stands with the other guys in front of the king and says that they have not yet determined the cause. The ruler listens with a stern look that neither the raptors are missing, nor the magical storm has disappeared. In the great desert there is not a single mention. The prince with the monocle excitedly thinks that the desert is important, but he cannot believe that he is not even a little upset about the circumstances in which his brother found himself. Sinchero calmly orders not to panic, as the country is a shield protecting the Southern United Armed Forces. They must always be unwavering. The guy opposite hears that they need to try to establish contact with the northern kingdoms as soon as possible. The ruler sitting on the throne states that they are not the only ones who were surprised by this incident, so they should contact them before they come up with an absurd story. Henrietta nods, hearing that she cannot leave the capital anytime soon, because soon he may have to ask for something. They bow to him. He states that everyone is free. Alfred suddenly turns around, hearing that there is one more thing. The king on the throne states that the search for the first prince must be slowed down, and then stopped, because there is no desire to mock the soldiers. With a stern look, he states that this will be his punishment. He is not going to make someone who is going crazy from his exploits his successor. Surprised, Alfred hears that if his brother is alive, he will return himself. He nods, saying that he understood everything. 3 friends are in the room. The protagonist says that he heard this morning from another reconnaissance team. Sky with a gun runs from the soldiers. Stretch hears that a criminal syndicate was operating in the city, namely the organization of his friend. Fortunately, the boss was not caught and his whereabouts are unknown. Discouraged, MC asks if he really escaped, because if so, then the unit under the direct command of the general failed, asking if there is any more news. Elena holds out a paper and says that there is all the rest of the news. On the poster there is a portrait of the protagonist, and the inscription wanted, a reward of 8 million. The protagonist asks if he really became famous. The elf stands nearby and says that they changed the image because there he is more recognizable than on the previous one. The guy notes that they went crazy after Gambini. Mark sits nearby and asks him to be careful, because if such wanted posters are distributed, it is likely that Venezia will start looking for him in the dark forest. The protagonist makes a face and realizes that he needs to find Garrett. The amazed girl asks about the bandit. The protagonist replies thoughtfully that he said that he has his own people all over the country. First they will need to find an informant in the south. If it is Dalton, then maybe they can question him. Mark is surprised to hear that he needs to stay here. He asks again. There is a shield next to him. It is said that with his height and artifact he will attract attention. In addition, his face is known in the south, so problems may arise. The former general calmly replies that he cannot deny, because in addition he will have to prepare for an invasion of the country. Stretch asks that since they have to ask for this, they will have to set their own conditions. The fighters are standing in the arena. The guy says that it is excellent, and he has already been to this lovely place. The protagonist with a grin demands to guard the village until he returns, and after the end they will fight there. Mark smilingly notes that this is tricky, but he will keep an eye on the city. The elf stands with Cain and tells Elena and the boys that he told her everything, so she thought that they would leave soon. The woman smiles and says that may the path ahead of them always be filled with blessings. The father holds out the attribute and asks to take it. The amazed daughter takes it, and says that this is the sign of the elder. He claims that the relics grant divine protection to the one who possesses them. The smiling man expresses hope that this necklace will serve as a talisman on the journey, and there is no need to worry because they have already prepared a fake. The girl smiles. Mark stands next to the protagonist, and asks him to take care of himself. With a grin, he states that after they return, they will spar in the arena. Stretch thinks about her strange smile. The elf and her partner leave, they wave their hands. A clear sky is visible in the forest. Elena walks next to the protagonist, and says that she begins to feel the presence of people. He replies that he will see now because this is a village. They look at the settlement. MC wonders what's wrong with it. Isn't it too lively and it feels like there are more stone structures? He remembers the past and realizes that before, when he came there after the dungeons, everything looked more miserable. He assumes that it is because of the mountain vein he told about. Residents walk on the street. They say that damn Dalton did it after all. In the end, a thriving black market will not go anywhere. Elena, looking at her friend, says that she does not know if it is possible to get inside in such a crowd, let alone meet someone. The protagonist remembers the secret passage and says that not really, unless the fish that goblins eat is freshwater bass. Skull glows, hearing that he must go out. He objects that it would not be too much to use fetters here. Touches the stone wall, calling the avatar. Freya appears near them. The guys are standing in front of a stone wall. He realizes that inside the walls there should be no questions about the documents, asking if she knows what to do. The girl is standing on the other side and says that it is necessary to find Dalton and say his name. The guy replies that it is true, but she looks like a stranger in the city, so there is no need to make a fuss. Freya with a grin says that it is easy peasy. The mustachioed man looks at her in surprise. The red-haired avatar grabs his clothes and asks where he can find Dalton. With a stern and cruel look, he demands to know. The frightened man says in a trembling voice that if she needs him. He is embarrassed and silent, realizing that he sees her here for the first time. She throws him away, saying that if he does not want to spoil the mood, then he should not blush. A high castle is shown. It is said that if she needs Dalton, she will find out where he is if she contacts the Medicorp Trading Company. The Avatar calmly asks what he is there. Freya goes inside the establishment. There are many people there. The girl with green eyes looks around. She sees a bearded man behind the bar and realizes that it is him. Dalton polishes glasses. Mortem realizes that this is exactly how he looked because of the ring. The girl sits down next to her. Looking away, he hears the question of what such a beauty forgot in such a place. She replies that it is on an important matter. The shocked man is asked if he has ever heard of Brian. He replies that he does not know him. Freya shows him a wanted poster, clarifying once again. The frightened interlocutor thinks about what kind of trouble Stretch got into again. The big guy behind the bar says that this is not the place where she can find this man, while changing the topic to order. The girl laughs, saying that he looks like a bear, but acts like a fox, so it turns out that the owner has a good friend. The main character sits with an elf near the walls. She says that the boy is waiting outside the village because he ran into trouble and cannot get inside. He shouts that they need to hurry. A scream is heard in the middle of the bright room. Dalton hugs MC, shouting that he is crazy, because he thought that his heart was about to break. Freya and Elena watch this with displeasure. The guy takes him away from himself. He shouts when he became so strong. The big guy standing in front of the tired MC asks what the hell he was doing outside the gate, and why the reward is so huge. He replies that he will explain later. With a serious look, he asks if they got to him. In the memories, they are together in a bar. He says that many people have seen them together so far, so someone could have reported him to the soldiers. Dalton laughs, saying that if it weren't for the vein he told him about, they would have caught him already. The big guy, throwing up his hands, claims that many know that they are close friends, but since he owns a mining business that is the basis of the city's economy, no one can touch him with a finger. The man, smiling, says that he has become an important part of the black market. Pointing his finger, he notes that the protagonist did the right thing by sending an assistant to search, because now the black market is unsafe for him since people can change overnight when 8 million is at stake. The protagonist sits down on a chair and says that he understands. Surprised, he asks how Clyde is doing. Dalton thinks about him and replies that he has been doing well lately, and is now the exclusive blacksmith for their company. The old man cries near the products, explaining that instead of showing his creative abilities, he was fixated on the flaws. But after the appearance of a person who helps with management, things went uphill. There is a sword near Stretch. A friend asks where the blade that Clyde made disappeared to. The protagonist, looking at it, declares that he did not sell it, it just broke. Frowning, the protagonist explains that it broke in a fight against the third prince of the country. The shocked big guy asks again, not understanding what kind of stormy life he had. Candles burn near the cabinets. Dalton seriously says that the guy has become even more insane during the time they have not seen each other. Standing opposite the guys, he asks that capturing the kingdom's fortress was not enough and he almost killed the prince, and there is also a desert in the north. Stretch waves his hand with a grin and advises him to relax. The man grits his teeth and says that it is strange to hear something like that and not be surprised. Even the generosity of the Venetians and the amount of 8 million knocks him off his feet. Freya raises her hand while he asks what she is an artifact, because she has never heard of anything like that before. The protagonist with a serious look states that in any case, if a friend's life is in danger then it is indirectly his fault, so he needs to apologize, but he is not going to stop. The friend, smiling, says that if he thought that he would be scolded, then he was very wrong. Of course, this country needs serious changes one way or another. Peasants on their knees and a prince with an elf's head are shown. They talk about excessive taxes that do not take into account people's income, and even racial discrimination. The elf is surprised to hear that these problems will not go away as long as the current royal family rules. Dalton with a serious look states that if Venezia, the de facto leader of the Allied powers, continues to adhere to this position, the same will happen to any southern kingdom. The big guy standing next to them says why there hasn't been a coup or uprising here yet. Stretch replies that he heard that the royal family has an artifact that predicts the future. The protagonist eats bread and claims that with it even the slightest movement of people can be blocked in advance. Dalton says discontentedly that at first he thought he was overdoing it, but if they don't put enough effort into targeting the prince, the country will never change. The protagonist eating bread says that he didn't initially make such grandiose plans but will take care of it in the process. MC Chewing says that he needs to find someone, but doesn't know where. Is it possible to find Sky? The big guy asks again in surprise, claiming that their interests intersected, and it seems they are somehow connected. Dalton takes the paper hearing that the guy will hide, clarifying at the same time whether they will have to wait until they catch something, because they will be taken care of. The big guy rolls up the paper and says that since the protagonist came to the city, let him remember. Stretch frowns as he hears that perhaps his revenge began out of personal animosity. A village is seen that has been transformed. The big guy hopes that he will turn this stuffy country into something completely different, regardless of whether he is the head of the black market or not. Dalton walks away smiling, claiming that he will always support him and help. Stretch happily thanks him. The big guy stops in the passage and says that before he leaves, he wants to ask. The surprised guy listens. The elf is amazed to hear the question whether they will stay in this room together. Freya smiles. Cursing is heard throughout the castle. The big guy says that he had to ask. The guy carries a box from the forge. The man in the black cloak watches this and is surprised that Clyde has a new apprentice. The old man takes off his glasses and asks who dared to say such a thing. His eyes widen. The protagonist waves his hand. Noticing that they have not seen each other for a long time, he shouts how he ended up here. The evening sky is visible. They are sitting by the fire. The old man asks why he is walking the streets when there are wanted posters for him everywhere. The worried guy looks at the sword and says that he is sorry, but the other one is broken. Clyde seriously asks if it was useful. The protagonist asks again with a grin, noting that the blade saved his life. The blacksmith smiles and says that it is good because a weapon or armor should serve its owner well. The guy puts his hand in his pocket after asking what he is using. There is a glove next to the sword, and the question is asked if there is a person who can make something like this. The amazed old man examines it, asking that it is a hollow blade, wondering who in their right mind would come up with the idea of turning a weapon into an artifact. He puts on the glove and says that it is exactly the same design as the penetrator, a real work of art. Stretch sits opposite him and listens, saying that if he stays here for some time, then let him leave this thing to him, because it looks like it can still be improved. He thanks him. On the table, the bacon and eggs are cooling. They are talking about the exclusive breakfast of their trading company. The protagonist is standing next to Dalton and wondering why, even as the owner, he continues to cook and pour alcohol himself. He replies that it is not so easy to get rid of habits, and so he relaxes. Stretch, grimacing, hears the question whether he really did not like the room and why he is so tired, because it was specially made so that the number of rooms was less than people. Gritting his teeth, he declares that he was never able to get a good night's sleep. The big guy laughingly asks what to do now. Is this how to express gratitude for concern? The protagonist waves his hand and declares that he has finished eating and will go home. His friend notices that he still has something for him. The brute puts his hand in his pocket and declares that after listening to him, he turned to his guys and asked them to comb through some places. They found something interesting. Near the lamp lies a paper. He says that he is summing up. MC, arms crossed, asks if anyone else has asked for information about Sky, and he agrees. The businessman, looking serious, talks about the medical report that came in just 2 weeks before the mass purge of criminals in Bordenberry. Stretch, standing opposite, asks if it is someone from a noble or royal family. The interlocutor says that he knows that the investigation is being carried out thoroughly because of those who entered here. At least at first glance he is an ordinary person. They look at the piece of paper. The protagonist claims that he needs to find out what this idiot is doing, specifying whether it is possible. The big guy rolls up the paper and declares that he will do everything in his power, asking if he thought that he is the only one who is hungry. The guy turns around while his friend goes to the kitchen. He holds out a dish and asks to take it and give it to the lady. The protagonist takes the plate, wondering if he could imagine that he would do something like this. A green plant in a pot stands in the room. The elf sits and eats, noting that although everything could be just a coincidence, but suddenly someone will guess. Stretch, closing his eyes, declares that Dalton will take care of everything that is entrusted to him. The girl eats, saying that in this case there is nothing to worry about. MC blushed with displeasure. The voice from the ring says that there seems to be problems. Alfred stands in front of the magician and claims that everything will be fine if he leaves him and goes away. He agrees and notes that the prince can calmly look around. The man in shoes goes forward. The guy with the monocle looks around. He stands in the middle of the room with artifacts. Everything around is shining. He thinks that most of them are useful only at first glance. He takes a gold object with red stones. He holds it in his hand. The system says about the artifact for intercepting fugit, collects nearby sounds and transmits them over a long distance. In anger, he realizes that he did not think that he would have something like this. In memories, Alfred was furiously holding Conrad, thinking that in the meantime the contents of the prophecies were leaking one after another. He squeezes the artifact. Silhouettes of the palace interior are shown. An artifact is fixed in one of the rooms. Alfred in rage realizes that the insidious fox still installed it in the room. He went down the stairs and pondered what he was still holding onto with such an artifact. The magician stood opposite him and asked where the prince was rushing to and if there were any problems. He replied that he didn't need to know. He angrily clutched the gold object in his hand. Frowning, he thought that the interception device had been installed in Conrad's office as well. He stopped in front of the door. He opened it. He looked ahead in rage. Alfred stood in the middle of the throne room, realizing that he was here too, and that the raptors had disappointed him with their insignificance. The prince with the monocle grinned and realized that the artifact was now his, so he should think of it as a gift and use it to good effect. Gerald stood opposite the fighters, shouting that they needed to run straight ahead. He declared with an air of importance that they needed to show the strength of their country's defenders, when suddenly someone turned to him. A soldier stood behind him. The prince asked what was going on, and he replied that the king was calling. The prince walks with the soldier and asks why they are going to his private office. He replies that he was not informed but was ordered not to let anyone in. The door opens, the arrival of the third prince is announced. Gerald is standing behind the king. The guy asks with a serious look why he is needed, realizing that they would not call him to a private office for some trifle. Alfred enters the room after knocking. Gerald presses his lips together, thinking that his brother was also called. The ruler stands in front of them. The third prince asks why they both are here. He interrupts and says that he called them to say exactly what situation they are in. The surprised guy in the monocle realizes that he has never seen his father so angry. The frightened Gerald hears that they are talking to him. The ruler calmly asks how much he knows about his enemy. He frowns and asks if he means Stretch. The old man denies it. With a serious look, the king says that he means his artifact. The third prince is shocked by what he heard. The king sees his frightened son and asks if he really wants to know how he found out, because he simply didn't mention it because there was no need, but what happened in the end. The warriors in armor march in formation. He declares that it wasn't enough for his son to have wasted his troops. He also gave the artifact to another person, throwing it away. Gerald desperately claims that he did it unintentionally. Stretch is struck by green fire. It is said that there was a vision of the future that whoever puts on this artifact will be cursed or die. He simply made the best choice from the situation. The king calmly calls him a fool. The surprised son hears that it is not a curse. The protagonist's face is burned. It is explained that this is how the artifact tests the owner's will. Barely alive lies on the ground. It is said about the desire for life, manifested in the face of death. On the face there are only muscles. It is mentioned about the tenacity that suppresses any pain. Stretch screams in pain in the green fire. The king says that if a person proves himself worthy, the artifact burns the body and regenerates it so as to recreate a new body suitable for him, and what he considered a curse is the mechanics of the attribute. Gerald looks at the hand and says that if he received it, the king agrees. The third prince covers his face with his hand, hearing that even if he did not pass it on to another calling it a curse, it would remain safe and sound. Alfred with a serious face says that he has a question. The ruler waves his hand and says that he knows what he wants to ask, offering both to follow him, because he will tell the truth about this world, which is passed down only from king to king, hidden behind the history they know. Standing in front of them, the Lord says that a long time ago the elves hated humans, declared war on them, even used forbidden magic to create ancient artifacts that could completely destroy the entire human race. A warrior raises his sword on the battlefield. It is said that fortunately before the relics were finally ready, humans won for the first time. A skull with green eyes emits an aura. The king states that this was possible because the artifacts cannot show their true power unless they are brought together. The ruler spreads his arms and says that the war is over and the elves have scattered across the continent. In order to prevent such conflicts in the future, someone was found who sealed the relic so that it could not be used again. Behind the king stand his sons. He says that the man was the founder of Venezia. They go into a secret cave. The ruler explains that there were limitations that even he could not overcome. First, that the relics were too powerful to be destroyed by humans, so it remained to keep them sealed. Secondly, this is the most powerful of them. Gerald is surprised to hear that it has not yet been found. He asks if this is really it. He agrees. They stand in front of the spheres. The ruler says that the artifact they missed was the last relic. The spheres smoke in different colors. It is explained that if they had found it by clashing the forces of the relics and destroying them, they could have avoided this sad fate. The third prince, grimacing, says that if it was such an important item, it could have been found by mobilizing the entire military power of the country. The king stands in front of them and asks if it is true. Gerald cannot understand why they sent him, because among his brothers he is the only one who is obsessed with life and has the will to fight mercilessly. Since he has proven himself an excellent general and survived the harsh conditions in the north, they trusted him. The son, lowering his head, hears the question whether he now realizes what a pathetic act he has committed. In a quiet voice, he asks what the king wants the prince to do. The ruler, standing with his back to him, says that nothing yet. The old man, turning to Alfred, says that it is too early. He trembles in fear. He walks down the corridor and thinks that the person he worries about most is Alfred. The prince in the cloak fights Stretch. It is said that the raptors are arrogant and hot-tempered. Gerald attacks in rage. It is explained that he is full of will but lacks wisdom, but the two have something in common that Alfred lacks. Conrad stands by the magic ball. The king talks about creating change. The ruler seriously thinks that both the raptors and Gerald have failed to achieve their goals, but at least it is better than nothing. Alfred, gritting his teeth in anger, hears that this is why he will not become king. He would like to be a good ruler but must try to become chancellor. His fists are clenched. He is told that his role is only to help the king. In rage, he throws objects in the corridor. The shocked guards ask what happened. He arrogantly orders them to stay put. A broken monocle lies on the floor. Alfred trembles in anger, thinking that he tried so hard for the sake of the kingdom's rise, but he is looked at as an assistant. He is pathetic. If you interfere directly, then that's what he will do. Elena walks next to the protagonist, who says that he never thought that those they are tracking would contact them through Dalton. She assumes that this is a trap to lure them here. Clenching his fist, Stretch says that it doesn't matter if it's a trap or what, he will just chop them into small pieces, drag himself to God knows where and leave empty-handed. The girl opens her eyes in surprise. The protagonist, standing next to her, asks how many of them there are. She replies that there are 6. MC shouts loudly that they need to get out and not even try to catch them by surprise. Silhouettes of fighters are visible on the cliff. The guy asks if they want to be provided with problems. Surprised, Shale notices Brian. He jumps off the cliff and states that he went north, asking when he managed to return. The protagonist frowns and asks if they really know each other. The guy in the hood says that he is Shale and they have met several times already. A green skull hovers near the owner and says that this is one of Garrett's people who use magic. Stretch wonders what he is doing here. The little magician shouts to his comrades that they need to stop the ambush because they are their allies. Sky frowns and says that she was wondering who it was that was spying on him so hard lately, asking if it was really the protagonist. MC, gritting his teeth, says that he is glad to see that he is okay, but what's going on? The guys are standing in a camp in the middle of the rocks. The fighter says that if his friend was going to come, then why didn't he come earlier? Did he really want to sneak out when his people came out? The guy with the scar asks discontentedly why, to escape faster, because he only does what bluffs. He takes Stretch by the clothes and threatens. Garrett points his finger behind them and says that his name is Stretch, not Brian, a wanted criminal, and besides, they are close friends with Sky. The protagonist replies discontentedly something like that. The leader of the bandits looks at the girls and says that Elena was in the mask. Freya asks not to pay attention to her. Garrett is surprised to think that this is not how to talk to someone who is considered the boss of the bandits. He helped Sky get here and you can answer normally. The guy with the scar asks discontentedly what his friend was doing in the north. Stretch, looking away, replies that he killed the first prince. The fighters around in shock are talking about who he killed. Garrett is amazed and says that he heard that the first prince does not appear in public for unknown reasons, and is really dead. The protagonist with a serious face explains that it happened so that they moved in small groups without troops. In the memories, he stands in front of the fire, saying that this is why he and his subordinates were killed, and then their bodies were burned. Sky, grimacing, says that every time she sees him she hears about unprecedented stupidity, and yet this is great news. Mark goes with things. It is said that the Eastern general is missing, and the first prince is dead, and besides, Gerald is on the verge of death. The prince lies in blood. It is said that only the Western general and the second prince remain. Silhouettes of Alfred and Henrietta are shown. The protagonist thinks about Mark and realizes that it is better not to tell about him. He says that in the process of communicating with the first prince he learned something. Conrad holds a magic ball. It is said that in Venetia there is an artifact that allows you to see the future. Everyone is shocked. Sky grits her teeth and says that if this is true, doesn't it mean that they are doomed to failure no matter what they do? The leader of the bandits says in surprise that he also uses artifacts, so he assures that something so flawless should not exist. At best it can capture and show the moment when fate changes. Garrett, sitting by the fire, says that on the other hand, they can lure opponents. The more they develop a strategy that can deal a big blow to the royal family, the more confidently the artifact will be able to predict the future. Stretch agrees with a stern look, because no matter what strategy they choose, they must remember about failure. Now they need the ability to cope with unexpected variables, and not a strategy that must be successful. The friend with the scar agrees, while asking permission to ask something. With a serious face, he says that in the end he is the key to any operation. He will be responsible for everyone, including his people. The elf lowers her gaze, hearing the question of whether he is ready to take everything on himself and break through. The protagonist confidently declares that yes, because he will definitely achieve his goal, but he cannot deny that he needs as much help as possible. The main character in a black cloak assures that it is quite dangerous, and will not blame them if they refuse right now, so he just wants to ask. Sky and Freya hear that as they move forward, even if something happens. The elf smiles and hears the question of whether they will be able to follow him to the end. Garrett, closing his eyes, says that they are idiots who have turned the whole country against themselves, but it sounds good. The leader of the bandits waves his hand and offers to follow him. He will find a place to place everyone. Tents are visible. The guys are standing inside. The boss of the bandits says that the current royal family is extremely weak. Only Henrietta can fight properly now. The dark blade emits an aura. It is said that the nocturne is her artifact. With it she uses shadows as her arms and legs, therefore its peculiarity is that the less light around it, the stronger the abilities. Sky hears with a serious face that he tried it on himself, attacks at night when the abilities are at maximum, but considering that other soldiers need light, he will probably move separately. The girl gets out of the shadows, says that the light still cannot be turned on because it can give away the location. In the camp, the fighters are doing various things. The boss says that instead they will use special glasses that allow you to see in the dark. Right now people are transporting supplies. Stretch calmly asks what to do with the second prince, because there is no guarantee that Henrietta will command the troops. The boss waves his hand and says that the prince is not one of those who enters the battle. Alfred with a monocle looks forward. It is said that unlike the other two princes, he is more focused on governing the country, a know-it-all who all his life only knew how to turn a pen over a table, so he is unlikely to go to the battlefield. A soldier bursts into a tent and shouts that they have problems. Suspicious individuals descend into the valley. A group of warriors walk in formation. Garrett clenches his teeth and watches. A large army is coming into the gorge. He says that they are Venetians. Nervously wonders what they are doing here. Fighters are walking around the carriages. He asks how many of them are there. The bandit runs up and calls the boss. Whispers in his ear. He says that this needs to be discussed in advance. A map is shown. It says that Venezia is leaving the calm northern front, dividing its forces. They headed east and south. Garrett lies on a rock and says that he is not sure about the south, but it looks like those who are moving in front of them are going east. The main character says that if they are going south, then they must be in the direction of the dark forest. Stretch worriedly thinks whether a secret army is heading into the dark forest, but he can't do anything about it. He will have to leave them on the boulder that remains there. The fighters are carrying cannons. The protagonist asks the head of the bandits that the other day they placed iron plates of dispellium throughout the valley, specifying whether they will be able to stop the cannon fire. Sitting next to him, the leader replies that if the guys use bullets, they will be almost completely blocked, but metal bullets are difficult to repel with dispellium. The protagonist says that it is useless, specifying who their commander is. Garrett looks through a telescope. Alfred in a cloak rides a horse. He wonders what the second prince is doing here. The skull, blazing with fire, calls the owner and asks to take a closer look at what is on his chest. A black attribute, an artifact, hangs on his neck. The second prince is silent. They call him by name. Suddenly he turns and hears if everything is okay with him. He replies that he has not been on the battlefield for a long time, so he has become a little unaccustomed. The assistant, smiling, asks not to worry, because all the soldiers will give their lives to protect him, just do not lag behind. Alfred agrees with a serious face, thinking that if only the vision of the future was clear, there would be no need to split the troops into two parts. However, some things are known for sure. He holds the artifact on his chest and states that Stretch is here. The old man holds the sphere, saying that his son can take it if he wants. The king holding it states that the artifact will react if the relic is nearby. Gritting his teeth, the prince thinks that his father said that the choice is his in any case. Alfred concentratedly orders the preparation of magic cannons. The soldiers load them. Sky in shock wonders what they are going to shoot from there. The elf is amazed to notice that they fill the cannons with magic power. If so, then it will be enough. A projectile bursts out of the muzzle. A series of explosions occur in the middle of the rocks. The prince in a rage gives the order not to stop an attack, thinking that there is an ambush tactic that if a counterattack is carried out from such a place. But now it is not suitable. He will burn and kill him from a distance. Sky, sitting next to the guys, asks Garrett to immediately take the people away if he does not want them to die. He replies that he would be happy to, but the firing range is too great. The bandits cover themselves from the explosions. The leader shouts that they are attacking with siege weapons and if they act in a hurry, they will become easy prey. The protagonist grits his teeth and says that if so, the bandit leader orders to quickly lower his head. Lightning starts to flash, using synchronization and speed. The guy with the scar is shocked. Garrett is surprised and asks what it is. A bright flash occurs on the cliff. Alfred looks in amazement and thinks what kind of light it is. Lightning fills the space. They throw the opponents to the sides, the rest scream in fear. The prince turns around in shock and asks if they are really being shot at. Suddenly they ask him what a boor who has never held anything heavier than a pen forgot in such a place. Stretch takes out his sword with a grin and turns to the second prince. Alfred looks at him in fear. Sky sits with Garrett and wonders why he went there alone. The elf holds a shield and asks them to help because this thing is a little big. The leader of the bandits asks smilingly that they can use this artifact, offering Sky to light a flare. Since they will be caught anyway, they need to fight back. The guy takes a small object in his hand and says that on command. A flash occurs in the sky. The boss furiously shouts for everyone to come out. The fighters hear with a grin that everyone near the leader must collect stones and metals that can be used as bullets. Shale hears smiling that it is necessary to direct all their attacks towards the Venetians by any means. Elena releases energy with the help of the artifact. A strong explosion occurs in the middle of the enemy army. The second prince looks around in shock. Stretch runs to the attack, asking if it is worth looking around, and they will see if Alfred can hold out longer than the first. He looks forward in shock. He takes the artifact in his hand. The protagonist feels something strange. He begins to slow down, realizing that he seemed to be running at full strength. The prince dismounts and says that they finally met MC face to face. The enemy makes a face and says that the guy is running without fear. I wonder if it is confidence or arrogance. Mortem, twisted nearby, hears the question of why the owner cannot move. He answers that there is no need to attack if you do not know anything about the enemy's forces. The staff is shown. The voice from the ring explains that now the enemy is using an artifact that deforms the space in which they are located and manipulates it, so that he is stuck and cannot get out. The prince is furiously shouting that all magical combat units need to take positions and attack. The assistant loudly declares that all magical units need to join the battle. The protagonist is locked in a transparent cube. Enemies are crowded around him. Alfred, furiously, orders an attack. Many magicians release pillars of fire at Stretch. The prince frowns and watches. The protagonist feels pain. The enemy thinks whether he will endure this time. There is an artifact on the enemy's chest. He thinks that with the increase in magical power from the black artifact and the simultaneous attack of all troops, he was able to block only MC. The second son of the king thinks intently that no one expected an easy victory. No matter how long it takes, he will destroy them all step by step. Shale and his partner attack. He shouts that there are too many enemies and they cannot clear the way and unite. Garrett holds a sword and states that the protagonist cannot move, asking if everything will be okay if he stays there. Sky with a gun shouts that the boss needs to tell everyone that while this idiot distracts them, they will focus on what is happening here. Several energies attack MC. A cry is heard about the need to take this chance and continue to advance. Gritting his teeth, Stretch thinks that even if he tries to use a grab, he will not get out of the force field. Mortem says that if he continues to take hits, even the damned armor will not withstand. His sword begins to sparkle. He holds it in his hand. The voice from the ring says that it reacts to the prince's artifact for some time, but it doesn't seem like it will help him get out. The protagonist silently looks forward. He remembers the words about his weapon. It was said that the essence of the sword is to support the will of the owner. If he wishes, he will respond. It begins to burn with fire. Mortem asks what he came up with. He replies that he is a little worried, so it is better to remain silent, because he does not know whether it will work or not. Putting out his hand, the guy begins to conjure using the expansion of the cursed armor and the increase in Pondus's ability. Purple energy displaces the fire around him. With a smile, he thinks that he feels a flow of magical power in Pondus. Alfred watches excitedly and thinks what kind of reaction this is. The prince loudly asks what everyone is doing, ordering them to press even harder. The protagonist takes the thread and thinks that it is a flow of internal magical power. He pulls on it, realizing that a small crack can be created. He breaks the space around him. The soldiers close in shock and ask what happened. The protagonist goes to them, declaring that the sword turned out to be more useful than he expected. The second prince asks in horror how it happened, wondering if the distorted space supported the increase in magical power. The assistant with the sword closes Alfred. Stretch standing opposite says that they have not seen each other for a long time, and the last time he met he was with Gerald. The enemy frowned and advised to surrender. The enemy army goes through the gorge. It is said that behind him there are more than 30,000 soldiers and magical artillery, all of which are a unit created only to kill him. Mortem, blazing with fire, addresses the owner. The surprised protagonist hears that soon cannon shots will sound announcing the beginning of the battle, advises to hold the sword tighter. In the memories after touching the sword there was an explosion. It is said that he smells like a bomb planted in Gambini. A light is visible behind the assistant. The guy asks about the bomb. Stretch in shock thinks really. A stream of energy forms near the shield. Suddenly, a powerful explosion is heard in the middle of the enemy army throughout the valley. Clouds of smoke and dust rise. Stretch, with blood on his face, says that he came just in time. A voice from the ring says that if his magical power was not enough, he would have revived him. The protagonist frowns and notices that there is an ally here, and why are they shooting like that? Mortem says that he is not alone here. A crater from the explosion is visible in the middle of the valley. It is said that this ignorant clap took away most of the soldiers along with the entire front. The prince's assistant, bleeding, asks what it was. The protagonist asks to repeat it again. The protagonist, with a grin, asks what he said about his army. Alfred, with blood on his face, orders everyone to attack immediately. The fighters rush at MC. Garrett nervously shouts that they have already woken up. The remaining troops are attacking, and shouldn't they also go down? Elena holds the artifact and asks not to worry, because while the remaining opponents are ordinary soldiers, their numbers are unimportant. From now on they must take care of their allies. Stretch flashes with lightning. The voice from the ring asks to hurry. Putting out a fist with a ring, he uses a grab. The fighter looks forward with a grin. He breaks away. Other enemies cough in the middle of the smoke. One of them looks at him in fear. He receives a strong blow from another warrior whose head is glowing green. The captured fighter kills several opponents at a time. The right hand is discouraged, thinking why the ally is killing his own, and whether this is a skill. The formation of the protagonist is shown. The man realizes that an ordinary mediocre researcher in whom there was nothing special has become like this. The dead warriors lie in the middle of fire and smoke. The prince's assistant realizes in horror that this simply cannot be. The warriors are wounded. The protagonist deflects arrows with a grin. They notice that not a single attack has passed. Alfred watches in shock and thinks how can only one person. The protagonist comes to him. The prince does not understand how he could release such an amount of energy. The protagonist's eyes are burning. The enemy wonders that no one can cope with just one person. Suddenly breaks away, grabs Alfred by the face, presses him into the ground. He screams in pain, holds the tip of the sword to his face. He declares that if he is killed, the kingdom will not remain on the sidelines. Stretch calmly says that he knows, because since that day he has been ready for all sorts of tests several times. Swings his sword, declaring that the enemy does not cause any special emotions, he will properly express it. Draws the blade on Alfred. An artifact lies near a pool of blood. The assistant hears in horror that he really needs to be taken alive. He understands that he cannot move. Stretch, lowering his head, speaks of an ordinary person watching a dying person as if he were a bug. The right hand was looking at the protagonist when he just touched the artifact. The guy grabs him by the throat and says that it's his turn. With crazy eyes, he says that he will carefully watch the expression on his face as he dies in agony. The guys at the bar raise their glasses of beer to Stretch. The man puts his mug on the table and calls him a psycho. Garrett nervously asks Sky if he hid a similar bomb in their shelter. Shale asks him to calm down. The guy with the scar hears that their people were almost blown away. He replies that Garrett and Stretch are doing all sorts of crazy things, and he gets it. The protagonist watches as the boss of the bandits rushes at his friend, notices that everyone looks inspired. Elena stands nearby smiling and declares that this can be considered a great victory. He replies that thanks to them he was able to gain an advantage, specifying what kind of impressive force they attacked with. Turquoise liquid is hovering in the barrel. She talks about the liquid bomb created by Sky. They poured it inside. She explains that they fed it to Spyratus and used it as cannonballs, also the first time she used a cannonball of such a large capacity. But the power was insignificant. Frowning, the protagonist thinks about what his friend will come up with next time. The elf, smiling, declares that they took another step forward, and this is a good sign. Stretch says with a serious expression that the royal family has returned all the troops of the northern front to the capital, so an immediate attack would be impossible. He strokes his friend's head and says that first they need to check the outskirts of the dark forest as quickly as possible, but before that they need to rest a little. Leaving, the protagonist says that he needs to step away for a while. The door is open. He goes inside and asks Freya if she found out anything. She asks if he has rested, saying that nothing yet. There is a relic on the barrel. He says that the question remains why the prince had the thing. The guy holds out his hand and says that then without wasting time they need to check now, uses curse devouring. The protagonist frowns. Silhouettes of spheres are visible. The king stands in front of them. He walks with the princes. The ruler opens the doors. The protagonist thinks if these are memories. The sons stand in front of their father. Mortem says that he does not know why, but it seems that some of the prince's memories have leaked into the artifact. Sincero stands near the princes. Mortem says that everything will end soon. MC ponders what the king of Venezia is planning. Soldiers open the doors to the throne room. The third prince kneels. Gerald bows to his brother. Stretch realizes that this idiot is alive, and it was necessary to make sure that he was disposed of. The third prince's prosthesis is visible. A voice from the ring asks not to be distracted because the memories are changing. The elves surrounded Destra. They say that the end has really come. They tell her that she needs more power. Exhaling, she thinks that Axton hit the anvil until the end, and then disappeared. Cain disappeared after an exhausting life among people. Closing her eyes, she thinks that this is how she will meet her end. She says that they should not be sad, because this is not death. Her strength has simply dried up and her body is turning to dust. Elmeril, shocked, asks what they should do if Destra is no more. They turn to him. The blue-haired elf closes her eyes and offers to look at the other two races. Even though their gods have disappeared, they continue to live a full life. Her absence does not mean a gloomy future for the entire race. The guy sadly objects. She replies that there is nothing to fear, because she did not create them powerless and weak. Destra is burning with energy and declares that even if she disappears, the hope that remains in their hearts will last forever. She will be with them. The elves see that she is missing, saying that this is the end. Light is visible in her clothes. Elmeril is surprised to see this. He takes a small crystal in his hands. He looks at it in amazement, and talks about the goddess. He squeezes it in his fist and realizes that they are not weak. Doing everything possible to lead a healthy lifestyle is the only way to meet her expectations. He takes the container from the pendant and understands that according to her will, the hope that she left. In this bottle is a crystal. The elf realizes that hope will always be with them. Stretch asks in shock if Freya saw it. The girl with a serious look notes a very familiar pendant. The protagonist clenched his fist and noted that this elf Draenor must be Elena's ancestor. Freya disappeared behind the door, saying that she needed to check something, and the guy only managed to ask where she was going. The blonde turned around in surprise when the artifact approached her. The redhead unceremoniously put her hand under the elf's clothes, asking her not to twitch, and she embarrassedly asked what she was doing. Freya took out the elder's pendant, then she broke it in her hands. Elena frowned and exclaimed that it was a relic. The interlocutor looked tensely at the contents, and asked him to calm down and take a look. The Destra core lay on her palm. The trio sat at the table, and Freya said that the stone was precisely from a memory created by absorbing the prince's black artifact, and since the relic was passed down from generation to generation, its contents were forgotten, leaving only the feeling that it was precious. The woman crossed her arms and asked if the guy remembered the goddess's last words before she disappeared. The hero imagined the silhouette of the elf and recited, "This is not death, it's just that my strength has dried up, and my body is turning to dust." Freya frowned and said that, at first glance, it seemed like she just wanted to calm the elves down, but in fact, that was not all, and every word she said was true. A crystal hovered above the table, and the artifact added that the physical body may have disappeared, but the core containing the essence of the goddess remained and was now in front of them. Stretch narrowed his eyes and clarified if this meant that she could awaken again. The blonde looked up in shock when the woman replied that it was quite possible. The woman frowned, saying that at first she thought it had nothing to do with the matter, but now she saw that everything was connected, and that something extremely unpleasant was happening. She imagined a single creator who had created the gods of three races, the black artifacts, and the king of Venice. The guy frowned and asked what she was up to. Freya remembered the goddess and replied that she had not decomposed like a living being, but had disappeared in a bright light, and if they had the appropriate power, it was worth a try. But there was one problem. The man looked at her questioningly and asked again. The artifact imagined the elf's body and explained that in order to form a new body that would hold the goddess's consciousness, an incredible amount of magical power was needed, and even if they succeeded, an equal amount was needed to maintain it. Stretch sweated and asked how long she could maintain the energy from the ring, and the woman answered that it was about 5 to 10 seconds, which didn't make sense in this situation. The guy closed his eyes, thinking about a new body. The blonde turned to him and asked what would happen if they used the one they already had. Light was pouring in through the windows of the tavern, and the man asked what kind of important business they had. Garrett turned around with displeasure at Sky, who said that he wouldn't go if there was nothing interesting, since he still had a lot of experiments planned, and his friend threatened to break his arms and legs if he did something strange again. The man with the scar jumped up and objected that many people say that if he succeeds, it will come in handy again, but his friend shouted that he should get lost and do it himself if he was going to do something like that again. At that moment the main character and his companion came up and asked them to be quiet. Stretch frowned and said that he was originally going to do it quietly, but if something went wrong, it would be easier to warn them in advance than to solve the problem later. The hall was dimly lit when the guy asked if his comrades had heard of the elf goddess, and then began a short story. The friends were sitting at the table, and in front of them on the pillow was a crystal, and the brown-haired man explained that this precious stone was the core of Destra, which they wanted to bring back to life. The men glanced at him and asked incredulously how exactly he was going to do this. The blonde looked forward resolutely when the hero said that she would help with this. The guy presented a diagram and explained that if the core was affected by magic, it would restore the goddess's consciousness and body in the correct order. However, by installing it in Elena's body, they would make the core think that the body was already ready. Garrett frowned and asked if he had ever thought about what would happen to the girl if he made a mistake. The protagonist closed his eyes and replied that they had already decided everything, and it was the elf's idea. Freya appeared behind him and assured him that there was nothing to worry about, because the goddess's consciousness would coexist with Elena's without mixing, and if they thought it was dangerous, they would stop at any time. But the bandit asked if it was possible to use another person. The redhead approached the elf and replied that it was possible, but it would be better if it was someone with characteristics closest to the divine. Besides, the blonde had a lot in common with the goddess. Garrett leaned back and muttered that they were not the kind of people who would stop if asked, so let them settle everything, and the hero asked them to be ready too. Elena smirked when the guy clarified if she was okay, and she replied that it would be an honor for her if she could help the goddess. Stretch took the stone and promised that he would never let anything go wrong. The interlocutor smiled and asked to take responsibility for his words. The protagonist chuckled contentedly. He brought the crystal to the girl's forehead. A blue glow appeared around her. The men stared at her tensely, asking if it worked. The elf closed her eyes, and her hair began to acquire a blue tint. Her appearance changed in a moment, and Garrett was surprised that they managed it so quickly. The girl opened her eyes and asked if there really were people in front of her. The men's eyes widened in shock, and Sky muttered that he understood what it meant when a real god was in front of you. Freya looked at the girl and noted that Destra was currently responsible for the body. Apparently, Elena retreated of her own free will. There should be no serious problems. The guy sank to the floor and apologized for the fact that he absolutely needed to confirm this. Stretch knelt down and clarified whether she really was the goddess Destra. The elf raised her eyebrows, asking if it had really been that long for her to hear such a question. The interlocutor closed his eyes and said that he had summoned her with the help of her descendant, but if she wanted to know anything, he would be glad to share his knowledge. The goddess placed her hand on her chest and thanked this child, and then asked why she had been awakened. The protagonist looked at her resolutely and said that they needed to find out the truth. An artifact flashed on his hand. The interlocutor lowered her gaze and assumed that the young man knew a lot, since he had this ring. And was he still ready to listen to a long story? She remembered how she stood on the fortress wall with Axton, and he noted that his father had been a little strange lately. The woman turned to him and asked in what sense, but the man did not know how to explain it. He frowned, remembering the past, and said that he usually showed him drawings and ideas, and they discussed them, but now it seemed that he was reluctant to talk at all, and the last conversation had taken place about 4 months ago. The elf smiled awkwardly and suggested that his father must have his reasons, or maybe Axton was mistaken in something, but he exclaimed that the man loved his inventions as much as he loved him. Something sparkled in the sky above them, then something hit the ground in front of them. Cain landed and shouted that he needed the elf's help. Destra looked at him worriedly and asked what was wrong. The man frowned and said that there was a battle in the south between humans and elves, and neither of them listened to his orders, so it seemed that he could not cope alone. The other two gods looked at their companion, and the woman muttered that this could not be, and the dwarf exclaimed that they should hurry. The three pushed off from the ground, and Cain said that he would take them to the place. The gods flew over the battlefield, and the girl asked what had happened. Below, a man raised a boulder over the elf's head, and Axton shouted to look in that direction. Destra's eyes widened in shock. She quickly extended her hand, releasing energy. The air attack knocked the man off his feet. He rose, clutching his wound. The elf loomed over him, outraged by his impudence, but her companion stopped her. The dwarf landed next to him and reminded them that they, the gods, should not directly interfere in the affairs of mortals. The interlocutor silently pursed her lips. Then she exhaled. Cain turned to the man and asked what kind of interracial war they had started. The city dweller silently picked up the stone. He rushed at the elf with a scream. Cain's eyes widened in shock. He extended his hand, ordering the impudent man to stop. Several months had passed since the first clash between the races, and the gods stood and looked at the earth, because although the emergency had been quickly suppressed by them, its consequences were more serious than expected. The elf and the human were angrily shouting at each other, because after the incident between them, where the former suffered more, a deep and persistent mistrust had taken root among the races. The blonde took out a dagger, and it became clear that the relationship had deteriorated to such an extent that it had grown into hatred. Bloody battles between the three races were taking place all over the continent, but no one knew anything about the real reason why the war had started, and it was not clear who had crossed the line first. All three gods looked tense, walking around the continent every day and trying to calm the tense atmosphere. But the situation was getting out of control, and in the end they had to abandon their non-aggression principle. Cain gripped the hilt of his great sword. The three stood in the middle of a destroyed village and bodies. The elf reached out to the soldier's head, and her comrade asked what it was this time. She sweated and answered that it was the same phenomenon again, and it was unclear why they were going crazy, and what was the cause, because the order of the memories was slightly wrong. The woman turned around and added that looking at the unnatural empty space in his head, it was clear that there was a third party behind this, which they did not know, but what benefit could be gained by encouraging such a large-scale conflict? The dwarf frowned and muttered that the continent seemed to have gone mad, and he did not see any omens or clues as to how many times a day this happened. Destra sweated and suggested that they discuss this with their father before it got any worse. The dwarf and the god of men stood behind him, and the man replied that normally they would have done so, but he hadn't spoken to them much lately, and he clearly wanted them to handle this themselves. The trio flinched as they felt a dark energy. Cain and Axton turned around, wondering what kind of force it was and why it was causing so much anxiety. There was smoke and screams beneath the towers. A stinger flashed through the air. The manticore had pierced the man's body. His eyes widened and he screamed in pain. Cain frowned and shouted that he would go first. He took off abruptly in the direction of the scream. The monster raised its paw over its victim. The next moment the god struck him from the side. Then he landed on the ground. Cain glared at his enemy, and asked how dare he kill a man in front of him. He took up his sword, looking at the crowd of monsters, and said that he would find the source later, and first destroy them all. The elf closed her eyes, feeling the energy. She widened her eyes in surprise, asking what kind of creatures these were. The dwarf looked at her, and offered to join his comrade. The interlocutor frowned and replied that one Cain would be enough. A black sphere was visible from behind the mountains in front of them, and Destra added that the power they felt earlier came from there. The gods landed behind their comrade. Axton frowned and suggested that his friend first evacuate the villagers, because something unusual was clearly happening here. Cain stood in front of the corpses of the monsters, saying that he had a vague idea of where they came from. The elf frowned and said that they felt it on the way here too. In the distance, a pool of darkness could be seen, and Destra assumed that the source was inside a cave in the mountain behind the village. There was a hole in the rock. The gods walked along the narrow passage, discussing how they felt a strong discomfort in this place. Cain clenched his fist and noted that an ominous presence was felt everywhere, and it was better not to waste time. He slammed his fist into the ground. Then he jumped into the hole and asked his companions to clear the rear. Red eyes looked at them from the ceiling, and the dwarf was indignant that they always cleaned up after him. Meanwhile, the swordsman was flying down. He landed on the ground. Then he frowned and raised his head. In front of him was a huge three-headed dog. Cain gritted his teeth and concluded that it was the unpleasant energy emanating from it. The monster bared its teeth and growled. The man pushed off the ground. He gripped the hilt of his sword and swung. After a while, Destra and Axton came up from behind, asking if this was the last one, and the comrade muttered that he had expected them earlier. The dwarf sweated and replied that the other floors were also swarming with them, and asked if they were finished. In front of the gods, a necklace hung in the air, which the red-haired man noticed. Purple energy emanated from the stone, and Cain asked what his friends thought of it. The elf frowned and assumed that all the strange creatures that attacked this space and the village were created thanks to the power contained in this necklace. The man took the jewelry and replied that he thought so. His eyes widened in shock. Then he clenched his fist with force. The dwarf looked at the dust in his comrade's palm and asked if he had rushed to destroy it, since he could have studied it, but he muttered that it was not important now. Cain narrowed his eyes and said that they needed to meet with their father. The sky was getting dark above the house, and the dwarf shouted at his friend to calm down, because the last time he entered without permission, his father got very angry. The man lifted the canvas and said that if you do something, do it to the end. A hole in the floor opened in front of them, and the red-haired man said that he had to check everything himself. At first it was dark, and the companions discussed in surprise how there was a passage here. The swordsman was the first to go down. The three stopped at the entrance to a hall littered with bones, and Kain asked what his father was doing here. He noticed a book nearby. It was a red volume. A small silhouette sat in the darkness. The boy closed his eyes, thinking that there was nothing around him, and he was alone even after an eternity, unchanged, and he was very lonely. The young man opened his eyes slightly to the light. Sprouts blossomed in his palm, and he decided to create a new life so as not to be lonely. The man was lying on a rock in the middle of a dense forest. He stood up, holding a leaf in his palm, and thought that life had become so abundant that the world was overflowing, but it was not enough. Ado looked at him questioningly. The creator extended his hand, releasing energy, and thought that more was needed. He lifted the man's chin. 3 silhouettes of future deities stood before him, and the man decided to create a real family. His eyes sparkled madly. After the revival, the 3 knelt before their father. They humbly listened to him. Over time, they received robes, powers, and the creator taught them everything. Then they went outside, and he watched them from the porch. The man smiled. Then his gaze dropped lower. He looked at the old hand and thought that everything was changing. The gods were conversing on the bridge, and the creator noted that if the immortal vessel was divided, it would inevitably become mortal, but the man would never admit it. His face twisted, and the man thought that it had taken him a long time to create and nurture these fruits. He clenched his hands and decided that he could not lose all of this because of the limitations of earthly life. The old man began to sweat and realized that he needed a means to become immortal. The creator leaned over the man's body, thinking only that he needed to study life even more deeply. The man was sweating and in agony. Energy swirled in the forest, for magical power in its natural state cannot be stored in one place, and even if he tried to artificially contain it, it would eventually dissipate. It was then that the creator accidentally discovered a new force with strange properties, curling in the void, and it was dark energy. He imagined the man and realized that this magic was a new form of power that had been created from the deaths of humans. During the battle, when the elf and the human were trying to kill each other, their negative emotions were the source of this darkness. Within the purple mana, a blue orb glowed. Although it had no power of its own, the creator had found a way to attract and condense the magical energy around itself. The man leaned over the corpse of the man, deciding to create darkness by killing people with his own hands. Sweat ran down his face, and the creator thought that everything was ready. A purple haze emanated from the body of the victim. The creator held the magic in his palms, thinking that with just a little more dark and magical energy, his plan would be a complete success. Something appeared within the orb, surprising the man. He stared in shock as it began to grow. An unknown life form appeared in the air, born from the fusion of 2 energies, the first monster that the creator had given life to. Clouds hung over the village. Bones littered the streets. The man smirked and muttered that this was amazing. A huge orc stood before him, and the creator noted that an incredible amount of unclean and magical energy had been collected. The monster swung its fist, while he muttered that the more monsters there were, the more people died and the more dark power he had. He held out his hand and exclaimed that more darkness would allow him to create even more monsters, a closed system. His mana bound the orc, and the man muttered that something more ambitious was needed. The monster was writhing in pain, and the creator reasoned that it was dangerous to use only monsters, since his children could simply kill them. The orc's head exploded. The creator narrowed his eyes and decided that it was necessary for people to die en masse without the help of monsters. The old man walked across the field toward the villager. The stranger looked at him and asked if the man had lost his way, but he replied that he was looking for someone like him. The plowman froze when the creator touched his forehead. The man's eyes widened and the god commanded him to obey him. Dark energy emanated from the man's eyes. He clutched the tool in his hands. Then he turned around when the new master demanded that they return to the village. The creator grinned angrily, because no one noticed that he was behind the conflict caused by the people. Everything was going according to his plan. After a while, the man stood in front of the strange creature. He looked at it thoughtfully and muttered that this is exactly the reaction that occurs when the concentration of dark energy is at its maximum, and most likely this is a sign that it is about to evolve into a larger form. The man's eyes widened. The body of the creature cracked, and a necklace appeared inside. Its energy spread around, destroying everything around. The creator quickly pushed off from the ground. He looked down at the raging sphere. The man squinted, noticing that the object had split and was sucking in the surrounding energy. Rocks were being torn off the surface. The rock beneath the god began to tremble. A passage had formed in it. The creator grinned, realizing that the huge amount of dark energy had turned into a cave and was now reproducing monsters. Crowds of monsters were coming out, screaming. They all moved towards the village. The creatures were gnawing at the bodies of the villagers. And in the cave, the necklace was feeding them, and thus the first dungeon appeared, a place that attracted dark energy and enchanted the hearts of people. Light poured into the windows of the tavern. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. The elf looked down and added that this was the content of his father's research notes, stored in a secret basement. Stretch frowned and asked what happened next. The girl imagined a dark passage and replied that her father's plan had succeeded, and numerous dungeons attracted victims from outside, and the evil spirits created by their deaths merged with the magical power to grow the core. The guy nodded and concluded that the artifact was that very core, and the dungeons were a kind of factory for collecting magical power to restore the immortality of the creator. Destra frowned and said that they tried their best to stop him, but her father constantly slipped away, creating new dungeons, and in the end collected all the cores. The man stretched out his hands, and dark artifacts hovered above them. A cloud of darkness appeared between his palms, and the elf added that at that moment, when the remaining magical power was poured into all the cores to merge into one whole, they united into one huge one. The hero squinted and guessed that this was the black artifact. Destra remembered how the three of them reached their father and answered in the affirmative, saying that with so much magical power gathered in one place, they couldn't help but notice him, so they chased and caught the man when he tried to absorb the artifact. But at that moment the creator committed suicide. Stretch's eyes widened and he asked again, because he never wanted to part with his children, so why would he do this? The elf frowned and muttered that it was much more complicated than that. Axton pinned the dwarf to the door and demanded to speak. The man with red eyes bared his teeth and said that they would not be able to stop the creator's followers' plans, even if the gods themselves did. The interlocutor trembled with anger. He pressed hard on the opponent's throat, breaking his neck. He sank to the floor, and at that moment Cain approached, saying that he had found it. The red-haired man held out his hand and explained that the followers had this thing. The companion turned around and said that everything fell into place now, and the reason why their abilities did not work on them properly was because they were all under the influence of this shard, and since it was their father's work, not even Destra could handle it. Cain frowned and confirmed, guessing that their goal was to collect all the shards and resurrect the creator. Axton clenched his shield and decided that they needed to hurry, since there was not much magic left to support their bodies. The man clenched his fist and agreed, knowing that they had to do this before they closed their eyes. The protagonist sat across from the elf, deducing that the so-called followers were not really followers, and the girl explained that they were people whose bodies and souls were infected by their father. Destra frowned and said that after that they began to travel across the continent in search of the fragments he left behind, planning to find and destroy everything, but they did not have much time. She introduced a hooded man and said that their power was dwindling, but the followers continued to grow in power and destroyed the world, so they came up with another method. Axton looked at them with determination and said that he needed their cores. The gods were in the dwarf's temple, and the red-haired man was surprised, reminding that the more their cores were divided, the closer they were to extinction. The elf nodded and said that their karma could not be passed on to future generations even after their extinction. Axton narrowed his eyes and replied that he understood their feelings, but they should not take what their father had planned lightly, and soon the followers would find a way to bring him back to life. He began to climb the stairs, adding that their powers were fading, so the dwarf was going to create a replacement for them. The comrades followed him, and the man explained that after several years, or even hundreds of years, this eternal representative of the gods would fulfill their will and continue the fight. Axton approached the green stone and declared that he had created it to wipe all the cursed shards from the face of the earth. It was a skull ring that would become the greatest masterpiece of his life, and its name was Memento Mortem. Freya shuddered when she heard this. She pursed her lips when the elf explained that this artificial artifact was created to carry out their mission even after they were gone. Destra smiled at her and greeted her properly. The redhead frowned and replied that they had no idea who she was or what had happened in the past. The elf closed her eyes and said that it was supposed to be that way. After all, it was created to fight the followers of the creator, endowed only with the functions of destroying monsters and dungeons. Freya grimaced and muttered that this was not the reason, so why couldn't she remember her own past? Destra lowered her head and explained that when they created the ring, they had two main goals, and the first was to destroy dungeons and monsters. She remembered the artifact on Cain's hand and said that for this purpose, the stone was first endowed with the ability to devour curses. The god extended his hand, sucking out the energy of monsters, and the girl added that this solved the problem of replenishing magic, which was the most critical for artifacts, and also gave an advantage in that it encouraged the owner to actively kill monsters and search for black artifacts. The second goal was the stability of the ring. The elf introduced Axton and explained that the followers' specialty was mind manipulation and brainwashing, and no matter how well made the weapon was, if the owner was brainwashed and gave the ring to the enemy, it would all be in vain. Destra remembered the many people in the cave. The elf furrowed her brows and explained that to do this, they created a new soul and placed it in the ring, merging it with the owner's body and two souls sharing one body. She visualized a diagram with the main character and explained that the owner gained permanent immunity against mental attacks. The boy's sweat dropped as he listened, and in order to choose the right owner and control the abilities, the existence of a second soul was absolutely necessary. The girl smiled and assumed that the boy himself understood everything, since he had come this far. She imagined Stretch's body burning and said that when Mortem accepts a suitable host, the ability to resurrect is activated at any time to protect them from death. However, when a real threat to life arises for the artifact, the ring leaves the body to protect itself from the threat. Destra lowered her head and said that memories are painful enough to tear apart the body and soul, so they are not able to save them, even though the soul of the ring was created for their needs. The guy ran his hand over the ring, and the elf added that she hoped that the artifact, repeating life several times, would not remember the pain and suffering. Freya frowned and sweated. The hall began to brighten, and Elena said that now she understood what happened. The blonde sat opposite the hero, asking if he was okay, because he looked very worried. The man closed his eyes and replied that he was not okay at all, but Freya was much more upset when the artifact suddenly declared that it was not. The redhead appeared next to him when the young man exclaimed that she had recently locked herself in the ring, without saying a word, but the interlocutor explained that she needed time to digest what she had heard. The woman frowned and said that she had come to the conclusion that only her memories of the present were important, the past did not matter, and she would do everything she could to help the man survive, because if she lost these memories, she would have to start all over again. Stretch chuckled, glad that she remained herself. He imagined a large tree and dark elements, and said that among other things, the goddess said that the ring was hidden in a dungeon, and the collected fragments of the creator were sealed somewhere in the elven forest. But at the moment this is not true. The boy narrowed his eyes and stated that the place Destra had told him about no longer existed, because when the continent was divided into southern and northern parts by the great desert of Kadelt, it was there that an interracial war occurred, with humans attacking the elven forests. The blonde frowned and said that she had heard that many elves had been killed as a result of this incident, and that this had made humans even more hated. Freya leaned over and noted that this war had been focused on humans, but of course it had all been a trick by the followers, and now the woman understood how the king of Venice had acquired so many black artifacts. A guard ran down the corridor, calling out to the prince. Gerald stopped in front of the dead bodies in the square. He was sweating and loudly asked where the commander was. The soldier opened the box and showed the contents. Inside were the heads of the second prince and his assistant. The blonde's eyes widened in shock. The king watched from the palace to the place where the scream of his youngest son was heard. The old man smirked and muttered that finally his long fate was coming to an end. Behind him on the pillow lay a purple ball. The boy walked with his arms crossed. He looked at Mortem, who said that they then complicate things, following the prince. His main target is the king. Just another reason is another battle with Venezia. Looking down, the hero thought that the king must be a follower of the creator. But then why did he pass the black artifact to the second prince? There was a green ring on his finger. The hero continued that if he knows that he has it, then he knows that he can absorb the black artifact. Mortem, who appeared next to him, said that the only way to find out his ulterior motives is to face him personally. In any case, if the creator is reborn, the entire continent will be destroyed. They will simply destroy them before it comes to that. The man remained behind while the hero was saying that holding on to doubts was like giving the enemy a head start. The words to always stay alert were heard. Stretch turned around, seeing the goddess, who said that the enemy still had many fragments, and I don't know what they would do with them. The guy was taken aback, thinking that her body had already gotten used to it, as if they were one, and apologizing, said that he had something to ask. He pointed his finger at the ring, saying that among the functions of Mortem, there were 2 abilities that had not yet been unlocked. Did she know the conditions for unlocking them? The elf nodded and said that they were needed for a rainy day. She imagined a battle with orcs and said that unlocking abilities was just a means that motivated the owner to actively destroy dungeons and kill monsters. She imagined a monster flying through the window to the man and said that all the magical power that allowed him to open new abilities, imagined a green light coming from his palm and continued, in fact, it was stored inside Mortem. There were green swirls around the ring. Frowning, the guy asked for what? The goddess closed her eyes and said that this was the last precaution in case his father managed to resurrect. They would be unlocked automatically when the time came, but he should pray that this moment would never come. The guy looked at the ring. The door to the house slammed shut. The comrades looked at the guy who entered, saying that enough chatter, it was time to plan, or was he scared? Stretch replied that he had a lot to talk about, but would he be able to do it all at once? He was here just to make a plan. Who said he was scared? The brunette frowned, saying that he knew that if he was lazy this time, he would go into battle without a plan. He would take it himself. That was it. They were dealing with a kingdom now, so they needed to prepare thoroughly. The guy with the scar on his face frowned and said that Venezia had already suffered significant losses. They would not leave the castle while they were in danger, so they had no choice but to go there themselves. Gerald turned to him suspiciously, thinking that at times like these he could be insightful, and said that it was true. He had heard that a significant number of troops had already gathered in the capital. They needed to come up with something to disperse the people. Sitting at the steamy counter, he continued that they were lacking in numbers and strength compared to them. The hero confirmed, saying that they needed a more effective, reliable and efficient strategy. The guy and the girl stood opposite the king, who told them to listen carefully. Venice's forces now depended on the 2 of them. The hero raised his head when his father asked him to, and heard that he finally had a proper expression on his face. The boy pursed his lips with a serious expression, thinking that he had an appropriate expression, but he, despite the fact that he lost 2 sons, still had a calm face. Sincero looked at him confidently, saying that he had seen the future. He introduced people with staffs and said that in exactly 3 days, a huge number of northern elves would arrive. The timing was too good to be a coincidence. The blonde was shocked to hear that it was likely that Stretch was behind all of this. Looking down, the king said that the armor had finally become akin to him. The boy touched the metal hand, hearing that in the upcoming battle, this hand would most likely be of great service to him. Gritting his teeth, Gerald thought that this time he would definitely place Stretch. Looking at him, the king said that as a northern general, he should go north, but for now they needed to concentrate their forces here. Sitting on the throne, he said that he would leave the checking of the elves to the soldiers, and he and Goria would protect the capital. The man turned around, taking a step, thinking that his father was waiting impatiently. Heading away, Gerald thought decisively that when he returned, he would be the first to beat him to death for sending Ballstock and his brothers, probably, to their deaths. Stretch sat at the table with a plate and heard the question if they could just wait for information in the kingdom, to which he replied that Gerald said that he would be prevented from spying, so they should just be patient. Sky was also stuck somewhere and fiddling with something. The girl said that she had another question. It was the goddess in the form of Elena, who asked how they fell in love with each other. The guy looked at her discouraged, thinking that the degree of unification there was even better, even the hair color did not change, and asked how she knew. The girl looked down and said that she heard it directly from Elena last morning, and that a lot had happened to the elves during his absence. Looking at her, the guy asked why such a question all of a sudden. The goddess smiled, saying that she had heard that modern humans and elves did not get along very well, but she wondered how it could be between them. The embarrassed guy slapped his hands on the table, interrupting her words to dispel such a feeling, and shouted that he asked for a little privacy protection. A man entered the room, asking why they were having fun when humans were busy. Serious comrades entered the room. The hero asked how things were. Gerald asked not to ask so quietly, as if a rat had hanged itself. Closing his eyes, he said discontentedly that he had deliberately tried to provoke a reaction from the soldiers of the defeated army by sending them gifts, but nothing came of it. He laid out a map, saying that first of all, the current situation was exactly as Sky had said. He pictured the silhouettes of the warriors at the castle, saying that by concentrating the remaining troops in the capital, they had turned the perimeter of the capital into a literal iron wall. If they wanted to penetrate there, they would have to somehow create a breach. The boy reached into the bag behind him, hearing that he needed something to shake them up, and replied that they would ask the north for help. Delivering a round ball, he said that now that the entire south had become hostile, the north was the only one they could turn to. Gerald frowned, asking if there was a man who would dare to cross the vast desert and fight all the way to the south. The elf turned to the brunette, while the boy replied that it was the elves of the north. Someone glanced over and asked if he planned to use the goddess of the elves. Everything, asked who taught him to speak like that. He would just say that they decided to start a crusade to crush the Demon King. The blonde chuckled, closing her eyes. Sky said with a serious expression that the elf goddess had been resurrected. That alone would be enough to attract attention. Stretch remembered the elf who had written the letter and said that if they had any idea about the creator's followers, they would definitely respond. Standing at the table, he continued that it was not just about gaining an advantage over someone. If they did not stop the king of Venetia now, there would be huge casualties. The elf looked down, hearing that they could not be influenced by any means and methods now. The more time they wasted, the stronger the walls their enemies would build. Sky chuckled, hearing the request to prepare something that would simply stun them. Gerald looked forward resolutely, hearing that he would continue to monitor the news in the capital and report any changes as soon as he noticed them, and replied that this could not be called work. Holding the ball in his hand, the guy said that he and Elena will try to gather as many troops as possible in the north. The heroes gathered in the room. The guy said that the countless warriors who will be with them, and who could not achieve the desired ending in the Gambini fortress will be able to splash out. Resolutely squeezing the ball, the guy continued, all his accumulated anger at Venezia. In the purple glow was the face of the guy who told the chairman that they need his help. The southern allies are in a terrible situation, unable to help them. He knows that crossing the desert is not easy. Sinus touched his hair and asked to give him some time. The old god, that is, the goddess of the elves, came back to life. He knows how much she means to them. He is a little confused. The guy turned to the goddess, who asked, is he now in contact with the north? The world tree is still his. He replied that yes. She brought her palm to the ball in connection, and, saying that in that case. The chairman frowned at the blue glow. An elf ran into the room, saying that the magical power of the world tree began to grow rapidly. The elf was surprised. Waves of energy carried fallen leaves. 3 elves stood by the tree. Looking up in surprise, Sinus asked what it was. He heard the question worked. One hopes this is an exhaustive answer. The goddess raised her hand to the ball, saying that the tree they call the world tree was originally part of her, and in this sense it is the same as moving the tip of a finger. There is no need to take magical power from the outside. The chairman, along with the others, was surprised to hear that Kay and Axton and she made a mistake by passing on their problems to their descendants. There is no excuse for this. Lowering her gaze, the girl said that she shamelessly asks them now when she is unable to help. The entire continent will be engulfed in chaos. She asks them not as a god, but as a mother who gave birth to them. The man listened in shock. He moved his hand. And then, opening his mouth wide, he addressed his compatriots of the north. Standing by the world tree, he shouted that the god was calling them, and heard jubilation. Cassius smiled, saying that there was information that the elves in the north began to move. They would do everything possible to help them cross the desert easily. In the palm of his hand, the magic ball stretched said that he was grateful to her, because now they could deal with other matters. The girl said that this would happen soon. She could not stand it. Let them try their best. The hero's gaze became surprised when he heard someone ask him if he really succeeded. Smiling slightly, he answered of course. In addition, they received huge material support. How are things in Venezia? Gerald held a large bundle on his shoulder, saying that the estimated number of soldiers currently stationed in Venice was approaching 100,000. He unfolded a large map, saying that significant resources continued to flow there. They must do something before the situation escalated further, in which he called so important. An arrow was several places on the map. He explained that the fortress was surrounded on all sides by thick walls. There were only two entrances, north and south. If the northern elves appeared in time, the capital's soldiers would strengthen the defense at the northern gate, at which time they would take advantage of this opportunity and attack the southern gate. Sky appeared on the second floor and asked how many people they had at their disposal. The brunette answered about 2,500. The goal was to lure as many soldiers out of the capital as possible. Looking at him carefully, he continued that since they would avoid direct clashes as much as possible, the difference in numbers should not be a problem, and he would like Sky and the lady to take command of their units. The boy frowned. The goddess nodded. Looking at the map, he said that at this time, they would either jump over the wall from the east or west. The boy raised his hand. Hearing the questions, he had already thought of how to avoid them, and replied that of course, if everything went smoothly, they would get to the castle by the shortest route. Looking ahead, the hero said that the plan was good, but wasn't it too daring? If the slightest mistake happened, they would be in trouble. Gerald nodded, saying that therefore they must execute everything perfectly. Let them not forget that ultimately their goal was the king and the prince. As soon as Stretch entered the castle and collected the fragments, the game would be over. The guy with the scar said that he understood what he meant, but it was too reckless. In this strategy they were relying entirely on the strength of one person. The comrade standing below replied that there was nothing to be done about it. It was the best they could do with the resources they had, and they didn't have any extra time. Sky replied that it meant the only thing he could rely on was his masterpieces, and heard that his weird things were too dangerous. They were harming his allies. You heard the words that he knew someone who could help. Sky looked away. Gerald asked in surprise who? Scratching his cheek, Stretch replied that they might not like him very much. Mark frowned and shouted to keep his legs up and hold on until the end. One of the warrior's blades sank into the ground. Jester waved his palm, saying that for a human, he really was incredibly resilient. Mark turned to the elder, who asked if the training had gone well, his expression becoming even more frightening. He, like everyone else, bowed and replied that the unit's skills were so outstanding that they were able to quickly increase the intensity of the training. Kane laughed and said that his arrival had greatly increased the morale of the unit, but he was grateful just for helping them with various matters in the village. The man looked at the bird above, saying that it was not necessary. They had accepted him into the village, and asked what it was. The bird disappeared, leaving behind a package. Words were heard that it was a spell to convey a message. The elder looked at the letter tensely and said that he had a feeling something was wrong, but he had not thought that things were so serious. He handed the second letter to the man with the armband. He frowned as he read it. Then he smiled and thought that finally, Mark took his shield and said that he thought it was time for him to leave them. And, smiling, the elder said that it was true, they could not hold him. Throwing his cloak over his shoulder, Mark heard thanks for the fact that he had always protected the village. Every stretch I blushed embarrassedly. He asked why she called him. On the bed next to him lay Elena, who answered that she simply felt uneasy at the thought of the upcoming battle. This time the elves would also be with them. Staring ahead tensely, the hero asked again and thought, were these Elena's thoughts or a joke of the goddess? Turning to him, the blonde asked, is it not so with him? Drops flowed down the cheek, like the red-haired one, who said that it was quite possible that they were walking straight into a trap. Even his palms were sweaty, but he was going to do everything in his power. The girl hugged him, saying that she would also try her best. People stood on the wall of the tower. A heavy sigh was heard and the question of what? The man in the hood said that it was curious what kind of reckless people were going to attack them. The second answered that it was none of their business, even if it did not make sense, such a prophecy. There were many warriors on the fortification, and words were heard that since they did not know how the elves would behave, who would continue to deploy to the northern front, it was best for them to protect the capital here. Hiding in the trees near the castle, Gerald said that it was finally today. Behind him were his comrades, to whom he said that 70,000 elf soldiers from the north had already begun to approach the northern border. They would attack from all sides, and now, perhaps, Stretch would reveal all the plans there. The red-haired man opened his mouth at the question. Perhaps he had some extraordinary strategy, and replied that to begin with, everyone had worked hard to get this far. He sat on the ground surrounded by his comrades and said that he was not very good at public speaking, so he would keep it short. Everyone might start to get nervous and afraid. Let them not worry about things like saving the country or the continent, just do their best, then everyone will survive until tomorrow morning. The heroes looked at him tensely. Turning around displeasedly, Gerald asked what he was saying in such a dejected voice when everything was going well, but it didn't matter when they were attacking? Confidently clenching his fist, the guy answered that after a while, after waiting at each point, then a hidden map would appear. Warriors were visible in the telescope. A command was heard to turn the cannons to the north. The telescope, telling the boss that they were reforming to the north. The man stood at the cannon and said that under the leadership of an unidentified person, a large army was approaching. They were ready to attack, on order to open fire. The bearded man asked, under the leadership of one person, and the clouds floated over the castle. He asked what kind of stupid arrangement. Enemy ships appeared in the sea, words that. The man was surprised and thought this man? Mark confidently held the shield. Words were heard with an order not to shoot the enemy. General of the Eastern District, you need to keep him in sight. The bearded man frowned, shouting to Mark that he forgot that he was no longer welcome in Venezia. Confidently grinning, the man replied that he knew, but it was time to remove the leash of the kingdom. Let him attack as much as he wanted. The ship sailed to the shore. The elves jumped down. Sinus smiled, saying that it was him. He had heard about his skills. He should thank him for his strong support. Frowning at him, Sky said that he had also heard about his skills. He glanced sideways with displeasure. Exchanging glances with Mark, he thought that this was why Stretch hid this card until the very end. The hooded guy winced, asking if the Eastern General was in charge. He would still be standing in front of him, and replied that he had a lot of things to do too. But now the operation came first, they had to get ready. Taking aim, he shouted that he should just try to get distracted during the fight. He would immediately make a hole in his head. Mark turned around slightly and answered with a smile that he understood. The blonde winced with displeasure, thinking that he was annoying. The cannons were standing at the southern gate of the Venezia fortress. A question was heard. The preparations with the cannons were finished. A huge army was moving towards the gate. An order to attack was heard. The man was shocked when an arrow flew past him. A large explosion appeared near the wall. Elena took aim and said that they would not succeed. The warriors in green rushed towards the open gate. Sky held the gun. With a smile, holding Mark, he shouted that they would give it their all. The warriors fought each other. Stretch was sick. He stood leaning against the wall. A question was heard. Maybe it was time to get used to it. They had moved so many times. He answered that it would be great. Together with his comrade, they looked at the castle. Gerald said that in any case, there was no time to complain, so if he was going to say goodbye to the contents of his stomach, let him do it faster, and he would have to do it again. Surrounded by a blue haze, the guy almost fell. His comrade told him to be quiet. Lowering his head, exhausted Stretch asked the others, everything was fine, and heard a request not to worry. They were able to take care of their own lives. These were his words, so let him focus on his part of the plan. He answered that he was speaking correctly, and used pathfinding. The glow of his power spread along the corridor. He thought that there were no traces, but there was definitely something. In his palm, he said that one would go from here. His friend objected that at least one more person would be needed, but he heard that he would have no problem with him, and his abilities would be more useful in other places. Looking in his direction, the brunette said that he thought the soldiers waiting at the inner entrance had already sensed their presence. Then his words sounded logical. Standing in front of his friend, the guy said that he would leave the rest to him. Let him not die. Stretch told him to go. A magical trace remained in his comrade's place. The guy looked down in surprise. Purple spikes appeared in the corridor. Jumping back, Stretch thought that the ability to manipulate shadows was a general of the Western Front. He heard her attacking from the shadows. The enraged girl held a weapon, asking how he dared to come here. In her fingers was a small ball. Stretch looked in surprise as it approached, recognizing the dispellium. Everything was covered in smoke. Holding the sword, Henrietta thought that she would kill the enemy of the kingdom. The shining blade struck down. Purple rays flew everywhere. Light rays collided with them. The girl thought tensely what was happening. She came out of the shadow. She heard words that he had been told a lot about her. With a predatory smile, opening the shadow, Stretch asked to show him something interesting. The guy held back the purple power. The glow scattered purple whirlwinds. Gritting his teeth, Stretch asked, again going to hide in the shadows. He hit the floor and used the core explosion. Golden lightning flew forward. Did not approach the girl, who thought that magical power penetrates the shadows. Her eyes widened. She thought that she should stop him. Lightning pierced Henrietta's body. Looking forward in amazement, she thought that she should get out, and then fell to the floor near the shadow. Henrietta trembled as she heard her name being called. A shadow fell on the boy's face. She looked at him in fear, thinking that if she attacked again, she would definitely die. The hero touched the hilt, holding a black blade in his hand. Golden lightning attacked the girl again. Lowering her head, she said that this was the end, and heard a voice ordering her to stop. The hero looked ahead tensely. A gloomy Gerald called him. Stretch winced, recognizing his opponent. The prince extended his hand, asking the general if she was okay. She apologized. She lowered her head, saying that as an apology, and heard that he said that he was not someone who could be handled alone. The hand grabbed the girl's neck. Around Henrietta were ribbons of power. Stretch looked at it in shock. Frowning, he said that it seemed that his body had become as monstrous as his personality. Looking at him darkly, the blonde replied that it was none of his business. There were blood stains on the floor. Gerald said that he could be praised. He was the first one who managed to occupy his thoughts. Being only an adventurer, he came this far. Holding the blade, Stretch replied that his achievements will not end with his death. A white haze appeared near his fingers from the use of an ice wave. The prince's legs were covered in ice. He raised his hand, blocking the hero's blow. Grinning, Stretch asked where he put his injured hand. He thought the current one would be more useful. Frowning, he said that this wasn't all his power. Let him show him everything he could. The opponents bounced off each other. The hero asked, "Is he sure he won't regret this?" Shining Tesla balls appeared in his palm. Looking at him sullenly, he thought about this technique. Shining balls flew forward. He mentally asked to give it to him. The glow engulfed the screaming guy's body. Surrounded by lightning, the hero approached him. He slammed the prince's head into the floor. The blade moved down. A metal hand grabbed the blade. The weapon trembled. The hero thought, when did he manage to become so strong? Stretch gritted his teeth from the effort. A question was heard, is it his turn now? A purple haze engulfed the prince's wounded face. Looking at him intently, Stretch wondered where such abilities came from. The enemy attacked him with a kick to the chin. Blood appeared from his mouth. The guy thought that his blow was definitely stronger than before. Raising his iron hand, the blonde asked, from such a trifle already writhing in pain? Rushing to the attack, he said that he himself was bringing his subordinates and the country to this state. A shield appeared in front of Stretch. He asked that he himself had just dealt with the girl. What was he talking about? If he did not like it, why do this to his people? Hiding behind the shield, the guy continued, what about his life, which was destroyed because of him, and mentally urged him to attack, because he was using his speed against him. Ribbons from the metal hand covered the shield. The hero was surprised, realizing that his left hand was absorbing his abilities. Dark beams rushed towards the guy who wanted to use the speed of lightning. However, his forces were thrown back. Gerald opened his mouth in anger and shouted that it was an easy task for a self-confident person like him. Let him try harder. They had just started. The whips attacked Stretch. Gritting his teeth, he thought that he should close the distance. Gerald opened his mouth and shouted, why should people be sacrificed for his worthless revenge? Blood spurted out from the wound. The quick movement left a mark. So Stretch shouted that he should not have been used as a sacrifice in the first place. He threw the enemy back with force. The blonde spat out blood. The hero used Pontus Fury. Stretch jumped up, raising his sword. He attacked, shouting that every word he said killed people. The guy looked surprised, swinging his sword. A bright beam flashed past. The hero's hand flew back. Words were heard that he was a little arrogant for an adventurer. One of the prince's hands turned into a cannon. He asked how it felt to be in the same situation as him. Then his gaze became surprised. Stretch's hand was regenerating itself, so he asked, was he in the same situation? Gerald's eyes widened, thinking how it could be so simple. He clenched his teeth and thought that if this ring had been his from the beginning, he wouldn't have to go through all this pain. Purple swirls appeared near his leg. The blonde rushed to attack, and Stretch thought that his hand was still regenerating. The enemy was approaching, shouting death wishes. However, La Freya kicked him, asking who else would die here. The guy was thrown back. Debris flew everywhere. Looking at her in shock, the guy exclaimed, she still has to help Elena, and heard that there was complete chaos on both sides. Smiling, the red-haired girl introduced the elf and said that the enemy had taken a good defensive position. Besides, she thought that he might need support. Did he plan to die? Angry, the hero said that something was wrong with him. He had become more resistant to pain. The wall was destroyed. The hero said that his prosthetic arm was for some unknown reason. The sword was increasingly reacting to him. Looking in that direction, Freya said that it looked like a black artifact. First you need to make sure. Words were heard that shame on him. Gerald, sitting in the rubble, said that he behaved so proudly and provoked him. But in the end he was not even sure of victory without the help of his subordinates. The artifact pointed a finger at the guy, saying that she was not his subordinate. Did he really, after exchanging a couple of soft blows, suddenly decide that he had become stronger than him? The blonde asked sullenly. A ring flashed on the guy's hand. The artifact asked to show it to him. Instead of the girl, purple flashes remained. Surprised, looking at this, the enemy thought the artifact absorbed her. The hero disappeared, leaving a dark trace, and then immediately appeared next to him, using the speed of lightning. The prince covered himself with his hands. Surrounded by lightning, Stretch said that it seemed like he could no longer see. The enemy turned around. A fist slammed into his face. The force of the blow threw the guy to the side. Stretch immediately appeared on the other side. He forcefully slammed the enemy into the floor. Blood splashed from Geralda's mouth. Gritting his teeth, he asked how he did it. Did that woman do something? Raising his leg, Stretch asked what a simple subordinate could do. The force of the blow broke through the ceiling. The blonde lay on the ground floor, asking what the hell. The hero replied that he would not understand. Stretch jumped down to him and said that one could say that this woman was his recently acquired new friend. Smiling predatorily, he continued that some time ago he had to carry out some errands that had used up almost all his strength, But what would happen now that she had returned to him? Gerald sat with his head down and thought that he wanted to fight, that he had fought him on equal terms, in a future disadvantageous position. The fist approached his face. The boy thought, why was he so strong? The farm had thrown it back, and he thought, what was missing in himself? He remembered the man standing with his back, who had said that if he had not handed him over to another, calling him a curse, he would have remained safe and sound. Then the boy covered his face with his hand, hearing the questions. Did he now realize what a pathetic act he had committed? The prince lay face down, and thought that despite everything, his hand rested on the floor. Stretch watched in surprise. Getting up, Gerald resolutely said that everything could not end like this. Mortem appeared next to Stretch. The hero asked how he was able to recover from such damage. The spirit replied that his curse had become stronger. The metal arm turned into spiked armor. Pointing a cannon at him, the enemy wished him death. A bright beam smashed the wall. A scream was heard that explosions were coming from the castle. The bearded man turned, asking what else, and heard that it looked like an intruder inside. Looking at the smoke coming out, he wondered how they got over the castle wall. Was it possible that one of their people helped them? Looking ahead tensely, he wondered if the southern gate had already been broken down. Several flashes of an explosion appeared. Looking to the side, the captain shouted to the second in command that he was responsible for the northern gate. Half followed him. They were returning to the royal castle. A man with a shield appeared against the sky. He landed on the wall, scattering warriors. Mark smirked, asking where he was going next to Elena. Flashes appeared. She heard that a similar kind would recover more ferociously. Looking to the side, she heard a question asking if she was worried, and she replied that she would be lying if she said she wasn't. But this was Stretch's battle. Sparks flew in the room. Stretch stood on one knee and said that he had spent too much time throwing out his anger, and against him was an opponent surrounded by purple power. Mortem said that unlike him, and in the meantime, let him close the distance. In the form of Freya, he appeared next to him. He was surprised, realizing that he was dissolving back. The vortexes of the artifact were directed towards Geralda's iron hand. Putting out his palm, Stretch exclaimed and used avatar cancellation. In the form of a skull, Mortem appeared next to him, and the guy asked what is this and how is he? The discouraged artifact said that it was dangerous. It practically absorbed not only the magic power but also the soul itself. The guy waved his hand, hearing that if so, he thought it would be difficult for him to go out and help. I said that this was enough. The artifact added that now that it had come to this, there was no point in denying it. He looked at the enemy who looked like a monster and said that his prosthesis itself was a black artifact. It was not just a magic tool that could be used, it absorbed all the magic power around it. Looking forward, the hero asked, the king of Venezia gave him a black artifact, but he knows for sure about the ring's ability to absorb artifacts, so what is his plan? Purple whirlwinds flew. A black tentacle grabbed the guy by the neck. It ate into his body. With the artifact, Gerald grabbed the hero. The image of the skull was slightly blurred. He shouted for him to do something. He stole their magic power again. The hero reached into the bag, saying that it was easier to say. In his hands was a black object. It flew to the head of the surprised enemy. There was an explosion. Having landed, the hero took the blade. Everything was covered in smoke, and then the prince appeared, covering himself with his hands. With a swift movement, Stretch attacked him. A cut remained on Gerald's hand. Looking in his direction, the hero thought that he instantly recovered. If right before recovery to make another blow, Mortem shouted, "Leave." Leaning on his knee, the guy asked why. Around appeared a purple swirl. The spirit ordered to get away as much as possible. The guy asked, "Is this the ability of the artifact?" Purple power formed into a dome. Mortem answered that he thinks yes. The magic field that formed absorbs all the magic power and life energy around him. If you stay here for a long time, it is unknown what changes can occur. Standing next to Stretch answered that he should make a direct blow. If they come closer and he is sucked in there, Mortem answered that there is no other way either. They are returning. Around the hero appeared a purple haze. The artifact said that it is a cursed armor. If you cover the whole body with a curse, they can hold out for some time. Adjusting the glove with explosives, Stretch heard that judging by the speed with which he changes, the longer they wait, the more because of the nose and he can get up, let him hit with all his might. There were golden lightning around the leg. The hero said that why not try? He jumped up sharply. Swinging, he attacked from behind. The blade hit the prince on the head. Stretch clenched his fist. Flashes flew from the blows of opponents. Aiming his knee at the head, the guy called him a leech. Part of the armor from the artifact flew apart. The fist approached the prince's head. You heard the cry that now he will smear him on the floor. Everything was hidden by a bright flash. Smoke rose in the room. The hero flew out of it. Stretch exhaled, heard that now his regeneration. He held his shoulder, and the spirit continued to become significantly lower. The hero confirmed that the attack clearly worked, and synchronized Devouring, Curse and plus damned armor. The glow of the artifact surrounded his body, doing it again. The guy knelt down on one knee. Jumping up, he raised dust. The blonde's eye was completely red. The hero quickly attacked him. The blade crashed into the armor on his forehead, and the guy screamed. He waved his hand, throwing the enemy away. Stretch slid across the floor and heard the order not to break distance. it was only to his advantage. The guy's look became surprised. Crossed arms began to twist into spirals. Stretch was squeezing the sword. Curved rays of attack flew everywhere. They hit like whips. Blood appeared on the guy's cheek. Gerald clenched his teeth furiously. Watching carefully, Mortem ordered to aim for the gaps. Stretch opened his eyes. The blade moved between the whips, cut the body diagonally. The prince fell to his knee, spitting out blood. He looked up in alarm. A glow was born in his cannon arm. He aimed at the guy floating above. Surrounded by a bright light, Stretch raised his sword, using blazing storm. Purple flames burst out from the cannon. The two attacks crossed. Stretch, engulfed in flames, screamed. A glow burst out from the castle walls. Looking at this, the warriors shouted to the commander about a powerful explosion inside the castle. The man with the bandage looked at him in surprise, thinking, what kind of mess? Where is his majesty? What happened to the western general and the third prince? Looking at the smoke filling the courtyard, he wondered what to do. Stretch towered over his opponent. The hero lay in the rubble, thinking how strong he was. No matter how many times he died, he was still alive. Bringing it to the prince's neck, the guy said that he would listen to his last thoughts. Part of Geralda's face was covered in blood. He asked what the difference was between them. A green artifact was visible on the finger. Words were heard that the ring chooses its owner. He wants to say that just because she fell into his hands, he could not get a chance to become her owner. Frowning irritably, Stretch replied that this is just a result of the situation. He does not remember? He remembered the ring above the prince's palm and said that instead of taking it, he gave it to another. Remembering his sly smile, he continued that he had the opportunity. He himself did not want it. He imagined himself standing next to his brother. Frowning at the enemy, Stretch said that he has not changed at all since the first time he saw him. Words were heard that she thinks that he misunderstands something. The artifact incarnated in Freya and said that even if the ring was on his finger, she would not recognize him as her partner. The hero with a wounded face asked why. The girl standing next to him is just such a bad person. I don't like him. Gerald lowered his head, hearing that the one she still saw through Stretch's eyes was exactly the person he was right now. Looking away, she continued that even now in his head he was probably finding an excuse, saying that if only he got the ring, everything would go well. The prince closed his eyes, hearing that, however, there were a lot of other reasons, but he still couldn't satisfy them. That's it. He raised his hands with the sword, saying that in any case, after their meeting, it would be better never to see each other again. Your feet hit the purple barrier. Covering his face with his hand, he asked, did he still have the strength to block the blow? Looking down in surprise, Freya said, what about him? He was definitely on the verge of death. He couldn't have gone far. She crouched down, using magical detection. Looking to the left, she said that underground it sensed movement right here, underneath them. Stretch clenched his fist, saying that he was discharging so much that he was ready to cut him right now. The room was destroyed. He said that this time he would definitely kill him as soon as he saw him. The guy jumped into the center of the round room. Guessing, he said that there was such a space under the kingdom. A guy appeared next to him. Stretch said that he had to help others, heard that the problem was not that. What was that explosion just now? Did he win? Landing next to him, Gerald heard that no, he suddenly disappeared in a puff of smoke. They saw the prince floating in a purple glow. A friend asked, is this not the half-corpse? Stretch looked at him in surprise, thinking that he was clearly in a state where he could not move. The prince's head was lowered. The hero thought how this was possible. Someone took a step. The guys looked at him tensely. Gerald asked, did he come because he was worried about his own blood? Sinchero stretched out his hand to the prince. Then he looked at them. He grabbed his son by the neck, saying that his role ended here. The veins on his palm bulged. Ribbons flew from the artifact on Geralda's hand. A glow appeared from his eyes. A huge bright beam pierced the ground below. The man was lying on the floor. The man looked at his palms, wondering what kind of place this was, who he was, and heard an order to bring a black artifact. There was a black ball in front of him. The man asked what kind of voice it was. There were red lightning bolts around the black ball. A voice was heard ordering him to bring a black artifact, and although she was the creator, let her bring his resurrection. Frowning, if the man heard that this was the meaning of their existence, everything existed for him, let him collect the black artifacts. The man held the ball in his hands. As soon as he realized his birth, the only things that came to his mind were collecting black artifacts and resurrecting the creator. He stood in a cloak next to the others. Soon he met creatures like himself, and learned that they called themselves followers of the creator. 3 opponents fought, using their brainwashing abilities, to promote conflict between the 3 races in order to get as much dark energy from it as possible. 3 figures stood on a bright road. At first, and the combination of 3 gods, everything did not go so smoothly. But after the disappearance of the gods, the plan began to gain momentum. But then a moment. On the guy's hand was a green ring, a skull. When the opponent left by the 3 gods appeared, and everything went wrong, this opponent was created to confront the followers. The man was surrounded by a green glow. The same came from the mouth and eyes of the other. Unlike the 3 gods, the enemy's actions are not limited by the time of existence, and using monsters or artifacts as energy sources, he could endlessly destroy followers, while the creation of a new follower required a false long preparation. There was a green glow around the black skull. Just by fulfilling a few simple conditions, the enemy could use his almighty power to destroy the followers. People stood in columns. The time came, the number of followers gradually decreased, and he, who was one of the first. The man frowned. He began to doubt the effectiveness of the current strategy. The king frowned in the same way. After all, he called himself Sincero and went south with more than half of the black artifacts he found. The man stood surrounded by shining artifacts, rejecting all the followers who tried to appease him. He built his own huge kingdom in the south, which became Venezia. The heroes stood in the hall of the castle. The place where the followers parted was used as a source for the formation of the Great Desert. The man and the elf screamed at the same time. In order to steal the black artifact sealed by Kai, he started an interracial war. The black ball spread a red glow, all in order to awaken the absolute creator god. Gritting his teeth, Stretch held the sword, heard, asking what happened, what kind of explosion. Freya turned around tensely and said that she had a bad feeling, so she shouldn't relax. A huge crater appeared in the courtyard. Looking up, the boy asked if it was an explosion, if the others were okay, but the artifact asked him to look ahead. In front of him was a wooden body, and he recognized Geralda. The red man with long hair said that it wasn't him. A question was heard: what is he trying to do? The king with blood on his face said that they remain idiots until the very end. He is not trying to do something, this. The girl gritted her teeth, saying that this method. Remembering the image of the elf, she continued that this is very similar to the method with which they called Detra. Bending his fingers, he screamed. Words were heard at the core of the black artifact. If so. Squeezing the blade, Stretch objected that it was still a borrowed body. Just destroy it now. He jumped, leaving a mark. Looking forward with determination, he thought that if their predictions were true, he had only just awakened his senses. If so, his body would not be able to properly use its powers yet. He could only be killed now. The guy with the glowing eyes opened his mouth. The hero was clutching the hilt with both hands. Suddenly, the purple glow around his hands disappeared. Turning around in surprise, he thought about the artifact. The energy was coming from Geralda. Smoke was rising from the funnel. Sky turned around, saying what was Stretch doing inside. It was such a mess, let him just go back. Mark, who was holding the shield, replied that it was to their advantage that the number of troops had decreased due to the explosion in the castle. The situation was not bad. Smiling, he heard the indignation and replied that, unlike everyone else, he was a man with an excellent reputation. He looked down tensely. His shield began to disappear, surprising the man. The guy was clutching the blade. The armor on his hands had disappeared. He looked at it in surprise. Purple swirls were coming from the blonde. Thick smoke was rising up. Gerald covered his face with his hand. Everything was covered with thick smoke. He called out to Stretch. He knelt down on one knee, hearing the question. As he said, it was not him. In front of them was a blonde guy, and the hero said that it was not Gerald. The king standing behind bowed, telling his god that his faithful servant was here. He asked, what kind of body is this? Looking at it, Sincero said that he used it as a vessel for the god. With the help of black artifacts he prepared the best body. It will be able to last at least a minute, even if he is free with all his power. A glow emanated from the palm of the god. He raised his hand up. Bright flashes appeared on the street. Elena was surprised when her artifact began to disappear. She looked at the purple trail ahead. Looking at it in surprise, she cursed mentally. The knives fell to the ground. Gerald looked at his fluttering clothes in surprise. Turning to his friend, he shouted that they were in huge trouble. Stretch said what he could do, and his artifacts disappeared. Looking forward, Freya said that it was all because of him. Right now, he was not just absorbing all the artifacts that were nearby, but he was restoring his magic power, which was scattered across the ground of the entire continent. The blonde's hand seemed to vibrate. She said that each particle he absorbed was a clot of magic power, which the artifact was made of. Furrowing her eyebrows, she continued, everything he was doing now was almost identical to the creation of black artifacts. Turning his gaze to her, Gerald asked how she, if you think about the magic power of the three gods who created her, comes from him too. Introducing the figures from the past, Freya replied that the goddess said that the creator wanted to form an entity completely independent of him, who could think differently than him, and since it was created by three gods, it would not be harmed by the creator's power. Looking at her, Stretch asked when the two remaining abilities would be unlocked. Since this creator had returned, was it time to use it? A green glow appeared around the fist. He heard that their discoveries were in progress, but it would take a little more time. The hero looked at the shining artifact on his hand. Then his gaze became shocked. A purple haze enveloped the heroes' bodies, lifting them into the air. The deity asked, who are they? The king bowed, hearing that their energy seemed familiar. He replied that it was better for him to confirm for himself. Freya gritted her teeth. There was a green skull on her finger. Opening his mouth wide, Stretch asked, will they not let go? The god frowned. He clenched his fist. Blood splashed out of Stretch's body. He lost consciousness. Looking at him, she shouted for him to come to his senses, and applied recovery. The guy's body was surrounded by green light. He opened his eyes in surprise. The creator exhaled in surprise. Bending his fingers, he asked, he was supposed to die, right? He clenched his fist again. Blood gushed out of the guy's mouth. His fingers were clenched. The hero's body seemed to dissolve. The deity put his hand to his side. Blood splashed out. Stretch clenched his teeth, healing, and a question was heard, "Is he not a human?" Vladimir grinned, asking how far evolution had come while he was sleeping. "This is an interesting, excellent durability." His hand turned into a huge blade. He said that he would like to know more about it. Someone called his father. The blonde looked away. He turned, recognizing the elf, and told Ditra that they had not seen each other for a long time, although her appearance had changed greatly. The green-haired girl said that she closed her eyes, but when she opened them again, the entire world had completely changed. What was father planning to do? The creator spread his hands, saying, "Wasn't it obvious? After a long time, an environment sufficient for the restoration of magic power had finally been created. Once he got his magic back, it would be much easier for him to carry out his plan." Destra closed her eyes, hearing that with her, Cain, and Axton all together, they would be able to do it sooner. Smiling, he continued, "The four of them together," but the girl interrupted him. Standing on the platform, she said that father taught her the joy and birth of new life and caring for it. So why did that same father decide whether the creatures they created would live or die? Clenching his fist, he replied that those creatures were unimportant. What was the point of everything if they weren't there? They were the only family that truly understood him. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted that without them, he would have to live alone in this world for eternity again. What's wrong with trying to bring back those he doesn't want to lose? 8. Just take back. Frowning, Dra shouted that any creature can strive for freedom. Death is also inevitable. Frowning, father replied that he understood. The body of the vile creature defiled her mind. Swiftly approaching, he said that he would quickly return the old her. He hit and from there all through. Opening his eyes, Stretch screamed. The system reported that the ability to materialize was unlocked. In one quickly approaching, he said that the body of the vile creature curled her. She will quickly return the old her. He pierced the girl's body through. Blood splashed from the elf's mouth. She fell to the floor. Opening his mouth wide, Stretch screamed, clicking Elena. The ability to materialize was unlocked. Freya looked at her disappearing body in surprise. The guy's eyes lit up. There were bright flashes around the screaming hero. The creator was surprised, saying that he himself had freed himself from the shackles. A fist approached his forehead. The heroes covered their eyes from the bright trace. The blonde crashed into the wall, spitting out blood. The hero landed not far from his friend. He took her body in his arms. Stretch looked up, hearing that this was his beloved. Coming closer, the blonde asked how it felt to lose a loved one who was like family if she felt the same pain as he did in the past. The elf's eyes were closed. The hero heard. Can't he understand his actions? Gritting his teeth, Stretch said, "Understand that the owner of the body, that the one who stole it and absorbed it." Bright traces appeared around the enraged guy. He said that they were the same, destroying the lives of others on their own whim. None of them thought for a moment about the consequences that would eventually catch up. The blonde's eyes widened. He said that this was the magic power coming from the ring. Such a good magic power is suitable. Those standing behind did not hear his order to take Elena and run as far as possible. Surrounded by Stretch, he demanded to make sure that she was not injured anywhere else. The creator said he needed one with a wide smile. He quickly jumped down. The hero looked at him sullenly. The system reported materialization. The information about the artifacts accumulated in the niche is materializing. The ring on his hand glowed golden. A huge shield appeared in the guy's hand. The deity's attack hit him. Frowning, the blonde thought, he absorbs the blows. Besides, is this magical power? The shield was swirling with golden radiance. It flew forward in a bright beam. The Elena artifact appeared in the guy's palm. Bright explosions appeared. The king fell to the floor, thinking that this was all the power prepared by the gods to fight the resurrected absolute god. Watching intently, he thought that this ring was formed from the essence of 3 gods. How long could the human body withstand them? Stretch concentratedly looked forward, while Sincero thought that ultimately, who would go first depended on time. His body was surrounded by a purple glow, he said. As for him, he had fulfilled his mission. It was a pity that he would not be able to watch the outcome of this fight. The space was filled with smoke and sparks. The creator said that this attack definitely seemed familiar. Why? Then his eyes widened in realization. He remembered the man at the orbs, the black artifacts themselves, and understood that these were the memories and knowledge of the follower. The son stood behind the king. He thought that the faces of his relatives too. The man was sitting on the steps. The man brought his hands to the spark. He remembered these 3. On the stand was a ring with a skull. The blonde was shocked, thinking that they really hated him so much that they created something like this, to cut short the life of the one who was once their family. Golden armor appeared on the guy's hands. The blonde clenched his fist and thinking that if so, he would kill him and prove how wrong they were. The opponents quickly ran towards each other. They attacked each other at the same time. The hero clenched his fist. Bright flashes flew from the attacks. The creator covered one eye. The hero was surprised when his body dissolved. As a result, he stood alone in the room. Stretch's eyes were glowing. He saw black whirlwinds and thought that he would not leave. He quickly took off, rushed after him. Gerald jumped away from the smoke that had risen. People ran to him, asking what was going on, what was the situation. Opening his mouth wide, the brunette screamed for them to get out of here immediately. There was a bright purple light around Stretch's fist. The guy screamed that right now he was probably, naturally, biting his teeth and holding back his strength to let them go. The hero's friend's scream reached his ear. The enemy put his hand on his side, saying how presumptuous of him to be distracted by what was happening in other places. Stretch replied that he would no longer hold back. Bright lightning appeared around, and the hero said that the leash holding him had just been released. There was a blinding tornado next to the guy. It engulfed the body of the enemy, who thought about the surface of the earth. The ground under his feet seemed to glow. The whirlwind rose up. One figure flew out of it. Then a second figure. Sky looked at it in shock. Standing next to his comrade, he asked, "What is this, Stretch? What happened there?" The brunette turned to the elves from the north, one of whom asked the man who had just flown away, with whom Stretch had fought, who he was, an enemy they knew. Let him explain himself. Turning to them, he said that the followers of the Creator had been trying to resurrect him all this time, and this god had risen. The figure rose high into the sky. A flash appeared near the sun. Something flew down. The Creator landed near the rising dust. He looked up in shock. There was a purple glow at the top of the tornado. Stretch put out his hand and commanded to dissolve. The beams flew towards the deity. A purple glow appeared in his palms. The boy looked at it in surprise. The elf saw a beam rising into the sky. Looking at it in shock, he said that there was definitely a desert in that direction. He thought that if they got there to fight, what kind of battle was this? Blood was dripping from the falling figure. The hero's hand was torn off. He called out to Freya. Something flashed in the deity's hand. Freya grabbed him from behind. Stretch attacked from the front, using a core disruption. His fist crashed into the blonde's face. There were yellow lightning bolts around him. The next blow hit the body. Stretch was surprised, thinking that he had suppressed the release of magical power. Looking at him in alarm, Freya said that he had a Garrett artifact. That's how he uses this ability. A sharp spike pierced the girl's body. She grabbed her hand. The guy screamed, looking at it in amazement. The artifact came closer and he asked if she was alive. You answered that she would simply restore the damaged area. But what had just happened? Words were heard that there was nothing surprising about it. The Creator brought his hands together, saying that this only meant that she could do little using the powers borrowed from others. But she could do nothing else. His teeth, saying how much nastiness was pouring out of his mouth, he would start by tearing it. A bright beam flew forward. Opening his mouth, the guy screamed. The enemy frowned, saying that such a blunt weapon would not even be able to get him. However, purple chains wrapped around his hands. The red-haired woman held a sword, ordered the hero to love his throat, and a bright beam flew towards the enemy. It touched his neck. Turning around, the Creator exhaled. The artifact was frozen. Gritting his teeth, the hero realized this. One blow broke the artifact. Frowning, the blonde said that it was funny to watch him. His body began to dissolve. He continued, "Maybe he has something more interesting?" Suddenly, the enemy attacked from behind. Flying away, the hero crashed into a stone. There was dust around. The guy thought that he was getting stronger. Ahead, a dim figure of the enemy was visible. He thought that no, on the contrary. Sitting by the crack, the hero thought that he was getting weaker if this continued. A green shimmer appeared. It was getting weaker. The system reported that the last ability was unlocked. Freya, opening her mouth, screamed, "I beg you, come to your senses, there is no time." The blonde attacked, raising dust. With a trembling hand, the guy touched the blade, thinking that he should hold the sword, but his hands in the end, he was unable to protect anyone. The green artifact was shining. He thought that fate itself was leading him to death. The glow was getting smaller. The last ability was unlocked. The hero opened his eyes. The system reported that the resurrection ability resurrects the dead. He imagined the elf lying in bed, thinking that if so, he could not even give up. Green sparks appeared around the glow. He thought that they had planned everything carefully. The Creator looked at the rising dust. Frowning, he asked why he had not given up yet, had not yet realized that victory was already on his side. Even if he dragged out time, his chances would not increase. Stretch appeared and decisively exclaimed for him to shut up. Chances and another similar table. He just got rid of everything that hindered his life. On the ground, the girl heard the order to return. The hero's body was surrounded by colored rays. He said that there was something he wanted to try, so let him follow his movements. The artifact ordered him to tell her what to do. The blonde quickly took off, saying that it was simply useless. The cloak of the moving hero fluttered. The opponents quickly moved towards each other. A green haze appeared between them. A core appeared in it. This explosion was heard right in the enemy's body. Surviving, he replied that he said it was useless. However, he saw Stretch right in front of him. The fist crashed into the body, using the core explosion again. This time, blood splashed out of the body. Gritting his teeth in pain, the Creator cursed mentally. His body flew into pieces. The hero landed not far from them. Smiling, looking at his hand, he said that he just tried it with us. It worked better than expected. Mortem recalled the attack, saying that in the short period of time they gave him, he calmed the magical power in his body to nullify their attempt. Did he act at random or planned? Smiling, the hero remembered his friends and said that he saw all this thanks to everyone's help. The blonde's body began to recover. He called him crazy. Frowning, He said that the more he tries to overcome the limitations of a simple human body, the faster his body will die, right? Eternal death that cannot be saved even with a ring? The hero looked at him in surprise. Wiping the blood from his nose, he said that he did not think so. How many times should he repeat this? Leaving a bright trace, he rushed forward and answered until he died. A spiral was formed behind. The enemy said that it was true. All these are just abilities controlled by magical power. After all, dispersal was used. The blonde turned around in surprise, exclaiming that it was the same again, a trick. In the whirlwinds, hatred is Freya's face. She immediately appeared from above. The hero attacked him from both sides at the same time. The body was scattered again from the use of a core explosion. Frowning, the girl shouted that the guy did not miss the moment this time. Looking forward, Stretch shouted that he knew. The remains of the enemy's body fell to the ground, and Stretch used Curse Devour. The creator's face was being restored, and he thought that it was absorbing his magic power. Stretching out his hand, the hero answered belligerently that yes, if he had a lot of magic power, then he would soon become his food. From head to toe he would chew and eat. Starting off, leaving a bright trace, the fist approached the god's face. Dust rose, he thought. How? Stretch clenched his teeth furiously. The deity thought, it must have been a long time since he reached his limit. Blood glistened from the creator's mouth, he thought. Why does he continue to move when his body turns into such a mess? The shock wave lifted the hero's cloak. Blood flowed down the blonde's face, he asked. Why does he continue to fight? He remembered standing in front of his daughter, and said that he did not know the three gods who gave him the task. Remembering the images of his comrade, and continued that he did not know many people with whom he had no connection, but he wanted to save them. Introducing the Northern Elves, he continued that even if they win this battle, they won't get anything. But why is he inviting them to attack him? While restoring his body, the creator is now with his beloved, he will bring her back to life. Is this not enough of a reason to stop their fight? Blood flowed from the guy's mouth. He said that no matter how much he listens to him, he only hears nonsense. He hates people like him the most. The hero's eyes and body lit up. He said that those who think that if they have a little more power, then everyone else becomes beneath them, they try to control everything in the world as they please. He thinks it would be better if there was no one like him in the world. A ball surrounded by vortices hovered above his palm, an explosion of air, an arc, a fireball, an ice wave. The system reported that this is a combination skill, an explosion of elements caused by a combination of different natural attributes. Each time a new attribute is added, the power doubles. The hero was heading towards the blonde who was sitting nearby. His eyes were glowing. The guy said that it was the last time. The creator looked amazed. Stretch opened his mouth wide and screamed a death wish. A bright colored ball appeared. The hero was breathing heavily on one knee. The wounded opponent covered his face. He spat out blood. He stood in the center of the dent. Stretch's hand was shaking. He thought that everything was still there, and heard that it was his turn now. He looked at Mortem in amazement. In the form of Freya, he approached the opponent. The bloody creator thought gloomily that destruction was happening faster than the absorption of magical power. He said out loud that it meant it was her. The girl extended her hand, saying that the true role of the one who would finally finish him off belonged to her. Touching the enemy's head, she said that he does not know what his children really had in mind when they created her, but she knows, to give him, who has known too long a life, a dignified death, and this is the purpose of her existence. The hand turned into a black fire with the image of an ominous face. The artifact said that every time, closing his eyes, let him remember death. Blood flowed from the blonde's mouth. He said that she was just blindly following the mission given by others, regardless of her own will. Frowning, Freya answered that Detra said the same, but she thinks differently. However, for her, he is just a cage from which she needs to escape. In place of the creator remained a green haze. She said goodbye to him. People crowded around the tower. Someone asked who won in the end, and heard that they most likely will be the winner. Stretch. Putting his hand on his hip, Sky said that he looked pretty strong even for a shell. Where did so much confidence come from? Was he holding a candle? He winced in displeasure when he heard Mark's answer that it was better this way than to hope for his defeat, and replied that he was not sure. A glow appeared above. A clip was heard that something was flying there. Something crashed into the ground with force. Gerald clutched the blade, asking if anyone was still left. Mark ordered everyone to be ready. The man standing on the tower said that it was not an enemy. It was that guy. Stretch came out of the smoke, asking where? The heroes looked at him in surprise. Sky asked if he was okay. The girl was lying in bed. The hero said that he looked fine on the outside. Stretch grinned and said that they should not misunderstand him. Now he was in his right mind and not talking nonsense because of grief. Let them answer quickly and to the point. Where Elena was. He noticed the lying body. Confidently walked towards it. Holding the girl, he said that they decided to be together for the rest of their lives. She could not leave first. Green swirls emanated from the ring, the use of resurrection. Sky looked amazed. Gerald was also surprised. Mark also looked shocked. Green light surrounded the elf, and then she opened her eyes. The girl looked around in surprise. A blush appeared on her cheeks. Shocked Seamus said that he did not believe his eyes, how a person could do such a thing. Closing his eyes, Stretch said that this skill is not omnipotent, the body must still be warm. Besides, it does not work on those who died a natural death. He remembered how he pointed to the ring, talking to Detra, and said that when he asked her, she did not answer, so they looked so far into the future. But all this is no longer important. Touching his forehead to the girl's forehead, he greeted her. It was raining at the castle. The dwarf leaned on the counter and asked if there were any customers today. Dalton answered that the owner said that he was closing the business. The man looked at him, asking what had happened, that he had invited him for a drink, and heard that he had a surprise. The beaming Dalton showed the bottle and said that it was impossible to drink something cheap on a day like today. A cry was heard that this was a drink that only kings drank, and how could they? The answer was heard that the one who ran the black market was sometimes given such opportunities. He put down the glasses, the bottle. Clyde said that he was beginning to worry. What kind of day was it today, since he had gotten such a treasure? The man held an envelope with a smile. I said not to ask, but to read it myself. The dwarf asked to look at the envelope. Reading the letter, he repeated the invitation from Stretch with the elf. The man's eyes became round from shock. The friend laughed until tears. Toasts were heard in the building in the rain. The man held the envelope, saying that he had a letter. The dwarf with the scar on his head took it out, asking the black market to contact him in such a strange way. His look became surprised. And then Balthazar laughed loudly. The guy asked what happened. Holding out the bag, the man asked, "Is he still here? Here he is giving into the mood, let him take it." Leaving, he waved his hand and said that it is hard to hear such joyful news in the dark tunnels. Let him bring them more often. The elf ran into the room, shouting to his sister that she had a letter. The girl leaned her palms on the table and asked where he had gone, and what he had done. Slapping her palms on the table, she scared the guy, saying that they strictly control so that no one knows their location. So how did they deliver the letter here? The elf waved his hands and said no. An elf from the dark forest appeared in front of him, and gave it to him. The girl snatched the paper. She carefully read the letter. Then she was surprised and embarrassed. Her brother asked what was there. Leaving the room, she said that they were packing their things and heading out immediately, and heard a question about where they were going so unexpectedly. She answered, into the dark forest. A ship was sailing on the sea. The captain was told that a letter had arrived. Claudia put her hands on her hips, asking again. Heard that they had established the departure point, a dark forest. Taking the envelope, the girl said, a letter to a man engaged in contraband business. What a daredevil, and how does he know where they are? A smile appeared on her face. She suggested taking a short vacation. Leaving, she waved her hand and said that something had happened, because of which she would have to go ashore. The sailors asked if she got seasick on land. She answered that even so there was a place that she had to visit. She would use a medicine for seasickness. The guy held the envelope, saying that ladies, that they had received a letter. Cassius smiled, saying that even without reading it she knew what it was about. It was sent by a friend. Malcolm knew him too. The assistant read the letter with a smile and said that it was wonderful. She was leaving right now? Well, female, Rose grew. She said that of course, there was no desert anymore. She should congratulate him. In the building near the round tower, words were heard that Melchior letter. Dorian closed his eyes, saying that perhaps if it had been sent directly to him, the situation would have been even more ambiguous. But it was sent to his name. He sat by the monument, saying that it was funny. The older generation was now going crazy to honor his achievements. They were going to erect a statue. The envelope lay near the rap sword. Words were heard that the theory of a combination of weapons and artifacts, which for a long time were treated as nonsense, turned out to be true. The yard sitting nearby said that the adventurer seemed to have completed the task, only managed to thank him, and then immediately disappeared. The letter was lying near the cross. Words were heard that he did not open it, because it was not intended for him. Let him rest in peace. Seamus held the envelope with a smile, exclaiming that finally. The elf ran to him, asking what happened, and heard that it was an invitation. Well, of course, as soon as he saw them, these two seemed unusual to him. The guy looked at him in surprise, asking if he was going to sit in on this event. He had a lot of work to do. Sitting at the table, let him not stop him. The secretary replied that he understood and promised to try to reschedule his schedule. But where is this place? Covering his eyes in a smile, the elder said that the dark forest in Venezia. They will go there in a small group. Without making a noise, he is too worried. This is his biggest flaw, and even if he is caught, the new king of Venezia will deal with it. Dissatisfied Sky sat at the table. A question was heard. How is he the role of king, the new king of Venezia? Sitting opposite Stretch called him lord with a smile. The guy replied that there are so many things in governing a country that are completely and utterly disgusting to him, so he did not refuse. Grinning, the hero said that there was no choice. Of all the people who participated in the battle, he was the only one who had the right to take this position. He introduced the bearded man, saying that the illegitimate son of the most influential duke in all of Venice, the most suitable title in their situation. Closing his eyes tightly, he said that no matter how much he thought about it, it sounded like a joke. Who would have thought that bad relatives in the person of his paternal grandfather would be used in such a way? Quietly standing next to him, Gennady and replied that he was doing great. The work turned out to be better than he thought. Closing his eyes, the Minister of Finance of Venezia said that due to the fact that he acts on behalf of Sky, observing the activities of the nobility. And no one can hinder him, it is very convenient. Pointing a finger at him discontentedly, his friend said not to get too carried away. After he finished the work, let him return to the castle. He did not amuse himself with lushes, that he can drink and have fun forever. He replied that this is the most evil king. The heroes gathered in a beautiful clearing. Words of gratitude were heard to both of them for coming despite their busy schedules. This ceremony still has some time, so they will rest here for a while. Seamus appeared behind them, happily saying that they were all gathered here, and thanked them for the invitation, saying that thanks to him, crossing the border was easy. Turning around, Sky thanked the chairman for his work, saying that he did not need to worry about the reaction of the people in the south. Walking up to the elf, he said that in the future, Venezia will make sure that the policy of racial discrimination disappears, so he can act freely as he wants. Stretch, sitting behind him, said that he speaks so smoothly, as if his mouth is onion from butter. He has a script hidden somewhere. Suddenly answered that he was always smarter than him. The boy was surprised to hear that in some ways he was truly priceless. There had never been a case of an elf and a human marrying, even in the north. Although they had much less discrimination than the south, most elves still had some aversion to humans. The boy's eyes widened when he heard that the only living example of a bond between an elf and a human. Waving his hand, the elder said that he could not stay long. Some people had a ceremony that seemed to be in the afternoon, so he would probably do his work first. He would like to chat with the leaders of the dark forest at least once. The boy stood by the pedestal. The elf said that he of course already knew, but as one of the reasons why the two races were not properly bonded, lifespan could be a serious obstacle. The man with marks on his face said that compared to elves, humans live shorter lives. Were they both ready for this? There was a green glow around Stretch's hand. He said that perhaps because his mortal body had been affected by the power of a god for a long time, it had undergone many changes. Probably compared to an ordinary person, he would live much longer. For a life together with Elena, this should be enough. Besides, the man winced and heard that no matter what happened, he would not leave her alone, and said that it sounded encouraging. Starting to cry, Cain asked to take care of his daughter. In the arch behind, a silhouette of a girl appeared. Words were heard that Mistress Elena was coming out. The blonde elf was holding a bouquet. The guy looked at her with a gentle smile. Elena also looked at him tenderly. Seamus said that of course, their children will also be the first of their kind. He is waiting with impatience. Gerald said that now he is curious about what the child will look like. This is a question for such a young lady. Sky said that a mixed race of elf and human, he can't even imagine it.